Salazar Slytherin was resurrected in the 1000th year following his burial. Upon awakening, he assumed a new identity and returned to Hogwarts in a fresh guise, only to discover with astonishment that families once fervently advocating for unions with Muggles or originating from Muggle lineage now audaciously claimed to be pure-blooded. From an unknown source, a madman impersonating his descendants had emerged as a figure of dread, brandishing his banner to propagate extremist ideologies. While various spells became increasingly ostentatious, the physical condition of the wizards appeared alarmingly frail. Even the heirs of Gryffindor were not exempt from this decline. Slytherin mused, "Voldemort, I find your extremism rather concerning. Also, how was I unaware of a hidden chamber I supposedly constructed within the castle? Hold on, you aren't referring to that basement I utilized for teaching, are you?" Chapter 1. Resurrection. What is this place? Who am I? A handsome youth, with skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, pressed a hand to his forehead, his expression one of anguish. Memories surged into his mind like a relentless tide, only to swiftly recede, leaving behind mere skeletal impressions that nearly reached the limits of his youthful intellect. I am Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin. At last, the boy recalled his name. He was the world's most formidable wizard and one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A millennium ago, as his life neared its end, Salazar Slytherin serendipitously discovered a mysterious stone. Inspired by serpents, he concocted a potion using the stone's powdered form. Upon consuming the potion, he fell into an eternal slumber akin to the hibernation of snakes. According to his plan, during his slumber, he would shed his skin every 100 years, transforming into a younger form with each renewal until his body resembled that of a 10-year-old boy, at which point Slytherin would awaken. His audacious experiment proved successful. Upon awakening, Slytherin briefly reveled in joy before succumbing to confusion. He was uncertain of what to do next. According to his pre-slumber plan, he simply had to wait for this body to mature into adulthood to reclaim all his memories and restore his former prowess. Yet, should he occupy himself with tasks during this interim? Perhaps I should return there for a visit? A thought emerged in his mind, swiftly proliferating like wild grass within his spirit, becoming uncontrollable. He yearned to revisit Hogwarts and see what had become of the school he and his friends had established. Coincidentally, his current physical state perfectly aligned with the standards for enrollment, allowing him to return to Hogwarts in the guise of a student. However, since he sought to incognito as a student, the name Salazar Slytherin would undoubtedly be unsuitable. He required a new name. After a moment's contemplation, Slytherin extended a finger and traced patterns in the air. The name Salazar Slytherin materialized before him, subsequently rearranging itself, birthing a completely new identity. Les Chauceralini. Salazar found this new name quite satisfactory. From this day forth, he would be known as Les. Having chosen a name, Les began to gather his belongings within the stone chamber and magically adorned himself with a white linen robe. Moments later, Les once again beheld the sun. After a millennium devoid of sunlight, he could not resist closing his eyes, savoring the warmth of the rays. The entrance to the stone chamber gradually sealed behind him, ultimately vanishing, entombing all that belonged to Slytherin deep beneath the earth. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, carrying distant murmurs of human voices. Here's the right place. What were they discussing? Les furrowed his brow. 1,000 years had wrought profound changes to the language spoken by the inhabitants of this land, rendering Les utterly bewildered by this unfamiliar tongue. Fortunately, being an adept wizard, resolving his current predicament posed little challenge. After casting a spell to endow himself with comprehension, Les finally deciphered the peculiar words and intonations. The nearby Muggles were engaged in discussions about camping. Les squinted slightly. Although he held little fondness for Muggles, a brief encounter to grasp the world's transformations was not out of the question. After all, a millennium had elapsed, and even a seer could not predict the shape of the world 1,000 years hence. He strode purposefully toward the source of the voices. Compared to his previous state within the stone chamber, Les now bore a small brown leather pouch at his waist, which occasionally emitted sounds disproportionate to its size. This pouch contained the living expenses Salazar Slytherin had prepared for his future self, representing Les's entire fortune. I shall gather some firewood. Upon arriving at the campsite, Hermione Granger eagerly volunteered for the task of collecting firewood. Off you go, Mr. Granger replied absently, continuing to wrestle with the camping tent in his hands. Don't wander too far, stay safe, and remember to return for tea, Mrs. Granger cautioned her. Yet before she could finish speaking, the young girl had vanished from Mrs. Granger's sight. With her mother's permission, the young girl dashed into the woods, where she soon encountered Les, who had approached at the sound of her footsteps. To Hermione, Les appeared quite peculiar, clad in an outfit one might expect to see only in a television drama, his skin unnaturally pale, as though he had not seen the sun in ages. Despite his eccentric appearance, Les still resembled a boy of around 10 years, so Hermione did not feel overly wary but instead initiated a conversation with him. "Are you here to camp as well?" "I came with my parents. Where are you from? Your attire is quite retro. Is it a traditional costume from your homeland? Have you perhaps lost your way? By the way, we haven't exchanged names yet. I'm Hermione Jane Granger. What is your name?" "Les Chaucer Linny." After asking a few simple questions, although Les remained largely unresponsive, Hermione deduced that he was likely a child separated from his parents. Driven by a profound sense of justice, Hermione resolved to bring him to her parents, seeking their assistance in locating Les's family. Les, too, did not refuse and followed the loquacious brown-haired girl back to the campsite. Mr. Granger had already erected the tent, while Mrs. Granger was boiling water over the fire. Having brought charcoal and solid alcohol blocks, they had no need to gather firewood for kindling. "Back already? How did you return so swiftly?" Mrs. Granger had yet to finish her sentence when she spotted Les trailing behind Hermione. Without requiring an explanation from her daughter, she could surmise what had transpired. She stepped forward to Les, bending down to reveal a warm and inviting smile. Confident in her ability to earn the trust of the young boy before her, she began to inquire about his circumstances. "Where is your mother?" "She is deceased," Les replied candidly. Mrs. Granger was taken aback. Hermione, perplexed, asked, "And what of your father?" In her flustered state, realizing her previous question was ill-chosen, Mrs. Granger hastily shifted to another query. "He is also deceased." Mrs. Granger, Mr. Granger, and Hermione. After a series of uncomfortable revelations, Mrs. Granger found herself at a loss for words, her smile frozen upon her face. Ultimately, she managed to utter, "Let us have some tea." Chapter 2, I recall that we had indeed eradicated the werewolves, hadn't we? Liz sat by the campfire, cradling a rather peculiar beverage in his hands, which the Muggles referred to as black tea. This drink was derived from dried leaves steeped in boiling water, its hue reminiscent of wine. Yet its flavor was unlike any other he had previously encountered. It was rich and distinctive, imbued with a sweet fruitiness and a profound woody aroma. Each sip revealed its intricate layers and delicate texture, gliding across his tongue like a silken ribbon. Having consumed merely a small cup, Liz found himself enamored with this enchanting beverage. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger, having momentarily been taken aback, gradually regained her composure. She keenly discerned the inconsistency in Liz's words. How had he arrived alone in Dean Forest without both parents? It was likely that she had failed to earn the child's trust, resulting in his reluctance to divulge details about his family background. It was understandable for Mrs. Granger could hardly fathom that the boy before her was, in fact, an ancient relic slumbering for a millennium, with parents who had undeniably passed away. In a sense, this forest was his burial ground. Exchanging a brief glance with her husband, the couple reached a silent agreement. They would allow Liz to remain at their campsite for the time being, hoping that his parents would eventually come to find him. If they did not arrive by the end of the camping trip, they would contact the authorities to enlist professionals in locating the child's family. With this understanding, the Grangers began preparing dinner, while Liz and Hermione wandered to the edge of the campsite, gathering firewood and engaging in conversation. Who is the lord of this land? Upon hearing this question, Hermione hesitated for a moment, then uncertainly replied, Queen Elizabeth II? Which family does she belong to? What is her title? Hermione. After a brief exchange, Hermione was astonished to discover that Liz was entirely unaware of the Norman dynasty, let alone the subsequent Plantagenet and Lancaster houses. He seemed as though he had stepped out of the pages of history from 1,000 years ago. Liz was equally astonished. Could it be that someone truly managed to unify the British Isles? The Eastern Roman Empire had fallen? Most importantly, the magical world had vanished? He tentatively inquired about Hermione's stance on wizards, only to be taken aback when she asserted that magic did not exist at all. What the world called wizards were merely talented magicians or charlatans. This revelation left Liz profoundly shaken. He could see that the girl before him was not lying. She had genuinely never encountered a wizard nor experienced magic. A flicker of fear ignited within him. Was he destined to be the last wizard on Earth? Yet, he quickly reasoned that such a possibility was exceedingly slim. Wizards could emerge from the Muggle population at an infinitesimal rate. As long as humanity persisted, wizards would not become extinct. Thus, the fact that this child had never seen a wizard warranted deep contemplation. Could it be that wizards had concealed themselves? A bold hypothesis began to form in Liz's mind. He had intended to continue his conversation with Hermione, gathering more intelligence, but the Granger couple had already prepared dinner, and their discourse was inevitably interrupted. Despite the camping setting, the Granger family's meal was extraordinarily lavish: sweet and tangy apple pie, pudding drizzled with jam, potatoes roasted in the embers, glistening skewers of succulent meat, and soft, delectable white bread. Mrs. Granger had even prepared a pot of vegetable soup. The spread was more sumptuous than anything they had at home. Lys was utterly captivated by the enticing fare. In his eyes, Mrs. Granger's culinary skills had reached an ethereal level, rivaling even Helga Hufflepuff, and in some respects, surpassing her. "You must be an exceptional chef," he exclaimed after relishing the delightful feast. Mrs. Granger beamed with joy. It was the first time anyone had praised her cooking so enthusiastically, which endeared her to Lys. "Not quite. I am a dentist." Lys raised an eyebrow. "Such exquisite dishes, and yet you are merely a dentist?" After satisfying their appetites, the Granger family engaged in further conversation around the campfire with Lys. Mr. Granger produced a camera and captured several photographs of the full moon, and soon, the four of them, content and weary, retreated into their tent to rest. Fatigue washed over them like a tidal wave, and one by one, the occupants of the tent slipped into slumber. Outside, the campfire slowly dimmed, eventually dwindling to a pile of glowing embers. Suddenly, a peculiar giant wolf intruded upon the campsite. It stood as tall as a person, its body cloaked in dense, dark brown fur, and compared to a common wolf, its snout was somewhat shorter, revealing a hint of human-like features upon closer inspection. Drool dripped from its jaw like silken threads, and its deep green eyes were filled with malice and madness. The giant wolf twitched its nose, the scent of humans wafting from the nearby tent enticing it, causing its mouth to water. Driven by desire, it lunged toward the tent. In a mere second, it could have torn a gaping hole in the fabric, rushing in to feast. It could almost hear the crunch of bones and taste the warm, flowing blood, but the ground beneath its paws seemed to come alive, binding it firmly in place, preventing it from moving even an inch. The wolf's greed was swiftly quelled by an overwhelming surge of fear. It could no longer consider the delectable morsels within the tent. Now, all it desired was to flee. Yet, the more it struggled, the stronger the earth's grip became, initially ensnaring just its paws, but soon encompassing its entire legs. As the tent flap was lifted, the giant wolf found its forelegs nearly completely submerged in the ground. Lys emerged from the tent, staring impassively at the giant wolf for a moment before murmuring, "I remember that we had indeed eradicated the werewolves. Did we not fail to clear them entirely?" Indeed, tonight's unwelcome guest was a werewolf. Upon seeing someone approach, the creature bared its teeth in a menacing grin, exposing its dagger-like incisors in a show of intimidation, accompanied by a low growl emanating from its throat. This would have been a frightful scene, yet given its predicament, it was undeniably a display of bluster. Lys waved his hand, and the werewolf's jaws snapped shut, silenced, and sinking back into the earth. Having dispatched this intruder with ease, Lys intended to return to the tent and resume his rest. However, the moment he lifted the tent flap, a sudden change of heart overcame him. He smacked his thigh in realization. Just before dinner, he had been fretting over the disappearance of the magical world, and now, had the clues not presented themselves at his doorstep, he had nearly squandered this precious opportunity due to a moment of negligence. Without hesitation, he turned around and ceased his earthbinding spell. Chapter 3: The Reversion to Human Form Spell. I recall there being a spell that can compel a werewolf to revert to its human form, Lys mused, pressing a finger to his forehead as he furrowed his brow in concentration. Ah yes, the reversion to human form spell. Finally, in the recesses of his memory, Lys recalled the incantation. This is a spell devised collaboratively by his old friends Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw, specifically tailored to compel a werewolf to revert to human form. However, he cannot claim proficiency with this incantation. To him, encountering a werewolf simply meant extermination. What necessity was there to restore them to their human state? He diligently recalled the intricacies of the transformation reversal spell, then attempted to cast it several times on the werewolf ensnared in the mud. Due to his limited magical energy, the absence of a wand, and his lack of expertise with the spell, Les failed a good 7 or 8 times before finally succeeding in casting the transformation reversal spell, restoring the werewolf under his control to human form. The thick fur gradually receded, limbs elongated, and the body shrank little by little, within approximately a minute. The wolf on the ground transformed into a pale-skinned woman with brown hair. The madness that once flickered in her verdant eyes slowly gave way to reason, her murderous intent morphing into astonishment. She raised her head in confusion, but upon catching sight of the full moon, she abruptly lowered it, as if it were a searing iron brand rather than a celestial orb. Then, she heard the voice of a young boy. "You are fortunate. You possess some utility for me. Thus, I am inclined to offer you an opportunity to serve." She turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Where a black-haired youth stood, his head bowed. His eyes, as dark and deep as lakes, exuded an icy chill. In a moment of disorientation, she felt an unsettling awareness of her own nakedness, her instincts whispering that in the gaze of this boy, all her secrets lay exposed. "Who are you?" she managed to croak, her voice hoarse as though she had just belted out songs for hours on end. "Lus, Erubia. I'm Lupit." After sharing her name, Lupit fell silent for a moment, and upon grasping her predicament, she sincerely uttered a heartfelt thank you. This expression of gratitude was utterly genuine. Although she could not fathom how Les accomplished this feat, she understood that this remarkable wizard had intervened in her transformation into a werewolf. A miracle indeed. A boon for all werewolves, aside from a few deranged individuals who would willingly embrace the prospect of becoming a mindless, bloodthirsty beast each month. The morning after the full moon, when a lingering stench of blood pervaded her mouth, Lupit dared not contemplate the events of the previous night. Les's incantation had sown a seed of hope within her withered heart. "There is no need for thanks." Les shook his head, recognizing that the transformation reversal spell was not his invention, and his motives for saving the werewolf were far from pure. They were merely two parties leveraging each other for their own ends. After much effort, Les extricated Lupit from the ground. "Your wand," he said, extending his hand toward the dusting off Lupit. She paused momentarily before obediently retrieving her wand from her pocket and presenting it to him with both hands. A gesture of profound reverence. In that instant, Lupit resolved to follow Les, acknowledging him as her master. For no other reason than the simple fact that he had the power to suppress her transformation into a werewolf sufficed. Les nodded in satisfaction. He considered himself fortunate that this werewolf possessed a wand, indicating she had once been a witch. And surely she would be able to guide him back into the realm of wizards. With that thought, he lowered his gaze to examine the wand Lupit had entrusted to him. It was exceedingly worn, with parts flaking away and one end still emanating a faint white glow. This thing, Les mused, was something he would have disdainfully tossed into the fire in his past. A flush of crimson crossed Lupit's face. "Werewolves find it exceedingly difficult to secure stable employment. I've been wandering for years, and I possess little money. Having something is better than having nothing." Les interruptés de leur justification. While he could cast most spells without a wand, having one always facilitated the process. Had he possessed a wand during the casting of the transformation reversal spell, he might not have failed so many times. As for whether using a wand would diminish his stature, he dismissed such concerns. He no longer needed to flaunt his magical prowess through wandless casting. Only half-baked wizards reveled in the notion of being able to cast spells without one. "Take me to the Wizard's Enclave." Once Les had led Lupit away from the campsite to a secluded clearing, he issued his command. He aimed to grasp the current state of affairs before receiving his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Lupit blinked, momentarily at a loss for an answer. Not due to the question being too intricate, but rather because there were simply too many places within England that could be deemed wizarding enclaves. Tentatively, she suggested Diagon Alley, to which Les surprisingly nodded in agreement. Lupit was taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering a wizard unfamiliar with the location of Diagon Alley. Once they had settled on a destination, Lupit and Les stood there, staring at each other in silence. "What now?" "Les incroyables." "Please raise your wand. Hold it high above your head." Upon realizing her master seemed to lack basic knowledge, Lupit hurriedly explained to him how to summon the night bus. "What use is that?" Les furrowed his brow, unable to recall any translocation spells that could be enacted merely by raising a wand. If such a spell existed, it would signify a monumental shift in wizarding capability over the past millennium. However, he did not suspect Lupit would be attempting any tricks, so he followed her instructions and held his wand aloft. In the next moment, a brilliant light illuminated the dark campsite, followed by an earth-shattering bang. And then a colossal beast, its eyes shining like twin suns, burst into Les's view. "What manner of creature is this?" he exclaimed, genuinely startled by the sudden appearance of this gigantic magical beast, its size and imposing presence rivaling that of a dragon. Instinctively, he summoned the magic within him, unleashing a gust of wind toward the creature with all the force he could muster. "Stop!" In that instant, as the night bus materialized, Lupit realized her blunder. She threw herself on Les, causing his wind blade to veer off course. The wind blade he had conjured grazed the side of the night bus, leaving a gash half a meter deep and over 10 meters long in the ground. "Lupit!" Les whirled around, glaring at her for daring to obstruct him. "It is not an enemy. It is our mode of transportation to Diagon Alley." Lupit succinctly explained what the night bus was. Although Les was unfamiliar with the term bus, he grasped her meaning. The formidable entity before them was not a monster, but rather a type of public carriage. "Merlin, what voice like a duck?" A trembling voice interrupted their exchange. Les turned to see a pale young man seated on the steps of the bus's door. "You frightened the conductor," Lupit shrugged, expressing her exasperation. Chapter 4. The Incompetent Driver, Rowena Ravenclaw. Stan Shunpike's first day as a conductor on the night bus had been a resounding disaster. The displeasure of enduring a night shift without sleep was already quite overwhelming. Just moments ago, upon opening the door, he narrowly escaped a near miss with a perilous encounter. Regaining his composure, Sampake found himself contemplating the revision of his resume and the prospect of a hasty escape. As he observed the two individuals approaching him, he felt an overwhelming urge to grasp their collars and demand an explanation for their erratic behavior. However, upon noticing the substantial chasm on the floor, he opted to feign nonchalance. Clearing his throat, he began, "Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transport service designed for witches and wizards in distress. Do individuals like you truly find themselves in such predicaments? It seems the heavens are indeed aware of your plight. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we shall whisk you away to your desired destination. If only I could refuse you. My name is Stan Sampake, and I shall be your conductor this evening. What an unfortunate turn of events for me. Now, where might you wish to go?" While internally critiquing the situation, he dutifully recited the scripted introduction from the manual. He then turned his attention to the two, inquiring about their intended destination. With a meaningful glance, Liss informed Stan that he and Lupert were headed to Diagon Alley. Stan promptly began calculating their fare based on their destination. Given his lack of experience and mathematical prowess, it took considerable effort for him to determine that the total fare amounted to 1 galleon and 1 sickles. However, if they paid an additional 6 sickles, they could enjoy 2 servings of chocolate. For 8 more, they could acquire a hot water bottle and toothbrush in any color of their choosing. Stan enthusiastically promoted the small goods available on the bus. Galleons? Sickles? It appeared these were the current currencies used by wizards. He found this intriguing, as during his active years, the currency among wizards was exceedingly chaotic, with some utilizing precious metals, others employing Muggle coins, and some even resorting to leaves of the Snargaluff as currency. Galleons and sickles sounded far more reliable than those alternatives. Similarly, Liss expressed interest in the chocolate, toothbrushes, and hot water bottles mentioned by Stan. However, Lupert flatly stated that they only required 2 tickets. Alas, the werewolf had become so impoverished that he dared not spend an extra canute. Stealing a glance at Liss, who stood immobile, Lupert sighed inwardly. It was indeed unrealistic to expect him to contribute towards the fare. He retrieved a withered pouch and emptied its contents onto the counter. The curious gazes from Stan Sampake and the depths of the bus made his face flush with embarrassment. Swiftly, he reached into his own pouch and extracted 2 gold coins. "Take these, it should suffice." He tossed the coins into Stan's hand, and both Liss and Lupert stepped onto the night bus. Stan stared blankly at the coins in his hand for a moment. He had encountered travelers using foreign currency before, yet he was utterly unfamiliar with this particular coinage. It was neither the American canute nor the French galleon. Could it be from Central Asia or Africa? Nevertheless, as long as it amounted to 2 gold coins, it was adequate to cover their fare. Upon entering the bus, Liss couldn't help but scrutinize the interior. The layout was entirely unlike that of a carriage. There were no seats, only 6 beds draped with curtains. Some of the beds had their curtains drawn, and intermittent loud snores emanated from behind them. Stan did not intend to place them on the first floor. Instead, he guided Liss and Lupert up the narrow staircase to the 3rd level. This level was utterly deserted, providing a tranquil atmosphere where they could freely choose a suitable spot to rest. In addition to arranging their sleeping arrangements, Stan also brought them chocolate and toothbrushes, believing that Liss had paid enough for a hot water bottle. Once Stan departed briskly, only Liss and Lupert remained within the bus. Watching Stan's retreating figure, Lupert murmured, "He seems rather intimidated by you." Liss smirked slightly, naturally. Before they could exchange further words, a loud bang resounded from the bus, causing both to stumble slightly as the vehicle lurched forward unexpectedly. Liss steadied himself against the brass column at the edge of the bed and gazed out into the inky darkness beyond the window. Realizing they had already left Dean Forest and were now cruising steadily along a smooth, wide road. To Liss's astonishment, lampposts were situated at intervals along both sides of the road, each crowned with a flickering light. As far as the eye could see, these illuminated columns stretched towards the horizon, numbering in the thousands. He marveled inwardly. What an immense quantity of lamp oil or candles must be consumed this evening. It was merely a sparsely populated, desolate road, and yet the current queen indulged in such extravagance. He admitted to having a penchant for grand displays, yet he could never fathom such opulence. After sharing his astonishment with Lupert, he noticed Lupert regarding him with a peculiar expression. Well, it's not that extravagant, is it? I've heard Muggles use electricity for lighting, which doesn't cost much. Lupert provided. Despite his limited understanding of the Muggle world, he still possessed some common knowledge. Electric lighting? Liz queried, uncertain of its workings, realizing that this world had changed dramatically, and he truly needed to catch up on his education. The driver of the bus seemed somewhat inept at steering, consistently veering toward roadside lampposts, fences, and oncoming trucks, yet miraculously colliding with nothing, as those obstacles appeared to leap aside at the approach of the vehicle, only to return to their original positions once it had passed. What an amusing enchantment. I recall a similar spell being employed by Ravenclaw. Lys mused, as familiar memories began to resurface in his mind. Next time, allow me to take the wheel. I implore you. Godric's face paled as he wiped his sword. Just moments earlier, Rowena had driven the carriage straight into a large tree on the roadside, nearly impaling herself with the sword in her hand. This carriage is quite valuable, Rowena. After inspecting the state of the carriage, Salazar Slytherin's expression darkened. I shall repair it. Rowena blushed, repeatedly assuring him that she could fix Salazar's carriage in the blink of an eye. Even if repaired, it's still an accident-prone vehicle. And my horse is now lame. I will heal it, but Rowena, you are truly unfit to drive. Helga Hufflepuff, a close friend of Ravenclaw, stepped forward to mediate and began tending to the injured horse. After being deprived of her driving privileges for 2 days, Rowena suddenly became agitated. After casting a spell on the carriage, she seized the reins from Gryffindor and once again began speeding. However, just as the carriage was about to collide with the tree seemed to sprout legs and jump out of the way. Rowena burst into triumphant laughter. If I cannot evade the tree, then let the tree evade me. I believe your spell has room for improvement, Salazar quipped, observing the tree that had positioned itself squarely in the middle of the road. I've been far too busy lately. We can address it later. Rowena brushed off casually, accelerating the carriage, until Salazar departed. He never witnessed Rowena's enhancements to her spell. Watching those obstacles that avoided collision and then returned to their original positions, Lys chuckled softly. Rowena, someone has indeed improved that spell for you. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. After gazing at the nightscape for a while, Les reclined on a bed positioned against the staircase, while Lupit chose the bed opposite him. Once settled, Lupit drew the bed curtains, and a flurry of rustling sounds ensued. A corner of the curtain was lifted, revealing her discarded boots placed beneath the bed, while her robe was hung on a hook at the headboard. After a brief moment, Lupit's voice pierced the silence. Sir, have you not been in contact with the outside world for quite some time? Indeed, Les replied, eyes closed as he lay supine. Then how did you become? Lupit, unable to contain her curiosity, yearned to uncover the background of the esteemed figure she followed. Merely a relic of a bygone era. How did you transform into a werewolf? To divert Lupit from further inquiries, Les proactively shifted the topic. After a brief pause, Lupit recounted an incident from her childhood when she was attacked by a werewolf. Though she miraculously survived, she was ultimately infected and transformed. Les's eyes flew open, as he had presumed Lupit was bitten and infected as an adult. To learn that she had been a werewolf since childhood was utterly perplexing. But how did you acquire a wand and become a witch? When I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts at the age of 11, I was equally astonished. However, Hogwarts, or rather Professor Dumbledore, always grants individuals like us a chance. Isa Lesiga. I suppose this Professor Dumbledore is certainly not an alumnus of Slytherin. Indeed, he hails from Gryffindor. The carriage fell into silence, and the night passed without further conversation. As the sun once again ascended the horizon, the night bus screeched to a halt in front of a shabby little pub, colliding intimately with its head and the metallic bed rail, rousing Les and Lupit from their slumber. The unremarkable establishment before them was known as the Leaky Cauldron, the entrance to the wizarding world of Diagon Alley. Lupit, rubbing her head, jumped down from the bus steps and led Les into the Leaky Cauldron. Dirty and dilapidated was Les's initial impression of the pub. The interior was dimly lit, the floors stained with dubious dark marks, and there were few patrons, only a handful of elderly women seated in a corner, sipping sherry and chatting with the proprietor. As they entered, the chattering abruptly ceased, and after glancing at the newcomers, the few resumed their idle gossip. It may be a tad grimy, but the safety here is beyond question, making it quite suitable for a brief respite, Lupit whispered quickly to Les, thereby altering his perception of the place. As a wizard who had endured the most tumultuous and chaotic times in the magical realm, Les was acutely aware of the importance of safety. Lupit guided Les past the bar to a small courtyard enclosed by 4 walls, featuring only a trash bin and a few weeds. Just as she intended to share the secret to entering Diagon Alley, Les stepped forward, producing his wand and pointing it at the correct brick. How did you discover the core of this magical mechanism? The flow of magic leaves traces on the medium. All the magic converges upon this brick, making it evident at a glance, Les replied, casting a curious glance at Lupit. Since you attended Hogwarts, how could you be unaware of this? It's a fundamental lesson. The professors never taught it, Lupit admitted, somewhat sheepishly. Les furrowed his brow. It appears the curriculum at Hogwarts has undergone significant changes. Whether for better or worse remains uncertain. Believing in the wisdom of future generations and their potential for superior educational content, he chose to trust in their advancement. As they conversed, the brick Les had tapped began to shift, revealing an opening before them that widened progressively. Soon, they were confronted with a broad archway leading to a winding cobblestone street. This was Diagon Alley. Upon setting foot on its soil, Les surveyed the vibrant avenue, convinced that it was the most bustling gathering place for wizards he had ever encountered. Shops brimming with an array of goods stretched endlessly, and the alley was teeming with people, the sounds of vendors haggling with customers filling the air. Adjacent to the entrance was a shop selling cauldrons, its sign reading, self-stirring copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons, all models available collapsible. Les felt a flicker of interest. He certainly needed a self-stirring cauldron. However, considering their precarious financial situation, he resolved to exchange some currency first. He was well aware that coins from millennium ago would be obsolete, necessitating a conversion to the current wizarding currency of galleons. After sharing his thoughts with Lupit, she suggested he visit Gringotts. Gringotts, a wizarding bank? Les understood the individual words, but found their combination somewhat perplexing. Goblins, wizards, benches, or banks? What on earth are those? Gringotts is the only wizarding bank here, run by goblins. It allows you to deposit funds, safeguard valuable items, and exchange Muggle money for magical currency. You can also sell valuable possessions, but once sold, they are generally unrecoverable. If you possess such items, I recommend visiting Noctur Alley, as Gringotts is under the Ministry of Magic's jurisdiction and cannot openly acquire items related to dark magic, Lupit added, considering her master's background. Oh, akin to a bench merchant. With Lupit's clarification, Les comprehended the purpose of the so-called bank. The bench merchant he referenced was an institution that emerged in early 11th century Italy, specializing in monetary transactions. As Italian commerce flourished and Venice and Genoa became trade centers, numerous merchants began to engage in currency exchange and small loans. These merchants would conduct transactions while seated on benches in the market square, thus earning the title of bench merchants, which subsequently became the etymological root of the word bank. Les also grasped Lupit's subsequent remarks. In his era, dark magic was synonymous with malevolence, and even his three companions harbored deep-seated prejudices against it, which he had long since grown accustomed to. He indeed possessed some items associated with dark magic, and resolved to visit Nocturne Alley to sell them. Both destinations, Gringotts and Nocturne Alley, awaited their visit. They made their way directly to Gringotts. Chapter 6. The Goblins as Unpleasant as a Millennium Ago. Intriguing. Les cast a glance at the goblins in the hall, raising an eyebrow. The descendants of wizards are indeed brimming with martial virtue. The once unruly goblins, who had their own tribes and had engaged in several wars with wizards a millennium ago, now willingly served wizards, managing their banks. Clearly, their motives were not born of altruism. Internally commending the successors, he approached the bank counter and articulated his intentions to the goblin behind the desk. Behind the counter, a fairy was donning spectacles to examine gemstones. Upon noticing the arrival of a raggedly dressed young girl and a boy with scarcely a hair on his body, its demeanor grew somewhat frosty. Without bothering to remove its spectacles, it instructed Reese and Lupert to place the items they intended to sell upon the counter, all while continuing its scrutiny of the gem in hand. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted. The fairy, irked, raised its gaze, initially intending to reprimand the two for scattering trivial items like cookies across the counter. However, a dazzling array of colorful gemstones met its eyes, rendering all its dissatisfaction and grievances lodged firmly in its throat. Appraise them, Reese said with an impassive expression. He could easily discern the subtle emotions flitting across the fairy's face, yet he fully understood that greed, meanness, snobbery, and obstinacy constituted the fairy's very essence. In fact, it was precisely this attitude that made it clear that the creature before him was indeed a fairy, rather than a mere domestic sprite. A distant memory resurfaced in his mind, recalling a tale from long ago involving Gryffindor and the fairy king, Legnark I. Gryffindor had once sought the fairy monarch's assistance in forging a pure silver sword adorned with rubies. However, the avaricious fairy, upon completing the sword, had a change of heart. wishing to claim it for itself, and ultimately conceived the audacious idea of stealthily retrieving the sword from Gryffindor. Legnark falsely asserted that Gryffindor had stolen the sword from him, using this ludicrous lie to incite his subjects to demand the sword back from Gryffindor. Gryffindor repelled all the fairies and cast a spell upon them, instructing them to return to Legnark and convey that should he dare to attempt such a thing again, Gryffindor would wield the sword against him and all his subjects. Legnark, cowed, ceased to mention the sword, but within fairy society, a legend began to circulate that Gryffindor had stolen it. Contemplating this, Reese couldn't help but snort derisively. How ludicrous it was for them to presume they could seize what others had lawfully acquired based on a nebulous tribal principle. Did they truly think the world revolved around them? In Reese's view, all fairies, regardless of gender or age, ought to be dispatched, their heads serving as ornaments, their flesh and bones feeding snakes, their fat rendered into candles. This was precisely why Legnark dared not send anyone to pursue him, because he would indeed follow through on such intentions. The fairies were imbued with despicable blood, born to be vile. From his observations today, such inherent flaws had not dissipated over a millennium. It was unfortunate that his few friends considered him somewhat extreme and were unwilling to cooperate, allowing these nuisances to persist unchallenged until now. 57 galleons, sir, is the highest price I can offer. The fairy's voice floated into his ears, pulling him back from his reverie into the present. Bang! Before Reese could respond, Lupert could no longer contain herself. She dashed to the counter and began haggling with the fairy. To her, 57 galleons seemed substantial, yet in comparison to the heap of gemstones, it appeared rather meager. Unlike precious metals such as gold, gemstones lacked a precisely defined daily pricing trend. Their value was dictated solely by the exchanges of buyers and sellers. In scenarios like Lupert's, the fairy had long since become accustomed. It patiently elucidated to Lupert the reasons behind its price, detailing aspects such as color, clarity, cut, and weight, making a compelling case. Lupert, bewildered by the fairy's explanations, ultimately managed to negotiate the offer from 57 to 60 galleons. Reese, possessing a modicum of knowledge regarding gemstones, noted that the fairy's assertions were largely accurate and chose not to press further. After all, he was merely exchanging for some funds to purchase clothing. The truly valuable magical items had yet to be produced. He genuinely wished to avoid lingering in this fairy-filled establishment. Once he had stowed a substantial stack of galleons into his money pouch, Reese dismissed the fairy's suggestion of opening an account at Gringotts and hurriedly exited. After meandering through Diagon Alley for a while, he arrived outside a haberdashery named Transcendence Apparel. This shop specialized in wizarding robes and, compared to another establishment known as Madame Alkin's Robes for all occasions, it offered superior fabrics that were favored by the wizarding elite, albeit at a higher price. Transcendence Apparel boasted a spacious interior adorned with smooth, polished marble floors. Even in daylight, hundreds of candles illuminated the crystal chandeliers, casting a soft, golden glow upon the garments displayed within. Unlike the other shops in Diagon Alley, Transcendence Apparel featured impeccably arranged shelves with ample spacing, creating an expansive and dignified atmosphere. After a cursory glance at the store's decor, Reese resolved to purchase his garments here. His pursuit of decorum and grandeur seemed imprinted upon his very soul. Even during his adventures with friends, he endeavored to achieve perfection in every aspect: a clean lodging environment, delectable and hygienic food, and appropriate attire. These were the standards to which he adhered. As he pushed open the shop door, a delightful chime accompanied his entrance, and a striking woman clad in a gray silk robe, adorned with a gold brooch, swiftly emerged from behind the counter. With warmth and grace, she beckoned the two to enter and browse. She did not display a hint of disdain for their shabby attire, instead introducing herself. "I'm Isabel, the manager of Transcendence Apparel's Diagon Alley branch. Welcome to our establishment." Transcendence Apparel symbolizes refinement, luxury, and elegance. Whether you seek high-end, bespoke fashion or handcrafted accessories, from timeless classics to the latest fashionable robes, we epitomize our relentless pursuit of quality and our unique understanding of style. Whether you're in search of everyday wear or need to select attire for a special occasion, we can offer you the most perfect choices. We invite you to experience the unique charm of Transcendence Apparel. This is your wisest choice, and we look forward to providing you with an unparalleled shopping experience. Faced with Isabel's enthusiasm, Lupert felt somewhat flustered. She had never encountered such a scene before, as second-hand robe shops would not offer such attentive service. Reese, however, remained unfazed, informing Isabel that he wished to purchase a few outfits for both himself and Lupert. Lupert, she had never anticipated that she would benefit from her master's generosity. shopping in such a prestigious clothing store. For Reese, Lupert was, after all, his attendant. If she were to don tattered garments and appear impoverished, would that not tarnish his own image? It certainly would not do. He was determined to ensure that even his attendant dressed more elegantly than the daughters of affluent families. For that was the essence of true sophistication. Very well, please wait a moment. Without hesitation, Isabel waved her wand, summoning a measuring tape. Just as she was about to invite Reese to step onto a footstool for measurements, the shop's doorbell chimed once more. Chapter 7. A Trivial Altercation. Accompanying the chime was a man's voice. Isabel, hurry and make me a suit. I'm in a hurry. A tall man with curly brown hair forcefully pushed open the door and strode confidently to the counter. He was clad in a silver silk robe trimmed with gold, and a gold chain hung around his neck. He appeared to have a profound affinity for adorning himself with an array of jewelry, as evidenced by the 7 rings that adorned his 10 fingers. Upon noticing Lays, who was already positioned before the footstool, he momentarily hesitated. After a cursory examination of their respective attire, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Subsequently, he executed an entirely unexpected maneuver. He placed both hands on Lays' shoulders and nonchalantly pushed him aside, claiming the footstool for himself. Lays? Observing the man standing before him with such composure, Lays was struck by a thought. Had he just been rudely bypassed in line? Who gave him the audacity? Noticing Lays' evident dissatisfaction, the man declared his identity with a tone of superiority. He was a member of the Macmillan family, and his time was far more precious than that of these inconsequential individuals. Therefore, it was only fitting that he received service first. Isabel, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt a throbbing pain in her temples. The descendants of pure-blood families seemed utterly oblivious to their own absurdity, functioning as nothing more than walking nuisances. Just as she prepared to summon other staff members to diffuse the escalating tension, Lays spoke up. The Macmillan family? I haven't heard of you. But did your family elders not teach you the principles of queuing? Kindly step aside and wait your turn, Lays admonished in a tone reminiscent of scolding a child. The face of the Macmillan turned a shade reminiscent of liver, his fury boiling over. Isabel, who had been a silent witness to the entire spectacle, felt a surge of panic. She knew all too well the temperament of these pure-blood wizards, and that boy's words would undoubtedly invite a severe reprimand. Unable to bear the thought of a naive youth facing dire consequences, Isabel resolved to intervene, despite the risk of offending the Macmillan. However, the situation escalated beyond her ability to manage. You wretched little sniveling worms. I have long advocated for laws mandating that those with filthy blood should kneel and pay their respects upon encountering a pure-blood wizard. Fudge and Lucius never listened. And now look, these pests dare speak to me in such a manner. The man bent down, extending his index finger forcefully toward Lays' shoulder, while his other hand reached for his wand at his waist. He intended to leave this boy with an indelible memory, demonstrating the clear hierarchy among wizards. In the next moment, the Macmillan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lays had not cast any dark curse upon him. He merely grasped the outstretched finger and twisted it sharply backward, causing excruciating pain that elicited the man's cries. Have you come to your senses now? Can you proceed to queue? Under the duress of pain, the Macmillan conceded, expressing his willingness to wait. Upon witnessing his capitulation, Lays released his grip. Yet, in an astonishing display of discourtesy, the Macmillan drew his wand the moment he was released. Though his movements were swift, they could not rival Lays' speed. As soon as the wand was unsheathed, Lays cast a disarming spell, sending the wand spinning from his grasp, where it rolled to a corner of the shop. After neutralizing the Macmillan's weapon, Lays wore a cold expression as he waved his wand several times. With each flick, a resounding slap echoed across the Macmillan's face. Following a series of heavy slaps, the man's face swelled, and stars danced before his eyes. To Lays, the Macmillan's shameless act of striking back after surrendering was a disgrace to the honor of wizards, warranting a lesson on behalf of the family's elders. After delivering several resounding slaps, the Macmillan crumpled to the ground. Lays shot him a frigid glance, directing his wand toward the man's left hand, causing all 5 fingers to bend at unnatural angles, accompanied by a series of sharp cracks as he broke each finger. The Macmillan, previously dazed from the blows, instantly regained his senses, howling in agony while clutching his injured hand. Observing the writhing figure on the floor, Lays remarked in a tone of pity, "You are far too weak, truly far too weak. Had you been a wizard 1,000 years ago, you would have perished within 3 days of leaving school." He then turned to Isabel, who was utterly stunned, and offered her a warm smile. "May I inquire if you could assist me in taking my measurements now? Please do so promptly, as I am pressed for time. Lays was indeed in a hurry. After acquiring his garments, he still needed to procure 2 wands and a few magical trinkets, and if time permitted, he wished to acquire additional items. Overwhelmed by the sequence of events, Isabel was left in a daze. When Lays called her name, she mechanically approached him and began taking his measurements based on muscle memory. Meanwhile, the Macmillans' cries echoed incessantly, growing tiresome to Lays, who waved his wand lightly, sealing the man's lips as if they were magnetically drawn together, silencing him completely. Having dealt with the Macmillan, Lays redirected his attention to Isabel, who was measuring his waist. On the floor, the Macmillan, noticing Lays's lack of focus on him, endured the pain and hastily fled the shop, leaving behind his wand. As the cries subsided, Isabel regained her composure. Realizing the gravity of the situation the boy had inadvertently created, she quickly urged, "You must flee at once. The Macmillan family will not let this matter rest. Judging by your age, you must still be in school. You should remain safely within Hogwarts this year. With Professor Dumbledore present, the Macmillans will think twice before causing trouble." In Isabel's view, although the boy exhibited some extraordinary qualities, he was ultimately alone and vulnerable, ill-equipped to contend with a pure-blood family entrenched in a magical world for centuries. However, the boy merely shook his head, seemingly dismissing the significance of the Macmillan family, one of the 28 sacred pure bloodlines. Seeing the boy's obstinacy, Isabel sighed and hastened her pace, hoping he would complete his purchases and depart from his contentious place. 3 sets of plain black work robes, 2 black pointed hats, 1 winter cloak, and 3 women's robes were neatly bundled together by Isabel and handed to Lays. After selecting a few pairs of suitable shoes for himself and Lupit, they finally exited the shop. Having already spent a considerable portion of the gold galleons exchanged at Gringotts, Lays resolved to procure his wand next. Naturally, a new wand would also be included for Lupit. Chapter 8. Goods delayed for a millennium. As they stepped out of the shop, Lays couldn't help but vent to Lupit about the recent encounter. To him, the Macmillan had behaved like a colossal infant, his maturity utterly stunted. He couldn't fathom how he had managed to grow up without being bested. What was wrong with today's wizards? They were both weak and devoid of honor, prattling on about their lineage as if it were their only claim to fame, akin to the behavior of Muggle aristocrats. Unfortunately, this was the nature of pure-blood wizards, zealous supporters of blood purity, many of whom appeared quite dim-witted. They were fundamentally flawed, and one could only blame Slytherin for this. Lays, how does this concern me? Confronted with sudden accusations, Les appeared utterly bewildered. What connection did this have with Slytherin? Slytherin was the progenitor of blood purity. Without his promotion of pure-blood supremacy at Hogwarts, how could those pure-blood wizards have been so audacious? Lupit's words struck him, as he, like Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, would select students with unique qualities for his house. Slytherin valued those who were cunning, resolute, disdainful of societal laws, astute, ambitious, and of pure blood. Speaking Parseltongue was merely an added advantage. While he indeed favored students from wizarding families, this was but one criterion in his admission standards. How had he become a symbol of pure-blood supremacy? It seemed that subsequent generations had misinterpreted him. Moreover, what constituted a pure-blood family? He distinctly remembered his old friend Hufflepuff welcoming a student of Muggle descent with the surname Macmillan. Your understanding of Slytherin is woefully superficial. After muttering this under his breath, Les fell silent and made his way to the wand shop. Following his conversation with Lupit, he resolved to visit Hogwarts. He was eager to discern how he was perceived by posterity and to ascertain the current state of Slytherin House. Should the room be cluttered with refuse, Les narrowed his eyes. He would sweep them away. The wand shop was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of Diagon Alley. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Les read aloud the slogan emblazoned on the sign, then fell silent again. He earnestly endeavored to recall whether he had ever encountered a wand maker by the name of Ollivander. As the figure of a frail, old man clad in a burlap robe gradually emerged from the recesses of his mind, such memories lay dormant, as if in slumber, hidden deep within his brain, only awakening when illuminated by external stimuli akin to the morning sun. In the era when Slytherin thrived, few wizards purchased finished wands from others. Most preferred to personally select materials that suited them as their lifeblood. Wand makers primarily undertook commissions for crafting wands. Hufflepuff had once ordered a wand from a wand maker named Ollivander. "Don't you already have a wand? Why order another? If there were excess funds, it would be better lent to me, so I could acquire that alchemist's notebook." Rowena frowned at Helga's suggestion. In her view, spending money on a custom wand was sheer folly. The 4 of them, save Godric, possessed the capability to create their own wands. One always requires a spare. Helga blinked, desperately seeking an excuse. Let her go. Salazar observed coolly for a moment before unexpectedly siding with Hufflepuff. Elated at garnering support even from the typically contrary Slytherin, Helga hurried toward the street vendor. A sign stood before the stall, inscribed in golden letters. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. The stall was modest, with a few tools neatly arranged on display, while a diminutive old man, clad in a faded robe, huddled behind the stall, awaiting customers. This humble booth was the reason Salazar supported Helga. He wished to witness the wand-making craft from 382 BC. However, reason cautioned him that the likelihood of this man being a charlatan was quite high. Thus he resolved to encourage Hufflepuff, the ever-earnest one, to take the plunge. The bounty from a duke would be squandered on such unnecessary expenditures. Surely she did not genuinely believe the charlatan's words? The wands used by ancient wizards were vastly different from those we utilize today. That sign appeared as if it had been freshly crafted yesterday. Rowena sighed. Is one not allowed to innovate techniques? As for money, one could always hunt a fire dragon again. Godric emerged from nowhere, clutching a leather pouch brimming with wine. The bounty allocated to Gryffindor had all been transformed into sweet wine and sizzling roasted meat. The conversations among friends passed through Salazar's ears unheeded. As his thoughts were entirely consumed by Helga, he watched as the girl paused at the roadside stall, conversed with the vendor, and handed over a piece of wood along with a strand of pale yellow thread. The wood was sourced from an apple tree, whose fruits were large and sweet, while the thread was derived from the dragon nerve they had harvested during a recent hunt. The vendor accepted the deposit and instructed Helga to return in 3 days to collect her wand. Helga harbored great expectations for her applewood wand, believing it would elevate her culinary magic to new heights. I saw a wand shop while buying wine. They say it has techniques imported from Egypt. Why not order a wand from there? Godric pointed to a bustling shop nearby. Helga blinked, but that shop doesn't lack for business. Upon hearing her words, Rowena Ravenclaw couldn't help but sigh. This girl is wonderful in every way, except her heart is too soft. Ultimately, Hufflepuff did not acquire the applewood wand she so desired. The day after paying the deposit, the four received alarming news. A frenzied dragon had attacked Southport, reducing it to a fiery inferno. They hastily departed the small town they had lingered in for 2 days and set off for Southport. Little did they know, this journey would unravel a series of tumultuous events, and they would never return to that small town to retrieve Helga's custom wand. Ollivander is the finest wand maker in all of Britain, indeed the world. My wand, along with those of every young wizard studying at Hogwarts, was procured from him. Lupin's words jolted Les back to reality. His gaze drifted towards the dust-covered window, where a solitary wand lay forlornly upon a faded purple cushion. Chapter 9. The Wizard's Choice of Wand. That wand is not for sale. An old man emerged from the shop and approached them. His steps were light, almost soundless. Yet his pale blue eyes shone brightly, resembling 2 moons. Les cast a glance at the old man, whose aged visage bore a striking resemblance to that of the wand maker from millennium ago, as if he had stepped forth from Les's own memories. You must be Mr. Ollivander. Without needing to reveal his name, Les was certain that the individual before him was a descendant of the Ollivander lineage. This indicated that their family boasted a wand-making history of at least 1,000 years, lending credence to the sign's claims. Naturally, Garrick Ollivander was not surprised. After all, they stood at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, making his identity relatively easy to deduce. He reiterated to Les that the wand in the window was not for sale, but that he had thousands of completed wands available for selection, excluding this particular one. Les pointed to the wand in the window and inquired, Applewood Dragon Nerve? Indeed, 12¼ inches, Applewood with Dragon Nerve, a most rare combination, Ollivander responded, his tone filled with astonishment and admiration. Mr. Ollivander was genuinely taken aback. This young lad before him was able to discern the material and core of a wand even through the display window. Such an enviable talent. Who might he be? The heir of some renowned wand maker? In light of Les's remarkable aptitude for wand lore, Mr. Ollivander took it upon himself to elucidate the history of the wand in question. It had been custom-made by a client a millennium ago at the shop of Mr. Ollivander's ancestors. However, on the day of delivery, the girl did not appear to claim it. The ancestor waited in vain for her, and she never materialized before his passing. Just before he died, he decreed that this wand could only be sold to someone who could state the remaining balance and pay it with the correct currency. To Mr. Ollivander, this seemed an impossible condition. The mere requirement of using currency from 1,000 years past was daunting, and aside from their own family, no one knew the remaining balance of this wand. Thus, the wand would remain enshrined in the display of Ollivander's wand shop, a symbol of their family's historical legacy. The outstanding balance was 37 Esselstane silver pennies. Please take note, I shall be taking this wand. Les retrieved a small pouch filled with silver coins from his waist and placed it into Mr. Ollivander's hands. Contrary to common belief, a single Esselstane silver penny weighed less than 2 grams. The 37 coins, along with their pouch, did not even total 3 ounces, easily manageable by Mr. Ollivander, whose arm did not tremble as the pouch rested in his palm. Mr. Ollivander stood frozen, utterly perplexed as to how this boy could possibly know the price of the wand and have the foresight to prepare the rare silver pennies that had circulated a millennium ago. Could he be the descendant of that long-ago girl? Yet, if their family were aware of this, why had they waited a full 1,000 years to retrieve the wand? Garrick Ollivander was engulfed in confusion. Why? He asked instinctively. Because I am destined to be connected with this wand, Les replied, a faint smile gracing his features. Who would have imagined that he had witnessed this very event unfold all those years ago, and had fortuitously retained a collection of coins from that era? Garrick Ollivander's gaunt cheeks quivered slightly, but he ultimately placed the pouch of silver coins into his pocket. The core of this wand is made from the brain nerve of a fire dragon. While this material is indeed an exceptional core, it lacks the stability of a heart nerve and demands a higher level of magical control from its user. More importantly, it was crafted a millennium ago, and I cannot guarantee its quality. Out of professional ethics, Mr. Ollivander felt compelled to caution Les. Indeed, I also wish to purchase a wand for myself. The one I just acquired was for a friend, Les stated. His acquisition of this wand was merely a sentimental gesture. He sought one that resonated more deeply with his own identity. Oh, splendid, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, his spirits lifting instantly, and he promptly ushered Les and Luppert into the shop. The interior of Ollivander's wand shop was modest, furnished with a single long bench and countless narrow paper boxes stacked almost to the ceiling. Upon entering, Les felt a surge of exhilaration, the hairs on his arms standing on end. He recognized this sensation as the magical resonance generated by the convergence of numerous potent magical substances. Within this small chamber, the flow of magic became turbulent under the influence of the thousands of wands, causing even the most minuscule particles of dust to dance with the rhythm of magic. He glanced at Luppert, only to find her seemingly unaffected, her demeanor unchanged. Sometimes a degree of obliviousness could be a blessing, Les mused. Casting aside these thoughts, he turned his attention back to Mr. Ollivander, eager to select a wand that captured his fancy. Do you have any wands with Serpent King horns as cores? He inquired. If given the choice, Les would naturally prefer a wand with a Serpent King horn as its core, crafted from serpent wood, just as he had in the past. However, the old man responded with words that left him astounded. The Serpent King? Such a wicked magical creature has not been seen in centuries. Any so-called Serpent King horns on the market are merely substitutes from other animals. Due to their rarity, no one uses such cores for wands. Wicked? Les' brow furrowed in disbelief. Your misunderstanding of the Serpent King is profound. The history of wizards breeding Serpent Kings dates back to ancient Greece. This creature is not inherently evil. It is akin to a weapon, devoid of moral distinctions. Les's rebuttal fell on deaf ears, as Mr. Ollivander was an exceedingly stubborn craftsman, and the words of a child could not sway his convictions. He fetched a measuring tape and began taking Les's measurements: shoulders, fingertips, wrists, elbows, even the circumference of his head. While measuring, he extolled his philosophy. I exclusively utilize powerful magical materials such as unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon nerves to create wands. Each Ollivander wand is unique. My role is to help you find the wand that recognizes and chooses you. Oh, Les raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Wands choose wizards? Indeed, Mr. Ollivander replied without hesitation. Les could hardly contain the upward curve of his lips. He turned towards the wall of wands, declaring, In my view, it is the wizard who chooses the wand. If you doubt me, you may observe. A sense of foreboding unexpectedly welled up within Mr. Ollivander, prompting him to ask urgently, What do you intend to do? No one would refuse a great wizard. I am the one who chooses the wand. Not the other way around, Les proclaimed, extending his arms. As he did so, the wall of wands trembled, each wand appearing to come alive as they quivered within their boxes. Throughout this spectacle, Les could distinctly sense the emotions of the wands: fear, submission, defiance, anger, and joy. He could select any wand among the thousands. As he had asserted, none would reject him. Sensing a wave of exhilaration, he reached out, and a wooden box soared from the wall of wands, landing deftly in his hands. 13 inches, elderberry, heartstring of a fire dragon. Upon seeing the box's design, Mr. Ollivander instinctively recited the wand's attributes. A rather splendid wand. How much? This wand, I have chosen less confirmed. 7 galleons. One more, less gestured again. Summoning a 12-inch wand made from laurel wood with a unicorn tail hair core into his grasp. This one is for Lupert. After settling the payment and preparing to leave, Mr. Ollivander spoke, his voice quivering with incredulity. Who exactly are you? Without looking back, the boy departed Ollivander's wand shop, leaving a stunned Lupert in his wake. The old man's voice echoing in the small shop. I am the greatest wizard of this age. The title of the greatest wizard is undeniably audacious. Yet Mr. Ollivander experienced a fleeting moment of belief that this boy, who had yet to reach his chest in height, was not merely boasting or lying. The recent spectacle remained indelibly etched in his mind, refusing to fade. Was it the wand that chose the wizard, or the wizard that chose the wand? Ollivander failed to notice that a crack had formed in his steadfast conviction, all due to a boy who entered his wand shop and selected a wand for himself. Chapter 10. Just a few unremarkable trinkets. Sir, please keep this. Les handed the laurel wood wand to Lupet. This is the first time I have witnessed someone actively selecting a wand. As he gingerly tucked the wand into his pocket, Lupet marveled at how his eyes had been opened today. Ever since she resolved to follow this gentleman, her perspective had been perpetually refreshed. Was the usual procedure. They, piqued by curiosity, wondered how the wand selection ceremony would unfold without interruption. Mr. Ollivander will measure our physical dimensions and, based on his extensive experience, select the appropriate wand for us. We will then have the opportunity to try it out. If the wand accepts us, that shall suffice. If we are rejected or deemed incompatible, we shall move on to the next. In his view, the essence of this process remained that the wizard chose the wand. The wand maker played an excessively influential role, demanding an exceptionally high level of skill. He held little regard for Ollivander's insistence. To him, relying solely on unicorn tail hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings for wand cores was akin to being trapped in a narrow mindset. It was similar to claiming that beef, honey, and wine are splendid ingredients. Yet no restaurant would exclusively utilize these three in their dishes. Such extremity was unwarranted. Nevertheless, on the whole, Garrick Ollivander could be deemed progressive. The 3 wand cores he selected were indeed formidable magical substances. More importantly, at merely 7 galleons, Les harbored serious doubts about how Ollivander could profit from such low prices. He had just passed the apothecary and noted that an ounce of dragon liver was approaching a galleon. Should he truly be a charitable wand maker, Les would not hesitate to offer Mr. Ollivander some assistance within his means. Glancing at the sun's position and realizing that lunch was still far off, Les decided to venture to Knockturn Alley to sell several magical items he no longer needed, using the proceeds to purchase some books. Knockturn Alley was actually connected to Diagon Alley. As a werewolf, Lupet was naturally a frequent visitor to this locale. She expertly guided Les around an inconspicuous corner, through a winding alley, until they arrived at the shadowy realm of the magical world, Knockturn Alley. Unlike the resplendent Diagon Alley, Knockturn Alley was characterized by its dark and gloomy atmosphere, with shops that appeared inextricably linked to dark magic. A nearby shop's window displayed a collection of withered human heads, while across the way, a cage brimming with enormous black spiders loomed ominously at the entrance. Groups of ragged wizards gathered in clusters, whispering secrets that remained unknown. Most of the shops here had connections to prominent figures within the Ministry of Magic. Lupe quitte informé de l'ébaut nocturnally, where the scions of pureblood families engaged in clandestine dealings, and many struggling wizards took on tasks that skirted the edges of legality to make ends meet. Les nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that such operations were commonplace. A millennium ago, wizards and muggles alike were indulging in similar sleights of hand. He believed that even 1,000 years hence, these practices would not be lost to time. You seem quite familiar with this place? Lupet offered a wry smile. Because I'm a werewolf. As the two conversed, a pair of eyes filled with malice fell upon them. Macmillan, his finger healed, stood at the alley's corner, darkly observing Les and Lupet as they ventured deeper into Knockturn Alley. Initially, he intended to swallow his disappointment and resign himself to misfortune, but to his astonishment, these two dared to step into Knockturn Alley. In such a mixed environment, unexpected incidents were all too likely, and Macmillan would not miss such a fortuitous opportunity. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a familiar figure lurking in the shadows. He swiftly approached the individual, enveloped in robes, and tossed a pouch filled with gold galleons before him. 20 galleons, and another 20 upon completion. Is this the shop you recommended? Les halted before a store named Borgin & Burke's. Like the other establishments in Knockturn Alley, it appeared dilapidated and dreary. Through the window, he could vaguely discern a variety of malevolent magical artifacts, a frantically spinning glass eye, blood-stained cards, and desiccated human hands. Indeed, if you seek to sell dark magical items, this is undoubtedly your best option. The proprietor of Borgin and Burke's has a discerning eye, though they are rather shrewd in their bargaining. Not to worry, I am well aware. Les have been attentive to the prices of magical materials in Diagon Alley, possessing a fundamental understanding of contemporary market values, making it difficult for anyone to deceive him. Upon entering the shop, a hunched man appeared before them, greeting them with an oily tone. Welcome to Borgin and Burke's. After sizing up their attire and noting the shopping bags emblazoned with the label of a high-end clothing line, his smile widened. Borgin and Burke's specialize in providing discreet appraisals for rare and ancient magical artifacts passed down through esteemed wizarding families. Believe me, there is no establishment in Nocturne Alley more proficient than ours. How may I assist you today? I have come to sell a few unremarkable trinkets. Les placed 3 boxes upon the counter. Oh, upon realizing they were there to sell, Mr. Borgin's smile dimmed slightly, and his demeanor grew more serious. If they were there to purchase, he would hold the upper hand. However, the reverse was true in this instance. He could potentially acquire valuable artifacts at a bargain, or, conversely, risk accepting counterfeit items. Adopting a more serious demeanor, Mr. Borgin donned a pair of pince-nez glasses, spread a black velvet cloth across the counter, and finally retrieved a pair of dragon-hide gloves to wear. He sequentially opened the 3 boxes. The first box contained a bracelet strung with white beads. The second held a pale yellow candle, and the third contained a brown seed the size of a peach pit. A flicker of intrigue crossed Mr. Borgin's eyes as he looked up at Les, anticipating an introduction to these 3 magical artifacts. Les naturally did not decline. He picked up the bracelet from the first box and nudged one of the slightly yellowed beads. This bracelet is crafted from the cranial bones of fairies. Wearing it greatly aids in the creation of magical artifacts. Adding one while forging metal significantly enhances the quality of the weapon produced. Borgin. Lepet. Chapter 11. The Ancient Gringotts Family. The very first artifact left Mr. Boking utterly astonished. With a mere glance, he discerned that the bracelet was crafted from some form of animal bone. Yet, to his disbelief, it turned out to be the cranial bones of fairies. Judging by the size of the beads, it would take the bones of at least 13 fairies to create such a piece. This implies that one would need to hunt down a minimum of 13 fairies to fashion this bracelet. In the present day, such a creation is virtually unattainable. Aside from the daunting challenge of fairy hunting, the societal pressures alone could thwart any such endeavor. We're no longer in the medieval era. Although there isn't a prevailing atmosphere that deems fairy lives precious, the Ministry of Magic forbids wizards from hunting fairies. While the bracelet presented by Les has considerable value, Mr. Boking could not overly extol its virtues, for how could he negotiate a lower price if he did? Without bargaining, how could he profit? After a brief silence, he devised a rationale for lowering the price. Acquiring this bracelet entails significant risk, as it is crafted from the remains of 13 fairies, and few possess the fortitude to purchase such a collectible. In today's magical realm, there are but a handful of skilled smiths, while fairies still frequently engage in forging. Yet, this item is clearly unsellable to them. Hence, its special properties are barely worth mentioning, and one must consider the potent resentment likely attached to such an object. How does Tangalion sound? After enumerating the numerous drawbacks of the bracelet, Mr. Boking displayed a pained expression, striking the table and proclaiming a startling price with the tone of someone who has struck a remarkable bargain. Upon hearing this bid, Lepet's delicate brows shot up in surprise, and before she could react, Les revealed his firm price point. 130 galleons, not a canute less. This was indeed a challenge. Les feigned the act of retracting the box. Hold on, if I'm not making a profit, let us just consider ourselves friends. Mr. Boking, surprisingly agile for his age, swiftly grasped the small box and, with an almost imperceptible speed, produced a pouch of golden galleons. Les chuckled softly, acknowledging the deal. Observing Mr. Boking's actions, he realized he had set his price too low and sensed that with a bit more effort, he could elevate it further. Just as Les was about to introduce his other 2 magical artifacts, Mr. Boking cleared his throat. By the way, are those individuals outside your friends? Oh. Les raised an eyebrow, while Lepet instinctively tightened her grip on her wand. They had been lingering outside for quite some time, resembling children loitering outside a candy store. Mr. Boking flashed a toothy grin, revealing his uneven teeth. If you 2 require assistance, you may utilize my shop's Flynn network to leave. In Nocturne Alley, I still hold some influence. Even the most audacious individuals dare not cause a ruckus in my establishment. Mr. Boking had already discerned that although the youth appeared young, he wielded dominance in the conversation. Thus he shifted his focus to Les. Les shook his head, dismissing the intruders from his mind. The wandering wizards outside were oblivious to the fact that their movements had been uncovered. They even sent one of their own to pose as a customer to monitor Les's actions. Les, seemingly unaware, continued to elucidate the properties of his other two magical artifacts. The pale yellow candle, once ignited, exuded a calming effect, lulling one into a sweet slumber and soothing the restless spirit. The seed he presented was from the exceedingly rare plant, the purging fruit. When planted in the soil and nurtured with dragon dung, it would yield the purging fruit which, when swallowed whole, would absorb any ailments or curses from within, allowing the patient to recover once the fruit was expelled. However, before they could discuss pricing, their conversation was once again interrupted as an elaborately decorated carriage came to a halt outside the shop. The carriage door bore a crest that Les recognized all too well, adorned with gold and silver threads and various gemstones. The emblem comprised 5 segments, the most prominent of which featured a serpent coiled into the shape of the letter G, surrounded by 4 smaller symbols: a fiery red wing in the upper left, a blue droplet in the upper right, a bundle of golden wheat in the lower left, and a string of green oak leaves in the lower right. The entire crest was encircled by an intricate silver border, upon which the Gringotts family motto was inscribed in elegant script: survival, freedom, prosperity, purity. Gringotts, hailing from the verdant glades, a truly pure-blooded lineage. Les Muses Internali, feeling a wave of delight. The earlier descendant of the Macmillan family had truly astonished him. How could he have imagined a millennium ago that the Macmillan clan would dare to call themselves pure-blooded? He distinctly recalled that had it not been for Hufflepuff's kindness, the ancestors of the Macmillan family would not even have qualified to attend Hogwarts. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. The carriage doors slowly slid open, revealing a silver ladder that extended to the ground. 2 silver-haired maidens, their complexion pale and adorned like exquisite dolls, emerged alongside a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman. Merlin above. It is Mr. Gringotts. Apologies, I must attend to Mr. Boking, a hint of remorse gracing his features. You two continue your conversation. Before the scion of the Gringotts family, les exhibités de remarquable patience. Mr. Henry, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Your presence graces my humble shop. How may I assist you? The usual. The middle-aged gentleman named Henry glanced at the other patrons within the shop, his gaze settling on Les and the 3 open boxes on the counter. Shall you converse first? Mr. Boking hesitated for a moment. Discussing merchandise in front of other customers was evidently not a wise tactic. Moreover, Henry's previous remark reminded him that the 2 remaining magical artifacts in Les's possession seemed exceedingly valuable. Greed is the nature of a merchant, and Mr. Boking was no exception. He immediately began to plot a way to profit from the situation. However, he soon realized that it would be impossible to make any money. Mr. Gringotts had already seen the 2 items. If he were to present them for sale shortly thereafter, how could he not recognize that he was being significantly undercut? Did he truly believe the other party to be foolish? Even if Henry were to swallow his pride for the sake of his daughter's health, he would undoubtedly lose this generous patron. In a flash, Mr. Boking made up his mind. This deal would yield no profit, for the friendship of Mr. Gringotts outweighed all else. Chapter 12. A kindness from Gringotts. When Henry gazed at Les, he found Les observing his younger daughter. Both of Mr. Henry's daughters were charmingly adorable. Their skin was soft and supple, akin to that of freshly shelled eggs. They were clad in identical white robes, though the elder sister's sleeves were adorned with green lace, while the younger sister's sleeves bore no embellishment. These 2 lively and beautiful girls were a delightful sight wherever they went. However, the moment they stepped inside, Les sensed an unusual wave of magical energy. After a brief consideration, Les focused his attention on the slightly younger girl, whose soul state was disturbingly unstable, tainted by some vile essence. It seemed she sensed Les's gaze, as she offered him a faint smile. Daphne, Astoria, my daughter. Observing the child's unwavering stare upon his beloved daughter, Mr. Henry felt compelled to remind him that her father was indeed present. Les Chazaralans. Les glanced at Henry before shifting his gaze to Mr. Boking. Clearing his throat, Mr. Boking announced, Mr. Gringlas, Mr. Lint may possess what you seek. After introducing the 2 unsold magical items in Les's possession, Mr. Gringlas's eyes lit up. Calming candles and healing fruits? This description aligns perfectly with my daughter's ailment, he thought, suddenly intrigued. Incredibly, despite being the cherished daughter of the Gringlas family, Astoria Gringlas was a tragic figure. From the moment of her birth, she was afflicted with a curse known as the blood curse. This curse, which clung to her very soul, granted Astoria the ability to transform into an animal, with the dire consequence of ultimately becoming irreversibly trapped in that form, losing all memories of her humanity and devolving into a mere beast. The thought of his vibrant, delightful daughter transforming into a mindless, bloodthirsty creature was utterly unacceptable to Mr. Henry, and the Gringlas family could not tolerate such a fate. Thus, he tirelessly sought remedies for her condition, even turning to Mr. Boking for dubious solutions. It seemed that sometimes straying down a less conventional path could yield unexpected rewards. "How much?" "I shall take both items," Mr. Henry inquired without hesitation, revealing his unmasked desire for the two magical artifacts. 300 galleons, and you may take them both," Mr. Boking replied. Upon hearing this price, Mr. Boking momentarily lost his composure, for Les' offer was truly too low. If it were up to him, he would have charged at least double, as Mr. Gringlas was certainly not short of funds, and these items were precisely what he needed. Alas! If only he hadn't wasted time bickering with Les and had purchased these 3 items earlier, he could have easily made 300 galleons today. The thought of such a substantial sum slipping through his fingers left Mr. Boking feeling quite bereft. While Mr. Boking lamented his lost opportunity, Les had already reached an agreement with Mr. Henry Gringlas. Observing the genuine joy on Mr. Gringlas's face, Les felt compelled to caution him. The candle will only serve to calm, and the healing fruit is not a panacea. Do not harbor overly high expectations. No matter, as long as it proves effective, Mr. Henry replied nonchalantly, cradling the 2 boxes with care. Being well aware of the complexities surrounding his daughter's curse, Mr. Gringlas never anticipated that mere trinkets purchased from a dubious shop would cure her. Alleviating her suffering was the only expectation he held, and for that, the 300 galleons spent felt justified. Having completed the transaction, Mr. Henry prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave Boking's shop, he suddenly turned to Les and inquired, "Would you care for a ride?" He gestured towards the carriage waiting outside the shop. He had already noticed several suspicious figures lurking inside and outside the store, keeping an eye on them. Upon hearing Mr. Gringlas' offer, the wizards watching Les grew anxious. If Les accepted the ride, their plans would be thwarted, for they would not dare confront the carriage of the Gringlas family. The opportunity they had been waiting for would slip away. However, as the head of the Gringlas family had spoken, they could only stand by and watch, knowing they could not afford to offend him. Fortunately for them, Les declined Mr. Gringlas' invitation. Surprised by the refusal, Mr. Gringlas confirmed once more that Les truly did not require a ride, and then, without further ado, departed with his daughters from Boking's shop. After Mr. Gringlas left, Les exchanged a few more words with Mr. Boking, promising verbally to return to sell more items in the future. Before he and Lupert exited the small shop specializing in dark magical artifacts, laden with a hefty sum of money. Upon stepping outside, Les immediately sensed several unfriendly gazes sweeping over him and Lupert. He could not help but sigh. If wizards from millennium ago possessed such qualities, they would have surely been extinguished by werewolves and fairies. However, this also reflected the relatively favorable living conditions of modern wizards. The two deliberately wandered off in a more secluded direction, eventually halting in a dead-end alley deep within the lane. Observing the 4 individuals who had followed them, Les spread his arms in resignation, saying, "If I were you, I certainly wouldn't follow us. Almost everyone can tell that you are tailing us. Do you really think you remain undetected?" At Les' words, the 4 rogue wizards exchanged glances, and ultimately, the apparent leader among them spoke up. "Enough of your prattle. Can't you comprehend the situation? It is 4 of us against you 2. The advantage lies with us, not you. Surrender without resistance, and we can all return home quickly. Blame only yourself for provoking the wrong people." From the information gleaned, Les understood the source of this conflict. The children of the Macmillan family were up to no good again. A flicker of anger ignited within him. Some individuals truly lacked self-awareness, and it seemed he needed to impart a profound lesson. As the 4 confronted Les, a transparent thread began to slither across the ground, its color serving as an excellent disguise. Les appeared entirely oblivious to this inconspicuous strand. Gradually, it crept to his feet, and, as he conversed with the 4, it suddenly accelerated, lunging for his neck. Chapter 13. Not every magical school is Hogwarts. With a snap, the transparent thread tightened around Les' neck. Yet he did not even flinch, for an exceptionally thin but remarkably sturdy mini-shield materialized at his throat, holding the noose at bay. As the hidden wizard struck, the other 4 quickly drew their wands, launching an assault on Lupert. In their plan, Les was meant to be swiftly dispatched by their concealed leader, allowing them to focus solely on subduing Lupert. However, the strongest link in their group faltered and their prior invincibility crumbled, leading to their downfall. With a wealth of battle experience, Lupert nimbly leapt aside, evading the barrage of spells aimed at her. Just as she drew her newly acquired wand, a resounding explosion erupted in the dead-end alley, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, causing the four opponents to fall unconscious, their eyes rolling back in their heads. After effortlessly incapacitating the four individuals, Les gave his wand a slight shake, unleashing a plume of black smoke from its tip that drifted towards the corner of the alley. Sleep now. In an instant, a shadowy figure cloaked in black emerged from the base of the wall, raising a hand to cast a stunning spell at Les. Having unleashed the spell, he did not bother to observe its impact. Instead, he began to envision in his mind the location to which he wished to apparate. In that brief exchange, he had already sensed the formidable strength of his adversary, and he had no intention of continuing the confrontation with Les and his companions. His only desire was to flee this cursed place. The transfiguration spell required the caster to concentrate on the destination in their mind before they could instantaneously appear at that envisioned location. This process was fleeting. A skilled wizard could accomplish it in less than a second. Just give me a second, just 1 second. The black-cloaked wizard screamed inwardly, desperate to reach that place. Fortunately, his attempt to apparate went smoothly as he felt a powerful compression from all directions and the scene before him began to fade. The black-cloaked wizard realized that he had successfully executed the spell, and his inner unease began to dissipate. Suddenly, an unusual sensation enveloped him. The air around him felt as if it had solidified, trapping him mid-air. His apparition had failed. The black-cloaked wizard looked up in bewilderment, only to meet the icy, profound gaze of a youth whose expression bore no emotion, akin to a tourist observing a fish stranded on the shore. A shiver ran down the wizard's spine. His intuition warned him that this time, he was doomed. After successfully casting the counter-apparition spell, Les slowly lowered his wand and patiently began to untie the thin cord that hung around his neck. The black mist coalesced as it approached the black-cloaked wizard, transforming from a mere cloud into a tightly woven shroud, resembling steel needles by the time it reached him. In no time, the black mist had ensnared him completely, rendering him immobile. Lupert dashed to the place where he had previously hidden and discovered a transparent cloak there. The cloak was nearly indistinguishable from the ground, and without bending down to examine it closely, one would never notice it. This fellow actually possesses an invisibility cloak. Lupert exclaimed in disbelief. How could these destitute, wandering wizards afford such an expensive item? Keep it, Les remarked. For a wizard adept in the disillusionment charm, an invisibility cloak was rather superfluous. Only someone like Lupert, whose skills were mediocre at best, would consider it a treasure. Thus, Les held little interest in the cloak. His curiosity was piqued instead by the cord. After examining the cord in his hand, Les discovered it to be a cleverly crafted object with a steel wire core wrapped in the hair of an invisibility beast. Upon realizing this, he couldn't help but commend the ingenuity of the idea in his mind. The hair of invisibility beasts was typically used to weave invisibility cloaks, but employing it to encase steel wire was a novel concept he had never encountered before. It was indeed a stroke of creativity and proved to be highly effective for ambushes. Were it not for the magical fluctuations accompanying the cord, Les might have missed it entirely. For an ordinary wizard, falling prey to such an ambush would have been highly probable. Having retrieved the most valuable magical item, Lupert proceeded to search the incapacitated four. However, her findings left her sorely disappointed. They had not a single galleon among them, as it seemed all their money had gone toward purchasing the invisibility cloak. Of course, it was not entirely fruitless. The wands on the four individuals could be sold for a decent sum, and Lupert unceremoniously claimed them. The wizards of 1,000 years hence are truly pathetic. Les mused as he leisurely approached the black-cloaked wizard, pinching his cheek. To him, there was no need to interrogate the remaining four lackeys. The core leader of this group was clearly the man before him, holding all the intelligence. Upon hearing Les's words, the black-cloaked wizard was first taken aback. But then he quickly recovered. Who could possibly live for 1,000 years? The longest living wizard in the magical realm, Nicodemus, had only survived for a little over 600 years. This individual before him was merely posturing, spouting nonsense. Nevertheless, even if his opponent was speaking foolishly, it did not hinder the black-cloaked wizard from maintaining the upper hand. So after a moment's contemplation, he decided to feign submission. I believe this is merely a misunderstanding, he said, his voice somewhat muffled due to Les's grip on his face. Yet, Les had no desire for further dialogue. He forced the wizard to maintain eye contact until he saw his resolve wane. Les was proficient in the legilimency spell. Although his current body was somewhat frail and many spells could not be executed at full strength, The magic that relied on the strength of the soul faced little restriction, allowing him to effortlessly delve into the memories of the subdued wizard. Who sent you to do this? Les incroyables. Anthony Macmillan. He offered 40 galleons for us to teach you a lesson. And if you succeeded in capturing me and Lupert, what would you do with us? We would toy with you for a while, and then dispose of you. The black-cloaked wizard continued. John mentioned you have a substantial sum of money. We could split it and pin the blame on Anthony, since he was the one who sent us to teach you a lesson. The black-cloaked wizard candidly revealed his intentions, inciting Lupert's ire as she kicked him several times in frustration. Through their exchange, Les had gleaned the motives and background of this group. Macmillan had hired thugs to attack, and those hired hands, enticed by the prospect of wealth, sought to kill and rob under the guise of Macmillan's authority. The situation was not overly complicated. Are you a student of Hogwarts? Les asked, having deliberated for 2 seconds upon a question that piqued his interest. He feared the response would reveal that the wizard belonged to Slytherin House. No, I was taught magic by the Order of the Mystics. The Order of the Mystics? This was a name Les had never encountered before, while Muggles had several organizations bearing this name. Les suspected that what the black-cloaked wizard referred to was likely a different entity. Have you heard of it? Les turned to Lupert, seeking her input. Lupert frowned, uncertain as she replied. It seems to be a magical organization active in Europe, teaching magic to young wizards who haven't been accepted into formal schooling. I previously met a wizard from Montenegro who claimed to be a member of the order, but I am unsure if it is the same one. Is it akin to Hogwarts? Not all. Lupert shook her head. Hogwarts is the premier magical school in Britain and the world, monopolizing the wizarding education in the British Isles. There are only a handful of schools that can even be compared to Hogwarts. Les's heart soared at her words. Had the circumstances been different, he would have insisted that Lupert elaborate on the current state of magical schools. In truth, schools like Hogwarts that indiscriminately accepted all young wizards born in the British Isles were exceedingly rare. Most magical institutions delineated broad territories and only admitted those with outstanding talent. Different schools had distinct preferences. Durmstrang required students to be open to studying dark arts. Beauxbatons did not permit excessive reliance on wands. And one could never enter Beauxbatons without knowledge of French, among others. Hogwarts, in its present form, owes much to Helga Hufflepuff, one of the 4 founders. It was her unwavering commitment to accepting all students that forged the unparalleled institution that is Hogwarts. Without Hufflepuff's contributions, many young wizards might have faced a grim fate upon receiving their acceptance letters, excitedly making their way to Hogwarts only to be informed of their rejection. How utterly despairing this would be for an 11-year-old child. The concept of repeating a year does not exist in the magical school, and their lives would undoubtedly be irrevocably altered. Upon learning from Lupin that the secret society resembles a magical school, Les's interest in the organization waned significantly. Habitually, he inquired, "Do you still maintain contact with the secret society?" "Well, we have an alumni register. If there is anything I can assist with, messages will automatically appear in the register. And upon successful completion, rewards are granted," she replied. Intrigued, Les found this particularly compelling. Even during the nascent days of Hogwarts, there was no such level of control over students' post-graduation as exhibited by the secret society. This alumni register bore a striking resemblance to the bulletin boards of mercenary guilds, where bounty tasks were posted. After further inquiries, Les discovered that the invisibility cloak possessed by the black-robed wizard was procured through accumulating points by assisting the society. His tasks were rather straightforward: intelligence gathering. The secret society sought all manner of information, and he subscribed to several newspapers, distilling the news and any whispers he heard in Knockturn Alley into concise reports. The rewards bestowed by the society were generous, ranging from magical artifacts like the invisibility cloak to potions, ingredients, recipes, and various spells of differing value. Having extracted all pertinent information from the cloaked wizard, Les's perception of the secret society underwent a profound transformation. His experiences led him to believe that this organization was far from simple. Hence, he resolved to strengthen his ties with them, ideally infiltrating the organization to discern their true intentions. The key to joining the society lay right before him. Les effortlessly acquired the student register from the black-robed wizard, a modest booklet bound in black leather, inscribed with the name Sergi on its title page. The booklet appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from the 10-nut notebooks sold in Diagon Alley stationery shops. As for its usage, Sergi's authority was remarkably limited. He lacked proactive means to contact the secret society, relegated instead to passively awaiting communication from superiors. This left Les momentarily speechless, yet he soon found solace in the thought that Sergi's insignificance allowed him to easily extract information. After squeezing out the last drop of intelligence, Les deemed Sergi devoid of further utility. He confiscated the wizard's wand and personal belongings, releasing him from his bindings and allowing him to depart. Have you been too lenient with him? Lupin began to caution Les against excessive mercy. However, his subsequent action silenced her. A transparent cord tied itself around the necks of the 4 vagabond wizards, anchoring them to the protrusions of the alley walls, resembling a makeshift clothesline. Have you ever killed a mouse? Les posed a question after disposing of the 4 rogues as casually as one might hang up laundry. I must have caught some during transformations, Lupin replied. Les, momentarily forgetting her identity as a werewolf, found it inconsequential. Directly killing mice is not the most effective method of extermination. Experienced Muggles would seal the back door of a captured mouse with string and set it free. The returning mouse would ultimately succumb to madness from its inability to excrete, leading it to kill its nestmates. Les remarques meaningfully. Macmillan encountered Sergi once more. So, is everything settled? He eagerly inquired upon seeing Sergi. Yes, it's done, Sergi replied with a blank expression. Before Macmillan could finish, Sergi's hand struck his face. Surprisingly, this slap emitted no crisp sound. Sergi's palm seemed to meld into Macmillan's face, and in the next moment he transformed into a puddle of goo, merging seamlessly with the filth on the ground, leaving no trace of a living being. The remaining hand rapidly softened, sealing Macmillan's eyes and ears, robbing him of sight and sound. The events unfolding in the alley bore no relevance to Les and Lupin, who had since returned to Diagon Alley. Having purchased over 100 galleons worth of books from Flourish and Blots and a nearby secondhand bookstore. Initially, Les had planned to spend at least 200 galleons on books, but upon learning from Lupin that most could be borrowed from the Hogwarts library, he reconsidered. Subsequently, he and Lupin took 2 rooms at the Leaky Cauldron, settling in for an extended stay. Chapter 14. Is armor no longer required for enrollment? Since graduating from Hogwarts, Lupin had not enjoyed such a leisurely existence. Each morning upon waking, she no longer fretted about the day as provisions. Les assumed the financial responsibilities for both of them, and the seemingly endless supply of coins in their pouch took her several days to acclimate to. She could eat at will, sleep at leisure, and, with Les's permission, roam freely within Diagon Alley. This lifestyle was something the former Lupin would never have dared to imagine. She even found time to explore shops in Diagon Alley that she previously had no interest in during her student years. As for her master, Les rarely ventured far from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, a delightful establishment in Diagon Alley run by an amusing elderly gentleman with extensive knowledge of the medieval era. Les's favorite pastime was to settle beneath the parlor's awning with a few books and a sweet cold drink, ordering a box of ice cream every half hour while engaging Florian in discussions about medieval matters. Most of the time, Les would educate Florian, yet there were occasions when Florian would leave him speechless, prompting Les to lower his gaze to his book while Florian would chuckle and treat him to a scoop of milk-flavored ice cream. Only during meals or when the ice cream parlor closed for the day would he return to the Leaky Cauldron. Of course, he had not neglected Sergi's affairs. He instructed Lupin to subscribe to several newspapers, summarizing the news daily and sending it via owl to a designated address. However, there had been no feedback from the student register, and Les remained patient, confident that he had ample time to await his catch. As the days passed, Les's understanding of the modern world deepened. He gleaned a wealth of knowledge from books, with discussions surrounding the boy who lived, Harry Potter, being particularly prevalent. Time was ticking, and that boy was about to enroll at Hogwarts. Which boy? Who else but the boy who lived, Harry Potter? This exchange echoed in Les's ears multiple times a day. He recalled that even at the height of fame among his 3 friends, they had not reached such widespread recognition. Who exactly is Harry Potter? Les's confusion was soon resolved as he perused recently published works such as Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, all of which frequently reference the name Harry Potter. Through these texts, Les discerned the deeds of this so-called savior. He had vanquished a Dark Lord. This revelation took Les by surprise. While it is not uncommon for heroes to defeat Dark Lords, they had once been among such valiant figures themselves. However, it was unprecedented for an infant, still in swaddling clothes, to overcome a Dark Lord at the height of his power. Determined to meet this boy who had miraculously survived, Les resolved to seek him out. The vanilla-flavored ice cream arrived. Florin placed a large box of ice cream on Les's table. Thank you. Les propped his book upright and began to savor the ice cream, which emanated wisps of steam. As he indulged, the pages of the book before him began to turn of their own accord. You ought to try some other flavors, Florin suggested, noticing Les's delight in the vanilla. Strawberry and mango have been selling remarkably well lately. Les shook his head. He had sampled every flavor at Floren's, and only the fresh milk, yogurt, and vanilla suited his palate. Suddenly, a shadow fell before Les, toppling the book he had set upright. The unexpected visitor was a barn owl, clutching a letter in its sharp beak. After delivering the letter, the owl soared away, as if its mission had been accomplished. Les needed no glance at the envelope to know it contained his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He broke the wax seal and extracted 2 sheets of parchment. The first was an acceptance letter penned by Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress. The second was a list of required textbooks and supplies. As he gazed at the letter in his hands, distant memories began to resurface. Is it truly necessary to make such a formal gesture? Godric Gryffindor inquired, observing Helga Hufflepuff diligently writing at her desk, a look of bewilderment on his face. Of course it is. They are my students. Hufflepuff replied matter-of-factly, but they are already studying at the castle. Gryffindor protested. Rowena, Salazar, what do you think? Is this really necessary? Gryffindor could not fathom Hufflepuff's reasoning. Why write acceptance letters to students who had already enrolled? Ritual. Rowena Ravenclaw interjected, waving her hand dismissively. Gryffindor, at least make it a bit more formal. We are establishing the finest school of magic in all of Britain, not some makeshift establishment. After being rebuffed by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Gryffindor turned to his good friend, Salazar Slytherin, hoping for some supportive words. Slytherin stroked his beard. It does seem rather foolish. Right? Gryffindor's eyes brightened. Only an old friend would stand by me in a verbal spar. I choose to let the quill write the letters itself, you see. Slytherin demonstrated an automatic writing quill he had devised a few days prior. Dear Miss Granger, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. As they observed the quill gliding gracefully over the parchment, Ravenclaw's trio exhibited expressions of astonishment. Can it really be done this way? We have all been dutifully handwriting acceptance letters, and you resort to magic for ease? Though they voiced their disapproval of the perceived lack of sincerity, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff silently opted to request an automatic writing quill from Slytherin, as the task of writing individual letters for each student was far too monumental. Thus, letter after letter was inscribed, and then dispatched via the school's resident owls to the homes of students. Under the insistence of the 4 founders, this practice became a tradition at Hogwarts, ensuring that every child born in the British Isles with magical potential would receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry upon turning 11. After completing her information-gathering task that day, Lupert arrived at Floren's ice cream shop with a pudding in hand, only to find the proprietor engrossed in a sheet of parchment, muttering to himself, Is it no longer necessary to bring armor and a long sword for enrollment? Lupert wondered, perplexed. Chapter 15. The journey begins at Platform 9. Time slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, London's weather transitioned from cool to warm, then back to cool once more. Amidst this change, the start of the school year arrived. In our time, aspiring wizard apprentices wishing to attend Hogwarts were best advised to bring a full set of armor. If one could not afford the expense, at the very least, they should prepare a long sword. Magic is vital, but mastery of swordsmanship is equally essential. Indeed, you speak the truth, Lupert replied, hefting her suitcase as she casually agreed. She had long since grown accustomed to her master's eccentric remarks. In her eyes, the master was a wizard of considerable age, though she could not fathom why he had assumed this youthful appearance. Immortality or rejuvenation, it mattered little, for it did not detract from his formidable prowess. She eagerly anticipated the legendary Platform 9 and the Hogwarts Express. In medieval times, students employed their own means of transportation to reach school, often resulting in some arriving weeks late, presenting safety concerns as the address was included in the letter, posing a risk. Today, Les felt a flutter of excitement, for he was finally returning to that place. Though all familiar faces had departed, it remained a sight imbued with indelible memories. It promised to be a journey reminiscent of a dream. After some effort, Hermione Granger, alongside her family, finally located Platform 9 as indicated in her acceptance letter. Just as she marveled at the sight of the red steam engine, a familiar figure caught her eye. The girl recalled the boy she had met at the campsite. He too stood, filled with wonder, gazing at the steaming locomotive. Beside him was a stylishly dressed woman, carrying a modest suitcase. She wore a cap and a silk scarf around her neck, her brown coat and fitted leggings accentuating her long, slender legs paired with mid-calf boots. Les's mother is stunning, was a first thought that sprang to Hermione's mind. She wondered how Lupert would react to discovering her extraordinary lineage. The creations of Muggles should certainly not be underestimated. The sight of this massive vehicle left Les profoundly awestruck. He knew that such trains existed in abundance among Muggles. and he was aware that this type of locomotive was nearing obsolescence in the Muggle world. He understood that Muggles had many creations of equal or even greater sophistication than he could fathom. Les now comprehended why wizards had established a secrecy law. Only by concealing themselves can wizards possess a space of their own, akin to a single droplet hidden within the vast ocean. Should the magical realm be exposed, the wizards would inevitably face an uncontrollable fate, much like the fairies and house elves they have subjugated. As Les pondered the chasm between the magical and non-magical worlds, he heard Hermione's voice. Turning around, he spotted the little girl he had encountered in Dean Forest waving at him. Who would have thought we'd meet here? Why did you leave that night without saying goodbye? Mom and Dad were quite worried about you for a while. Les longed to inform her that without his intervention, her entire family would have become Lupin's late-night snack. Yet, upon reflection, who could assert what might have transpired had events unfolded differently? Perhaps by some twist of fate. The Granger family would have never encountered a werewolf. Hermione did not dwell on Les's abrupt departure. Instead, she turned to greet Lupin. Her mother had taught her that politeness was paramount when attending Hogwarts, to foster good relations with classmates, and to greet their parents with courtesy, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. Hence, she followed this advice. Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Hermione Granger. We met in Dean Forest. You must be Les's mother, and you are truly beautiful. Hermione believed that complimenting a lady on her youth and beauty was always a safe bet, whenever she had done so before. The women had beamed with joy. This time would surely be no different, especially since Les's mother was indeed lovely. However, the situation between Lupin and Les was somewhat unique. Stealing a glance at Les's expression and sensing his indifference to the compliment, Lupin felt relieved and refrained from correcting Hermione. Instead, she cleverly diverted the conversation. You are quite charming yourself. Come now, let's board the train quickly. If we delay, there won't be any seats left. Hello, Mr. Granger. The adults engaged in pleasantries while the children huddled together, chatting away. Have you received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts? After the question slipped out, Hermione suddenly realized how foolish it sounded and quickly added, I meant, did you know beforehand that you would receive a letter from a magical school? Yes. Not only was Les aware, but he also understood precisely how such letters were sent. Hermione's gaze then flickered toward Lupin. Indeed, she is a witch. Hermione gasped. She cast a look of envy at Les. In her eyes, having a witch for a mother was simply too cool. Moreover, children like Les, hailing from wizarding families, had been immersed in a magical atmosphere from a young age, undoubtedly placing them far ahead of her in matters of magic. Fortunately, she had read numerous books over the summer, so the gap between her and those from magical families might not be so vast. Just as Hermione was about to introduce Les to the books she had read during her holiday, their parents concluded their conversation, ushering their children onto the Hogwarts Express, and fortuitously finding an empty compartment. All right, we must be off, Mrs. Granger said, her voice a blend of concern and warmth as she reminded Hermione not to be long-winded. Meanwhile, Les was busy arranging tasks for Lupin. Find a place to stay in Diagon Alley, continue gathering information as usual, and if anything arises, send me an owl. Les produced a bulging pouch of money from his pocket. Take this for now, and if it runs low, just write to me. The effect of the human transformation spell is still active, but if it wears off, contact me immediately. Both parties exchanged their respective messages, albeit in a role reversal where Les' parents took on the role of the child. The shrill whistle pierced the air as the train prepared to depart. The Granger couple hastened their farewells to their daughter, then hurriedly descended the train alongside Lupin. The whistle sounded again, and the train slowly began to move, marking the commencement of their journey from Platform 9. Chapter 16, Les, Who Knows a Bit of Magic. The train gradually picked up speed, transforming the Granger couple and Lupin into three indistinct black dots on the platform, until the train rounded a bend, rendering them entirely invisible. Hermione settled back in her seat, extracting a hefty tome from her backpack. Hogwarts, a history, she announced. Delve into the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I adore it. You should read it if you have the time. I've already read it. The content is incredibly fascinating, providing insight into what transpired during the eras following the four founders. Les spoke the truth. Upon spotting the book in Leaden Hall, he had purchased it without a moment's hesitation. It was the first book he had completed in Diagon Alley, and despite its length exceeding 1,000 pages, he had devoured it within 2 days and nights. As he read, the millennia-long history of Hogwarts unfurled before him like a vivid tapestry, granting him glimpses of what Hogwarts would resemble after he and his friends departed. It resembled a sapling, gradually growing into the form the gardener envisioned. Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing that Les had read Hogwarts, a history, Hermione was filled with elation, unable to suppress her eagerness to discuss the book's content with him. Yet, before she could speak, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by two unexpected guests. The compartment door swung open with a flourish, revealing a doll-like silver-haired girl wheeling a stack of trunks at the entrance. It was none other than Daphne, the elder of the Greengrass sisters whom Les had previously encountered at Borgin and Burke's. All other seats are taken. May I sit here? Though it was phrased as a question, Daphne was utterly confident that she would not be refused. Without awaiting Les and Hermione's assent, she busily pushed her pile of trunks into the compartment, only noticing the familiar faces seated within after fully entering. "It's you?" she exclaimed, utterly astonished. In Daphne's perception, there were no respectable people in Knockturn Alley, and she had assumed Les and Lupin were no different. Who would have thought that Les was a Hogwarts student? More astonishingly, he was a first year. It was absurd that someone who had been discussing dark magical items in a shop within Knockturn Alley was still of school age. Her jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly wide enough to accommodate a baguette. What a small world, isn't it? Le welcome de Daphne's arrival au l'artillerie. Having familiar faces in the compartment was far preferable to sharing it with a throng of enigmatic strangers. Indeed, it truly is a small world. Daphne remarked sincerely. She resolved to send a letter to her father upon their arrival at school, eager to share her train encounter, certain that he would be baffled by whom they had met. Grasping the topmost piece of luggage, she rose on her toes, straining to hoist it onto the luggage rack. Les quietly extracted his wand and pointed it at the towering heap of trunks. They levitated effortlessly into the air and settled neatly onto the rack in a tidy row. "Hermione, did you just use the levitation charm?" As soon as Les settled back into her seat after dealing with her luggage, she immediately inquired, of course. "But I didn't hear you utter any incantation," Hermione replied with a hint of uncertainty. The events had transpired too swiftly for her to ascertain whether Les had indeed cast a spell. Although she was confident that Les had employed the levitation charm, they would be learning this term. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you simply overlooked it, Daphne. Where's your sister? Why didn't Mr. Greengrass accompany you?" Les attempted to divert the conversation. The ability to cast spells silently and wandlessly had nearly become second nature to him. However, considering his age and the complexity of such magic, this feat was rather astonishing. It was not an ideal situation for Les, who wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Hoping no one had noticed, Les discreetly glanced at Daphne and, relieved to find her seemingly oblivious to his recent display, silently resolved to maintain some semblance of pretense in public henceforth, even if it meant uttering a few casual words to mislead. "My sister is not yet of school age. She is 2 years my junior. My father took her to the hospital today, so I came alone, though I have our house elf to keep me company, so it's not so bad." Despite her words, Les could still detect a tinge of regret on Daphne's face. After a moment of silence, she added, "Thank you for the candles. They work wonderfully. My sister has been sleeping soundly for the past few nights without any nightmares." Daphne's situation was not without its challenges. Hermione found it difficult to empathize with Daphne's plight. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the spell Les had just employed. Once Daphne finished speaking, Hermione eagerly asked, "Have you been reviewing the spells we will be using this term? You seem remarkably well-versed in various charms." "No, immediately pushas rudimente understanding, les raplia." A statement that lacked conviction. Upon hearing Les acknowledge his knowledge of charms, Hermione's interest piqued. "During the holidays, I also endeavored to learn several spells. Do you have a particular area of expertise in magic?" Les blinked playfully. "If you ask me what I excel at, I would say I am most adept at preserving ice cream." "Huh." Hermione thought she had misheard. But when Les produced 3 large boxes of ice cream billowing with white vapor, she realized she had not misheard after all. "Would you care for taste?" Les offred, pushing 1 box of yogurt-flavored ice cream toward Hermione and Daphne. "How did you manage this?" I distinctly recall that Gamp's 5 principles of transformation explicitly state that transfiguration cannot conjure food out of thin air. Hermione exclaimed, her astonishment evident, while the normally composed Daphne widened her eyes in disbelief at such a display of magic. The fundamental principles of the magical world were being upended before their eyes. It was not conjured from nothing. I merely combined a few uncomplicated spells to achieve this effect. As I mentioned, I have a modest understanding of magic. It's simply an application of the freezing charm and the no-trace expansion charm. The series of revelations left both Hermione and Daphne momentarily stunned. Cautiously, they each lifted a portion of the ice cream from the table and tasted it. The icy sweetness confirmed the authenticity of their experience. Most importantly, the ice cream was indeed delectable. Chapter 17. The Malfoy Family? I recall they have a penchant for marrying Muggles. For a time, the compartment was filled solely with the sounds of ice cream tasting and the rumble of the train. After the last morsel of ice cream was consumed, Les astonishingly produced a plethora of cream puffs, puddings, and miniature cakes. Hermione and Daphne exclaimed in unison, "How many desserts did you bring? Did you rob a pastry shop?" Les smiled sheepishly. "The desserts of this era are simply irresistible. I cannot withstand their allure." 1,000 years prior, chefs could only flavor their creations with honey and molasses, rendering their desserts far less varied than those of the modern age. Any contemporary dessert would have been a culinary marvel a millennium ago, and it was no wonder Les found himself irresistibly drawn to sweets, though he jokingly lamented that consuming too many sweets could lead to dental issues and weight gain. What young girl could resist the temptation of delectable confections? Moments later, everyone in the compartment found themselves with an assortment of desserts in hand. Did you know? That boy who survived the Great Calamity is also starting at Hogwarts this year. While indulging in their treats, Daphne understood that chatting was essential to enhance the flavor of the desserts, so she took the initiative to spark a conversation. "Oh, you mean Harry Potter? He.S. mentioned in so many books." Hermione enthusiastically recounted titles that referenced Harry Potter. Just as their conversation was gaining momentum, there came a knock at the compartment door. Upon opening it, they found a round-faced boy with tear-stained cheeks standing timidly outside, his voice quivering as he asked, "Excuse me, has anyone seen my toad?" Daphne and Hermione shook their heads in unison, and Hermione immediately stood up, offering to accompany the round-faced boy in search of his toad. "A toad?" Les lifted his gaze to the boy, recalling from Hogwarts' acceptance letter that the school had imposed strict regulations on the pets students could bring, allowing only owls, toads, or cats. Perhaps he was intimidated by students who brought magical creatures such as dragons or hippogriffs, even in an era of few restrictions. Choosing a toad as a pet was exceedingly rare. They were unattractive creatures with slimy skin that many found repulsive, and they lacked the remarkable abilities of other magical animals. Students who could choose between an owl or a cat would hardly opt for a toad. Yet, toads possessed advantages that the other two pets did not. Their resistance to toxins made them a favorite among potion masters, who often kept toads to test new brews. The mucus secreted by toads was also a common ingredient in potion making, and its properties varied based on their diet. Thus, potion masters truly held a fondness for these creatures. Perhaps he is a boy with a passion for potion making, Les mused, retrieving his wand. This interest in potions was a positive trait in Les's eyes, so he was willing to assist the round-faced boy. "Toad, come fort." A rather unsightly toad soared toward Les, despite knowing of their benefits. A flicker of distaste crossed Les's eyes as he watched the toad approach. He gently tapped his wand, ensuring the plump toad landed safely in the boy's outstretched hands. "Take good care of it," Les remarked, observing the plump, lively toad, and added, "You've raised a fine toad." "Thank you." The boy's eyes widened in gratitude as he clutched the chubby toad and hurried away. Once the round-faced boy departed, Daphne curled her lips in disdain. "I know that guy. His name is Neville Longbottom, and he's not exactly bright." "Longbottom? Another familiar surname." "Indeed, that fellow is a pure blood, which is simply astounding." After uttering this remark, Daphne paused briefly before adding, "However, it is rather typical. These days, there are few pure-blood wizards with a sound mind." This statement bore a hint of generalization, yet it was soon corroborated by a well-meaning individual. Not long after Neville's departure, a boy with golden locks, accompanied by two stout companions, jovially passed by the compartment where Les and the others were seated. Their voices were quite loud, and one could faintly discern their conversation through the compartment door. "Is that boy, who survived that immense misfortune, on the train as well?" "Indeed. I encountered him in Diagon Alley. He appeared quite ordinary, yet he associates with Hagrid. You know, that Ruby is Hagrid." Their voices halted just outside the compartment, and in the next moment, the door swung open. "Daphne, what a surprise to find you here. Care to join me in witnessing the savior of the wizarding world?" Not interested, Daphne promptly retorted. In truth, she was quite curious to catch a glimpse of the legendary Harry Potter, but she did not wish to accompany these three. However, Draco Malfoy's suggestion was worth considering. She could later gauge Les's interest, and, should he be inclined, they might seek Potter together. "Very well," Draco said, somewhat disheartened by her rejection, turning his attention to Les and Hermione. "And who might you two be?" "Hermione Granger. Les Chazaralans." Two unfamiliar surnames. Upon realizing they did not hail from pure-blood families, Draco could not be bothered to exchange pleasantries with them. He openly displayed his disdain, looking down at Daphne as he stated, "For the sake of our family's long-standing acquaintance, I offer you a word of advice. Steer clear of unsavory individuals, lest the Greengrass family descend to the status of the Weasleys or the Longbottoms." "Be silent, Draco Malfoy. Depart this place. Your voice turns my stomach." Daphne's face flushed with anger. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Daphne had already considered Les and Hermione her friends. She could not tolerate Malfoy humiliating her friends in her presence. Summoning her wits, she unleashed the most scathing words she could conjure upon him. Malfoy? Les recognized a surname he was all too familiar with. However, unlike the Greengrass family, his deep impression of the Malfoys stemmed from the fact that their ancestor had once employed him as a wedding officiant. As for the bride, mentioning her might be somewhat awkward. She was a wealthy French noblewoman, a Muggle. Indeed, seeing that Les seemed to have heard of the Malfoy name, Draco immediately perked up. Since you are familiar with the Malfoy surname, you are not a Muggle-born. Are you referring to the Malfoy family, which has a penchant for marrying Muggle nobility? What? Chapter 18 Les. Your misconceptions regarding Slytherin run deep. Draco Malfoy was convinced that his hearing had betrayed him. Otherwise, he could not fathom why someone would dare utter such words in his presence. The impact of Les's statement was so profound that he found himself momentarily frozen, his thoughts at standstill. After Les spoke, the entire compartment fell into silence, with Daphne regarding him as though he were mad. As a core member of a magical family with a legacy spanning millennia, Daphne was acutely aware of the Malfoy family's secrets. Her family still possessed the love letter their ancestor had penned to Queen Elizabeth I. However, as the saying goes, some truths, even if factual, should not be spoken indiscriminately. Les's statement epitomized this principle. As one of the most powerful families in the contemporary magical world, the Malfoys' history was not something to be trifled with. If Les's words were to circulate, it could incite considerable turmoil, inviting the Malfoys' furious retribution. At this thought, Daphne couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for Les. The definition of pure-blood wizards can be categorized broadly and narrowly. Broadly speaking, as long as recent generations have been of wizarding lineage and one remains discreet, one may claim to be a pure-blood wizard. Narrowly defined, pure-blood wizards adhere to the one drop of blood principle. Should a Muggle appear in the family tree and the branch marrying a Muggle has not been promptly disowned, the family cannot be considered pure-blood. The Malfoy family has long prided itself on being pure-blooded and would undoubtedly reject the notion of their ancestors intermarrying with Muggles. Les's observation had effectively shattered Draco Malfoy's defenses. Moments later, Draco's consciousness gradually returned, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of fury. Fueled by rage, he bellowed and lunged at Les, vowing by his name to deliver a memorable lesson to the one who besmirched the Malfoy family. Les, having faced far greater challenges, remained unperturbed in his seat as he casually tapped his wand against the table, causing colorful ribbons to rise and constrict Draco's hands and feet tightly. "You scoundrel!" With Draco incapacitated, he commanded his two bumbling lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, to intervene. However, though they appeared simple-minded, they were not foolish. They instinctively shifted their weight, but ultimately stood frozen in place, having witnessed Draco's swift subjugation, which robbed them of the courage to confront Les. Seeing that Crabbe and Goyle had failed to heed his orders, Draco's fury escalated, yet before he could voice another command, a small cake levitated from the table and swiftly lodged itself in his mouth, sealing it shut. "Calm down for a moment," Les sighed, regarding the speechless Draco Malfoy on the floor with a hint of compassion. "These fellows have truly lost their minds." Les felt a pang of regret for not having brought along those letters from years past. Otherwise, he would have relished showing Draco how his ancestor had invited him to officiate the wedding with a Muggle noblewoman. "What are you still doing? You ought to return to your compartment. Do I need to invite you both to indulge in some dessert like him before you will leave?" Observing Draco savoring the cake, Crabbe and Goyle, without a word, hoisted him onto their shoulders and marched him out of the compartment. "If you harbor any doubts about my words, send a letter to your father or grandfather or peruse your family tree. The truth will soon reveal itself." Before Draco was carried out, Les couldn't resist calling after him, causing Draco to tremble with indignation. After effortlessly dispatching the Malfoy trio, Les was met with Hermione's admiring gaze and Daphne's concerned inquiries. "Have you lost your mind? You must have gravely offended the Malfoy family." Daphne's eyes brimmed with anxiety. Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, was a favored associate of Minister Fudge and a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. "If he sought revenge against you, he won't," Les replied with unwavering confidence. Daphne was taken aback. She could not fathom why Les had uttered such a provocative remark that challenged the Malfoy family's boundaries, while Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family, chose to remain indifferent. The reasoning was quite straightforward. The statement I just made is known only to the three of us, alongside the Malfoys. However, should Lucius pursue this matter vigorously, the number of those privy to it would undoubtedly expand beyond our six. Given your expression, you must recognize that I speak the truth, yes? Indeed. So, is that not sufficient? Lucius is well aware of the caliber of the Malfoy family. For him, the most prudent course of action is to feign ignorance, dismissing it as mere childish banter. Otherwise, should the matter escalate, it would only lead to embarrassment, particularly since the Malfoy family has indeed intermarried with several Muggle aristocrats. After hearing Les's explanation, Daphne suddenly found his reasoning quite compelling. Her anxiety eased somewhat, yet she still cautioned Les to remain vigilant and wary of potential retribution from the Malfoys. Les nodded fervently, grateful for her concern, and then resumed indulging in the delightful confections before him. The cool, delectable ice cream, the soft, sweet cake, and the cream-filled eclairs were all savored by Les with unrestrained delight. As for Malfoy, perhaps due to the calming effect of returning to his compartment, he did not seek out Les again to stir trouble. Around midnight, amid a cacophony of noise echoing from the corridor, a woman with a charming smile and dimples pushed open the compartment door and inquired, "Darling, would you care for some snacks?" Although they had already indulged in numerous desserts, the adage that there's always room for dessert held true. Furthermore, Les was eager to experience the culinary offerings of the contemporary wizarding world, prompting him to leap up alongside Hermione and Daphne into the corridor. There was an abundance of snacks on the train. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, exploding bonbons, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands. Les sampled a little of everything, but ultimately, it was Daphne who settled the bill, insisting on treating them as a gesture of gratitude for the ice cream and desserts he had previously shared. Hermione, in turn, produced a few boxes of washed fruit from her backpack to reciprocate Daphne and Les's kindness. After piling the snacks onto the table, a simple yet diverse lunch commenced. The first snack Les opened was Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, a rather intriguing confection. The first bean tasted unremarkable, akin to Muggle chocolate candies. Yet the second revealed a mint flavor, the third a lemon flavor, and the fourth a savory beef flavor. Each bean possessed a distinct taste. This seemingly inconspicuous snack astonished Les. "What is this?" Hermione picked up a small box, curiously inspecting it. "Chocolate frog? They can't possibly be made from real frogs, can they?" She worried about finding a chocolate-flavored frog inside upon opening the box. "What are you thinking?" Upon Hermione's remark, a vivid image sprang to Daphne's mind, and she quickly shook her head to dispel the terrifying thought. Chocolate frogs are, in fact, chocolate molded into the shape of frogs, accompanied by collectible cards depicting famous witches and wizards, many of whom are avid collectors of chocolate frog cards. Daphne's words reassured Hermione, prompting her to select a box of chocolate frogs and open it. Inside, she discovered a card and a remarkably lifelike chocolate frog. Just as she was about to pick up the card to read it, the frog stretched its hind legs, causing Hermione's eyes to widen and a scream to escape her lips. "This frog is moving." The scream did little to halt the chocolate frog's escapade. Once freed from its box, it curled its legs and made a daring leap. Just as it was about to gain its freedom, a slender hand swooped in and intercepted it. This was the nature of chocolate frogs. Upon opening the box, one must be prepared to seize it, lest it make its escape. Daphne, having captured the fleeing chocolate frog, intended to return it to Hermione, who, however, declined Daphne's kind gesture. The frog's uncanny realism momentarily overwhelmed her, and she needed to mentally brace herself. "Let me see." Les expressed a keen interest in the chocolate frog as well. For him, animating chocolate into the form of a frog was not particularly challenging, yet he understood the high level of skill required in transfiguration for an average wizard. How did the company producing chocolate frogs manage to mass-produce such a product? Was there a transfiguration master willing to work for them? Upon taking the chocolate frog from Daphne, Les noted that the enchantment had not altered its essential nature as chocolate. Daphne's fingers had even begun to melt a portion of it. Nevertheless, the magic endowed this chocolate frog with instinctual abilities. It could kick its legs, move about, and exhibited a survival instinct akin to that of a live frog. From this chocolate frog, Les sensed a faint magical fluctuation. Based on his experience, he concluded that this chocolate frog could only hop around for a minute before it would revert to a solid lump of chocolate, indistinguishable from the chocolate bars found on Muggle shelves. Les grasped the chocolate frog by its hind legs and placed it in his mouth. The frog struggled briefly before becoming still. As for the flavor, it was merely that of ordinary milk chocolate, no different from the chocolate he had previously purchased. While Les savored the chocolate frog, Hermione examined the card within the box, scrutinizing the depicted figures. Salazar Slytherin, medieval, exact date unknown. One of the 4 renowned founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, one of the earliest known parselmouths, proficient in various spells. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Les looked up in astonishment. "What? There are cards of ourselves inside chocolate frogs?" remembering Daphne's earlier statement that only famous witches and wizards could appear on chocolate frog cards. Les felt a surge of joy. You drew Slytherin? Let me see. Upon seeing Hermione's Slytherin card, Daphne immediately set aside her snacks and borrowed the card from Hermione. After a mere glance, she returned it with a look of disappointment. Just a common gold card, not a special one. What a pity. From Daphne. Les learned with surprise that chocolate frog cards were categorized into gold, silver, and bronze, with some rare hidden variants. His own card was a gold one, and it also included what was referred to as a hidden variant reward card. Upon hearing this revelation, Les's spirits lifted. Naturally, as one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, it is only fitting to be included in the gold card category, especially with a hidden variant. Les himself opened a box of chocolate frogs, perhaps guided by fate. The card within this box was also Salazar Slytherin, and according to Daphne's assessment, it was indeed a reward card. You see, this is the distinction between a regular gold card and a reward card. The introduction for a reward card includes an additional line. He is also an advocate for blood purity. Daphne patiently explained the differences between ordinary cards and reward cards to Les and Hermione. Les, I find it perplexing, he could not help but inquire. Why is Slytherin regarded as a bastion of pureblood supremacy? The answer was rather straightforward. Even Hermione was aware of it. The house exclusively admits students of pure blood lineage. However, Les felt as though something was lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily lightheaded. Your misunderstandings regarding Slytherin are profoundly misguided. The notion that it exclusively enrolls pure blood students is a fallacy. There are indeed half-blood wizards among Slytherin's ranks. He endeavored to defend himself, though with little success. He realized that, after a millennium of distortion, the perception of him had been severely warped by the machinations of those with ulterior motives. To the modern wizard, Slytherin was hardly a reflection of his true self. They had merely sculpted a statue named Salazar Slytherin according to their whims and venerated it. The appearance and attire of this statue were entirely dictated by later generations. They spoke through Slytherin's voice to express their own sentiments. Listening to Les's explanation, Hermione shook her head and simply replied, "The books document it this way." Daphne, too, found it difficult to accept Les's assertions. To her, the name Slytherin was irrevocably entwined with pure blood. Les felt a sense of despair. You must consider the context in which Hogwarts was founded. Is it not conceivable that Slytherin's preference for pure blood students stemmed from their perceived reliability? This novel perspective piqued the interest of both Hermione and Daphne, prompting them to request that Les elaborate further, as they had never encountered such reasoning before. In the eager gaze of the 2 girls, Les began his earnest attempt to vindicate himself. He regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. If he could not persuade these 2 young ladies, how could he hope to convince others? The ignominy thrust upon him by future generations would likely remain his burden indefinitely. This was utterly intolerable. Why must those devoid of merit, save for their lineage, exploit his name for their gain? First, I must clarify that the definition of pure blood a millennium ago vastly differs from today's stringent criteria. Les found a suitable entry point to elucidate the rationale behind Slytherin's insistence on admitting only pure blood wizards. In my era, a family with 3 consecutive generations of wizards could be classified as a pure blood family, a stark contrast to the rigorous standards of today. The living conditions for wizards were also markedly different. During Slytherin's time, the boundaries between Muggles and wizards were not as clearly defined as they are now, and the opposition was far more intense. It was indeed possible to be killed simply for being a wizard. Worse still, some wizards chose to align themselves with Muggles, aiding Muggle lords in the persecution of their fellow wizards and deeply entrenching themselves in Muggle politics. Using magic to combat magic, Les let out a peculiar laugh. After recounting the circumstances of that era, Les turned to Daphne and Hermione. Can you now comprehend Slytherin's perspective? Only pure-blood wizards could be deemed sufficiently trustworthy. The practices of the other 3 founders were fraught with peril. In fact, Hogwarts has a history of internal strife that you won't find in any history of the school. What internal strife? Hermione interjected eagerly, while Daphne appeared somewhat skeptical. She had never heard her father mention any civil discord at Hogwarts. After its founding, the 4 founders sought to recruit students of their choosing. To facilitate education, they amassed a vast collection of magical tomes that were housed within Hogwarts' library, alongside a wealth of potion ingredients. As Hogwarts' reputation burgeoned, it inevitably attracted the avarice of a local lord. This greedy lord conspired with several young wizards of Muggle descent, intent on infiltrating the castle from within. His scheme was that, even if he could not seize Hogwarts, he would compel the school to pay him tribute and provide him with wizards for his battles, thereby rendering Hogwarts his vassal. And what was the outcome? Hermione pressed eagerly, while Daphne leaned in, keen to hear the unfolding tale. Regardless of the veracity of Les's narrative, the plot was captivating enough. Les cast a peculiar glance at the two girls. Naturally, the founders emerged victorious. A mere lord and a handful of ineffectual apprentices could hardly stand against the four founders. Besides, had they lost, Hogwarts would not exist in the world today, though they did manage to breach the castle's interior, he added. However, from that point onward, there were no more lords surrounding Hogwarts, which was indeed a blessing. But why would a Muggle lord dare to covet Hogwarts? Daphne recognized a flaw in the narrative and couldn't help but inquire. He was no ordinary lord. He was also a formidable wizard, which emboldened his ambitions toward Hogwarts. As I mentioned, the delineation between Muggles and the magical realm was not as pronounced then, and some powerful wizards sought to acquire titles and lands for themselves. Although the truth was far more intricate than Les conveyed to Daphne and Hermione, there was no need to burden them with excessive detail. A broad overview sufficed. Thus, it appears Slytherin's actions were driven by necessity. Daphne gradually began to empathize with Slytherin. Coming from a pure-blood family herself, she found it easier to relate. But how do you know all this? Hermione questioned, puzzled by how Les could possess such intimate knowledge akin to that of a first-hand witness, especially considering that even Daphne, hailing from a pure-blood lineage, was unaware of these historical tidbits. Events that transpired invariably leave traces behind. I once came across a letter from a medieval wizard that referenced this matter. A friend of his had inquired why the staircases at Hogwarts were in such a state, and he recounted the entire saga. What about the staircases? You'll understand once you arrive. During the ensuing time, Les did not exit the compartment. After Malfoy's interruption, he lost interest in catching a glimpse of the legendary savior. Time was on his side. They would eventually meet. As the evening sky darkened, Hermione left the compartment to seek out the conductor, soon returning with news that Hogwarts was nearing. We should don our robes. We have no more than 30 minutes before we arrive. Les turned his gaze to the window, attempting to discern familiar outlines among the undulating mountains. He failed. Even the contours of the hills appeared utterly foreign, leaving no trace of familiarity. When he turned back, he noticed that Hermione and Daphne had already donned their robes, and Les observed a silver-green pattern adorning Daphne's cuffs. Have you already resolved to join Slytherin? Les inquired with curiosity, recalling that the sorting process he had previously established did not permit students to know their assigned house prior to the sorting hat ceremony. While the outcome remains uncertain, I am quite certain I shall be placed in Slytherin. Daphne harbored no illusions about the possibility of being sorted into another house. Her entire family hailed from Slytherin. Les nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a student of Daphne's caliber indeed met his criteria for admission. Were he to choose, he would undoubtedly select her for Slytherin. In just 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and the conductor's voice resonated through the carriage, instructing them to leave their luggage on board, as the school staff would see to its delivery. The train's speed gradually diminished until it finally came to a halt. Students jostled in the cramped aisles, eager to reach the doors, ultimately spilling onto a dimly lit, narrow platform. Following the throng, Les, along with Hermione and Daphne, stepped onto the chilly platform. He surveyed his surroundings, finally finding a flicker of familiarity amid the scenery. This was Hogsmeade, and after a millennium, Salazar Slytherin had once again set foot on this land. Chapter 20 à Hogwarts. When he departed all those years ago, he had sworn never to return. Yet here he was, having broken his vow. No, it was Salazar Slytherin who had vowed never to tread upon Hogwarts soil again. What connection did that hold for me? Les. He reassured himself. He had often imagined what it would be like to return, the sights he would behold, the circumstances surrounding his return, and the words he would share with Godric and the others. Yet, even the wildest fancies he had conjured paled in comparison to the surreal reality he now faced. A millennium had passed since his last visit, and his 3 old friends had long since departed this realm. However, to suggest that they had simply become dust was something Les could not accept. He had found a way to extend his life. Could his friends truly have met death with such tranquility? He felt the likelihood of that was slim. Perhaps they, like him, had awakened from their long slumber, returned in secrecy, or perhaps they still lay in eternal rest. Until he laid eyes upon their remains, Les would not concede to their demise. A brisk wind swept through, and although his heavy robes shielded him from much of the cold, his exposed hands and face were not spared, causing all 3 to shiver simultaneously. Suddenly, a lantern illuminated the crowd, and a deep voice boomed. First-year students, over here. Harry, come this way. How are you, Harry? Les, along with the other students, turned towards the light, where a small, disheveled wizard in a robe emerged. Was that Harry Potter? This thought crossed many minds. Upon seeing Harry, Disappointment tinged the air. The figure before them was merely an ordinary child, perhaps in his early teens, slight in stature, exuding an air of timidity. Yet, upon reflection, stripped of his savior's halo, Potter appeared to be just that, an 11-year-old boy. Thus, Les encountered the boy who had survived against all odds, completely unguarded. Daphne tugged at Les's sleeve and whispered in a low voice, "He seems so ordinary?" She faltered momentarily before finally settling on the most fitting description. Yes, ordinary. Le tout found the boy rather unremarkable. He resembled just another youth and could hardly fathom how the Dark Lord had fallen to him. Perhaps a closer encounter in the future would shed light on that mystery. So, what did you expect him to be like? Le replied, rummaging in his pocket for a few jars of candy. I'm not sure, she stammered, initially tempted to say someone like him but hesitating to voice it aloud. Here. Les handed her a jar containing a swirling blue flame, also distributing one to Hermione and keeping one for himself. A simple trick, it provided warmth, extinguishing itself after half an hour without any fuss. Holding the jar, Les felt a warmth radiate from his palm, quickly warming his hands. He rubbed his hands against his face, dissipating the remnants of the cold wind. Daphne, Hermione, how wonderful! In the biting wind, having a flame to warm them was indeed a stroke of fortune. I'll teach you later, Les said, a smile gracing his lips. This spell, of his own invention and refined through Rowena's touch, had once helped them endure the frigid nights of the Nordic wilderness. Magic, indeed, held the power to transform the mundane into the miraculous, rescuing lives in the process. Navigating against the crowd, the three of them approached Hagrid. After calling out a few more times to ensure that no first-year students were left behind, led the cluster of young wizards toward the school. The path to Hogwarts Castle was steep and narrow, shrouded in darkness beside them, as the young wizards stumbled along behind Hagrid, each step uneven. The deeper they ventured, the more familiar the vistas became for Les, until at the end of the path, a vast black lake emerged. On the opposite shore, a grand castle loomed atop a high hill, its towers piercing the night sky, windows glimmering like stars, competing with the heavens in a dreamlike spectacle. Les felt as though he had crossed through time, returning a millennium into the past. On that long-ago morning, the four of them had traversed a similar rugged path, arriving before this very lake, ultimately deciding to establish their own magical school upon this hillside. Prior to that, they had debated the location for quite some time. Perhaps it was true that thoughts lingered during the day and manifest in dreams at night. Rowena Ravenclaw had dreamt of a wild boar leading her to this very lake, guiding her to a verdant spot. When dawn broke, she had brought her friends along the path revealed in her dream, ultimately discovering the place she had envisioned. Here lay marshlands, lockshores, valleys, and bogs. Each founder could find a location that pleased them, leading to a unanimous decision to build their magical school here. Of course, Les found Rowena's so-called dream rather far-fetched. She must have discovered this desirable territory through some means and, fearing dissent from the others, concocted a story to provide them with a psychological suggestion. If she truly had such a dream, Les believed they ought to have cleared the surrounding lakes and forests immediately, seeking out the trickster that allowed such dreams to be conjured so freely. Such dreams bore strong prophetic implications, and Rowena Ravenclaw was not known for her foresight. Upon sighting Hogwarts Castle, the group was awestruck, unable to suppress a chorus of exclamations. Ah, Hogwarts! Les could not help but exclaim, his myriad emotions crystallizing in that single utterance. Along the lakeside, a line of small boats awaited, and under Hagrid's guidance, the students boarded one after another. Each boat could accommodate a maximum of 4 people, with Hagrid taking one for himself. Les, Hermione, and Daphne climbed aboard the nearest vessel, followed closely by Neville. Les noted that Harry Potter had taken a seat in the boat adjacent to theirs, alongside a red-haired boy. Once everyone was settled, Hagrid bellowed, "Forward!" The small boat glided swiftly across the lake's surface, as smooth as a mirror, propelling itself toward the towering castle that pierced the clouds. As they approached the cliff where the castle perched, it loomed above them, almost as if it were suspended in the sky. The boat slowed as it neared the precipice, guiding the newcomers through a verdant curtain of ivy that cloaked the cliff face, before entering a hidden passage. They traversed a dark tunnel beneath the castle, ultimately arriving at an underground dock. The students disembarked onto a ground strewn with gravel and small pebbles, ascending through the rocky tunnel until they finally emerged onto a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. Before them stood a grand oak door, and Hagrid ascended the steps to knock thrice upon it. The door swung open. Chapter 21. Hogwarts wealth surpasses all imagination. Behind the oak door stood a tall, black-haired which clad in a flowing emerald robe, her hair tightly bound and her expression stern, exuding an air of formidable authority. First year's Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." Once the handover was complete, Hagrid stepped aside, and Professor McGonagall pulled the door wide open, revealing a hall spacious enough to accommodate a 3-story villa. As the castle's facade, the entrance hall was impressively grand, reminiscent of the main nave of a cathedral. Directly opposite the entrance was an opulent marble staircase, and the ceiling soared to heights that seemed to vanish into the ether. Like a Muggle castle, the hall's walls were constructed from enormous blocks of stone, adorned with blazing torches that illuminated the chamber as if it were daylight. After surveying the hall's decor, Les smacked his lips in admiration. The successors had maintained the castle splendidly, judging by the lavish furnishings and the abundance of torches. It was evident that the school was not lacking in funds, which reassured him greatly. The mere thought of the number of torches made Les's face flush with embarrassment. The surrounding young wizards, devoid of worldly experience, could only gaze in awe at the towering hall, emitting vague exclamations of wonder, utterly unaware that the most extravagant elements were those unassuming torches affixed to the stone walls. Constructing such a magnificent castle had not required exorbitant expenditure, for it had all been conjured into existence by the 4 founders using magic, cutting stones from the surrounding mountains and transporting them with teleportation spells, assembling them like building blocks without any financial outlay, save for the sweat of Gryffindor. Those who have not managed finances cannot fathom their value. These little ones had no inkling of how much fuel a night's worth of torches would consume. As one of the 4 founders who once overseen the school's finances, Les reflected that the costs were astronomical. Even a mere glance at the monthly expense reports would induce a headache, despite their considerable resources. The expenses included the fuel for the torches, provisions for faculty and students, heating for the castle, potion materials, and the salaries of professors and staff. Each expenditure visibly drained their coffers, and Les had once contemplated imposing steep tuition fees on all students, but was ultimately dissuaded by Hufflepuff. "Helga, do you possess any grasp of financial matters? The amount we spent last month could have procured us a dragon, and this is a recurring expense. We must discover a means to generate income. So you propose levying tuition on the students? Have you lost your mind, or have I?" Helga flushed with rare indignation, slapping the Slytherin desk with fervor. "Many students cannot afford such sums. Then we could lend them money, allowing them to repay us gradually after graduation." "Huh, I never realized, Salazar, that you possessed a hint of goblin heritage." "Hufflepuff, you mustn't go too far." Salazar's temper flared, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Isn't that so? Forcing children to take out loans for their education, only to have them toil for you half their lives post-graduation. Surely even the greediest goblin would not conceive of such a scheme." As the two appeared on the brink of conflict, Rowena and Godric hastily interposed themselves, proposing a compromise. They would reach out to affluent parents of students to solicit donations for the school, should the contributions be substantial enough. Even those children overlooked by others could still learn magic. Concurrently, they resolved to implement various measures to curtail the school's expenses. For instance, Hufflepuff would cultivate vegetables alongside teaching herbology. Gryffindor would incorporate lessons on hunting in the adjacent forest into their combat classes, ensuring they gathered firewood on their return. Ravenclaw would create alchemical items to sell while teaching potions, and Slytherin would seek reliable avenues for potion sales, ensuring that none of the potions crafted in class went to waste. To navigate those challenging times, they devised numerous strategies. At one point, even the torches used for nighttime illumination were conjured by Slytherin through magic. It was not that the 4 founders were miserly, but rather that those who failed to consider the future often faced dire consequences, while their combined savings could sustain them for now. As the school grew in size and student numbers increased, what would become of Hogwarts when they were no longer around? A successful institution must achieve a balance between income and expenditure, lest it face ruin. "Stop daydreaming. Let's move." Hermione nudged Les back, signaling him to follow Professor McGonagall, who was leading the first years toward an empty room at the far end of the hall. "Isn't it breathtaking?" Daphne beamed with pride. "L'inoded silonli," a swell of pride enveloping him, even causing his cheeks to flush. "Yes, indeed, it is splendid. This is my school." Observing Hogwarts in its thriving state was akin to a fruit farmer reveling in a bountiful harvest. He even leaned closer to a torch, intrigued, and discovered that it was indeed fueled by oil rather than magical flames, which left him astounded by Hogwarts' affluence. What Les did not realize was that with the ongoing Industrial Revolution, productivity had surged dramatically, rendering oil, once a precious commodity, far less valuable than in the Middle Ages. The cost of lard, a source of substantial oil, was negligible. Using oil to fuel torches had become more economical than ever. The room Professor McGonagall ushered them into was not particularly large. Once the first years crammed inside, they jostled against one another, the air thick with tension. Clearing her throat, Professor McGonagall delivered a brief speech. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats, we must conduct the sorting ceremony to determine which house you will join. This is the most significant ceremony at Hogwarts, for during your 7 years here, your house will be your home. You will attend classes with your fellow housemates, reside in your house dormitory, and spend your free time in your house common room. Upon graduation, this emblem will remain with you for a lifetime. The students' nervousness slightly eased, replaced with eager anticipation for the impending sorting ceremony. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin each held their own illustrious histories, having nurtured remarkable witches and wizards throughout the years. During your tenure, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in deductions. At the year's end, the house with the most points will receive the House Cup, an esteemed honor. I hope that regardless of which house you're sorted into, you will bring glory to your house. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire faculty and student body. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and elevate your spirits. Her gaze swept across the faces of students whose attire was less than appropriate, inciting a flurry of activity as everyone hurriedly adjusted their clothing to avoid embarrassment when called to the stage. After emphasizing a few rules of decorum, Professor McGonagall departed from the small room, allowing the young wizards to exhale in relief. How could they possibly sort us into the most fitting houses? Les heard Potter pose the question to his friends. Some sort of test, perhaps? Fred remarked jokingly about the potential harm it could inflict upon them. Yet Les suspected he was merely jesting. The red-hair boy's expression was somewhat peculiar. Merlin, how he longed to be placed in Gryffindor. His mother and father, along with several brothers, were all members of that house, and he could scarcely fathom what they would say if he were not sorted into Gryffindor. Though the two spoke in hushed tones, a few nearby could still overhear their conversation. Hermione murmured softly, I hope to be sorted into Gryffindor. It is said to be the best. I've heard that Dumbledore graduated from there, although I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either, as long as it isn't Hufflepuff. Les interjected, his voice laced with irritation. Such crude language. How can you claim that one house is superior to another? Where does this notion that Gryffindor is the best originate? As one of Hogwarts' founders, he felt compelled to impart the rationale behind the founding of the 4 houses to the new students. Their aim was to teach according to individual strengths, providing each young wizard with the most suitable education, rather than fostering competition among the houses to establish a hierarchy. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The House Cup that Professor McGonagall had just mentioned seemed to be one of the primary culprits behind this erroneous mindset. This competition had led students from the 4 houses to vie against one another, undermining the unity of the school and exacerbating tensions, with various stereotypes likely tied to it as well. For instance, Hufflepuff, known for its laid-back ethos and aversion to competition, would find it particularly challenging to win the House Cup, inevitably leading some narrow-minded individuals to label all Hufflepuffs as inept. Conversely, Slytherin, whose members were often ambitious, might overly emphasize the competitive aspect in their quest for the House Cup, damaging relationships with other houses. The House Cup was not a beneficial institution, and Les resolved to seek an opportunity to abolish it. Yet, he mused about Dumbledore. Each house had produced remarkably talented wizards. Anticipating Hermione's retort, he countered her statement directly. Listen to me. Do not concern yourself with the illustrious figures that hail from each house. Such comparisons are meaningless. What is most suitable for you is what matters most. The brave and fearless may find their place in Gryffindor. The honest, loyal, and uncontentious may belong in Hufflepuff. The astute may flourish in Ravenclaw. And the ambitious may thrive in Slytherin. Each house possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. For example, Hufflepuff is the warmest, with harmonious relationships among its students, and their common room is conveniently located near the kitchens. Ravenclaw suits those who are determined to delve into academia, with a rich atmosphere of learning. If one aspires to a career in the Ministry of Magic, Slytherin is undoubtedly the ideal stage, where peers and alumni serve as invaluable allies. Albeit such a life is destined to be exhausting. Reflect carefully on the type of house you wish to join and the life you wish to lead. Les's voice rose slightly, catching the attention of several listeners, who regarded him with thoughtful expressions. The red-haired boy, who had just been conversing with Potter, blinked, having faintly heard about Hufflepuff's common room being close to the kitchen. Yet, given the choice, he still preferred to be sorted into Gryffindor. Neville, too, was intrigued by the mention of Hufflepuff's amicable camaraderie. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back of the line, and Les looked up to see about 20 translucent, pearly white ghosts suddenly emerged from the wall behind the first-year students. They were engaged in a heated debate, scarcely noticing the new arrivals in the room. "I say, we ought to give him another chance. My good fellow, have we not afforded Peas enough opportunities already? And what has been the outcome?" Les's eyes widened in shock as he recognized a familiar figure among the ghosts, his former student Barrow, a remarkably gifted young man from a respectable lineage. Barrow's only flaw was his somewhat hasty temperament. After graduating from Hogwarts, he had turned down a lucrative position to remain at the school, and nearly everyone expected him to be Slytherin's successor. Following Slytherin's departure, he had taken over the management of the Slytherin house. Who would have thought they would reunite in such an unexpected manner? The old and the young, life and death. Once intimately connected, they now represented completely opposite sides. A reunion most unforeseen. Barrow appeared almost unchanged from Les's memories, still bearing a gaunt figure, though now he seemed withered, devoid of the vigor he once possessed. His wide, dark eyes were marred by silver streaks of ectoplasm, and Les noticed the other ghosts kept their distance, seemingly fearful of him. The phantoms filed through the opposite wall, vanishing from sight, and Professor McGonagall returned, instructing the students to line up single file to proceed to the sorting ceremony. The ceremony was held in the Great Hall. Upon entering, the first years were awestruck, and even one of Hogwarts' founders was taken aback. How could such a wondrous, magnificent, and opulent place exist? Students from other years were already seated at 4 long wooden tables, laden with gleaming gold plates and goblets, illuminated by thousands of floating candles. Les surmised that all the tableware was crafted from gold. At the head of the hall, a long table was reserved for the faculty, similarly adorned with golden utensils. Les's breath quickened. The school's financial state was beyond anything the founders could have ever imagined. In their time, only they had used golden tableware, while ordinary professors dined with silver plates, and students were restricted to copper. Even the affluent Slytherins had never envisioned a day when nearly 1,000 faculty and students at Hogwarts would dine with golden cutlery. He could not help but glance upward, where the velvety black ceilings sparkled with stars, resembling the night sky from 1,000 years ago. Chapter 22. The Sorting Hat. I recall having polished you once. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to the faculty table, instructing them to face the upperclassmen lined up before them. Les could feel the weight of the faculty's gaze upon them. At that moment, all the students and ghosts within the school were also watching. Surrounded by a multitude of scrutinizing eyes, many first years began to break into a cold sweat. Not only did Les notice the hall's ceiling was extraordinary, but Hermione also took a moment to gaze upwards, then whispered, "The ceiling here is enchanted. It appears just like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history." "Indeed," Les replied, "a profoundly intricate enchantment has been cast upon the dome, one that was jointly enacted by the 4 founders. This spell aligns the dome with the skies beyond, allowing even the most powerful wizards to alter the weather within." He squinted at the dome and added, "Should any ill-intentioned individuals infiltrate the castle, the weather on the ceiling will surely deteriorate. Is that true?" The book made no mention of it. Hermione exclaimed, taken aback. She had not anticipated such a function from the ceiling of the Great Hall. If it were merely a mundane synchronization of weather, why would the 4 founders have all collaborated on it? This information is classified, known only to the headmaster and deputy headmaster. Les expressions brightened. This was indeed one of the invaluable legacies left by the 4 founders, an integral part of Hogwarts' defensive system. "How do you know this?" Les was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who approached them with a serious demeanor, one hand clutching a 4-legged stool and the other holding a pointed wizard's hat. She gently placed the stool before the first-year students and set the hat atop it. Les gazed at the tattered, patched hat with a mix of emotions. Goodness, has no one cleaned this hat in a millennium? He nearly succumbed to the urge to voice his thoughts, as the idea of donning the centuries-old, unwashed hat sent shivers down his spine. It was no wonder that successors hesitated to clean the sorting hat, should it be damaged. Who would sort the new students? The sorting hat, embodying the will of the 4 founders, had never misallocated a student to the wrong house, serving as a manifestation of their collective intent. While it was not that no successor had the capability to craft a new sorting hat, the original, containing the essence of the 4 founders, was irreplaceable. Over time, neglecting the hat became a tradition at Hogwarts, passed down through generations of headmasters. Once placed upon the stool, the hat's brim split open and it began to sing. "You may belong in Gryffindor, where hidden courage lies. Their bravery and spirit set Gryffindor apart." Les patiently listened to the sorting hat's self-composed song. Surprisingly, The lyrics were rather rhymed. He wondered which old friend had penned such a splendid tune. Perhaps you will join Slytherin. Here you may find sincere friends, yet those cunning and treacherous will stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Les's eyes widened in disbelief. Why does the tone shift to villainy upon mentioning Slytherin? He turned to Daphne, who stood beside him, incredulous. Is no one concerned about how the Sorting Hat portrays Slytherin? The other three houses received only praise, yet Slytherin is met with such harsh words? It dawned on him that having left early, the other three must have meddled with the hat after his departure. Could it not be a tad more neutral? This is a sorting ceremony, after all. Must it not speak favorably? Daphne pondered, acknowledging that there was indeed something amiss with the Sorting Hat's lyrics, yet it seemed to reflect a semblance of truth. It had not lied. Over the years, Slytherin had indeed produced its share of cunning and treacherous individuals, particularly since the emergence of the Dark Lord, which had tarnished the house's reputation further. Seeing that even Daphne, a staunch Slytherin supporter, felt the Sorting Hat had not lied, Les could not help but sigh. How had the house's reputation plummeted so? Having awakened with no clear objective, he now resolved to change Slytherin's standing. At that moment, Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, stepped forward. I shall call out names, and when your name is spoken, you shall don the hat and take a seat upon the stool, awaiting your house. Her voice echoed in the great hall. Hannah Abbott. One by one, names were called, and the line before the staff table gradually diminished. Neville Longbottom was summoned. After the hat was placed upon his head, it fell silent for a moment. The hat appeared to engage in a dialogue with Neville, who, blushing and resolute, shook his head. Finally, it declared Hufflepuff. The hat's decision surprised no one familiar with Neville. His placement in Hufflepuff was quite fitting. Had their conversation been revealed, many would have been astounded to learn that the hat believed he could be sorted into either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. But it was Neville's own insistence on joining Hufflepuff that led to the hat's decision. Hermione Granger and Daphne Greengrass followed closely behind. The hat seemed to decide Daphne's fate almost instantaneously upon contact, while it took considerably longer to determine Hermione's. After approximately 3 minutes, the hat finally assigned her to Ravenclaw. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Les felt the young girl wink at him as she walked towards the Ravenclaw table. Les could perceive that Hermione initially believed Gryffindor to be the best house due to Dumbledore's influence, aspiring to join it as it was deemed the finest. Now, however, she confronted her true self, selecting the house that suited her best, which brought a sense of satisfaction to Les. Gradually, the surnames of the students transitioned from G to L, Lestrange. Upon hearing his name, called by Professor McGonagall, Les approached the stool leisurely and sat down. As she advanced towards him, preparing to place the hat upon his head, Les extended his hand, took the sorting hat from her grasp, and placed it upon his own head. Hat, I wonder if you remember me. I once cleaned you when you were but a mere hat. This mischievous thought flickered in his mind just before donning the hat. Chapter 23. Lestrange of Slytherin. The sorting hat felt somewhat oversized for someone yet to reach adulthood. Upon wearing it, the hat slid down, obscuring his vision. Darkness enveloped him, severing his connection with the world outside. Once donned, Les discovered the hat was not as filthy as it appeared and was, in fact, rather comfortable. He even sensed a faint trace of Godric's essence lingering upon it, almost causing him to spiral into nostalgic reverie. A faint voice whispered in his ear, "Ah, a familiar sensation, very familiar indeed." Even in its whisper, Les could detect the astonishment in the sorting hat's tone. Familiarity was indeed expected. He mused silently. Oh dear. The hat became somewhat rigid. Its once soft brim stiffened like a headband, pressing uncomfortably against Les's head. It was astonishing, almost unbelievable, as the sorting hat seemed to have transformed into a mere echo, repeating a singular phrase. Huh? Les noticed the hat's peculiar behavior. It appeared to have undergone significant changes since his time at school. Rice did not conceal his thoughts, and thus, this notion reached the sorting hat, which promptly replied, "The other esteemed individuals have imparted some training to me." "Training you to speak ill of Slytherin House?" The sorting hat inquired. "Please forgive my ignorance." It began to apologize without hesitation. "It matters not. Slytherin's reputation is a consequence of its own making, and all will be set right now that I am here." Rice did not lay the blame entirely upon the sorting hat, acknowledging that, after all, it was merely a talking hat. The reputation of Slytherin would undoubtedly be restored. The sorting hat immediately concurred. "As long as you are here, Slytherin shall rise to greatness once more. Will you still delve into my memories to determine which house I belong to?" For Rice, magically sealing his heart was a trivial endeavor, yet he chose to open himself to the sorting hat instead. "You may examine freely. I have no objections." But the sorting hat lacked the courage for such an undertaking. The memories of this formidable individual were beyond its reach. Initially, upon encountering Rice, it sensed a familiarity in his soul, but as it probed further, it increasingly perceived him as reminiscent of a long-lost acquaintance, someone it could not afford to offend. It dared not contemplate further. As a mere hat, the Sorting Hat felt a bead of sweat forming. "You jest," it replied awkwardly. The thought of this individual not being sorted into Slytherin would imply the dissolution of the house itself. "In your millennium of guarding the school, have you encountered any of the other three?" Rice posed this question with an unflinching demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter like dining. Yet, if one were to delve into his heart, they would discern the underlying tension. The Sorting Hat fell silent. Very well. Rice did not press further on this matter, but instead requested the Sorting Hat to keep his secrets. Of course. If only I had hands and a chest. I would thumb my chest in assurance." Fortunately, the conversation between Rice and the Sorting Hat was private. Otherwise, the entire faculty and student body would be left agape at Rice's demeanor and the Sorting Hat's tone. Before him, who would dare to speak so freely to this treasured artifact of the school? After a brief chat with the Sorting Hat, Rice concluded the conversation, allowing the hat to finally proclaim, in its loudest and most resonant voice, "Slytherin." The moment the word Slytherin was uttered, the Sorting Hat seemed to be drained of all its strength and slumped down. When Professor McGonagall reclaimed it, she was astonished to find the hat had become damp. Although Rice was a stranger, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. The students of Slytherin were well aware that they were not favored by the other three houses. Ravenclaw might be an exception, but Gryffindor and Hufflepuff truly despised them. This external animosity fostered a sense of unity among them. Regardless of the lineage of this striking young wizard, his admission to Slytherin was a cause for celebration. What lay ahead was a matter for another time, not conflicting with their current revelry. Even Malfoy clapped twice with a stern expression, concealing his feelings, not because he considered Rice's level of skill, but simply to avoid revealing that he had been outmatched by Rice. Daphne clapped the hardest, her hands turning rosy from the vigor of her applause. She did not perceive Rice as an ordinary first-year student. What first year possessed such magical prowess? Most graduates would not reach his level. Her father had claimed that the magical artifacts he sold were exceedingly rare and beneficial for her sister's ailment. Perhaps, if she befriended him, she might acquire even more precious items. Maybe her sister's condition could be alleviated. Being classmates with a wizard like Rice was truly a remarkable fortune. Unexplainable emotions brewed within her. Spotting Rice descending from the staff table, she quickly shuffled aside to make room for him. "Thank you." Rice took the seat Daphne had cleared and joined the surrounding Slytherin students in observing the sorting ceremony. More not. Parkinson, Pettigrew, Harry Potter. The Hogwarts students suddenly perked up, directing their attention to the frail, black-haired boy. "Do you think he'll come to Slytherin?" Daphne whispered. "Why do you think he would?" Rice inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he saw no qualities in Potter that aligned with Slytherin's ethos. "Well, it's a good thing. Then we would have Potter. The other houses wouldn't be able to keep calling Slytherin the cradle of dark wizards." Daphne pouted, muttering under her breath. It was apparent she harbored resentment regarding the house's poor reputation. Who wouldn't? What young wizard would wish to attend school under the potential stigma of being associated with Death Eaters? If the boy who lived were also a Slytherin, perhaps the house's public perception would improve. Unfortunately, this idyllic notion was shattered by a loud cheer from Gryffindor. Watching the jubilant Gryffindors on the opposite side of the hall, many Slytherin students could not suppress their disappointment. Several Slytherin students even began to recount the legendary tales of the house's 7 consecutive victories in the House Cup to the newly sorted first years. When the last newcomer, a boy named Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony finally concluded. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away, and the headmaster, Dumbledore, stood up. Chapter 24, Assistance from Daphne. Upon seeing him rise, many first years from Muggle backgrounds involuntarily shivered, relieved that the headmaster of the magical school had not adopted any Muggle habits. Dumbledore's opening speech for the new term was so brief, it could scarcely be termed a speech. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I wish to impart a few words. Fool, crybaby, scum, squeeze. Thank you all. Now you may dine." Dumbledore seems like a peculiar fellow, Daphne mused, failing to grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. She could not resist the urge to share her thoughts about this eccentric old man with Rice. Rice nodded, intending to say something, but was momentarily dazzled by the lavish spread that suddenly appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, his plate was filled with an array of dishes: roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even mint candies that seemed out of place among the other foods. Even for the extravagant Slytherins, such a grand feast was rare. The variety of spices that had entered Europe over the millennium rendered these dishes far more delectable than those served in Slytherin's era. Rice found himself momentarily dazzled. Was this the financial might of Hogwarts? He could not help but be once again captivated by the abundance of Hogwarts, and a wave of joy washed over him, reminiscent of a fruitful orchard bearing the fruits of seeds sown in years gone by. Naturally, such bountiful offerings had become the norm. A senior, sitting diagonally across from Les, overhearing his exclamation, could not resist the urge to boast, declaring that he would soon grow weary of such exquisite ingredients, as the school predominantly served British cuisine. With that, he made a comical face, eliciting a chorus of laughter. The value of British fare was universally understood. It was a rarity cherished only by antiquated souls like Les, who had indulged in luxury a millennium ago. What a pity. The kitchen was indeed capable of preparing French cuisine, the senior lamented with a twinge of regret. I shall write to my father about this, he continued, for my father is a school governor, and his words carry weight. He can surely persuade the cafeteria to offer dishes from other countries. Malfoy emphasized the term governor, casting a furtive glance at Les, hoping to see a flicker of dismay or fear on his face. Draco mused that if Les were to sincerely apologize, as the heir of the Malfoy lineage, he would graciously forgive him and offer him a chance to follow in his footsteps. Talents were rare, and a wizard of Les's caliber deserved to stand behind him, provided he was at least a half-blood. However, it seemed that Les had not registered his words at all. He was wholly focused on devouring the roast beef before him. Draco Malfoy felt as if he had struck air with his fist. Les had indeed heard Malfoy's words, but he gave them no mind whatsoever. Governors? What of them? That position was originally established to raise funds for the school's operation, a role akin to that of a financial fool. What was there to be proud of? The young lad could not genuinely believe that a mere talking purse could influence the workings of Hogwarts. Could he? What Les was unaware of was that, with the school's evolution, the governor's influence over its operations had indeed grown steadily. The current board of governors was no longer a mere human money bag from 1,000 years ago. They theoretically possessed the power to suspend the headmaster's position, though no one had yet dared to attempt such a measure. Once everyone had filled their bellies with a copious amount of potatoes, roast meat, and sausages, the remnants of food vanished in an instant, and the plates and cutlery gleamed anew. Shortly thereafter, an array of desserts, ice creams of various flavors, puddings, pies, chocolate cakes, and fried jam-filled donuts graced the dining table. Les took a sampling of each, and, at that moment, the conversation naturally shifted to their respective families. I am Daphne Greengrass, and my father's Henry Greengrass. She introduced herself, elegantly slicing her pudding. In that moment, she resembled a swan in grace and a peacock in pride. The name Greengrass elicited a palpable sense of reverence among those present. It was one of the oldest families in the wizarding world, flourishing for over a millennium, predating even the history of Hogwarts. Even within the pure blood haven of Slytherin, the Greengrass lineage held a superior status, being pure blood among purebloods. After all, many pureblood families had histories that were not particularly worthy of scrutiny. Junior, and you? The senior, who had previously criticized the kitchen, turned his gaze towards Les, who was seated beside Daphne and engrossed in his dessert. Upon realizing that he was in the presence of the daughter of the Greengrass family, Les suddenly felt somewhat out of place. Me? Les looked up, slightly bewildered. His confusion stemmed from a simple fact. He was indeed pureblood, yet his true surname was Slytherin, rendering him akin to a ghostly figure. Les is also a pure-blood wizard. He previously sold 2 rather rare magical artifacts to my father, who said they could only be found in long-established wizarding families. Daphne interjected, keenly aware of Slytherin's traditions, thus coming to Les's aid. Is that so? The surrounding Slytherins appeared somewhat astonished, racking their brains for any recollection of a family by the name of Lint, but they found none. However, with Daphne's endorsement, they had no choice but to accept that the Lint family must be a discreet and reclusive lineage. What artifacts? Malfoy, seated not far away, leaned in, determined to stir the pot. He was skeptical that Les could produce any precious magical items, but since Daphne had mentioned them, he was intent on uncovering the truth and discovering what treasures could elicit such praise from the head of the Greengrass family. However, the remark about only being found in long-established wizarding families had indeed piqued his vanity. If his own family's vault happened to contain such artifacts, it would certainly bolster his reputation. The shrivel fig and calming candles. Noticing the interest of others in the topic, Daphne briefly described the names and effects of the 2 artifacts. Upon hearing her words, Malfoy's brow furrowed with confusion. He had never heard of either item. So, Master Malfoy, Does your family possess these items? My younger sister has been ill since childhood and requires these magical artifacts to alleviate her suffering. If you have them in your possession, I will be most grateful for your generosity." Malfoy's face reddened, akin to a crab steaming in a pot, and he took a deep breath, managing to utter only, "I will write to my father." Thereafter, he returned his focus to his dessert, leaving his slice of cake unfinished when the desserts were eventually cleared away. Chapter 25. The school song that drove the founders to despair. Once the desserts had been removed, Professor Dumbledore rose once more, and the dining hall fell silent. Professor Dumbledore briefly outlined a few important school regulations, emphasizing that anyone unwilling to encounter unforeseen accidents and meet a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. Some students assumed Professor Dumbledore was jesting, yet the serious expressions of the majority indicated they took his words to heart. During Dumbledore's address, Les scrutinized the professors seated at the staff table. In his view, the current Hogwarts faculty was quite impressive, with several professors exuding a potent magical aura that would have been formidable even a millennium ago. There was Professor McGonagall, who led their sorting, a diminutive professor with evident fairy lineage, a middle-aged witch who radiated quintessential Hufflepuff traits, and a middle-aged wizard with oily black hair, an aquiline nose, and waxen skin. These four, besides Dumbledore, were the most powerful wizards present. As for Dumbledore, to Les's naked eye, he appeared to be a kindly old man with a twinkle in his eye and a white beard. However, upon employing magical detection, one would experience a sensation akin to gazing into the sun. He was the most formidable wizard Les had encountered since his revival. Even against the former Gryffindor, he would not necessarily falter. Yet considering his age and physical condition, the outcome of any confrontation hardly required deliberation. During the banquet, Les had exchanged a fleeting glance with Dumbledore, in which he beheld a pair of blue eyes, deep and serene as a lake, possessing an almost magnetic quality that drew one into their depths. The fleeting moment of contact was abruptly severed as Professor Dumbledore gently tapped his golden spoon against the goblet before him, a gesture of salute. Among the gathered professors, aside from Dumbledore, it was the hawk-nosed teacher and the professor adorned with a purple turban sitting beside him who left the most profound impression on Les. The hawk-nosed professor emanated a chilling aura, yet upon closer inspection, Les discerned an illusion of flames flickering within his magical presence. The professor with the grand purple turban intrigued Les the most. He exuded a vague discomfort that Les could not quite articulate. He resolved to seize an opportunity in the future to observe him more closely. As Dumbledore recounted the school regulations, enthusiastic individuals seated at the long tables of each house eagerly introduced the new students to the professors. Due to her noble lineage, Daphne received an exceptionally warm welcome, allowing Les to glean a wealth of information from his proximity. That is our house's headmaster, Professor Severus Snape. He may appear unapproachable, yet he is remarkably supportive of his own students, as long as you do not confront him directly and possess a modicum of perceptiveness in your actions. You shall not incur severe punishments, he overheard. Do not underestimate Professor Flitwick. It is said he was once the champion of the dueling competition in his youth. And that is Professor Quirrell, who previously taught Muggle studies. Reliable sources suggest he will be teaching defense against the dark arts this year. What? How'd he end up teaching that? Is he looking to leave Hogwarts? Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat, and the murmurs subsided. Now, before we retire for the evening, let us join together in singing the school song, he proclaimed with a resonant voice. A school song? Hogwarts now has a school song. They had once wished to create one, but abandoned the idea upon failing to find a suitable melody. It was astonishing that the future generations had carried forth their intent. Les felt a surge of excitement as he adjusted his posture, sitting upright in eager anticipation of Hogwarts school song. What Les failed to notice was that the smiles on the faces of the other professors seemed to freeze upon hearing Dumbledore's words. With a flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon spiraled from its tip, coiling above the grand dining table and forming lines of text. Choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore announced. Prepare, sing. Les blinked in astonishment as he was engulfed by the cacophony of voices, the school songs sung by the faculty and students alike, each employing their own melody, merging into a sound that sent shivers down his spine, akin to submerging one's head in a barrel brimming with live octopuses. What should have been a harmonious school song had transformed into a cacophonous incantation of sorts. Is this truly Hogwarts school song? Doubts began to creep into Les's mind. However, seeing Dumbledore conducting with utmost seriousness and the other students earnestly participating, he reluctantly accepted this as the reality of the Hogwarts anthem. As the final note dissipated, applause erupted within the hall. Les endeavored to reassure himself, Having a school song was better than none, and the lyrics were quite decent, albeit lacking in harmony. This self-deception ultimately stabilized his emotions. Dumbledore then announced that it was time for bed, and everyone could return to their common rooms. Students from each house staggered to their feet, guided by their respective prefects toward their common rooms. A girl with fashionable curls and delicate makeup rose from the end of the Slytherin table, her clear voice ringing out, "First-year Slytherin students, please follow me." Once all the new students had gathered behind her, she led them out of the Great Hall. The common room is hidden within the castle's dungeons. I hope you will remember the way to the common room. By Merlin, if I ever encounter a wandering Slytherin student searching for the entrance in the dungeons, I shall certainly recommend to Professor Snape that you be expedited in your transfer process. The first-year Slytherin students followed their prefect, Gemma Farley, as they exited the hall and descended the marble staircase into the castle's subterranean realm. The underground space was intricately designed, resembling a labyrinth, yet to less. The pathways were so familiar, he could traverse them with his eyes closed. The complexity of this construction was not merely a product of the founder's idle whims. In the early days of Hogwarts, it served a military purpose. However, as time passed and stability returned, the dungeon's martial applications were gradually abandoned and forgotten. Nevertheless, to this day, the depths of the castle's dungeons remained a true forbidden zone, shielded by magic to deter mischievous young wizards from trespassing. Gemma led the new students to a nondescript stone wall. Pure blood. As the incantation was uttered, the stone wall trembled and split down the middle, parting to reveal two entwined serpents. Once the wall fully opened, the serpents uncoiled, forming an archway. Thus, the Slytherin common room unveiled itself before the new students. Chapter 26. The true reason behind the common room's location at the bottom of the lake. Behind a serpent door lay a narrow, low-ceilinged dungeon. The walls and ceiling were constructed from rough stone, and a round lamp emanating a green glow dangled from the ceiling by a chain. The common room was furnished with dozens of intricately carved chairs and several sofas and coffee tables for students to relax upon, adorned with the skulls of various unknown creatures. The dungeon extended downward, reaching the very bottom of the Black Lake. As the common room resided within the dungeon, its windows overlooked the lake's waters, casting a green hue throughout the room. Despite a beautifully carved fireplace crackling with a fierce fire, the common room still felt dim and chilly. The layout of the common room had not changed significantly over the past millennium, save for a slight dimming of light due to the night's embrace. To be frank, every time Les entered this space, he found it rather damp. While his youthful body could tolerate it, he dreaded the thought of enduring such humidity in his later years. However, there was little he could do. He was simply unlucky in the draw. This tower is excellent, with a broad view and ample light. The Gryffindor common room should be located here. My students require an observatory for stargazing, so Ravenclaw's common room should also be situated in a tower. If one or two are placed in the towers, does that mean the front and the underground of the school are neglected? Slytherin glared at Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, his frustration causing his beard to bristle. Rowena and Godric diverted their gazes elsewhere. One became engrossed in the patterns on the floor, while the other suddenly focused on the ceiling's joinery. Before them was a miniature replica of Hogwarts Castle. The castle is exquisitely crafted, with even the number of glass panes in the tower windows perfectly replicated. Through the windows, one can observe the complete array of furniture, including desks, chairs, fireplaces, and chandeliers. Such a delicate model, of course, was not constructed by the four founders' hands, but rather magically recreated in proportion. Not only is the arrangement of various furnishings identical, but even the patterns of the floor tiles are a perfect match. The model, roughly the size of a sheep, slowly rotates on the table. The founders are embroiled in a heated debate over the placement of their respective house common rooms. Each desires to reside in a bright, spacious, well-lit tower. Yet for the sake of the castle's security, a sufficient number of individuals must be stationed at the lower levels. If all four houses were to establish their common rooms in the towers, Hogwarts would be severely vulnerable in the event of an invasion. The optimal solution is for some to inhabit the towers, allowing them to survey the surroundings for any anomalies, while others reside near the ground floor, tasked with safeguarding the castle's entrance and responding swiftly to intruders. The pressing question then arises: who will guard the door? Enduring some hardship is one matter, but this decision would evidently impose great sacrifices on their students, which they cannot willingly impose upon others. After much deliberation, they ultimately decide to draw lots. The result designates Slytherin and his students to oversee the dungeons, Hufflepuff to guard the main entrance hall, while Gryffindor and Ravenclaw happily move into the towers. Living in the dungeons is not without its merits. My students can witness the breathtaking beauty beneath the Black Lake, a unique marvel in all of Britain. As the unfortunate Slytherin remarked, as a wizard, Salazar Slytherin was evidently not a competent architect. The concept of a common room by the lake was indeed appealing. But upon moving in, the students soon discovered the excessive dampness, necessitating the use of magic to dehumidify the space. Yet, what could be done? The lot had been drawn, and Slytherin was too embarrassed to confront his old friends, opting instead to maintain his dignity by proclaiming the lakeside view was exceptionally cool, while magically refreshing the air within the common room to keep the overall humidity within an acceptable range. Returning to the present, Les noticed that the ventilation system he designed a millennium ago still functioned perfectly, and he could not help but feel a surge of pride for a magical system that had endured for 1,000 years. Could the other 3 founders achieve such a feat? I can see that your luck in the drawing was fortuitous, yet my prowess in spellcasting is undoubtedly superior. Once all the first-year students had entered the common room, the door automatically sealed shut, reverting to the appearance of a stone wall. As Les was lost in thought, head girl Gemma began her address to the newcomers, and by the time he regained focus, her speech was nearly at its conclusion. There are a few things you should know. The ghost of our house, Bloody Baron, is a good soul, or rather, a good ghost, but please remember not to inquire about the origin of the bloodstains on him. Les, I will certainly be asking. The password for the common room changes every 2 weeks, so please keep an eye on the notice board. Bringing anyone from another house into the common room is absolutely forbidden. It has been over 7 centuries since outsiders last intruded. Upon hearing this, Les was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that when Hogwarts was first established, it was quite common for students from the 4 houses to visit each other's common rooms. And some young men and women of age would even seek out a dormitory for activities appropriate to their age. Godric even cast a charm to prevent boys from entering the girls' dormitory. However, based on feedback from his students, it seemed that Gryffindor's spell had little impact. Did boys actually sneak into the girls' dormitory to rendezvous with their girlfriends? More often than not, the castle merely saw a few enthusiastic young wizards volunteering to patrol the night. Who would have thought that a millennium later, the divide among the houses would be so pronounced, with 700 years of no one visiting the common room being regarded as a point of pride? Was this not a form of isolation? What Les did not realize was that Slytherin's situation was not unique. Next door, Hufflepuff boasted that they had never had an outsider visit their common room in 1,000 years, leaving one to wonder how they categorized Rowena Ravenclaw, who had been invited for tea by Helga. That is all I wish to convey. I trust you will enjoy our common room. Good night, and may you sleep soundly. Without the anticipated dramatic showdown of the first-year duels, Gemma concluded her speech rather uneventfully and began leading the newcomers to their dormitories. She first guided the girls to their quarters before escorting the boys to the opposite side of the common room. After navigating a few turns in the somewhat narrow corridor, they finally arrived. Chapter 27. The Night Walk is a cherished tradition at Hogwarts. The dormitory prepared for first-year Slytherin students features 6 beds, with silver lanterns hanging from the ceiling to provide illumination. The chamber contains 6 4-poster beds, each surrounded by green silk curtains and adorned with bed covers embroidered with silver thread. Their luggage has already been placed beneath their respective beds. The ancient stone walls are draped with medieval tapestries, intricately depicting scenes outlined in gold and silver threads. Upon closer inspection, Les felt his blood pressure rising, for the tapestry illustrated the great wizard Slytherin's adventurous tales. As he gazed at the stories depicted on the tapestry, Les's face began to flush, as they essentially summarized Slytherin's whimsical adventures with his 3 self-casting wands. Fortunately, the other 3 could not see the content of the tapestry. Otherwise, Les would have had to make a hasty exit. After locating his designated bed, Les removed his robe and hung it at the foot of the bed, only to find Draco Malfoy and his 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, staring at him. What? Do you still wish to sample some cake? Les inquired with a bemused smile directed at Draco Malfoy, who averted his gaze, not daring to respond. If he were to be force-fed cake in front of his peers, he would truly have to consider attending Durmstrang instead. If there is nothing else, you should get some rest, Les stated before rolling onto his bed and drawing the curtains. Leaving Malfoy standing outside, his face alternating between shades of green and red, Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott, who entered the room behind him, exchanged glances. The atmosphere in the dormitory seemed rather strained. However, a slightly tense ambience was acceptable as long as no one resorted to physical conflict. They had no intention of meddling in their roommates' disputes and quietly settled into their beds. Witnessing this, Malfoy could only take a deep breath and suppress his frustration. Once lying on his bed, he began to silently envision a future scenario in which Les would apologize to him. Strangely enough, The soft mattress was indeed a cradle for delightful dreams, and as the sound of the lake lapping against the window filled the air, Malfoy drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he triumphantly defeated the arrogant Les in front of everyone, laughing joyfully as he gazed down at Les, who lay before him. Before long, the dormitory was enveloped in a thick blanket of sleepiness, and the little wizards, exhausted from a day of excitement, fell into a deep and restful slumber. Yet, while his roommates slept soundly, Les opened his eyes and gently pulled back the bed curtains, climbing out of bed. There would be ample time for sleep in the future. He could not afford to squander time on such trivialities. After a millennium of slumber, it was time to reduce his hours of sleep. However, Les was not one to rise stealthily in the night to engage in competitive studying. The knowledge required of a first-year wizard did not warrant such exertion. He had a vital task at hand. He needed to ascertain whether the successive headmasters had diligently fulfilled their duties in reinforcing the seals of the dungeons. Listening to the rhythmic sounds of snoring, a smirk curled at the corners of Les's mouth. The youth's quality of sleep was indeed commendable. They could simply collapse into slumber. Today, it's your turn, Malfoy. The indistinct murmurs of Malfoy's dreams wafted into Les's ears, darkening his expression. Is this never-ending? Even in dreams. You refuse to leave me be. He drew forth his wand and pointed it at Malfoy's bed, conjuring a small star that flickered with a faint glow, which gently floated into the curtains surrounding Malfoy's bed, silently altering his dreamscape. In the midst of reveling in his triumph over Les, a guffawing Malfoy suddenly felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he was confronted by a ragged Muggle beggar. "Release me, you filthy creature," Malfoy bellowed. Enraged, he would rather plunge into a cesspool than allow such filth to tarnish his robes. "My child, I am truly your father." "Nonsense." Malfoy leapt up as if seared by a hot iron. "Child, he speaks the truth," came the weathered voice of his father, Lucius. Malfoy turned towards the source of the voice, spotting his father amidst a crowd of onlookers, his expression complex. "Indeed, you are his child," echoed the voice of his mother. "Narcissa." Malfoy. The classmates buzzed with whispered speculations, their gazes darting between himself and the beggar. Looking once more at the beggar's face, he realized that, astonishingly, there were indeed traces of resemblance. His sweet dreams instantaneously morphed into a nightmarish reality, as Draco Malfoy struggled in the mire of his nightmares. Les had already departed the dormitory. Upon reaching the common area, Les was taken aback to find that, remarkably, someone remained in the lounge late at night. The lights illuminated the space, revealing Daphne seated by the fireplace, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. "What are you doing here instead of sleeping?" "Les questions." Somewhat astonished. Was this young girl brimming with such vitality? While other young wizards were worn out, collapsing in a slumber upon merely touching their pillows. She lingered in the common room to gaze upon the lake. Daphne blinked. "Is it so unusual to inquire of you?" After a bath, her hair was still somewhat damp. She wished to wait until it dried before sleeping, for waking with wet hair would surely lead to a headache. Les observed the girl's silver locks, which were indeed damp and clumped together. This might take quite a while, he mused. With such a mane, it would likely require an hour to air dry. And the lounge was still quite humid, prolonging the process. "My father always helped me before," Daphne replied, looking slightly aggrieved. "A simple spell would resolve it." Indeed, such a charm existed. Les drew forth his wand, and with a gentle flick, the excess moisture from Daphne's hair dissipated. "Thank you. Now you may return to your slumber." Daphne turned her gaze towards Les. "So what are you off to do?" "The route to the dungeons is quite convoluted. It would be unfortunate to get lost. I've heard there are patrolling guardians at night, and being caught would mean losing many points and facing detention. Night excursions are a cherished tradition among Hogwarts students." Les replied with a huff. During his tenure as headmaster, students relished the thrill of wandering the castle at night. A saying circulated among them: "Not having seen Hogwarts at night is akin to not having attended Hogwarts at all." The founders had turned a blind eye to such antics. Only the audacious wizard could thrive in this harsh world, and moreover, those who ventured at night could serve a patrolling purpose. Les turned towards the door of the lounge. However, just as he stepped outside, he heard footsteps behind him. Daphne had scampered out after him. Sensing Les was about to speak, she interjected, "Night excursions are a cherished tradition among Hogwarts students." Les retorted, "With such a propensity for breaking the rules, you might as well transfer to Gryffindor. The chances of both of us getting lost would be diminished, and being the daughter of the Greengrass family, if we were caught, I assure you, you would not face expulsion." Daphne began to weigh the pros and cons, observing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes and her earnest imitation of adult negotiations. Les couldn't help but sigh. "Stay close to me. Don't get lost." Sooner or later, one must depart. Certain matters are indeed worth passing on. And some younger generations ought to be privy to the secrets concealed within the school. This young greengrass girl was both youthful and perceptive. He would impart these legacies to her. Chapter 28. Godric Gryffindor. Upon receiving Les's consent to accompany him on this adventure, a radiant smile illuminated Daphne's face. She quickened her pace, trotting alongside Les, and then inquired about the purpose of his nocturnal escapade. You aren't sneaking out to pilfer food from the kitchens, are you? You may not fully grasp why this area is referred to as the dungeon, Les replied, glancing back at Daphne. Is it because it is situated in the castle's dungeon area? Precisely, Les noted, simply as your name is Daphne. There's a certain resonance in why this place is termed a dungeon. He pressed his lips together, for indeed, this place had once imprisoned and sealed away some adversaries of the four founders and vile beings who sought to lay claim to Hogwarts. Why not eradicate them? Is your failure to achieve full marks due to lack of desire? He suddenly pondered whether he had misjudged her. Perhaps her intellect was not as keen, and further observation was warranted before forming a conclusion. Daphne obediently closed her mouth. Many dark creatures cannot be slain. We can only seal them away. The dungeons of Hogwarts house many dark beings defeated by the four founders during their adventures. Surely you have heard of them? Daphne recalled her father's mention of Dementors and Boggarts. Yes, they count among them. So, are we to inspect the seals on these troublesome creatures to prevent their escape? Indeed, wasting no time, Les explained the purpose of their excursion as he led her deeper into the dungeons. Daphne was eager to learn how Les possessed such knowledge, but she understood he would not divulge the answer. She increasingly perceived that this boy before her was exceptional. Perhaps he truly was the heir of an ancient, reclusive magical lineage. Traditionally, each headmaster bears the responsibility of reinforcing the seals. Les mused, surveying their surroundings. The vicinity near the Slytherin common room appeared satisfactory. But as they descended deeper, the passage began to deteriorate. Further down, the torches on the walls vanished, signaling the end of maintenance by Hogwarts staff. From this point onward, the peril of the dungeons would escalate, and unforeseen hazards could arise at any moment. Lace observed a rusty sign affixed to the wall, inscribed with the words, "Extremely dangerous. No entry. Stay close to me." With a flick of his wrist, Lace conjured a flame, illuminating the surroundings. Daphne obediently positioned herself behind him, yet her eyes were unrelenting, absorbing every detail of their environment. After advancing several paces deeper into the dungeon, cracks began to mar the tiles and walls, causing Lace's heart to plummet. How could he trust that the seal had been properly maintained? For the next quarter of an hour, Lace wandered through the dilapidated, dimly lit dungeon. The interior was damp and frigid. Were it not for the fire he had summoned, they would surely have succumbed to the cold. Upon reaching the fourth intersection, Daphne was thoroughly disoriented, convinced that had she been alone, she would have lost her way. Fortunately, Lace appeared to navigate with ease, which provided her with a measure of comfort. As long as one of them remembered the path, they would be fine. Suddenly, Lace halted, raising the flame higher to reveal an impasse ahead. A wall barred their passage down the corridor. Just as Daphne prepared to turn back, she heard Lace's voice. "We have arrived." He extended his left hand and pressed it against the wall, which melted away as if exposed to the air, vanishing before their eyes. "I have just unsealed the superficial barrier of the dungeon. The paths we traversed, while appearing ancient and devoid of torches, posed minimal danger. However, the next phase is different. You must not rush ahead of me," Lace earnestly cautioned Daphne. "After a millennium, no one knows the condition of this dungeon. It is prudent to exercise caution." The moment they stepped into the area beyond the stone wall, Daphne sensed a marked difference. The atmosphere was more oppressive, stifling her breath. Instinctively, she yearned to retreat, but seeing Lace show no inclination to turn back, she gritted her teeth and persevered. After walking a dozen meters down the corridor, a thick mist began to rise, prompting Daphne to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. "Do not worry, just stand behind me," Lace instructed, drawing his wand and pointing it forward. The mist surged toward him but halted mere feet away, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Once obstructed, the fog thickened dramatically, and moments later, a figure emerged from the haze. Daphne gasped, stifling a sound. A night watchman? Her first thought was that she and Lace were about to be reprimanded. But she quickly realized they were deep within Hogwarts dungeons. How could any staff patrol this area? Lace had already deduced the entity's true nature, which troubled him. Encountering such a creature at the surface raised concerns about what awaited them deeper within. The white mist coalesced around the figure, gradually solidifying until a tall, robust, middle-aged man materialized before them. This man bore a mane reminiscent of a lion and an exaggerated wave of fiery red hair. along with a beard that matched in grandeur. Yet, it was his eyes that captivated attention. Even the dense hair could not obscure his vivid green gaze, which sparkled like two emeralds set ablaze. "You know what to do." The man's voice resonated, deep and sonorous, akin to a bass in a theatrical performance. As he looked down at the diminutive, frail Lace, grinning widely. "Very well," Lace sighed. A brilliant light shot forth from the tip of his wand, piercing the man's chest and leaving a gaping void the size of a fist. The man's smile froze instantly, his features contorting as the mist rushed toward the wound, attempting to mend it. However, a barrage of light followed, obliterating the man's upper body into fragments. Once shattered, he reverted to a misty form, fleeing from Lace. At that moment, the air barrier Lace had conjured shifted, ensnaring the fleeing mist like a net and gradually closing in, leaving not a single wisp of fog untrapped. Lace slowly rotated his wand, meticulously constricting the barrier's perimeter, compressing the mist until it resembled a fist-sized orb of white. "This desire demon has made no progress in a millennium," Lace remarked with a smile, weighing the orb in his hand. The desire demon, a creature that assumes the appearance of individuals from one's memories, typically requires considerable effort to subdue. Regrettably, today this ignorant beast chose to transform into Godric Gryffindor. Its transformation had not failed. Rather, it had succeeded too well, even replicating Gryffindor's persona, which led to its immediate capture. Chapter 29, If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Was that a boggart? After Lace dispatched the peculiar mist, Daphne felt her heart settle back into her chest. Now, she was curious to uncover the true nature of the strange fog, based on its exhibited traits. She felt it bore a resemblance to the boggart her father described in bedtime stories. Upon hearing this, Lace was nearly incensed. "It is absolutely not a boggart," he retorted vehemently. He could not fathom such a notion. A boggart transforms into one's deepest fears. If that creature had indeed been a boggart, did it imply that his greatest fear was Godric Gryffindor? "It is known as a desire demon," Lace explained to Daphne, elucidating the nature of the creature. After contemplating the orb of the desired demon for a moment, Lace regained his composure. He retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket, scraping a fragment from the orb and placing it inside before sealing the bottle with wax. Once the fragment fell into the crystal vial, it immediately began to sublime, filling the container with a white mist. Throughout this process, Daphne stood silently by, her gaze fixed upon him, the image of Lace standing protectively before her, effortlessly vanquishing the desired demon, was etched deeply in her mind, stirring her emotions for a long time. Powerful and enigmatic, this was Daphne's impression of Lace. She would wager on her family's honor that he was no ordinary student. His identity as a first year was likely a guise. As for his true nature, she believed that in time, he would willingly disclose it to her. Until the moment was ripe, she would refrain from probing further. Although these dark creatures posed significant dangers, their bodies were also valuable sources of magical ingredients. For instance, the Desire Demon could assist wizards in reading others' memories and could be utilized in potion making, to her knowledge. There were at least a dozen potions that required its essence. Once Lace had collected the sample, he began to explain the uses of the Desire Demon to Daphne. "Wait a moment, you just stated that dark creatures cannot be killed, yet this Desire Demon can be used to brew potions. If we turn it into a potion, wouldn't that allow us to kill it?" Daphne's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new world, from the gleam of delight on her face. Lace perceived the innocent and pure essence of youth. He chuckled softly. "That is a sound theory, but in practice, it is not feasible to destroy it." Before Daphne could inquire further, Les shook the crystal vial before her face. "It is currently this size because I have magically compressed it thousands of times. Observe how it begins to regain its original form the moment it enters the bottle. If left to expand, it would likely fill the entire corridor. How many potions do you think we would need to consume this one manifestation of desire?" Daphne was rendered momentarily speechless. "However, fret not, for we only need to confine it, and it shall not escape to wreak havoc." After taking a few steps forward, Les halted in front of a stone wall, swiping his left hand across it, and a small, windowless chamber materialized out of thin air. "I mentioned this is a dungeon," Daphne exclaimed in surprise. He shrugged. "Is it not normal for a dungeon to contain cells?" He placed the orb created from the manifestation of desire within the room, waved his hand, and the walls sealed shut, leaving no trace behind. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Daphne would never have believed there existed a dark, lightless cell within this place. With the obstacle dispatched, should they venture deeper? Daphne gazed into the shadowy depths of the corridor, her expression one of eager anticipation. The creature known as the manifestation of desire had opened her eyes to wonders she had never even heard of before tonight. Now, she had encountered one in the flesh. Her curiosity was ignited, and she yearned to discover what other extraordinary beings awaited them in the depths. Fueled by the excessive confidence Les had instilled in her, she dismissed the dangers of their expedition. In stark contrast, Les, who bore the burden of physical exertion, found little cause for optimism. Encountering a manifestation of desire so early in their exploration was hardly a favorable omen. Drawing from his own experience, he surmised that the seals of the dungeon must be severely compromised, with some uncontrollable creatures likely having destroyed the seals of others. Although the manifestation of desire might struggle to escape its confinement, venturing deeper in their current state posed a considerable risk, especially with a child in tow. Such recklessness was far too Gryffindor and decidedly unwise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Les resolved they would retrace their steps, prepare adequately, and then delve into the dungeon once more to purge the monsters and reinforce the seals. "Are we really going back?" Daphne asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice upon hearing Les's decision. The hour was late, and classes awaited them in the morning. Just as Les mentioned this, a wave of fatigue washed over Daphne from every corner of her body. All she longed for was to return to the comfort of her soft bed in the dormitory. Before departing, Les drew his wand and directed it at the wall, reciting a series of incantations. He cast no fewer than 6 or 7 spells, implementing protective wards and detection barriers, until he finally ceased, satisfied that the seals against the manifestation of desire were complete. "Wait, is this what you call a seal?" Daphne observed that the seals Les had conjured appeared rather different from her preconceived notions of what a seal should look like. Indeed, otherwise, what do you expect a seal to resemble? A glowing blue magic circle? "I merely intend to confine this dark creature within this cell. A few spells suffice to contain a manifestation of desire." The return journey felt considerably longer than their initial descent. Halfway back, Daphne found herself utterly fatigued, needing to lean against the wall to regain her strength. Les sighed and turned to face her. "You need not carry me. I can manage on my own," Daphne asserted with a determined glint in her eyes. "Huh, what are you thinking?" He exclaimed, bewildered. Light as a feather, he cast a spell upon Daphne. This incantation was a derivative of the levitation charm taught to first-year students at Hogwarts, creating a buoyant force beneath her, making her steps lighter, particularly on inclines. Though he could use magic to forcibly restore Daphne's stamina, such an approach would lead to exhaustion, akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul, an option Les preferred to avoid. Instantly, Daphne felt her legs lighten, the weight of lead dissipating, and climbing the slope became effortless. "Impressive," she praised wholeheartedly. The two made their way back to the common room under Les's guidance. Perhaps due to the evening's opening ceremony, they encountered no patrolling professors or the castle's gatekeeper along the way. Upon reaching the common room, Les bid Daphne farewell, wishing her sweet dreams. "Wait," Daphne called out, unable to restrain herself as she watched Les walk towards the boys' dormitory. "What is it?" Les turned back, regarding her with calm curiosity. "That spell you cast today." Daphne hesitated to voice her thoughts, finding the incantations he had used rather profound, most of which she had never even heard of before. They were likely secret family magics, and she wondered if it would be too forward to express a desire to learn them. "Do you wish to learn?" Daphne took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, I shall teach you," Les readily agreed. With Daphne meeting his criteria for a pupil, being a student of Slytherin House, Les deemed it entirely reasonable to impart practical spells to her. Once she mastered them, she could assist him in reinforcing seals and other such tasks. A mutually beneficial arrangement indeed. Chapter 30. The once most popular Professor Binns. "I apologize if I was too presumptuous." Daphne prepared to apologize for her impetuousness, only to be met with Les's agreeable response regarding teaching her the spells. The unexpected delight struck her like a bolt from the blue, and by the time she emerged from her joyous daze, Les had already retired to his dormitory for the night. Upon returning to his dormitory, Les did not rush to sleep. Instead, he began to devise a plan for their next dungeon adventure. Preparation is the key to success. Without it, failure is inevitable. A universally applicable truth. The Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards were fortunate, for they had no classes on Monday mornings, allowing them to sleep in leisurely. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, however, were not so lucky, as they faced 2 consecutive potions classes on Monday mornings. On the first day of school, the first lesson was potions with Professor Snape, a schedule that demonstrated an understanding of the principle of enduring hardship before enjoying sweetness. Yet not everyone awoke at their leisure. Daphne was roused by her roommate, Tracy. "What's going on? I thought we had no classes this morning." Daphne yawned, her eyes still heavy with sleep, gazing at Tracy in bewilderment. "We're going to see Potter. I was too nervous during the sorting ceremony yesterday to pay much attention to him." Daphne could only roll her eyes. What is so special about Potter? You can see him every day. Should I wear this butterfly hairpin or choose this primrose headband? Pansy Parkinson regarded Tracy's enthusiasm with disdain, feeling it unnecessary to join in such excitement. I'm heading to breakfast, Daphne declared, her sleep disrupted and unable to return to slumber. She climbed out of bed, ready to make her way to the great hall for breakfast. Wait for me, Pansy called out, eager not to eat breakfast alone. After a quick bout of grooming, the group of young girls exited the dormitory together. Upon entering the auditorium, Daphne's gaze immediately fixated on a figure seated at the Slytherin table. Les was nestled in a corner, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast of baked beans, bacon, sausage, fried eggs, and delectable pudding and cupcakes, seemingly intent on replenishing the calories expended during last night's escapades. Today was a delight, with only one class to attend. She wondered what topics will be covered in history of magic. Have you heard? The course is taught by a ghost named Binns. Daphne settled beside Les and engaged him in casual conversation. Upon hearing the professor's name, Les paused momentarily, his utensils halted mid-air. Binns Casper? He felt compelled to confirm the professor's name with Daphne. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he clicked his tongue. He was acquainted with the professor. Binns Casper had been invited by Rowena at the inception of Hogwarts to teach history of magic, and even during his own departure, he remained at the institution. Little did he anticipate that upon his return, he would find Binns still serving as the history of magic professor. It was a testament to the transient nature of headmasters, contrasted with the steadfastness of the history of magic faculty. Les surmised the reason for Binns' millennium-long tenure. He likely passed away while in service, subsequently transforming into a ghost, lingering at Hogwarts to fulfill his duties from the beyond. A peculiar thought struck Les. Did Hogwarts compensate Professor Binns in his spectral form? Ghosts, after all, do not require mortal currency. They possess their own means of transaction. If Hogwarts did indeed continue to pay him, it would have to devise a method to acquire currency suited for specters. What would the legendary ghost professor's class entail? Daphne's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while the older students around her shifted their expressions to one of amusement upon hearing her inquiry. No one dared to shatter the young girl's illusions. They believed it best for her to witness Professor Binns' teaching quality firsthand. After a single class, the understanding would be evident. I have a feeling it will be quite remarkable, something to look forward to. Les recalled the days when Professor Binns had taught. As lunchtime approached, students reluctantly departed from his classroom, each radiating excitement. The classes on the four founders introduced them to the wonders of magic, and Professor Binns' history of magic ignited within them boundless imagination. He had once been one of the most beloved professors at Hogwarts, with students eagerly attending his lectures. Suddenly, the upperclassmen around him lowered their heads in unison. The history of magic classroom was located on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, not far from the auditorium. As class time drew near, first-year Slytherin students began to filter out of the auditorium and dormitories, congregating toward the history of magic classroom. When Les arrived outside the classroom, he spotted first-year Ravenclaw students already waiting there. Among them was Hermione, her brown leather satchel slung over her shoulder, seemingly filled with several books. She called out as he approached, greeting him with enthusiasm. Good afternoon. How was potions this morning? Les had gleaned from their breakfast chatter that the Ravenclaw newcomers had already attended Professor Snape's potions class. He was curious about the quality of the lesson. After all, potions was Slytherin's forte, and the house was renowned for producing masters in the subject. If a Slytherin headmaster were inadequate at potion making, he would surely not be deemed a true Slytherin. Hermione's expression was somewhat complex. She glanced at the surrounding Slytherin students before opting for a more tactful response. The material covered was quite interesting, though the professor was a bit strict with the students. Strict was an understatement. If Hufflepuff's first years were to evaluate Snape, they would undoubtedly provide a deluge of negative reviews. If Hogwarts had a professor rating system, Snape would likely perpetually occupy the top spot for unfavorable feedback. In the morning class, Snape nearly reduced Hufflepuff's scores to negative figures, frightening Neville Longbottom to the verge of tears. Even Hermione, seated close and unable to prevent Longbottom's foolish blunder, had lost 5 points. Les detected an undercurrent in Hermione's tone. He raised an eyebrow, refraining from delving further into the topic, and entered the history of magic classroom, finding a seat. Hermione intended to sit beside him, but a silver-haired girl suddenly appeared and unceremoniously took the empty seat next to Les, beaming brightly as she greeted Hermione. Ah, Hermione, good afternoon. Les held a degree of anticipation for Professor Binns' class. He had perused the text on history of magic, yet the words on the page only scratched the surface. If a teacher could elucidate on the subject, it would undoubtedly enrich his understanding. Even more intriguingly, This professor had traversed from the medieval era to the present. Essentially a living history book. Les believed he would glean significant insights that afternoon. Half an hour later, Les jolted, awakening from the brink of slumber. His face a portrait of bewilderment. What was happening? Why was this class so hypnotic? As he banished the remnants of drowsiness from his mind, he remained perplexed. He simply could not fathom how anyone could render a lecture so monotonous, unengaging, and soporific. Professor Bin's voice, akin to a droning fan, combined with the afternoon sunlight, produced a hypnotic effect surpassing that of any charm. Les glanced around the room. Daphne had her head bowed, appearing to have succumbed to sleep, while Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, seated in a corner, looked surprisingly alert. However, upon noticing the wizard's chess set on their table, Les understood their secret to staying awake. In the esteemed Ravenclaw house, renowned for its scholarly pursuits, few were paying attention. Most scribbled notes that would be indecipherable to them after half an hour. Only Hermione managed to withstand Professor Bin's soporific waves, diligently taking notes, and Les found her remarkable. He resolved to borrow her notes after class. Although he doubted Professor Bin's imparted any valuable content, it was worth perusing. One could strike gold, after all, with this thought. Les couldn't help but sigh. How had Bin's transformed into his current state? Becoming a ghost did not necessarily entail a complete personality overhaul, did it? Was it possible that, Les entertained a troubling hypothesis, Professor Bin's teaching quality had already deteriorated to this abysmal level before his passing? Was there something amiss with the lifetime employment system for Hogwarts professors? At long last, the class concluded. Professor Binns gathered his lesson plan and, without a word, passed through the blackboard behind him to retreat to the staff lounge, while the young wizards in the classroom gradually regained their senses. An unforgettable lesson. After borrowing Hermione's notes and perusing them, Les concluded that today's history of magic had conveyed nothing of value. He found it increasingly difficult to contain his frustration. With such a history professor, could Hogwarts young wizards truly excel in the subject? It would be far more beneficial to read history of magic in his dormitory. From this day forth, Les resolved that his schedule would remain devoid of classes on Mondays. Attending such a lackluster course was tantamount to squandering his life. In a typical manner, he skipped classes, yet before the finals, he borrowed notes to peruse, deeming it a semblance of adherence to school regulations. Individuals like Lays are seldom constrained by societal norms. To expect him to sit idly in a classroom like other students is an exercise in futility. One might as well indulge in dreams, for they hold far more intrigue. Today, he refrained from dramatically slamming the table and departing, merely out of respect for Professor Binns, who, after a millennium of diligent service, continued to contribute to the institution even posthumously. In the ensuing days, Lays attended classes such as herbology, transfiguration, charms, and astronomy, among those offered at Hogwarts. After engaging in these lessons, Lays felt a profound expansion of his horizons. In comparison to a millennium prior, contemporary magical education has become far more systematic and institutionalized, with significantly improved textbooks, a commendable advancement. While he briefly engaged with modern magical education, it became apparent to him that, on the whole, it has indeed made tremendous strides since the medieval era, albeit not without its drawbacks. In essence, it raises the baseline while lowering the ceiling. The average proficiency of students today surpasses that of the Middle Ages, yet the likelihood of producing extraordinary wizards akin to himself and his three companions has diminished considerably. It seems unlikely that this era will witness the emergence of wizards of such unparalleled prowess. Reflecting on this, one must acknowledge Dumbledore's remarkable capabilities. To possess such strength in this environment is to be truly favored by the times. Nonetheless, drawing such conclusions after only a few introductory lessons may be somewhat hasty. The specifics warrant deeper observation. The professors of Hogwarts core classes are a veritable assembly of talent. For instance, Professor McGonagall, who teaches transfiguration, astonished the first years by demonstrating an animagus transformation. Animagi, wizards possessing the ability to transform into animals, are exceedingly rare in any epoch, with those registered numbering but a handful. However, not all professors of core subjects can be deemed elite. Professor Quirrell, who teaches defense against the dark arts, instilled a sense of dread in Lays with his ineptitude. The classroom was pervaded by the pungent odor of garlic, a supposed defense against a vampire he encountered in Romania. Lays scoffed at this. Garlic is no remedy for vampires. A wizard who relies on garlic for protection would do better to abandon their wand and become a Muggle priest. For at least they could wield a cross to smash a vampire's head. Professor Quirrell donned a distinctive large scarf, claiming it was a gift from a prince in gratitude for liberating him from the clutches of a resurrected zombie. However, when students inquired about how to combat such zombies, he faltered, undermining the credibility of his tale. Lays found this rather absurd. Whether it be zombies or vampires, one could simply cast a spell to vanquish them. An explosive charm would suffice, and if that failed, a burning curse could follow, or else a sealing spell. There was no need for such superfluous prattle. Yet, to dismiss Quirrell entirely as inept would be misguided. He harbors a significant secret. More specifically, there lies a hidden treachery within his scarf. It conceals a profoundly malevolent power, rivaling the corruption found within Daphne's sister Storia. Perhaps that is the true essence of Quirrell. Or perhaps he has resorted to some nefarious means to acquire power, a common occurrence in the magical realm a millennium ago, where wizards would engage in all manner of depraved actions to attain strength. Regardless, Lays firmly believes that in a life-or-death confrontation, Professor Quirrell would not present himself as the meek figure he currently embodies. Lays finds himself somewhat anticipating this. Regrettably, it is said that in recent years, professors in defense against the dark arts are granted only a one-year tenure, and he fears he may not witness this. On Friday, the students of Slytherin were to attend potions class alongside the first years of Gryffindor, an event Lays eagerly anticipated. Is it truly possible to be the head of Slytherin while lacking proficiency in potions? It is uncertain when it began, but the head of Slytherin has become inextricably linked to the study of potions. Professor Snape is a master of the craft, and it is rumored that the previous head, Professor Slughorn, was also a luminary in potions. Furthermore, the lineage of potions masters from Slytherin has been illustrious, rendering it a hallmark of the house. This tradition may trace back to Salazar Slytherin himself, who was the foremost potions master of his time. The genetic predisposition for potions expertise in Slytherin may well have been sown by him. The potions classroom, like the Slytherin common room, is situated in the dungeons. Students must receive instruction from Snape in a damp and dimly lit subterranean classroom. This locale is not only colder than the castle above, but it is also lined with glass jars containing grotesque specimens. Even Slytherin students find themselves shuddering upon entering. As the bell rang for class, Snape picked up the attendance list and began calling names one by one. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. Chapter 32. Snape, such a response is against the rules. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, a figure of immense renown. Snape stood before Harry's desk, scrutinizing him. Malfoy and his companions, Crabbe and Goyle, exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter. However, Snape did not act immediately, but continued with the roll call. Once completed, he surveyed the class with his cold, hollow black eyes, compelling all to focus their attention on him, restoring order to the classroom before commencing his pre-lecture address. You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craft of potion making. Many doubt this is magic, as it does not require the foolish waving of wands. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the beauty of cauldrons emitting white smoke and wafting delightful aromas. Few grasp the enchanting, intoxicating powers of those liquids. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of imbecile I often encounter. He is a master of potions, and Lays wholeheartedly agrees with Snape's assertions. Potion making is an exacting, meticulous, and exquisite discipline. Only those who are diligent and attentive can excel in this subject. Potion making bears a striking resemblance to Muggle chemistry. In fact, during the Middle Ages, the disciplines of potions, chemistry, and alchemy were almost indistinguishable. All three involve the mixing of various process materials through a series of procedures to yield a final product with specific properties. Following Snape's brief introduction, the classroom fell silent. Potter, what would result from combining powdered daffodil root with wormwood infusion? If I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you seek it? What distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? Snape suddenly turned to Harry, bombarding him with 3 questions in succession. Faced with Snape's onslaught, Harry could not answer a single one. Potter, the combination of daffodil root and wormwood creates a potent sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death. A bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, possessing remarkable antidotal properties. Regarding the aconitum and the wolfsbane, they are indeed the same plant, collectively referred to as aconitum. Do you comprehend? Why do you not take note of these details? Snape's ire began to permeate throughout the entire student body, prompting the new students in the classroom to hastily retrieve their quills and parchment to record this triad of questions and answers. Les couldn't help but stifle a yawn. While Snape's lecturing was commendable, his insistence on having students take notes was quite objectionable. It felt akin to a punishment to transcribe what was already etched in one's memory. While everyone else was engrossed in taking notes, Les remained motionless, even yawning audibly. Such brazen behavior, despite Snape's relatively high tolerance for his own house's students, was intolerable. Snape's gaze swiftly zeroed in on Les. Are you fatigued? Or does this wretched exchange bore you? Where is your parchment and quill? Snape's irritation, initially ignited by Potter's ignorance, was now redirected towards Les, who was bombarded with a barrage of inquiries. Observing that Les had drawn Snape's attention, Malfoy abruptly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a predatory gleam. You dared to provoke Professor Snape? Les, you are doomed. He set aside his quill with great interest, eager to witness the unfolding drama in the classroom. At that moment, Les could have appeased Snape by dutifully taking notes, but alas, he was not of such a disposition. He boldly declared that his notebook contained only information of genuine value, not trivialities such as the fact that bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, or that both aconitum and wolf-esbane are mere synonyms. Snape? Other students? How audacious! How incredibly audacious! How dare he? The young wizards shared a collective thought upon hearing Les's retort. Snape narrowed his eyes. He began to doubt whether he had been overly lenient with the fledgling wizards of Slytherin, to the extent that a newcomer would dare to respond to him with such rebellious rhetoric. Very well, quite well. Snape's tone turned exceedingly calm, since Mr. Lint seeks valuable knowledge. I shall provide an abundance of it through questions. His voice betrayed no hint of emotional fluctuation, yet those familiar with him, like Malfoy, understood that Snape in this state was exceedingly perilous. It was merely the calm before the storm. The other students in attendance all bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they inadvertently draw Snape's ire. I previously mentioned that mixing daffodil root powder with mugwort can concoct the draught of living death. A small dose induces sleep and alleviates pain, yet an overdose will plunge the drinker into an unending slumber, a state that will not dissipate with the passage of time. Now, I ask you, how would one revive a patient who is overdosed on the draught of living death? Les considered how he would respond if he found himself in such a predicament, and soon arrived at his answer. Administer the Wiggenweld potion. The essence of the draught of living death is a toxin that diminishes cerebral activity, leading to a state of poisoning. The Wiggenweld potion can serve as an antidote. Upon hearing Les's response, Snape furrowed his brow. The correct course of action would be to administer an emetic and a stimulant potion. The former expels the unabsorbed draught of living death from the body, while the latter compels the patient's brain to become active, thus breaking the state of dormancy. However, Les's answer was not entirely incorrect, for the Wiggenweld potion indeed possesses curative properties. The sole drawback of his proposal was that the Wiggenweld potion was exceedingly rare and difficult to procure, with mainstream magical opinion holding that it had been rendered extinct. Even Snape himself lacked any in his storeroom. Very well. Snape nodded, deeming Les to have passed this round. He posed another question. Let us try once more, Lint. If you witnessed an individual whose skin began to turn blue for unknown reasons, limbs convulsing uncontrollably and frothing at the mouth, what would you do? After Les mentioned the Wiggenweld potion, Snape abandoned any notion of further challenging him. He perceived the second question as a mere gift, the answer being exceedingly simple, the bezoar, which he had previously mentioned as possessing formidable antidotal properties. With a modicum of intellectual agility, one could easily respond correctly. Administer the Wiggenweld potion. Les, too, was perplexed. What distinction existed between these two questions? Both pertained to antidotes. Why not utilize the Wiggenweld potion? Snape, this response is against the rules. Do you believe that modern apothecaries refrain from using the Wiggenweld potion, that veritable panacea, for any reason other than its impracticality? Chapter 33. Why is he so adept? Lint. The Wiggenweld potion is not so readily available. Snape resolved to correct Les's poor habit of resorting to the Wiggenweld potion at every turn. It was impractical to prescribe this remedy perpetually. It was not that the Wiggenweld potion was unaffordable, but rather that the bezoar offered a better cost-to-benefit ratio. It was akin to a patient receiving a singular peach from the garden of immortality from their physician, while that peach would indeed cure their ailment. The question remained, could one actually procure it? I can acquire it. Professor Snape, during the summer, Les sold a Wiggenweld potion to my father, so it is indeed obtainable. Daphne exclaimed, raising her hand. Snape's body momentarily stiffened, barely perceptibly. He believed Daphne spoke the truth, for he was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Greengrass family. Her father, Henry Greengrass, had sought his assistance in concocting a particularly intricate potion for his daughter. Thus, it seemed that young Les truly possessed a Wiggenweld potion. Upon receiving this revelation, Snape felt a twinge of desire. This was an exceedingly rare Wiggenweld potion, and if he could acquire one for study, he might develop several new potions. Regrettably, He cannot bring himself to approach Les to request Wiggenweld seeds. Well then, it is time for class to commence. Snape, with an impassive expression, strode to the blackboard and began to write fervently. Malfoy wore an expression that practically screamed disappointment. How could he, having witnessed Les endure Snape's scrutiny, possibly do anything further? Today's lesson would involve concocting a simple remedy for scabies. Snape inscribed the required materials and steps for potion making on the blackboard, and after reiterating the key operational points, he divided the students into pairs to begin their experiments. Dried nettles, snake fangs, slug slime, and porcupine quills stood before the communal materials cabinet in the potion classroom. As Les placed the selected potion ingredients into the box held by Daphne. Prior to potion making, it was imperative to gather all necessary materials. While searching for ingredients, he also engaged Daphne in discussing the critical details of potion preparation. Les was not attempting to showcase his skills. It was a reflexive action born from countless repetitions of such tasks a millennium ago, ingrained in him as a conditioned response. One must be attentive to the quality of the raw materials. Do not use any that are even slightly spoiled. My advice is to discard them entirely. If possible, ensure that all materials are from the same batch. I do not know if you comprehend this. Standing a short distance away, Snape observed coldly, quietly listening to Les speak. After a while, he was astonished to realize that the boy was indeed hitting all the right notes. He did not resemble a newcomer. Rather, he bore the demeanor of a seasoned apothecary with over a decade of experience in a potion shop. Well-versed in the art of potion making and possessing the exceedingly rare repelling fruit. Who exactly is this lad? Les Slytherin? I have yet to hear of any renowned potion family bearing the surname Linney. Les returned to his seat with Daphne and the potion ingredients, proceeding to measure dried nettle, crush serpent fangs, and boil a slug with tentacles. Meanwhile, Professor Snape prowled the classroom in his lengthy black cloak, observing and correcting the movements of the young wizards with an ironclad strictness. Almost every student had faced his critique, save for Les and Malfoy. Malfoy enjoyed this exemption due to his father, Lucius Malfoy, having had a favorable rapport with Snape in the past. Les, on the other hand, was commended for his impeccable technique. While others fumbled through their material preparations, his potion was nearly complete. He even had the leisure to elucidate the key points to Daphne at each stage. Snape mused that without the use of a wand, even he could scarcely perform with such finesse. Do you comprehend? If time permits before class concludes, I shall allow you to operate independently. Les, akin to a true mentor, conversed with Daphne as he worked at a remarkable pace, completing an experiment intended for two. This, however, was not conducive to Daphne's development. Daphne nodded eagerly, her parchment filled with notes. Suddenly, a noxious green smoke erupted from the underground classroom, followed by a loud hissing. Seamus's cauldron had inexplicably melted, causing the potion to spill across the stone floor. Snape's pupils dilated, his blood pressure rising, but before he could react, Les had already drawn his wand. Waving it toward the floor, the spilled potion coalesced into a sphere, which he deftly directed into an abandoned cauldron in the corner of the classroom. His movements were fluid, and most of the young wizards scarcely registered what had transpired before Les resolved the issue. Only the warped cauldron, the corroded table, and the stained floor silently testified to the recent chaos. How could this child be so proficient? Snape, though perplexed, reacted with remarkable swiftness, bellowing, "Fool! Did you not remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills?" After delivering a scathing reprimand to Seamus, he instructed Seamus's partner, Dean Thomas, to escort the pained Seamus to the infirmary. Following this emergency protocol, he turned his attention to Les, generously praising his rapid handling of the situation and awarding 5 points to Slytherin. Naturally, it was only fitting to deduct points from Gryffindor for their transgressions. Each of you is to compose a 1-foot-long essay detailing the preparation process and key points of the Scabbers potion, to be submitted before next week's class. After assigning this substantial task, Snape declared the lesson concluded and expelled all young wizards from the potions classroom. He needed to quickly address the remnants of potion and refuse left by the students, return and use potion materials to their rightful places, and replenish supplies for the next class. Not to mention the table and floor that Seamus had damaged awaited his repair. Only upon completing these tasks would he find time for lunch, perhaps explaining his irritable demeanor. However, this bore no relevance to the young wizards after class. The Gryffindor students, having endured 2 potions lessons, were free, while the Slytherin students were to attend an herbology class. They ascended the stone steps out of the underground classroom, hastening away from the scene. Even without Snape's expulsion, they would have departed at the fastest pace possible. Les overheard a boy from the Weasley family comforting Potter by referencing his brother and reminding him to visit Hagrid. "Are you free this weekend?" I think I could teach you some spells then. Les calculated the time and set a schedule to instruct Daphne on incantations. Chapter 34. If only quills could write assignments by themselves. Should we eat first or head to the library? After herbology class, Les grabbed his bag and made his way toward the greenhouse. Let us eat first. I'm a bit hungry, Daphne replied, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she spoke shyly. All right, Les did not press the matter. In his view, reading was quite the physical endeavor, requiring sustenance for the task. Wait, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Les turned to see Hermione, who had approached unbeknownst to them. Did I hear you mention going to the library? Would you like to join us? We could share our notes. Hermione looked at Les with eager anticipation. The ever willing to assist a diligent student, regardless of their house affiliation, readily agreed to Hermione's proposition, though they would first eat dinner. The older Slytherin student at the opening feast had not been mistaken. The delectable dishes served at the banquet could indeed be enjoyed at any time. Each time he saw the sumptuous spread on the dining table, Les felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, signifying that the school was still functioning normally. By the way, your handling of the spill potion was remarkably adept. How did you manage that? Daphne inquired, her thoughts drifting back to Les's skill technique during potions class, rendering the steak on her plate utterly unappealing. Oh, it's nothing, you just get used to it after a while, Les sighed, a hint of unshakable weariness flickering in his eyes. Snape might not realize it, but among all of Hogwarts, Les was the one who could empathize with him the most. During his tenure as Slytherin's head and potions professor, he felt his emotional resilience had significantly strengthened. What had transpired in today's potions class was merely a minor incident. Those young wizards, seemingly of giant ancestry, could indeed conjure chaos at any turn. Melting a cauldron was trivial. After experiencing the noxious steam that could deliver one to death's doorstep with a single breath, Les believed there was no obstacle he could not overcome. He had managed to rescue the entire class, and even he viewed it as miraculous in retrospect. Following that incident, Les had engaged in a heated argument with the other three founders. The others could not fathom why Slytherin was so intent on abolishing the anti-disapparition jinx within Hogwarts, until he showcased the chaos that had unfolded in the underground classroom. Ultimately, they retained the jinx, preventing the use of apparition within Hogwarts Castle. Conversely, the four of them collectively amended the potions textbooks, eliminating excessively hazardous potion recipes. Shaking his head to dispel the unpleasant memories from his mind, Les began to engage in a battle with the food on his plate. After satisfying his hunger, the trio made their way to the Hogwarts library, settling an unoccupied table. Daphne and Hermione retrieved the assignments assigned by their professors from their bags, while Les fetched a book from the shelves. Aren't you going to do your assignment? Hermione could not help but ask, observing Les engrossed in his book. Les cast a fleeting glance at Daphne. He truly did not wish to squander his energy on such somewhat juvenile matters. What significance could studying the behavioral guidelines of werewolves hold? As for the paper left by Snape, it is utterly absurd. The formula for the scabies potion is one he improved during his own school years, and now he expects students to write a thesis on it. In contrast, the assignments for transfiguration and charms are considerably more benevolent. Teaching Daphne various spells makes her somewhat of a pupil in my eyes, and it is only natural for a student to assist their teacher, is it not? Upon sensing Les's gaze, Daphne was struck by an ominous premonition. With a multitude of assignments weighing on her, she rested her head on the table and mused. If only my quill could write the assignments by itself. Given the choice, Daphne certainly did not wish to complete 2 sets of homework. Thus it was essential to play the pitiful card. Surprisingly, her lament struck a chord with Les, and the notion of a self-writing quill indeed seemed plausible. He had previously invented a quill that automatically wrote acceptance letters. Thus, creating one that could complete assignments was not entirely ludicrous. However, upon reflection, Les realized that realizing this concept would be rather challenging. Unlike the relatively static content of acceptance letters, assignment topics are infinitely variable. Altering a single word in the prompt could lead to entirely different answers, which would demand a high level of recognition from the quill. Crafting a quill that could autonomously complete assignments would be as formidable as creating a sorting hat, yet it could indeed serve as a worthy challenge. Les included the quill project in his schedule. After a brief exchange, the trio returned to their respective tasks. Hermione tackled the assignments set by the professors. Daphne produced a roll of parchment to compose a letter to her father, while Les immersed himself in the realm of novels. What are you reading? Hermione asked, stretching after completing a paper, her attention drawn to the flamboyant cover of the book in Les's hands. The Breakup with the Banshee, authored by Gilderoy Lockhart, recounts his exploits in banishing a banshee, and it is quite an intriguing read. A banshee? Lockhart's book? Hermione and Daphne caught different keywords in his words. Banshees are dark creatures prevalent in the regions of Scotland and Ireland, resembling women, yet their wails, akin to the mandrake, are lethal to humans. Les elucidated the nature of banshees to Hermione. And who is Gilderoy Lockhart? A novelist, was Les's succinct definition. A remarkably skilled adventurer. Daphne's characterization of Lockhart diverged from Les's. Les had noticed this best-selling author during his time at Flourish and Blotts, but alas, his books were prohibitively expensive. One volume cost as much as 3 of others. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against purchasing, only to discover these works available in the Hogwarts library. It is highly likely that Madame Pants, the librarian, had procured these volumes on behalf of Hogwarts. This practice is quite common, as Hogwarts regularly acquires books from the market to enrich its library collection. It is this enduring tradition that has rendered the Hogwarts Library the largest magical library in all of Europe. In Les's view, Lockhart's adventure tales are rather entertaining, albeit many details diverge from reality. Yet, this is understandable, for novels require a degree of literary embellishment. Truly, Lockhart is an author of rich experiences capable of penning captivating stories. Chapter 35, The Teaching Venue. Hearing Les and Daphne speak in such a manner ignited Hermione's curiosity about Lockhart as an author. She resolved to seek out a few of his works for perusal. After a brief interlude, the trio resumed their respective endeavors. Once one embarks on a serious task, time flies swiftly, and before they knew it, the library was nearing closing time. They were jolted to reality only when Madame Pants, carrying a stack of books, passed by their table and informed them that they had a mere quarter of an hour left. Hermione hastily gathered the ink pot, parchment, and textbooks into her bag, only to see Daphne handing her completed potions assignment to Les. Hermione, Les exclaimed, assignments should be written by oneself. She whispered indignantly, glaring at Les. I merely asked Les to help me review it. Daphne interjected, préemptively défendingly. Hermione was momentarily speechless from her perspective. Les appeared to be a slothful student borrowing assignments from a friend. Yet, ironically, the one being borrowed from was unperturbed, leaving her at a loss. You have no idea how impressive Les was in potions today. Even Professor Snape praised him. Daphne recounted triumphantly, noticing Hermione's disbelief. It's hard to believe that Les, our peer, is truly that remarkable. Yet, recalling his display of spellwork on the Hogwarts Express, she found Daphne's words not entirely unfounded. While the two conversed, Les had already revised Daphne's paper. Let's go, he said, handing the corrected paper back to Daphne. He then lightly tapped the book to break up with the Banshee with his wand, and the hefty tome floated gracefully back to its rightful place on the shelf. Daphne's essay was indeed well written. If only he could persuade her to write one for him, that would be splendid. Upon returning to the dormitory, Les flopped onto his bed, drawing the curtains to create a sanctuary from the outside world. This was no mere isolation. Les had enchanted his bed curtains to block out noise, and they could only be opened from the inside. The atmosphere among the first-year Slytherin students was rather aloof, with Draco and his 2 cronies often banding together in opposition to Les. However, intimidated by Les's evident strength, they seldom dared to act recklessly, often refraining from speaking to him altogether. The other 2 first-year Slytherins were equally reclusive, preferring to avoid entanglements with the 4, and thus typically kept to themselves. The dormitory exuded a tranquil atmosphere, yet there was an underlying peculiarity to it. Nevertheless, Les rather enjoyed this ambience, hoping Draco would continue to display such discretion. Les and Daphne had agreed to schedule their tutoring sessions for Saturday, yet he remained somewhat indecisive about the location. While he could currently teach only basic spells that could suffice in any classroom, as Daphne matured and her physical form developed, the power and impact of the spells would grow increasingly formidable. At that point, conducting lessons in an empty classroom would become impractical. After some contemplation, Les settled on a location. A room where he had once taught graduates a millennium ago, now designated as his private classroom. At the inception of Hogwarts, the 4 founders had engaged in a discussion regarding the school's purpose. Initially, they aimed merely to gather a group of disciples to pass on their knowledge and ideals. However, they soon realized that the incoming wizards' foundational skills varied greatly, prompting them to begin instructing those young witches and wizards who had only just begun to reveal their magical talents. Young witches and wizards without prior magical education were akin to blank slates, making it easier for the founders to impart their teachings. Nonetheless, 7 years still felt somewhat brief. Compared to the vast reservoir of knowledge possessed by the 4 founders, the little wizard could only grasp a mere fraction. Thus, some students opt to remain at Hogwarts for a period post-graduation, assisting the professors in their teachings while simultaneously delving into the intricate depths of advanced magic. Each of the 4 founders has a dedicated classroom designated for imparting advanced spells, and Les is no exception. On a Saturday morning, Les ventured out of his dormitory early, only to find Daphne seated quietly in the common room, awaiting him. "Good morning," he greeted her simply before leading her to his exclusive classroom. "I recall the entrance being on the 2nd floor," Les stated as he and Daphne circled the castle's 2nd floor. However, confusion soon set in as he pondered the disappearance of the entrance to his special classroom. He surmised that multiple renovations over the millennia had concealed the entrance, necessitating a more thorough search. Ultimately, Les found himself outside a girl's lavatory. "According to my memory, it should be here. But this is the ladies' restroom." He realized he needed to search further. After a brief moment, Les returned to the girls' lavatory, staring at the plaque on the door, his face gradually flushing with indignation. "Which scoundrel constructed a girls' restroom over my sacred classroom?" This was the most furious he had felt since his awakening. However, there was a silver lining. It appeared that the lavatory had been long abandoned, or else he would truly be unable to bear it. Daphne observed Les, her heart brimming with confusion. Why was Les, who promised to take her to a secret base to teach her magic, wandering aimlessly on the 2nd floor of the castle? Her bewilderment peaked when Les brought her once again to the abandoned girls' lavatory. Couldn't he possibly intend to teach her magic in a deserted restroom? Could he? The very thought startled Daphne. If anyone were to discover this, her reputation and the honor of the Greengrass family would be utterly ruined. Then, she watched as Les solemnly stepped into the lavatory. "Should we find another place? This one is rather cramped," Daphne stammered in a hesitant attempt to persuade him. Yet, Les simply responded with silence. "What do you think I want, Miss Greengrass?" At that moment, Les harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the individual responsible for constructing the restroom atop his exclusive classroom, yet he felt powerless to confront them, for that person had long since passed. Ignoring Daphne's words, he meticulously examined every corner of the lavatory until, finally, at the side of a brass faucet, he discovered a small serpentine carving emitting a faint magical aura. At last, he had found it. Les exhaled a sigh of relief. The sight of this mark indicated the course of action he needed to take. "Open," he commanded in Parseltongue. Chapter 36 Indeed, I shall restart the Chamber of Secrets. This day was destined to be one of the most tumultuous in Daphne's life. Her composed and enigmatic classmate, Les, had consented to impart powerful spells to her. Yet the classroom was located in the school's girls' restroom. As she pondered whether Les might have some underlying issues, he unearthed the hidden entrance concealed within the lavatory. She could only watch as he opened his mouth, producing not a human voice but a peculiar hissing sound. Daphne gasped. As the heir of the ancient Greengrass family, she was well acquainted with the significance of Parseltongue. Thanks to a certain Dark Lord's legacy, the reputation of this language was abysmal in the contemporary magical community, almost synonymous with dark wizards, leading many to harbor prejudices against it. After Les issued his command, the faucet emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the sink itself shifted, slowly cracking open and sinking into the ground to reveal a large pipe through which a person could crawl. Upon seeing the pipe, Les fell into silence. This entrance bore no resemblance to the one he had constructed for his exclusive classroom. Yet both his instinct and reason assured him that this was indeed the place he sought. "Goodness, this method of entry is utterly revolting," was Les's immediate reaction to the sight of the pipe. As one of Hogwarts' founders, the great wizard Salazar Slytherin, how could he possibly enter his exclusive classroom in such a manner? He yearned to locate the culprit behind the construction of this entrance and have a word with him regarding how he perceived Salazar Slytherin. While he indeed had a fondness for snakes, that did not imply he shared their habits or would willingly crawl through a pipe covered in hair and grime. Had it not been for the fact that only the finest students of Slytherin House were privy to the existence of this classroom, he would have suspected it was a prank orchestrated by Gryffindor. Observing Les standing silently beside the pipe, Daphne felt a chill run down her spine. She took a couple of steps forward and, in a trembling voice, inquired, "Les, you can speak Parseltongue?" Upon receiving confirmation from Les, she fell silent for a moment before asking, "So, Les, you are the heir of Slytherin?" "I am Slytherin." Les did not wish to disclose this secret publicly. Thus he acquiesced. "So you intend to restart the chamber?" A flicker of anguish crossed Daphne's eyes. Coming from the Greengrass lineage, she had certainly heard tales of the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that the narrative was divulged to her ancestors by the descendants of Slytherin. The Gaunt family. Chamber of Secrets? Oh, upon reflection, It does seem fitting to describe my exclusive classroom as a chamber, since the students and teachers of the other 3 houses are oblivious to its existence. He was indeed in the process of unlocking his exclusive classroom, effectively restarting the chamber. There was no denying it. He nodded, albeit with a hint of curiosity. What was wrong with Daphne? Why did she appear so dazed today? Was she not fully awake? At that moment, Les remained unaware of the profound impact the phrase restart the chamber would have on a young wizard from a pure-blood family. Daphne gazed at Les, who wore an expression of utter nonchalance, feeling a torrent of shock wash over her. So, this was who he truly was. She involuntarily shivered. The boy before her was on the verge of annihilating all Muggle-born students at the school, yet he exhibited no change in expression. Was he a natural-born killing machine devoid of human emotion? Was his previous gentle demeanor merely an act? It was all too terrifying. Daphne felt goosebumps rise along her skin. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a tone of resignation. So, you intend to kill even Hermione? Huh? Les was taken aback. How had their conversation shifted from unlocking the chamber to murdering Hermione? He found himself utterly unable to follow the train of thought of this young girl before him. Why? Rice spread his hands wide, genuinely perplexed. Why must I eliminate Miss Granger? Surely there must be a reason? Because she hails from a Muggle lineage, came the reply. Rice exclaimed in disbelief, Miss Daphne Greengrass, your views are rather extreme. He fixed Daphne with a serious gaze, stating earnestly, Miss Granger is a student of Hogwarts. Even before she betrays the magical realm and Hogwarts, not even Headmaster Dumbledore possesses the authority to condemn her to death. Even if the 4 founders were to return, they would not support your notion. Rice was baffled. This little girl, who usually appeared quite normal, harbored such radical thoughts? To consider slaying a student merely for her Muggle heritage? What a mad delusion. He found himself tempted to use legilimency to glimpse the thoughts swirling in her mind. Yes, although he was a master of legilimency, he rarely employed this ability in daily life. Observing Rice's serious demeanor, Daphne's mind faltered. She could not fathom why Rice would assume such a moral high ground to deliver such righteous words. After all, was he not the heir of Slytherin who had revived the Chamber of Secrets? Had he not come here with the aim of purging Hogwarts of Muggle bloodlines? Why did it seem as though he stood in opposition to her, as if she were the one advocating for blood purity? But, are you not intent on opening the chamber? She stammered in response. Rice questioned, what connection does this have to our previous conversation? It was said that the Chamber of Secrets was constructed by Salazar Slytherin before his departure from the school and sealed thereafter, accessible only to him and his heirs. He had concealed a terrifying creature within the chamber, one which only Slytherin's heir could control, and upon its release into the school, it would cleanse the institution of all whom Slytherin deemed unworthy of studying magic. Daphne recounted to Rice the legends she knew regarding the chamber, plunging him into a deep silence. He now comprehended why Slytherin House was perceived as the archetypal villain. Promoting such notions daily could hardly paint them as anything but antagonistic. The rumors were a blend of truth and fiction, while it was indeed accurate that he had constructed a chamber and housed a creature within. To assert that these tales were entirely true would provoke his ire. That is slander, Rice declared resolutely. The notion of cleansing the school was entirely unfounded. Slytherin had never accomplished such a feat during his tenure. How could a beast left behind after his departure possibly achieve it? Absurd. Furthermore, Slytherin had no intention of purifying the school in the first place. Rice concluded, I must clarify this to avoid any misunderstanding. Chapter 37. Daphne's Unyielding Stance. Daphne was taken aback. The ideas Rice articulated clashed with the legends passed down by her ancestors. One perspective asserted that upon the chamber's opening, Slytherin's heir would cleanse the school of those unworthy of magic, while another dismissed this entirely. The novel viewpoint confronted her established beliefs, rendering her momentarily speechless. Daphne, allow me to elucidate, Rice implored, eager to dissect the matter with her. You are of the Greengrass lineage. I trust you understand the true nature of those so-called pure blood families in the modern magical world. If we were to follow that line of reasoning, how many lives would need to be extinguished to purify the school? Does Draco Malfoy truly possess the qualifications to escape such scrutiny? And what of Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff? His pure blood lineage can only be traced back 9 generations. If we broaden our perspective, what of the professors? Should Professor Flitwick, being a half-elf, be subject to purification? The foundations of the Chamber's legend are fundamentally unsound. Moreover, what could Slytherin have left behind? What kind of creature could execute such a formidable task and willingly reside in a dark, concealed chamber? Rice spoke with conviction, asserting that the legend was nothing more than a fabrication. Daphne nodded silently, feeling Rice's argument hold merit. Do not dwell on it too much. Even if the tales left by your ancestors bear truth, the heir of Slytherin is I. Rice felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He found it utterly nonsensical that as one of Hogwarts' founders, he was perceived as the shadowy antagonist in the eyes of posterity. It seemed as though all misdeeds were attributed to him. He regretted leaving. Who could have foreseen how the narrative would twist in his absence? Alas, I had become the villain. Rice had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. After much heartfelt persuasion from Rice, Daphne gradually began to embrace his assertions. To her, this signified a positive development. No one would suffer harm from the Chamber S opening. In contrast to other pure-blood families, the Greengrass clan exhibited a more laid-back demeanor. They did not share the common prejudices against wizards of Muggle heritage, perhaps embodying the confidence that true lineage bestowed upon them. Rice suspected the Chamber S legend was likely concocted by some family to intimidate others and enhance their own prestige. By masquerading as Slytherin's heir, they claimed that their ancestors had left behind a secret weapon at the school, thus garnering respect from their peers. Rice held such individuals in contempt, abhorring their tarnishing of his reputation. Daphne's confusion and doubts dissipated, though one final question lingered. Since you are Slytherin's heir, why do you bear the surname Lint rather than Gaunt? Gaunt? Rice replied. Indeed, upon mentioning Slytherin's last descendants, Daphne immediately thought of the Gaunt family, which had nearly reached extinction. Rice could only remark that too many truths lay buried beneath the sands of history. The Gaunts were merely a child he had found who spoke Parseltongue after leaving Hogwarts. Due to his ability to converse with serpents, he had adopted the boy as a son and entrusted him with some of his properties before his eternal slumber. Now, a millennium later, the Gaunt had somehow become his descendant. What a peculiar turn of fate. The Gaunt's ancestor was a child adopted by Slytherin. I do not consider the Gaunt family genuine heirs of Slytherin. Very well, Daphne shrugged. It was common for families to besmirch one another in the pursuit of legitimacy. Unless Slytherin himself were to be summoned, the truth of the matter could never be definitively established. However, it was also a fact that the surnames of the four founding houses had not endured. From this perspective, none could truly claim to be the rightful heirs. Rice sighed and said, having lingered here for so long, let us proceed to the classroom. I still have magic to teach you today. With that, he drew his wand, and the tip emitted a large blue bubble. This spell was not a defensive charm, serving only to create a barrier akin to donning a plastic bag. Rice employed it solely to avoid the muck from the pipes staining his robes. After encasing both himself and Daphne in bubbles, he gestured for her to follow him. Are we to jump down? Daphne inquired, her throat dry as she gazed into the dark, bottomless pipe. Certainly not. In the next moment, Daphne experienced a sensation unlike any before. The ground beneath her vanished, and she slowly floated to a height of 1 inch above the ground. A simple application of the levitation charm. The voice of Les echoed through the tube as he had ventured ahead into the pipeline. Daphne felt somewhat disoriented, struggling to manage her floating body. Fortunately, Les was aware of her predicament. As he descended, he simultaneously guided Daphne to float down alongside him. The interior of the tube was a dark, viscous, endless slide. Les made a conscious effort to refrain from contemplating the composition of the sludge clinging to the walls, feeling grateful that he had cast 2 bubble charms beforehand. The tube they were traversing was the main conduit, twisting and almost vertically descending. After a prolonged descent, they finally emerged from the tube's opening and landed on solid ground. The moment they touched down, Les conjured a ball of flame, illuminating the subterranean space. The reassuring sensation of standing on solid ground allowed Daphne to gather her bearings and observe her surroundings. She now stood in a dark, spacious stone tunnel. With no external light sources, even Les's conjured flame did not provide a clear view. A sharp crack resounded as Daphne glanced down, discovering she had stepped upon a mouse skull. Upon closer inspection, she realized the ground was littered with the bones of small creatures. A chill ran down her spine, and her reaction mirrored that of Les. Before Daphne could let out a scream, Les waved his wand vigorously, clearing away the remnants in their line of sight. As for the remains beyond their immediate vision, Les decided it was best not to dwell on them, believing it beneficial for his mental well-being. He reassured himself. This was merely the corridor outside the chamber. Surely, the interior would be better. I can teach you this cleaning spell, he remarked, but Daphne, astute as she was, immediately grasped his intent. He wanted her to clean this corridor. She swiftly declined his offer. As for the bubble charm, however, Daphne was intrigued by the prospect of encasing herself in a protective bubble. Without this bubble, Merlin forbid, she thought, recalling the unsettling scene she had just witnessed, and shuddered involuntarily. Les gave her a meaningful look, indicating his approval. Once she mastered the bubble charm, she could assist him in tidying the corridor outside the chamber. After all, this was their exclusive classroom. It could not remain perpetually filthy. Moreover, it would be too burdensome for him to clean alone. After advancing a few more steps, Les suddenly halted and extinguished the flame, illuminating their path. "What's wrong?" Daphne inquired. "I believe you should brace yourself. Ahead lies the shed skin of the basilisk," Les informed her. If she were frightened, he would remove the serpent's shed skin. Just a glance was all it took for Les to recognize the serpent's skin. It belonged to the basilisk he had previously left in the chamber. Leaving a basilisk at Hogwarts was certainly not intended for the purpose of purifying the school. In Les's vision, this serpent was one of the legacies he left for Hogwarts. With an exceptionally long lifespan, the basilisk could safeguard Hogwarts for a millennium. Should the day arrive when Hogwarts faced an invasion, the heir of Slytherin, fluent in Parseltongue, would unseal the chamber, summoning the basilisk to vanquish the intruders. Yet his intentions had twisted into something grotesque. Purifying the school? That was preposterous. Nevertheless, despite the basilisk being Hogwarts' ultimate weapon, Les felt it prudent to alert Daphne, fearing she might faint upon suddenly encountering the serpent's shed skin. After all, being sorted into Slytherin did not equate to a fearlessness of snakes. Upon hearing of the serpent's shed skin ahead, Daphne instinctively considered heeding Les's warning. Yet the thought of it being the basilisk's shed skin ignited her curiosity. This was the legendary basilisk, a creature so extraordinary that one glance could spell death. Missing this opportunity might haunt her for a lifetime. Embracing this perspective, Daphne insisted that Les leave the serpent's skin undisturbed. As she followed closely behind Les and took a few more steps forward, she faintly discerned the outline of a massive, coiled figure. Les raised the reignited fireball higher, allowing her to glimpse the full extent of the colossal creature. Bathed in the light of the flames, a vast serpent skin emerged from the darkness, its vibrant green unmistakably signaling to Daphne that it belonged to a venomous snake. This was somewhat counterintuitive, as larger snakes are typically non-venomous. However, the creature coiled upon the tunnel floor was a notable exception, measuring at least 20 feet in length. Merlin above, Daphne gasped, unable to suppress a shiver. Such monsters truly existed in the world. After allowing Daphne to marvel at the basilisk's shed skin, Les led her past the enormous serpent skin and deeper into the tunnel. The passage twisted and turned until, at last, they encountered a wall adorned with two serpents entwined. The eye sockets of the serpents were embedded with large, glimmering emeralds. The chamber was upon them. Les could not help but release a sigh. Previously, his visits here had not required such effort, and it was high time to restore the mechanisms of old. Approaching the stone wall, he spoke in Parseltongue to the serpents. "Open." The two serpents parted, and the stone wall split down the middle, slowly sliding apart to reveal the space beyond. Les and Daphne stepped into the chamber concealed behind the wall. Inside lay a dimly lit room, flanked on either side by numerous serpent-shaped stone columns. The chamber seemed to stretch infinitely upward, the pillars supporting the ceiling fading into the shadows above, casting long, eerie silhouettes across the room, suffused with an enigmatic green glow. At the far end of the chamber stood a statue, towering as high as the room itself, pressed against the dark wall behind it. Those entering the chamber would need to tilt their heads back significantly to behold the statue's colossal visage. Approaching the statue could evoke a sensation akin to a mountain pressing down, leaving some breathless. This was indeed the chamber of Slytherin. Observing the room enveloped in its strange atmosphere, Daphne's eyes sparkled with awe. Only those students deemed worthy by Slytherin could set foot here. Les stood before the statue, whispering softly. Yet, in hindsight, if Les were to critique the statue, he would concede it bore an unappealing quality. "Please wait a moment," he said, snapping his fingers. The long-sealed chamber sprang back to life. Illumination spells, astrological charms, meteorological incantations, and ventilation spells were set into motion. With a snap of his fingers, a series of enchantments unique to the chamber began to activate. The once pitch-black ceiling transformed into a reflection of the outside sky. The brilliant sunlight from outside flooded into the chamber, replacing the eerie green glow and dispelling the chamber's unsettling atmosphere. The stale air was expelled, making way for the fresh breeze from outside, carrying the scents of flowers and earth. The spells here had not yet expired. Daphne stood in astonishment at the transformed chamber. A glimmer of pride flickered in Les's eyes. Indeed, these were the very spells he had meticulously crafted in years past. Very well, Les feigned humility. But let us not linger on trivial matters. We must hasten to commence today's lesson. However, before I impart upon you the intricacies of spells. I must pose a question. Do you grasp the essence of magic's pinnacle? The essence of magic? Daphne's voice was tinged with perplexity. What constitutes the pinnacle of magic? Is it merely a spell of formidable power? But what defines a spell as powerful? My father once recounted that Grindelwald nearly incinerated half of Paris with a single incantation. Surely that qualifies as powerful? It appears you remain uninformed. Les nodded, finding this quite understandable. The contemporary magical world bears little resemblance to that of a millennium past. Wizards seldom engage in practical encounters, and thus rarely witness the might of the era's most illustrious sorcerers unleashed in full force. Nevertheless, do you venture a guess as to why I am so determined to instruct you here? Les revealed a smile imbued with a hint of mystery. In years gone by, he had invested considerable effort into this concealed chamber to enhance the efficacy of his teaching. It could meticulously recreate scenes from his memories, immersing one in a vivid experience. The entire chamber could be likened to a vessel for meditation. With a gentle flourish of his wand, akin to a conductor guiding an orchestra, the tip of his wand began to dance, and the air shimmered with ripples. The stone visage of Slytherin animated in response, white mist billowing forth from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils, gradually enveloping the chamber. In an instant, Daphne found herself shrouded in a veil of white fog, though it soon dissipated. As the mist cleared, she discovered herself upon a tumultuous sea. Chapter 39, Slytherin and the Devouring Serpent of the World. With a crash, the frigid waters surged, waves leaping from the murky depths, carrying a chill that splashed against the edges of the wooden boat, shattering into countless droplets that soaked the hem of Daphne's robe. Daphne was taken aback. She bent down to touch her damp robe, the briny scent of the sea wafting to her nostrils, and a flicker of confusion crossed her youthful features. Had she not just been in Slytherin's chamber with Les? How had she suddenly been transported to the ocean? The overwhelming realism of her surroundings blurred the line between illusion and reality, until Les gently patted her shoulder, restoring her composure. All shall be well. His voice bore an almost magical quality, soothing Daphne's tumultuous heart, akin to the placid surface of the sea. She surveyed her surroundings, and soon her gaze was drawn to a figure at the bow of the boat, a middle-aged wizard clad in a green robe adorned with silver trim, wielding a serpentine staff nearly as tall as himself. The wizard's visage bore a resemblance to Les, yet also echoed the statues within the Slytherin chamber. The boat, propelled by the waves, glided slowly forward. Boom! In the distance, a streak of blood-red lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a cacophony of thunder that rumbled like a torrential downpour. The flash illuminated the darkened waters, and Daphne noticed a small island not far ahead. The island was modest in size, merely 100 meters in diameter, entirely cloaked in obsidian rock, barren of vegetation save for patches of mottled green moss. The distant thunder and lightning heralded the impending storm. Navigating a small vessel across the boundless sea under such circumstances was undeniably ill-fated. Yet the discovery of an island was a stroke of fortune, as the sole other living being aboard aside from Les and Daphne. The middle-aged wizard naturally assumed the role of helmsman. Upon sighting the island, a faint smile graced his lips, revealing a sense of relief. Instead of steering towards the island to seek refuge from the rain, he rapped the deck of the boat with his staff, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. As if glued to the surface of the tumultuous sea, gentle raindrops began to fall from the sky, perhaps due to their maritime setting. The rain carried a trace of brine. Les raised his hand, conjuring a transparent barrier above their heads, shielding them from the elements. In contrast, the middle-aged wizard remained unprotected, his robe left to the mercy of the rain as though he were a muggle devoid of magical ability. As moments slipped by, the distant thunder grew ever more intense, and the raindrops fell with increasing frequency. Finally, as a scarlet bolt of lightning rent the heavens, a deafening roar of thunder erupted, heralding a change in the unfolding drama. The island ahead trembled, and in the next instant, the sea erupted with a thunderous crack. Time seemed to freeze for a heartbeat, before fragments of the ocean morphed into towering waves. Before such colossal surges, even a vessel of 10,000 tons would capsize. Yet the modest wooden boat beneath Les and Daphne remained steadfast, anchored to the surface as if it were an immovable rock. The island. Daphne suddenly cried out in terror, her composure utterly forsaken. It was hardly blameworthy. The sight before her was overwhelmingly horrific. The island was rising, gradually emerging from the depths, its true form revealing itself. Not a mere isle, but the head of an immense serpent, transcending the boundaries of human imagination. After a prolonged slumber, it unfurled its colossal body. The ocean cascading like a waterfall as its mountain-like form surfaced from the depths, a mountain abruptly manifesting within the vast sea. In a motion reminiscent of a leisurely stretch, it stirred the waters into a frenzy, transforming the very fabric of reality. Having witnessed this spectacle, Daphne's ability to remain upright was a testament to her remarkable fortitude. The middle-aged wizard laughed, uttering words in a language beyond Daphne's comprehension, before he levitated into the air, while the immense serpent opened its eyes. The boat beneath them was dwarfed by the size of the serpent's eye. Those orange-red orbs were filled with a chilling, predatory gaze, as if the entirety of existence were mere sustenance for its appetite. Yet, in the face of such a behemoth, the middle-aged wizard took the initiative. He raised his staff, directing it towards the serpent's eye, and a beam of green light, as thick as a fist, erupted from the wand's tip. The green light hurtled toward the serpent's eye. Indifferent to the minuscule threat posed by this attack, the serpent merely closed its eyes, akin to how one might disregard a mosquito's bite. The eyelid, impenetrable to the likes of the individual before it, was not a barrier to be breached. The serpent paid dearly for its arrogance. The light pierced through its eyelid, detonating within its eye. A translucent, gelatinous fluid sprayed in all directions as the serpent writhed in agony. In that moment, it felt as though the end of the world had arrived. The entirety of the North Sea roared in response, and a tempestuous wind materialized upon the surface, drawing everything around into the sky. The serpent's fury reached a cataclysmic crescendo, altering the very colors of the heavens, as the distant thunder and lightning were eclipsed by its overwhelming presence. A storm descended upon this maritime expanse, uniting sky and sea in a torrential downpour. At this moment, the serpent morphed into a harbinger of calamity, rendering the middle-aged wizard insignificantly small in comparison. Yet, having inflicted harm upon the serpent and diminished its eyesight, even if he were to meet his demise in the depths of the ocean moments later, he could take pride in his achievement. However, the wizard was not one to be easily satisfied. He had journeyed to the North Sea not merely to administer acupuncture to the devouring serpent of the world. With a flick of his wand, the rainwater around him defied the force of gravity, swirling at his side. The treacherous droplets multiplied, ultimately creating a 100-meter diameter area where the rainwater seemed to merge with the very essence of the wizard, rendering the formidable serpent's menacing presence utterly impotent. After carving out a small sanctuary amidst the chaos, the wizard's wand tip glowed with an emerald light as he began to dance with it, using the wand as a quill to sketch the nascent form of a magical circle against the sky. Sensing the threat, the colossal serpent lunged at the wizard. Yet the wizard proved even more agile. With deft maneuvers, he evaded several grandiose attacks, one of which even cleaved the ocean, exposing the seabed to the air above. At last, the magical circle took shape, warping the space between heaven and sea, as a bolt of green lightning streaked through the air, tinting half the sky a vivid green. The serpent twisted its massive body, attempting to evade this impending strike. As the tempest gradually subsided, the surface of the sea regained its tranquility, albeit now stained a deep crimson. The middle-aged wizard retrieved his small boat, continuing to drift upon the waves as if nothing had transpired, save for the pristine white rope that now adorned his hand. Chapter 40. No one wants to think when formulas can be applied. A thick fog enveloped Daphne once more, transporting her back into the confines of the chamber. As her feet touched the solid marble floor, her legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. After a moment of catching her breath, she brushed her robe's hem, finding it completely dry, devoid of any evidence of seawater. Gradually, her composure returned. Could it be that the scene she witnessed was a memory of Slytherin? What manner of beast had he battled in those days? In that fleeting moment, Daphne's reverence for Salazar Slytherin reached its zenith. According to the final fragments of memory, Slytherin had emerged victorious, which was simply astounding. Daphne mused that if she had been in his place, merely surviving the encounter would be a tale worth boasting about for a lifetime. What are the other three founders? Had Slytherin not yet met them at that time? A fleeting question crossed her mind, only to be dismissed as less inquired about her impressions of the memory. Of course, she was profoundly shaken. For the first time, Daphne witnessed the pinnacle of magic. A wizard capable of mastering such power could undoubtedly be deemed an embodiment of a natural disaster. He transformed my perception of magic, Daphne remarked, for I had never comprehended that magic could wield such strength. Les nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely his intention, to broaden Daphne's horizons and illuminate the limits of magic. Before teaching students, one must reveal the true nature of the craft, particularly for a student like Daphne, who had the liberty to choose her specialization. So what type of spells do you wish to learn? Having laid the groundwork, let's pose the question to Daphne about her desired area of study. You can teach me anything? Indeed, there is scarcely a spell I cannot impart. I wish to learn the method of creating a philosopher's stone. If I could master the art of stone making, perhaps my sister's ailment could be cured. Le fait silent. Momentarily taken aback by the young girl's bold request. If he could create a philosopher's stone, why would he resort to the time-consuming and laborious process of rejuvenation through long slumber? This was indeed a matter of almost. Le possessing à Tixkin calmly stated that he was not adept at crafting the philosopher's stone. Daphne appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she understood that her request had been unreasonable. Had it not been for Les's astonishing display of power, she would not have dared to ask such a question. Your sister's curse is rather peculiar and requires a gradual approach. Perhaps she could start by consuming a WYRD fruit to assess the situation. If that fails, I can concoct some potions to suppress the curse, Les suggested, recognizing the complexity of the blood curse afflicting Daphne's sister, Astoria. Even he could not guarantee a cure. To restore her to health, Les would need to purify or sever the tainted curse attached to Astoria's soul, a feat of considerable difficulty. If only Helga were here. She was the most skilled healer among them, Les thought, unable to suppress a sigh. Daphne refrained from responding, merely pressing her lips together. After a brief pause, she took the initiative to steer the conversation in a different direction. I wish to learn how to fly. Lord Slytherin floated in mid-air during his battle with the serpent. Daphne earnestly recalled the scenes from her memory, realizing that she yearned to learn many things. The magical circle that vanquished the serpent, powerful offensive spells, the manipulation of seawater's might, and more. Perhaps it would be best to start with the most fundamental and unassuming skills. Les raised an eyebrow. Learning to fly is certainly feasible, but it demands a high level of control over one's magical energy. No problem. In fact, the way we entered here was through flight. The principle is not difficult. Gather magical energy in your feet to create an upward thrust, allowing you to levitate, and then alter the direction of your magic to fly at will. Quite simple indeed. With diligent practice, you will master it in no time. A flicker of confusion crossed Daphne's face. Control of magical energy? This was a concept she had never encountered before. Les suddenly detected something amiss. Akin to a Muggle teacher discussing the intricacies of chemical bonds during a lecture on oxidation-reduction reactions, while a student inquired what oxidation even meant. Have you never heard of magical energy control? He asked cautiously. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Les felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He now comprehended the fundamental issues plaguing the contemporary magical community. In the preceding week's lessons, the professors had never mentioned this concept. He had assumed it was common knowledge that they deemed unworthy of discussion. It turned out that such a notion had simply been discarded. Compared to 1,000 years ago, the modern magical world had made significant advancements in wand-making and spell incantation, leading to the obsolescence of seemingly antiquated concepts. For instance, magical energy control. Much like the advent of calculators displaced counting rods and abacuses into the annals of history, the refinement of wands and spells had rendered magical energy control no longer a requisite for wizards. Consequently, the new generation of young witches and wizards had scarcely heard of this concept. Why think when formulas can be applied? Why exert mental effort when one can effortlessly cast spells with specific gestures, tones, and pauses? Over time, few would ponder the question, why does a mere flick of my wrist and the utterance of Wingardium Leviosa cause a feather to levitate? To know the how without grasping the why is a common ailment of the modern magical community, and it is precisely why, in this vast modern magical world, hardly any wizard possesses the ability to fly. Ironically, the most proficient flyer of all is none other than the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Wizards must think more deeply. Having come to this realization, Les sighed, I believe we should begin with the practice of controlling magical energy. To spare Daphne from impatience, he added an explanation. Without understanding magical energy control and the principles behind spells, mastering 1,000 incantations will not elevate one to the level of a wizard like Slytherin. He then commenced to elucidate to Daphne the intricate methods of harnessing and releasing the magical energy within her. The subject matter was so rudimentary that Les found himself somewhat awkward in his explanations. He never anticipated that he would one day be imparting such knowledge to a young witch hailing from a pure blood lineage. Fortunately, he had attended a few introductory lessons by Helga Hufflepuff, or else he might have encountered considerable difficulty. Under Les's guidance, Daphne made several attempts and ultimately succeeded. A gentle, tingling warmth coursed through her left arm, eventually converging at her palm and fingertips. And then, poof, A small vortex sprang forth from her hand, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Congratulations! You have successfully learned to project your magic. Les commended her from the side. Chapter 41. Who changed my password? Mastering the projection of magic was merely the first step. Next, Daphne needed to learn how to control this magical force. Les set her the goal of maintaining the small vortex of projected magic until dinner time that evening. After summarizing the key points, he left Daphne to practice independently. Repetition fosters mastery. This principle holds true even in the realm of magic. Daphne demonstrated considerable talent, progressing much faster than Les had anticipated. By lunchtime, she had managed to control the output of her magic, sustaining the vortex in her palm. Very well. Now attempt to shift the point of projection to the soles of your feet. It is quite simple, as it bears no distinction from releasing it in your palm. Les recalled Helga's methodical teaching style, guiding her step by step. Daphne nodded and began to experiment further. To better control her magical output, she removed her cumbersome boots and socks, standing barefoot upon the cool marble floor. The chill of the ground prompted her to instinctively curl her toes. Yet that very coolness sharpened her focus. Under her command, magic coalesced at the soles of her feet, forming two stable orbs of energy. With the assistance of this magic, Daphne floated upwards, suspended an inch above the ground. Is this truly possible? Les marveled at Daphne's rapid progress. After a brief moment of silence, he continued with the next phase of instruction. He deconstructed the flying spell into several distinct components. As soon as Daphne mastered these segments, she would be able to execute them seamlessly and achieve flight. For the remainder of the time, Daphne was entirely absorbed in her own world, even skipping lunch, which Les had to fetch from the Great Hall to bring back for her in the chamber. Throughout the learning process, she exhibited exceptional aptitude, mastering the fundamentals of the flying spell in just one day. When you fly for the first time, be mindful of controlling your magical output. Avoid ascending too quickly or too high. Watching Daphne float in the air, Les offered guidance, concerned she might jeopardize her progress through impatience. However, in that moment, Daphne scarcely registered his words, for she was immersed in an unprecedented experience. Humanity has never concealed its desire to conquer the skies, and witches and wizards are no exception. To reach the heavens, Muggles invented airplanes, while wizards opted for flying broomsticks. These methods rely on external forces, but true flight is achieved through the use of flying magic. Unlike being tethered like a balloon, Daphne was genuinely soaring under her own volition. The exhilaration coursing through her heart raced with fervor. Blood surged through her veins, pounding against her eardrums. The wind whipped past her silvery hair, her robe billowing behind her. The sensation of flight was sublime, and elation consumed her mind. She navigated the skies as freely as a bird. It was not until dusk that she reluctantly descended from the chamber's heights back to the ground. The exertion of flying had taken a toll. The color had drained from her cheeks. Observing Daphne's weary visage, Les contemplated procuring some potion ingredients from Hogwarts public potion storage to concoct a restorative draft for her. If the storage lacked what he needed, he would send a letter to Lupin, requesting assistance in acquiring some supplies. The public potion storage at Hogwarts was not tightly monitored. Les simply needed to gather additional ingredients during potion classes and discreetly stow them in his bag before class ended. However, the readily accessible materials were mostly common. Rarer components would require purchase or search through Professor Snape's private stores. Excellent. I have never witnessed such a promising beginning. Potions were a matter for the future. For now, he needed to commend the young witch thoroughly. Within a single day, she had transformed from someone unfamiliar with magical control to mastering flight magic. A remarkable gift, indeed, one of a kind among wizards. Thankfully, she had encountered a traditional teacher like himself. Otherwise, her talent might have been squandered within the modern magical education system. Really? The girl, seated cross-legged on the floor, looked up, her eyes sparkling. May I take another flight to solidify the feeling? Let's call it a day. Les firmly declined her request. Too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. You have practiced enough for today. He produced a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket and handed it to her. First, enjoy some chocolate to replenish your energy, and then we shall return to the Great Hall for dinner. And tomorrow? Daphne gazed at Les with eager anticipation, fearful that he might decide against holding lessons the following day. Do we not take Sundays off? Only Muggles observe Sundays as a day of rest. We wizards do not adhere to such trivialities. Daphne cleverly retorted, eliciting a chuckle from Les. Given her enthusiasm for learning, he could not refuse her request, thus agreeing to continue their lessons. No, let us take another route out. Les intercepted Daphne as she attempted to exit the chamber. After having traversed the pipe during lunch, he vowed never to ascend through that drain again. even if it meant starving in the chamber. Such a passage was unworthy for the heir of Slytherin. Are there other ways to exit? Of course, he replied, guiding Daphne to his statue. He firmly pressed his foot down on a large marble tile on the floor. The 2-meter square tile rose from the ground, gently elevating them to the same level as the statue's face. Les gazed at the statue and spoke in parcel tongue. Open. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3. Nothing happened. Open. He repeated the command, yet still, nothing transpired. Les was perplexed. Why had his established command failed? However, it was of little concern. As the true master of the chamber, Les possessed the highest authority here and would not be hindered by a mere password. Reveal the command. He instructed the statue. One of the statue's eyes illuminated, and a beam of light shot from its pupil, striking the marble slab beneath them. Unveiling the current command. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Leston fell into a contemplative silence. Feeling a surge of blood rush to his head, leaving him dizzy and breathless. Who dared to alter my command to such a ridiculous form? Even more despairing was the fact that this phrase had been witnessed by Daphne. Leston felt a flush of heat wash over his face. This is a form of self-sabotage. Fortunately, the other 3 old-timers were oblivious to this command, or he would be the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. Leston even began to hallucinate, as Godric's voice seemed to echo in his ears, gleefully proclaiming, "The greatest giant of Hogwarts. The greatest giant of Hogwarts." Leston felt darkness closing in around him. Chapter 42. The Transformation into Malfoy Sauce. Quickly closing the projection of the command, Leston cast a furtive glance at Daphne, relieved to find her reaction unremarkable. Perhaps she had not discerned the full extent of the command, or she simply deemed the statement innocuous. After restoring the command to its original form, Leston uttered the statue's command for the 3rd time. Open. This time, there was a response. The enormous stone visage began to animate, its mouth opening to reveal a gaping black abyss. From within, a rustling sound emerged, as if something were stirring within the statue's maw. Leston's expression shifted. He instantly recognized that it was the Serpent King he had left in the chamber that had been awakened. He quickly issued a new directive. Return, conceal yourself. And the sounds in the cavern gradually subsided. What was that? Daphne, not being deaf, naturally heard the Serpent King's movements. After Leston provided a brief explanation, Daphne fell silent. So, there's a colossal snake over 20 feet long hidden within the statue? This revelation deterred Daphne from wanting to venture inside. Whether the idea of a filthy sewer pipe or a tunnel harboring a great serpent was more disconcerting was a matter of personal perspective. Leston, oblivious to the girl's changing mindset, strode directly into the statue's mouth with Daphne in tow. Contrary to the initial impression the exterior conveyed, the interior tunnel of the statue was spacious and well-constructed, with a candle holder mounted on the wall every few paces. However, the holders were currently empty, forcing Leston to conjure a flame for illumination. The ground bore the unmistakable marks of a large serpent's passage, clearly left by the Serpent King. Daphne felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing an encounter with the fearsome creature around any corner. Thankfully, the Serpent King was well concealed, and they found no trace of the monster until they reached the tunnel's end. In truth, the enchantments laid here were akin to those inscribed on the walls of the Broken Cauldron's backyard. In time, as Leston's mastery of magic deepened, he would undoubtedly perceive them. Standing before a solid stone wall, Leston spoke to Daphne with enthusiasm. His words piqued Daphne's curiosity about the world through Leston's eyes. Me? Like an ordinary person, though I possess a keener sensitivity to magic. Of course, if I sense something amiss and concentrate my magic in my eyes, the things I see will indeed transform. I can perceive the flow of magic. For instance, at this moment, while ordinary eyes would see merely an unremarkable wall, to me, the entire surface shimmers with a faint glow of magic. Daphne widened her eyes, intently gazing at the wall, yet after straining her gaze, she could not discern the flow of magic within. You're still a bit lacking, but in the future, you will undoubtedly succeed. After offering a slight reassurance to the young girl, Leston pressed his wand against the stone brick. Counting down, 7 bricks down and 7 across would suffice. Upon a gentle prod of his wand, the bricks sank and vanished. Subsequently, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the entire stone wall dissolved, revealing an exit. Emerging from the tunnel, Daphne recognized their location. They were beside the underground dock where they had arrived on the day of the opening ceremony. On their way back to the common room, Daphne could not help but inquire about the next day's lessons. Leston informed her that he planned for her to review today's flying magic, followed by teaching her a practical protective spell. This spell has a simplified version in the modern magical world, known as the shield charm, which is considered a relatively advanced incantation that many Hogwarts graduates do not master. In Leston's view, this spell was far less useful than the defensive magic he intended to teach Daphne. It was too rigid, due to its high demands on the caster. It was unsuitable for beginners, yet for a master of magic, its potential was limited, giving it an air of superficiality. Unlike his defensive magic, which beginners could eventually wield after sufficient practice, albeit with relatively weak defenses, the spell's protective power could almost infinitely increase with the caster's strength. As Leston had anticipated, Daphne learned this charm in just one day. She could summon magic to form a thin, protective shield before her, which, while insufficient to block even a hurled brick, nonetheless represented a breakthrough from nothing to something. The rest was merely a matter of time. This revelation filled Leston with delight. He felt he had struck gold, having found a worthy successor for his skills. After a serious week of lessons, Leston began to adjust his daily rhythm to a more satisfying pace. What? Only one history of magic class on Monday? Excellent. My weekends are now 3 days long. What? The professor assigned a lot of homework? No problem. Daphne, come here, and I'll help you check your assignments. Returning to Hogwarts, Leston found his life considerably more enjoyable. He no longer needed to prepare lessons daily or fret over the foolish antics of the medieval, half-literate young wizards. Nor did he have to rectify the messes left by overzealous students. After such comparisons, Leston inexplicably felt a sense of happiness, especially when witnessing Professor Snape grumbling and bustling about, dealing with the messes left by students. He felt fortunate not to be the head of the house. It seemed that Malfoy, who had previously clashed with him, had lodged a complaint with his father, yet Lucius Malfoy appeared to have no intention of intervening on his behalf. Without his father's support, Malfoy quickly forgot about his minor skirmish with Leston, shifting his focus to a certain boy named Harry Potter. Leston could see that initially, Malfoy had intended to befriend Potter, but the notorious reputation of Slytherin House had tainted his prospects, stifling any potential budding friendship in its infancy. Of course, the house's poor reputation was merely a secondary factor. Malfoy's abysmal character was the primary cause. He was ostentatious, brash, and insufferable. Had he not been blessed with a good father, he might well have been subjected to a thorough thrashing by the upperclassmen at the school. During the first week of classes, Malfoy incessantly boasted to those around him of his illustrious lineage. By the second week, the topic had shifted to Quidditch, as he rambled on about flying and loudly complained at the dining table that first years were unqualified to join the house Quidditch team. He took great pleasure in hovering near Daphne, loudly recounting tales of his childhood flying adventures, the details of which varied endlessly. Yet the outcome remained constant. The adept flyer Draco Malfoy had narrowly escaped a Muggle helicopter's rotor blades, having already experienced the thrill of flight. Daphne initially found his tales unremarkable. However, Malfoy was simply too irritating, and she could no longer contain herself. At that moment, my hair was mere inches from that rotor, and I could even feel the powerful gusts of wind. Malfoy's story, as usual, reached its conclusion, only to be interrupted by a girl's voice. Are you certain it's only a few inches? Daphne glanced at him. Of course, Malfoy assured, thumping his chest. Daphne said nothing. She had heard of the Muggle contraption known as a helicopter. After briefly explaining its structure to Les, he transformed a set of cutlery on the table into the likeness of a helicopter and turned a piece of roast beef into a tiny figure riding a flying broomstick. Under Malfoy's bewildered gaze, Daphne guided the tiny figure towards the hovering helicopter, and then, splat, the figure was sucked into the rotor blades, instantly reduced to a pulp. The meat paste and grease splattered everywhere, with one drop landing squarely on Malfoy's stunned face. So how did you manage that? Or has the Malfoy family's medical expertise advanced to the point of being able to restore meat paste back into a human form? Daphne looked at Malfoy, a smile gracing her features. Malfoy. Daphne had effectively ended the discussion. Chapter 43. A skill that even Slytherin could not master. Quidditch. Who would have thought this sport had become so immensely popular? After dealing with the boisterous Malfoy, Les felt the capriciousness of fate. Did you know? Quidditch has deep roots with Slytherin. On a whim, Les decided to regale the nearby young wizards with a tale pertaining to the origins of Quidditch. In Slytherin House, stories involving Salazar Slytherin always attract an audience, and as soon as Les finished his sentence, he noticed several gazes, some inquisitive, others skeptical, directed at him. Undoubtedly, Quidditch is the most favored sport today, but did you know that during the 11th century, when the four founders were active, Quidditch was an obscure sport, with games like cushioning and stone catching far more renown? More and more ears pricked up. The activities less mentioned had once thrived in the Middle Ages, but had since faded into obscurity, their demise linked to their perilous nature. for instance. Stone catching was an exceedingly violent and risky game. Each participant would strap a cauldron to their head with a belt and then attempt to catch stones falling from a height of 100 feet. Enchanted stones, no less. One can only imagine the casualty rate of such a game, which was aptly named Injured Heads. Only those with a sound mind would dare to play it. The inception of Quidditch can be traced back to a witch named Gertie Kettle. Les began recounting the tale of what transpired in those days. Huh, Godric, I'm flying. Salazar Slytherin exclaimed, soaring through the air on his broomstick. What kind of flying broom is this? To enchant an ordinary broom to fly, you truly have some skill. Godric Gryffindor teased, revealing his friend's blunder. Salazar could not control the flying broom at all, and had no choice but to levitate a regular broom, allowing it to carry him aloft. Just admit you didn't fly, will you? Slytherin grew somewhat flustered. He had an inexplicable aversion to flying brooms, and found it nearly impossible to connect with them. Although flying magic could assist him, it felt rather embarrassing. What wizard cannot ride a flying broom? All right, how about we play stone catching together? Godric suggested eagerly. Slytherin fell silent. He sensed a troubling feedback loop forming before his eyes. Only someone with a few screws loose would engage in stone catching, and those who played would likely end up even more daft, thus creating an insatiable desire to play again. Determined to fulfill his friend's obligation to save Gryffindor's precarious mind, Slytherin improvised a game on the spot. This game resembled the Muggle children's activity of Duck, Duck, Goose, where two players threw balls at each other, scoring points when hit. How hard can it be? Just watch the ball, Godric exclaimed enthusiastically, conjuring a ball and hurling it at Slytherin's face. The two enjoyed themselves thoroughly until Godric's conjured ball accidentally landed in Gertie Kettle's vegetable patch. Gertie confiscated the offending ball and unleashed a few hexes upon the pair. Feeling guilty, Les and Godric departed in disgrace. However, their game was far from over. They had not yet had their fill of fun. The next day, they returned. Godric crafted a new ball, while Les altered the rules of the game. To prevent a repeat of the previous day's mishap, he decided that scoring would involve tossing the ball into a grove at one end of the swamp, thus birthing the prototype of quaffle and scoring hoop. Later, to enhance the game's excitement, they enchanted two stones, allowing them to fly about in the air, interfering with their throws. These became the precursors to the bludgers. Given that the swamp was named Quidditch Marsh, Slytherin aptly named the sport Quidditch, and thus, the origin of Quidditch was unveiled. As Les concluded his tale, the surrounding young wizards launched into fervent discussions on the topic. So it's only natural that we excel at Quidditch, being that it was invented by the great Slytherin, and students of Slytherin House are inherently skilled at it. It seems Slytherin had a rather amicable relationship with Gryffindor, doesn't it? They were good friends at first. What about that golden snitch? I know this one. It's mentioned in letters from medieval wizards. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Les shifted his gaze elsewhere, indicating her remarkable insight. Following Daphne's public humiliation of Malfoy in the Great Hall, the trend among the first-year students boasting about their flying skills came to an abrupt halt, while the story of Quidditch's origin that Les had shared began to spread. In such an atmosphere, the first flying lesson for the first-year Slytherins arrived. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, heralding the eagerly anticipated flying lesson. For the new Slytherins, Thursdays were truly delightful, though the only downside was that they had to share the class with the new Gryffindors. The flying lesson was conducted by a lady named Madame Hooch, who sported short gray hair and a pair of hawk-like yellow eyes. It was said that she had once been a player on a professional Quidditch team, and, after retiring, she took up teaching at Hogwarts. Compared to other retired players, teaching at Hogwarts was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity, and she took her job quite seriously. All right, let us not waste time, she commanded, her voice sharp. Everyone stand next to a broomstick and hurry up. Les glanced down at the broomstick at his feet. Tattered and old, its twigs were in disarray. A sense of foreboding crept over him as he recalled some unpleasant memories. Yet he held onto a flicker of hope. Perhaps the brooms of you were subpar, and maybe it was a matter of the broom's quality? A millennium had passed. Surely broomsticks must have become more sophisticated by now. Progress in technology, after all. Extend your right hand, place it above the broomstick, and then say up. Madame Hooch instructed, demonstrating the action herself. Up. The young wizards followed suit. Up. Les commanded the broomstick at his feet. The broom lay on the ground, rolling over, seemingly unwilling to heed Les's command. A chuckle escaped from Malfoy, who stood beside him, delighting in the revelation of Les's Achilles heel. It appeared that even Les had an area of inadequacy. Chapter 44. An unexpected incident in flying class. Hey Les, are you capable? Do you require me to share my expertise? Unlike Les, Malfoy's broom responded instantly, leaping into his grasp at his command. However, only a select few brooms exhibited such obedience. Daphne's broom, like Les's, merely rolled on the ground, while several of the younger wizards' brooms remained utterly motionless. Although not entirely lacking in merit, Les felt his blood pressure steadily rising. With his corporeal form rejuvenated, his emotions were now more prone to fluctuation, an instinct brought forth by youth that he found troublesome to manage, and thus he had no intention of intervening. He made another attempt, yet the broom merely shuddered in response. Surely there couldn't be a Slytherin incapable of summoning a broom? Could there? Malfoy's voice echoed in Les's ear. Alas, it seemed that even after a millennium, the quality of flying brooms remained rather disconcerting, prompting Les to resort to his unique method. As for Draco Malfoy's taunts, Les completely disregarded them. A true Slytherin ought to have a contentious relationship with flying brooms. Students like Daphne Greengrass were the epitome of Salazar Slytherin's admission criteria. Seeing Daphne struggle to summon her broom as well, Les felt reassured. It was undoubtedly an issue with the broom itself, old and shabby, clearly unfit for use. Given Hogwarts' current wealth, why not allocate more funds to upgrade the brooms used in flying lessons? This was where Les's considerations fell short. Who comprised the Hogwarts Board of Governors? As a body responsible for funding, most members hailed from pure-blood families, making it difficult to manage the relentless expenses. This resulted in a significant representation of Slytherin alumni on the board, which tended to favor Slytherin House. In their eyes, Slytherin winning the House Cup and Quidditch Cup was a source of delight. Hence, it was essential to undermine the other three houses as much as possible. But how to achieve this? Despite their wealth, the governors could not simply hire professional players for the competitions. So they turned their attention to the brooms used in the matches. For most students, flying brooms were a luxury. Aside from the affluent Slytherins, most students relied on the brooms provided by the school during competitions. Yet the rules did not prohibit the use of personal brooms. Much like Muggle racing competitions, where one group uses cars worth 100,000 while another employs supercars, the latter undoubtedly holds the advantage. Consequently, the brooms provided free of charge by Hogwarts remained outdated models, while the Slytherin Quidditch team utilized the finest brooms available. This was one of the reasons Slytherin's team achieved such success, as Les and the flying broom engaged in an unspoken rivalry. Madame Hooch was at the front of the line, demonstrating to the first years how to mount a broom without slipping off. There were two mainstream methods for riding a broom, the side saddle position and the straddling position. Les ultimately abandoned the traditional method of summoning his broom, opting instead for his unique levitation charm. However, he would soon discover the advancements that flying brooms had undergone over the millennium. In the medieval era, flying brooms were essentially ordinary cleaning brooms enhanced with levitation charms, enabling them to soar under a wizard's control. 1,000 years later, brooms were fundamentally different. They were now equipped with charms that effectively resisted magical interference. Ordinary levitation charms could not disrupt a flying broom. Only powerful dark magic could achieve that. In other words, Les's method proved ineffective. Les found his spell failing. The broom lay motionless on the ground, performing even worse than his verbal command. Malfoy's mocking gaze seemed to materialize, flitting between Les and the broom on the ground. Daphne, standing nearby, faced the same predicament as Les. Unable to summon her broom, she clearly felt considerable pressure. After much deliberation, she decided to bend down and pick up the broom. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, she had no choice. She still needed to learn how to ride the broom. Les snorted. He would never stoop to such a level. A mere counter curse, thought to hinder me. He perceived the enchantments on the broom as more symbolic than substantial, commonly known as a defense against gentlemen rather than scoundrels. He decided to increase the intensity of his spell. But an unexpected consequence ensued. The school's brooms, having fallen into disrepair and being relics of the past, combined with his inexperience in countering such enchantments, led Les to overestimate the strength of the enchantments on the broom. The amplified force of his spell crashed through the barriers of the counter curse and dissipated, affecting all nearby brooms. Whoosh! Only Madame Hooch, Malfoy, and Harry, wizards with remarkable control over their brooms or possessing higher quality brooms, managed to retain their flying brooms, while the rest of the students' brooms spiraled out of control, soaring skyward like rockets. In an instant, over 20 brooms ascended to a height of 20 feet. Les was taken aback. He had not anticipated the fragility of the school's brooms, which allowed his spell to unravel their enchantments so easily. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that had the power of his spell been reduced to 1/10, such an outcome would likely have been avoided. Flying brooms. Les Lint is too powerful. I feel quite guilty for not allowing him to exert himself fully during flying class. Les's musings, however, did not bring the brooms crashing down. With the collective chaos of the flying brooms, the entire class descended into turmoil, and Madame Hooch could no longer attend to the students. She hastily mounted her broom and soared into the sky to capture the runaway brooms. Amidst the chaos, Malfoy noticed Harry, like him, was gripping his flying broom. Wait, he hasn't lost his grip either? Remarkable. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in Malfoy's mind. Hey, Potter, do you dare to compete with me? He raised an eyebrow, regarding Harry with a challenging gaze. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry harbored a deep disdain for Malfoy. He had never imagined encountering someone more detestable than Dudley until he met Draco Malfoy. How about a contest to see who can retrieve more brooms? Malfoy gestured towards the brooms soaring into the sky. Have some dignity. Ron, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Malfoy's words, retorting indignantly. Competing in flying ability with someone who has barely touched a flying broom for 5 minutes? You truly are something. Fine, pretend I said nothing. Malfoy shrugged, feigning agreement, and mounted his broom, taking off directly into the air. Chapter 45. Daphne, is that it? Watching Malfoy ascend into the sky amidst a chorus of gasps, Harry felt a fire igniting within his chest. Don't listen to his nonsense, Harry. He's just trying to provoke you. Ron quickly interjected, understanding his friend's temperament. However, Ron's words fell on deaf ears. Harry, typically a friendly and easygoing individual, became resolute once he set his mind to something. No one could sway his convictions. He promptly mounted his broom in the manner taught by Madame Hooch, forcefully pushing off the ground, soaring into the sky with the same fervor as Malfoy. Harry! Ron's face drained of color. Harry had spent most of his time at his aunt's house, never having touched a flying broom before. This reckless ascent could lead to dire consequences. As Harry and Malfoy ascended into the sky, the first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin were left utterly astonished, their gasps and screams echoing, even audible from several dozen feet above. At that moment, Madame Hooch had managed to seize 2 out-of-control brooms. Initially, she had dismissed the commotion from the startled little wizards on the ground, attributing it to their inexperience with such spectacles. It was only when she caught a glimpse of a shadow tinged with green that she grasped the severity of the situation. Whipping her head around, she was shocked to discover 2 young wizards had taken to the skies on brooms. Madame Hooch felt as though she had been struck on the head by 2 heavy blows, leaving her momentarily dazed. Once she regained her composure and her senses returned, she mustered all her strength to shout, "You two, stop this at once!" Yet, the 2 young wizards soaring above showed no inclination to heed their teacher's command. Had they been inclined to land at the sound of her voice, they would not have ascended in the first place. Malfoy paid Madame Hooch no mind, while Harry, fueled by adrenaline, selectively ignored her words. Malfoy darted towards a broom, swiftly grabbing it with a triumphant flourish, and descended towards the ground, laughing heartily. Not to be outdone, Harry, experiencing flight for the first time, seemed innately aware of how to maneuver. He leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, propelling it skyward like a javelin toward the unattended brooms above. In an instant, he matched the altitude of the 2 brooms, expertly grasping them as if they were errant flies. As he clamped his legs around his broom, it veered sharply, diving towards the ground. The onlooking young wizards erupted into applause, but as they witnessed Harry's astonishing dive, their cheers turned into gasps of awe. Seeing the crowd on the ground applaud, Malfoy couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Just as he was basking in his glory, Harry whizzed past him on his broom, leaving only an elegant silhouette in his wake. Malfoy was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Harry, in his first encounter with a flying broom, could perform so impressively. As Harry landed amidst the Gryffindor crowd, greeted by fervent cheers, Malfoy sneered, feeling overshadowed by Harry's triumph. After a moment of contemplation, he conceived a more impressive landing. Acting as if he had seen nothing, he forced himself to dismiss Harry from his mind, executing a stylish drift as he descended, landing squarely in front of Daphne. Feeling quite pleased with his display, Malfoy raised the broom he had retrieved, confidently proclaiming to Daphne, "Here, your broom, I've brought it back for you." In Malfoy's mind, he envisioned Daphne completely captivated by his charm, merely needing to play along to overshadow Harry's glory. However, reality deviated from his script. Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Daphne rolled her eyes in exasperation. "No need," she replied, stepping aside to distance herself from him. Malfoy's performance crumbled, and his facial muscles twitched in disbelief. After a few seconds, he finally reacted, tossing the broom to Pansy, and with a determined push off the ground, he soared back into the air. He needed to seize this opportunity to alleviate his embarrassment. Yet, barely a few feet into his ascent, a shadow brushed past him, overtaking him in flight. Malfoy initially assumed it was Potter, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find it was Daphne. Even more astonishingly, she was not riding a broom. With her wand gripped firmly in her right hand and her left arm relaxed at her side, she turned back to cast a blank stare at him. "I can manage myself," she stated before spinning around and soaring into the heights. The entire assembly, save for Lestrange, was left in stunned silence. In their understanding, wizards required magical implements, such as brooms to fly. The concept of a wizard flying unaided was utterly foreign to them. Malfoy stood frozen, gaping at Daphne's retreating figure. "Get down here!" Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air, followed by a sharp pain in his ear. Madame Hooch had zoomed beside him, gripping his ear and yanking him, broom and all, back to the ground. Upon landing, Madame Hooch's face was pale with rage, her hands trembling with indignation. Not only had she apprehended Malfoy from the sky, but she also summoned Harry and the now-grounded Daphne, who had regained her composure. You, how dare you? You could have broken your necks." Harry, appearing somewhat subdued, lowered his head in submission, while Daphne and Malfoy stood defiantly. In Malfoy's mind, there was no way he could fall from a broom. He had been riding them since he was 5. Daphne had even more confidence, knowing she had mastered the art of flying through her own magical prowess, while the other two relied on their brooms. Nevertheless, neither dared to challenge their instructor openly, remaining silent and still. "Harry Potter!" Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted Madame Hooch's reprimand. Harry looked up, his heart sinking as he saw McGonagall striding towards him. 10 points from Gryffindor. "Potter, come with me." "Professor, Harry, enough, Mr. Weasley." As Harry faced the consequences of losing points and being summoned away, Malfoy nearly burst into laughter, but his amusement quickly faded. 20 points from Slytherin. "Miss Greengrass, Mr. Malfoy, you both come with me as well." Chapter 46, Detention. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's verdict, Malfoy's expression darkened considerably. He had heard of her formidable reputation, well aware that she was devoid of favoritism. She would not show leniency toward students based on their houses or backgrounds, meaning invoking his father's name would be of no consequence. He could only accept his punishment with resignation. Malfoy felt despondent, while Harry was engulfed in despair. He feared expulsion. Having been at Hogwarts for less than 2 weeks, he felt as if he would soon be packing his things and leaving. He had no idea what the Dursleys would say upon seeing him at their doorstep, but he was certain it would not be anything encouraging. Daphne was also somewhat apprehensive. However, recalling that the transgressions committed by Malfoy and Harry were far more severe than her own, she quickly regained her composure. "Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, in light of your egregious breach of decorum during flying lessons, I hereby sentence you to a period of detention with Madame Hooch. Do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing that he was merely facing detention and not expulsion from the school, Harry nodded repeatedly, indicating his complete acquiescence. Draco, wishing to protest, was acutely aware that such a defense would be futile and resigned himself to his misfortune. After addressing Harry and Draco, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Daphne. "Miss Greengrass, might you elucidate how you accomplished that feat just now?" Both Malfoy and Harry pricked up their ears, equally intrigued by how Daphne had managed to soar into the air. "It was flying magic," Daphne replied, exuding an air of cryptic profundity. Although Lestrange had never explicitly instructed her to keep his secrets, Daphne instinctively chose to shield him from scrutiny. Perhaps her selfishness was at play. She coveted the exclusive knowledge residing within Lestrange's mind. Or perhaps she wished to spare him any inconvenience. "Where did you learn that?" Professor McGonagall could not resist pressing further. Her instincts told her that Daphne would not divulge the truth, yet the rarity of flying magic compelled her to seek its origins. Upon hearing the term flying magic, Draco's expression shifted dramatically. He had heard from his father that the Dark Lord possessed a unique technique known as flying magic, making him one of the exceedingly rare wizards capable of flight without the aid of a broom. The sudden revelation of Daphne's ability to perform flying magic led Draco to ponder whether the Greengrass family had ties to such dark arts. Despite their ostensibly neutral stance during the previous Wizarding War, young Malfoy found himself perplexed by this conundrum. Professor McGonagall harbored similar concerns. She feared that Daphne's flying magic might be linked to the Dark Lord, a portentous implication indeed. Yet, in response to McGonagall's inquiry, Daphne remained reticent. The professor scrutinized her intently for a moment before ultimately shaking her head, deciding to spare the ancient Greengrass family from further inquiry. Perhaps their family vault indeed housed the secret of flying magic, but regardless of the circumstances, Professor Dumbledore needed to be informed of these developments. "Very well. You two may leave. Mr. Malfoy, Madame Hooch will contact you regarding matters pertaining to your detention." McGonagall dismissed Draco and Daphne, yet kept Harry behind, causing his heart to race once more. Huh, that Potter is finished. I dare say he is about to be expelled. As soon as McGonagall and Harry vanished from sight, Draco exclaimed with glee, "You weren't expelled, so how could he be?" Daphne shot him a glance, her tone icy. She had observed the entire unfolding of events and knew precisely who the instigator was. Daphne's assessment proved accurate. At dinner time, Harry appeared in the Great Hall as expected, while Draco's expression resembled that of someone who had just been dealt a crushing blow. The swiftness with which Madame Hooch delivered the detention sentence indicated that her fury had not abated. During the meal, an owl arrived bearing her decree for both Harry and Draco. They were to report to her that evening to maintain and service their brooms. Upon arriving at the broom shed, Madame Hooch divided the brooms used in class into 2 piles and tossed each of them a broom care manual, along with 2 jars of handle polish and 2 pairs of garden shears. Your task is to polish the broom handles and trim the unruly bristles. Madame Hooch's voice was notably frosty as she succinctly outlined their duties before departing, leaving them with a warning. Should their maintenance be found lacking, she would petition for additional detention, so it would be wise for them not to cut corners. Harry and Draco each settled into opposite corners of the shed, making a concerted effort to distance themselves from one another. It was evident that Draco had not had house elves tending to his broom during his childhood. His movements were deft and practiced, while Harry struggled to finish one broom as Draco had already completed the upkeep of 3. Could you hurry up? I'd like to get back sooner rather than later. Glancing at Harry's progress, Draco's face darkened. If only Draco had taken the initiative to help Harry with a few brooms and attempted to apologize, perhaps their strained relationship could have begun to mend. Alas, Draco was not that kind of person. He was solely preoccupied with his own desire to return to the common room. You need to worry about me. Once you finish yours, you can leave at your leisure and frolic with your animal companions. Harry rolled his eyes and quickened his pace with the shears. I'm not going anywhere. What if someone dirties my broom again once I leave? You think I'm oblivious to your intentions, Draco Malfoy? Harry jabbed his broom forcefully against the ground. Do you think everyone is like you? Draco fell silent, returning to his broom maintenance, though his mind was racing with thoughts. Potter, have you ever heard of wizard dueling? Once he finished the last broom, Draco initiated conversation once more. Harry kept his head down, silently applying the polish to his broom. He had not heard of wizard dueling, but the term was not difficult to decipher. He simply preferred to ignore Draco. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. You can ask that Weasley fellow when you go back. He'll enlighten you on what a wizard duel entails. In any case, if you two have the courage, we can settle the score at midnight tomorrow in the trophy room. We can have a proper duel to determine the winner from today's match. Chapter 47. Draco seeks a substitute. As the fates of individuals diverged, Harry and Draco received Madame Hooch's decree with glum expressions, while Daphne basked in the spotlight. Her astonishing ascent into the sky had spread throughout the academy, and everyone was eager to learn how she had achieved such a remarkable feat. Perhaps they could glean insights from the young lady herself, with hopes of mastering the spell themselves. While one could soar into the heavens on a broom, it was cumbersome and unwieldy for personal transport. Mastering flying magic would be a far more exhilarating prospect, making classes held in the towers, such as astronomy and divination, far more accessible. After parting ways with Professor McGonagall, Daphne encountered Lestrange waiting for her in a corner. Recalling Lestrange's words, Daphne conveyed that the spell had originated from a scroll she discovered in her attic. Remarkably, after perusing the scroll's contents, it had self-destructed, leaving Daphne with an inherent grasp of the incantation. Given Daphne's esteemed lineage and background within Slytherin, even if she claimed the spell was imparted to her by a portrait of a former Slytherin, her peers would readily believe her. The notion of ancient magical families possessing collections of esoteric knowledge was not unheard of. It was perfectly plausible. Some astute students even chimed in, noting that in an era predating the Middle Ages, ancient wizards indeed employed such methods to pass down their invented spells. The scroll Daphne referenced was likely a legacy of some long-gone wizard's flying magic. The ancestors of the Greengrass family, through a twist of fate, acquired an ancient scroll of inheritance. However, for various reasons, it remained unused and was subsequently forgotten by later generations. It was not until Daphne, a kindred spirit, stumbled upon it that its secrets were unveiled. Listening to the young witches and wizards articulate their coherent and logical analyses, Les couldn't help but scratch his head in wonder. Their performance led him to suspect that even if Daphne claimed the spell was taught to her by Slytherin, they would conjure a plausible explanation. Is it not quite ordinary for Slytherin, with its mastery of spells, to achieve such feats? Is it not reasonable for a pure-blood family, like the green grasses, to garner Slytherin's favor. If Gryffindor is permitted to retain the Sorting Hat, why should Slytherin not preserve its legacy of spells? Such is the nature of matters, Albus. From a faculty table, Professor McGonagall conveyed to Dumbledore everything she had witnessed that afternoon. Oh, I did not anticipate that Harry possessed such remarkable talent in Quidditch. Upon hearing McGonagall's report, Dumbledore set down his spoon, his demeanor grave. I believe we should extend a special invitation for him to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. McGonagall fell silent, taken aback by Dumbledore's rather unconventional focus, and noted that the seriousness of his expression seemed incongruous with the topic at hand. I have already made my decision, Albus. Regarding Daphne, everyone harbors their own secrets, myself included. I see no need to pry into the secrets of others. Moreover, is it not entirely reasonable for a child of the Greengrass family to possess unique magical abilities? With a sigh, Professor McGonagall resolved to trust Dumbledore's judgment, as long as he was aware of the situation. However, one final question lingered. What the brooms? I failed to comprehend why they went haywire collectively. I suspect this was a surge of magical energy from the young witches and wizards. Minerva, you should be aware that magical surges come in various forms. For a fleeting moment, a spark of brilliance faded from Dumbledore's eyes, only to return to normalcy so swiftly that McGonagall failed to notice the change. Some young witches and wizards can create significant disturbances, while others merely cause glass to vanish or wilted flowers to bloom. Perhaps this incident was instigated by one of the children. After all, they have only been enrolled for less than 2 weeks. This is not necessarily a bad thing. We could request the Board of Governors to allocate funds to replace those flying brooms that have remained unchanged for decades. McGonagall pursed her lips, noting the challenge ahead. I suspect they would be more inclined to consult a broom specialist and provide a quality assurance certificate for this batch, ensuring they are still safe for use. Thus, the incident during the flying class was laid to rest, the true instigator successfully concealed beneath Daphne's shadow, akin to a serpent poised to strike, remaining undetected. Agree to his challenge. Upon hearing Malfoy extend a duel invitation to Harry, Ron wasted not a second in decisively speaking for Harry. A true gentleman cannot refuse a duel. I shall be your second. Harry nodded, even without Ron's encouragement. He would have accepted, as he had no desire to miss the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Malfoy. He may not grasp the intricacies of wizard dueling, yet he understood the essence of combat. What constitutes a wizard duel? Are there rules? After listening to Ron's explanation, Harry furrowed his brow. Only wands are permitted? Should I perish, you will take my place? Do not fret. Your understanding of magic is too limited for either of you to inflict real harm. Ron calmly analyzed Malfoy's ulterior motives. He likely assumes you would decline, allowing him to mock you. Ron's insights into Malfoy's intentions were astute. Thankfully, your knowledge of wizard dueling is not extensive. Had it been me, I might have been intimidated. So, I should accept his invitation? Absolutely. Ron's assessment was sound. The following day, after potions class, Malfoy appeared somewhat taken aback upon learning that Harry had accepted his duel invitation. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Splendid. Then we shall meet in the trophy room tonight. It is never locked." He hastily departed without confirming Harry's choice of second. I envy you, Harry. You finally have a legitimate opportunity to pummel Malfoy, Ron expressed with a look of admiration. The mere thought of that scene caused an uncontrollable smile to spread across Harry's face. Under the tutelage of his cousin Dudley, he had honed his fighting skills. His previous defeats were solely due to Dudley being several weight classes above him. Instead of seeking help from his usual lackeys, Malfoy sought out less in the library. I would like you to be my second in the duel. He did not wait for Daphne, who was beside him, to interject. He stated his intentions directly. A duel assistant? Me. Les was momentarily dazed by Malfoy's request. It had been a millennium since anyone had asked him to be a duel assistant. Draco Malfoy, are you certain you wish to engage in a duel? Les's interest was piqued by the prospect of a duel. A duel indeed. But with whom has Malfoy incurred such a grave enmity that he must resort to such extremes? Malfoy swallowed hard and nodded, adding, however, it is not a duel to the death. I merely wish to settle a personal score with that Potter from Gryffindor. Les nodded in agreement. This aligned with his expectations and made sense. It would indeed be peculiar for Malfoy to seek a lethal confrontation, especially considering the difficulties a wizard of their age would face in attempting to kill with magic. 100 galleons. Pay me 100 galleons, and I shall be your duel assistant. Why don't you go rob someone? Malfoy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 100 galleons. That sum nearly equals the annual expenses of an average wizarding family of 3. It would deplete Malfoy's coffers. This is already a discounted rate. Les spread his hands, indicating that this price was as low as it could get. 1,000 years ago, Who could have hired me as a dual assistant for a mere 100 galleons? What a dream. Of course, one involved a life-and-death struggle against a powerful dark wizard, while the other entailed merely supporting a child. The disparity in difficulty was vast. Yet, given his status and the tenuous nature of his relationship with Draco Malfoy, Les decided to accept the fee of 100 galleons. If Malfoy could afford it, he would proceed. If not, the discussion was over. Malfoy's facial muscles twitched, imploring, "Could you not lower the price?" After being denied, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Les's terms. But payment must be made after the duel. Les promptly and decisively rejected that proposal, as it was against the rules. "Then could I pay half in advance? I shall give you the remainder post-duel." Malfoy's voice was almost a whisper, squeezed out between clenched teeth. After a moment of reflection, Les suddenly recalled that when the ancestors of the Malfoy family had sought him as a witness for their marriage, they too had initially paid half the deposit. A profound sense of fates intertwining washed over him, prompting him to acquiesce to Malfoy's request. As the 50 gleaming galleons were laid upon the table, Les could almost hear the sound of Malfoy's heart bleeding. Observing Malfoy's unsteady retreat from the library, Les couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. A millennium ago, the ancestors of the Malfoy lineage had offered him money, and now, 1,000 years later, their descendants continued the tradition. This family certainly displayed an unwavering consistency. Glancing at Daphne, who sat across from him, wide-eyed and speechless, Les chuckled to himself. Earning 100 galleons for indulging a child-esque game of pretend is astonishingly simple. "No, I merely believe your common candles and shrivel fig are underpriced." Daphne shook her head, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Medicinal herbs that save lives need not be excessively marked up. Those few 100 galleons were already sufficient for my needs. Father is quite wealthy. There's no need to be courteous. Who knows how much we've squandered over the years on those quack doctors treating my sister. Les clicked his tongue, unsure how to respond to such a statement. "Excuse me. May I interrupt?" Hermione's voice suddenly emerged from behind a nearby bookshelf. "Les, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I must remind you that you cannot roam about the school at night. Just think, if you're caught, how many points would be lost?" Hermione emerged, clutching a stack of books. "They're deducting points from Slytherin. What does it matter to you? A Ravenclaw." Les was taken aback, astonished by her vast capacity for empathy. "I'm merely trying to remind you as a friend. This is a violation of school rules." Hermione appeared somewhat irked. Les raised 2 fingers and earnestly replied, 2 points. "First, I will not be caught. They cannot apprehend me. Second, under these special circumstances, the school rules permit it." "Huh?" Hermione was momentarily stunned, instinctively disregarding the first point and focusing entirely on the second. "The supplemental clause of Hogwarts Rule 479, subsection 3, states that the school upholds a student's right to participate in duel invitations. Should the timing of the duel coincide with curfew, the duelists may disregard the curfew. This rule was established by Godric Gryffindor himself." Les was exceedingly well-versed in school regulations. No one in Hogwarts understood them better than he, having crafted them alongside his friends over tea. After hearing this, Hermione was momentarily speechless. A few seconds later, she hurried away, only to return shortly, clutching a rather thick tome. The dust on the cover indicated it had not been borrowed in quite some time. The book was titled A Comprehensive Guide to Hogwarts Rules, detailing the school's regulations. Hermione flipped through the pages rapidly and indeed found the clause Les had mentioned. "See, I didn't deceive you," Les shrugged. In truth, he was indeed deceiving her. He was leveraging his knowledge of the rules to dupe Hermione. The condition for violating curfew under the pretext of a duel was that the head of the student's house must be informed of the duel. And if Snape were to learn of such a duel, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Les had concealed part of the truth, and Hermione departed, feeling a mixture of confusion and astonishment. At 11:30, Les sat upright in bed. Draco had already left, claiming he wished to familiarize himself with the duel location ahead of time. Les donned his robe, grasped his wand, and quietly exited the common room. He ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor, traversing a corridor to reach the trophy room. Malfoy was not present. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, and upon turning, he discovered Harry and Ron. Les's expression darkened instantly. He could surmise what had transpired. "It's you, Les. Where's Malfoy?" Upon seeing Les standing alone in the trophy room, Harry and Ron were equally bewildered. Their impression of Les was vague at best. They only recalled his prowess in potions and his commendable spell-casting abilities. "Let us wait a moment. Perhaps Mr. Malfoy is indisposed." Les took a deep breath, urging Harry and Ron to remain calm. As time ticked by, Malfoy did not appear. But the voice of the castle caretaker, Filch, resonated from the adjacent room. Chapter 49. No one shall defile the wizardess honor. Sniff about, dear. They might be hiding in some corner. Filch was speaking to his cat, Mrs. Norris. Harry and Ron were terrified, but before they could react, Les swiftly moved beside them and tapped their heads with his wand. Harry felt as if an egg had been shattered atop his head, involuntarily shivering. Sure, le whispered. I've cast the disillusionment charm on you too. Stay quiet. He suppressed his emotions as he guided them to stand in the corner of the trophy room. Harry glanced down at his hands, only to find them rendered transparent. This was an extraordinarily peculiar experience. Although he stood there, he could not see his own body. They were likely hiding somewhere nearby. Filch's mumblings grew increasingly distinct. Soon, a light illuminated the doorway as Filch entered with his cat. Harry's heart began to race. Yet Les's disillusionment charm proved remarkably effective. Filch's gaze passed over him several times without detecting his presence. Filch meticulously scrutinized every conceivable hiding spot in the trophy room. Yet his efforts yielded disappointment. It was entirely vacant, devoid even of a ghost. Unlike the oblivious caretaker, Mrs. Norris sensed something amiss. She prowled near the corner where Les and the others were concealed, appearing rather perplexed. Harry's heart raced. If Mrs. Norris maintained her current demeanor, Filch would inevitably be drawn to her, and even with the disillusionment charm, they risked capture should they inadvertently encounter him. Just as Harry began to sweat profusely, Les took action. He extended his wand and transformed a metal in the corner into a large rat. The rat scurried out with a sudden squeak, startling Filch. A dead rat, damn it! Oh dear, wait a moment! Just as Filch finally discerned the shadow's true form, Mrs. Norris bolted after it. The doting caretaker, without hesitation, pursued his feline companion, abandoning his search of the trophy room. In truth, with his years of nighttime patrolling experience, he had already surmised that the small room was empty. His insistence on searching was merely a psychological comfort for himself. Once Filch and Mrs. Norris's voices faded into the distance, Harry and Ron exhaled in relief, at which point Les's voice resonated beside them, to arrange a duel and then stand them up, only to disclose the matter to the castle caretaker. This is precisely the sort of behavior one would expect from a member of the Malfoy family. Les descendants d'ici. The Weasley and Potter families had honored their commitments, yet only the scion of the Malfoy lineage had defied the sacred agreement, truly a family tainted at its very roots. Who would dare treat a duel as a trifling jest? At this moment, Les was engulfed in a tempest of anger and indignation. Through Draco Malfoy's machinations, his preconceived notions of the Malfoy lineage had been further entrenched. I sincerely apologize for subjecting you to such a disgraceful display. Nevertheless, being a Slytherin, Malfoy deserves a chance to rectify his errors. Les earnestly addressed Ron and Harry. Could you possibly wait here for a moment? I shall summon him. Tonight's duel must proceed. Harry and Ron hesitated, aware that Malfoy had already informed Filch of their presence. Although Filch had departed, who could guarantee that he would not return unexpectedly? The area was no longer secure. Les discerned their apprehension and let out a resigned sigh. You should head back. I will do my utmost to persuade Draco Malfoy to honor the duel we arranged. By the way, your disillusionment charms will last for another 15 minutes, so you can safely return to the common room without detection. With these parting words, Les hurriedly exited the trophy room and made his way back to the Slytherin common room. Upon his return, Les's fury reignited as he beheld Malfoy sprawled comfortably on his bed, indulging in a deep slumber. Were he still the head of Slytherin House, he would have expelled such a person from the institution. Students of Slytherin could be astute, cunning, and ambitious, but they must never resort to unscrupulous means or behave with utter shamelessness. To Les, Malfoy's actions had crossed the threshold of a wizard's moral code, luring an opponent under the guise of a duel, only to betray them alongside his dueling partner. Draco Malfoy had indeed redefined Les's understanding of despicable behavior. Even in the medieval wizarding world, where dark wizards, magical creatures, and cunning fairies existed, duels were conducted with integrity. He approached Malfoy's bedside, waved his wand to isolate their space from the outside world, and abruptly yanked the covers from Malfoy, pulling him from his slumber. Who? Malfoy jolted awake, only to find Les's visage before him. Les, it's you. Realizing Les had appeared unscathed in the dormitory, Malfoy's mind raced with curses aimed at Filch's incompetence, while a forced smile twisted his features. You've worked hard. I'll settle the remaining 50 galleons for your troubles. There's no need. You needn't pay me. Les interrupted him, resting a hand upon Malfoy's shoulder, causing him to shudder involuntarily. A wizard's duel is a sacred affair. Having initiated the challenge, you are obligated to fulfill it. Now, immediately, write to Potter and Weasley to reschedule the duel. Avoiding Les's piercing gaze, Malfoy averted his eyes, but as time passed, Realization dawned upon him. Les and I are both first-year Slytherins. Why should I fear him? Armed with this newfound courage, Malfoy defiantly asserted that he had never arranged a duel with Harry. Duel? Did you witness me scheduling a duel with him? Is there a witness? Without evidence. Do not speak recklessly. Malfoy's voice returned to its usual slippery, evasive tone. Les couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable skill some possessed for fabricating lies. Yet he seemed to overlook one crucial aspect. This was the Wizarding World, and he could summon 5 or 6 methods to extract the truth from anyone. Initially contemplating extracting Malfoy's memories, he reconsidered his approach. You are unworthy of being a student at Hogwarts. Les drew forth his wand, speaking softly. 2 luminous orbs emanated from its tip, entering Malfoy's being. Reflect on this. Only when I deem you worthy of becoming a wizard shall you be granted that privilege. With this peculiar remark, Les departed from Malfoy's bedside. Chapter 50. The Mute Malfoy. When the orbs entered his chest, Malfoy was taken aback. However, upon regaining his composure, he discerned that nothing had transpired. A cursory examination of his body revealed no anomalies. He quickly concluded that Les was merely posturing. What is this? Just a bit of talent in potion making, and he truly believes himself to be significant? He glanced towards Les's bed, cursing silently while reassuring himself. No one can strip me of my right to be a wizard, save for expulsion. Once his mood stabilized, Malfoy reclined back on his bed, succumbing to slumber. The following morning, having enjoyed a refreshing night's sleep, Malfoy surveyed the dormitory and noted that Les was nowhere to be found, which only improved his spirits. Les was as unpleasant and obstinate as a stone in a toilet. After several confrontations that left him feeling sullied, it was best to avoid the sight of him altogether. In a curious synchronicity, Les had indeed been absent for most of the past few days, allowing Malfoy to revel in a joyful weekend. However, this bliss was abruptly shattered during Tuesday's Transfiguration class. Before we commence today's lesson, I must assess your progress from last week. Ignoring the scornful glares from Harry and Ron, Malfoy confidently placed his wand upon the desk, awaiting Professor McGonagall's arrival. The impromptu quiz was exceedingly straightforward. Transform a matchstick into a needle. Professor McGonagall even relaxed the requirements, stating that any noticeable change in the matchstick's appearance would suffice. As this represented a significant transformation from nothing to something, practice alone would suffice for the rest. As McGonagall approached him, Malfoy seized his wand, casting a triumphant glance at his peers. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. He had mastered this transfiguration the previous week, capable of flawlessly transforming the matchstick into a needle. He had observed that none of his classmates had yet succeeded, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to shine. He pointed his wand at the matchstick, but after a moment, it remained just a matchstick. What? Is the spell malfunctioning? Unwilling to concede defeat, Malfoy attempted once more. And again, the matchstick maintained its original form, devoid of any metallic sheen. Cold sweat beaded on Malfoy's forehead as he stammered, Professor, this isn't like me. The usually glib Malfoy found himself at a loss for words, grappling with how to explain to Professor McGonagall that he had previously accomplished the transformation, yet could do nothing now. Mr. Malfoy, you should devote more effort to your transfiguration studies. There will be another class this Thursday. Should your transfiguration spell remain stagnant by then, I shall have to take further measures. Professor McGonagall had no time to waste on Malfoy. If she were to spend a minute chastising each student, she would accomplish nothing else that class period. After McGonagall departed, Malfoy's face paled, beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead and pooling on the desk. Les's voice echoed ominously in his mind. You are unworthy of being a student at Hogwarts. He suddenly looked up, only to witness Les effortlessly transforming the matchstick into a needle. After completing the transfiguration, Les even yawned, as if utterly disinterested in the spectacle unfolding before him. Malfoy's breath became suddenly labored, yet he compelled himself to regain composure, repeatedly assuring himself within his mind, Lestrange is merely posturing. How could he possibly strip me of my magical abilities? Such a magic cannot possibly exist. However, to Malfoy's dismay, throughout the entire transfiguration class that followed, he was unable to induce even the slightest change in the object before him. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you should seek guidance from those classmates who are progressing rapidly, such as Miss Greengrass and Mr. Flint. They both executed today's transfiguration lesson flawlessly, Professor McGonagall remarked, having noticed Malfoy's dismal performance during class. After the lesson, she approached him to offer a few words of advice. Malfoy opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for a suitable response. Draco Malfoy's nightmare was far from over, for immediately following transfiguration was Charms class. In that class, he despairingly discovered that he could not cast any spells whatsoever. Despite his efforts, the tip of his wand barely emitted a few sparks. Consumed by fear, Malfoy confronted Lestrange, who was explaining the intricacies of the severing charm to Neville Longbottom after class. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lestrange inquired with a cheerful smile, his demeanor so amiable that Malfoy momentarily questioned whether the events of last Friday night had been nothing more than a dream. "You see, I seem to be experiencing a minor issue, and with Longbottom present, I am reluctant to disclose my predicament," Malfoy hinted vaguely. Lestrange chuckled softly, advising Malfoy that he should attend his appointment. "Perhaps after fulfilling that engagement, your magic will return with a whoosh." Upon hearing Lestrange's words, Malfoy's face flushed crimson, and he stormed out of the charms classroom in a fit of anger. A duel? In his current state, he was ill-equipped to participate in a wizarding duel. He could hardly conjure a spark, let alone engage in a confrontation with Harry. Malfoy made a beeline for the hospital wing, convinced that Madame Pomfrey would be able to cure his ailment. "So, you claim you suddenly cannot perform magic? Have you encountered any recent upheavals?" Madame Pomfrey scrutinized Malfoy with a skeptical gaze. The loss of a wizard's magical abilities is a rare phenomenon, and she had never before heard of someone becoming a squib mid-journey. Malfoy opened his mouth, intending to reveal what Lestrange had done to him that night. But to his horror, he found that his tongue felt as if it were glued to the roof of his mouth, rendering him utterly mute. The sudden transition to squib status was unprecedented. "I'm not a squib," Malfoy protested vehemently, his anger flaring at the mere mention of the term. All right. You are not a squib," Madame Pomfrey replied, her patience wearing thin as Malfoy was treated as though he were a prankster or a student attempting to feign illness. This was not her first encounter with such behavior. Compared to other magical ailments, pretending to be devoid of magic was evidently simpler and required no cost. "You may leave now. Attend your classes and cease your futile thoughts." Madame Pomfrey began to usher Malfoy out. "I am truly ill," Malfoy shouted in desperation. "Very well. I shall prescribe you some medicine." Madame Pomfrey promptly retrieved a potion from the cabinet designed to aid digestion and restore vitality, handing it to him before expelling him from the infirmary. Chapter 51, A Duel of Raw Magic. "So, what exactly did you do to Malfoy?" Daphne inquired of Lestrange after Neville had left, clutching a notebook filled to the brim with notes. Malfoy's recent demeanor was sufficiently transparent for even the most oblivious to perceive that he harbored concerns related to Lestrange. "He has become a squib." Daphne's eyes widened in shock. How is that possible? She could scarcely believe her ears. "Why wouldn't it be? Would you care to test it?" Lestrange's wand tip flickered with a small light. After a moment's consideration, Daphne agreed to Lestrange's suggestion, sensing that this might be her only opportunity in life to experience being a squib. As the faint light coursed through her, Daphne felt an indescribable peculiarity. She attempted to cast a cleaning charm, only to discover that she could not perform even this exceedingly simple spell. She tried 2 more times, but each time, the magic within her would retreat at her wrist as if obstructed by an unseen force. "So that is how it is. You have obstructed the flow of my magic, preventing me from casting spells." Daphne suddenly understood. "Indeed, I interfered with the operation of your magical energy. However, this magic cannot persist for long. As a wizard familiar with the flow of magic, you will be able to exhaust it with a few attempts. Malfoy is different, as he lacks understanding of magical flow. And since I infused him with more magic, it is likely to take a week or 2 before it dissipates." Lestrange could not help but admire Daphne's innate talent. "Then he will surely suffer," Daphne chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. The joys and sorrows of individuals are not universally shared. At that moment, Malfoy found himself teetering on the brink of despair. As the future heir of the Malfoy family, he could not accept the reality of his newfound squib status. Madame Pomfrey's potion had proven ineffective, and judging by her demeanor, she would not believe a single word he uttered. What was he to do now? Malfoy immediately thought of his father, but quickly dismissed the notion. He could not bear to let his father know that he had become a squib. Next, Severus Snape's name flashed through his mind, and Malfoy clung to it like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. However, as he took a few steps toward Snape's office, he realized a pressing issue. He was unable to articulate the name of the culprit, Lestrange. Unable to speak it, should he attempt to write it down? Malfoy immediately set to work, only to discover that he could not even manage to write. The moment he concentrated, his quill would go haywire, scrawling a jumble of nonsense across the page. If he could not convey the reason, would Professor Snape believe anything he said? Malfoy deliberated for a while, before ultimately abandoning the plan to seek Snape's assistance. He was also apprehensive of Snape. He preferred to minimize interactions with him. as he could sense that Professor Snape did not favor him as much as his father had claimed. It appeared that there was but one solution remaining. Though Malfoy had never heard the adage about untying the bell from the cat, he understood that to restore his normalcy, it would be best to follow Lestrange's advice. Thus, after lunch, Harry and Ron once again received Malfoy's challenge to a duel. Right now? Right now. Malfoy was eager to waste no time, directly stating his desire for an immediate duel, leaving the location to them. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, astonished that Lestrange had indeed managed to persuade Malfoy. How did he accomplish that? Both were left with a myriad of questions. However, at this juncture, they had no choice but to bury their inquiries and settle on a duel location. The history of Magic Classroom. There will be no one there at noon. Very well. Malfoy readily agreed, bringing along Les, his duel partner, whom he both feared and despised. You see, if he had acted this way from the outset, there would have been far fewer complications. The expression on Les's face was a peculiar blend of amusement and mockery, sending a chill down Malfoy's spine. It is often best not to disrupt the unwritten rules that govern the wizarding community. Les's subsequent remark plunged Malfoy into contemplation. Were his methods truly appropriate? Yet, was this not the very essence of Slytherin's spirit? Draco Malfoy was granted little time for introspection, as the group soon arrived at the history of Magic Classroom. After clearing a space within the classroom, this arduous duel finally commenced. Harry and Malfoy stood in the center, bowing to one another before assuming the universal dueling stance. 3, 2, 1, begin. Les and Ron counted down together, and the duel was underway. Initially, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that the pure-blooded Malfoy might wield some peculiar spell. To his surprise, however, Malfoy discarded his wand and charged at him with an unrelenting fervor. Harry harbored the same concerns as Malfoy, but unlike Harry, Malfoy was genuinely unable to use magic, opting instead for physical confrontation. Years of skirmishes with Dudley had honed Harry's reflexes, allowing him to deftly sidestep Malfoy's advance. Witnessing Malfoy's direct approach, Harry promptly discarded his wand and engaged him in a brawl. What followed was a visceral melee, with the experienced Harry quickly gaining the upper hand, pinning Malfoy beneath him and asserting dominance. Malfoy, shedding the decorum expected of a wizard, retaliated with a flurry of punches. As his fists flew, the pent-up fears and anxieties from being rendered powerless also erupted. Minutes later, both combatants lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath, their noses bloodied and streaming crimson. Harry felt a surge of exhilaration. He had delivered a satisfying thrashing to Malfoy. Yet, he also felt a pang of regret, wishing he had evaded Malfoy's initial onslaught to deplete his stamina, which might have led to an easier victory. Malfoy, on the other hand, was consumed by remorse. What had he aimed to achieve by challenging Potter? Not only had he failed to ensnare him, but he had also endured a thorough beating. However, he consoled himself with the thought that he had managed to teach Potter a lesson in return. Unbeknownst to him, as they exchanged blows, the disturbance within his magical essence had quietly dissipated. I would willingly trade all my pocket money for a chance to purchase Harry's duel slot, truly, Ron whispered to Les as they watched the spectacle unfold. Moments before the duel commenced, he had been worried for Harry, but now he fervently hoped that Harry would concede, allowing him to step in and pummel Malfoy instead. Les nearly burst into laughter. He approached both Harry and Malfoy, staunchly staunching their bleeding noses before restoring the duel space to its original condition. After completing these tasks, he departed the classroom alongside Harry and Ron. Malfoy quietly retrieved his wand, nervously giving it a flick, producing a spark from its tip. Gazing at the flickering embers, Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. He could once again reclaim his identity as a wizard. Chapter 52, Practical Training. Following his first taste of defeat, Malfoy's bravado diminished significantly. Even his grandstanding in the Great Hall became infrequent, let alone seeking out Harry or Les for trouble. He refrained from provoking them, and in turn, they did not seek conflict, resulting in a sudden tranquility and harmony within the halls of Hogwarts. His daily routine comprised attending classes, reading, and indulging in delectable treats. His life was characterized by a steady rhythm, skipping classes on Mondays, auditing lectures from Tuesday to Friday to deepen his understanding of the contemporary magical world, and teaching Daphne magic on the weekends. While he relished in his leisurely existence, Les did not succumb to idleness. He accomplished two significant tasks. First, he meticulously cleaned the corridor outside the Chamber of Secrets. Second, he reinforced a seal within the dungeon's sealing area to prevent any potential monsters from breaking free. Adding a new seal was a reluctant compromise, akin to knowing a ship's hull is leaking, but due to limited resources, merely adding a watertight door at the bottom of the hold. Regardless, It was preferable to inaction. Your talent astounds me, Les remarked, admiring the feather levitating in midair. Today, Professor Flitwick had imparted the levitation charm to the young witches and wizards. This enchanting spell allowed objects to float, from the lightest feather to the heftiest human, all guided by specific gestures and incantations. Yet, Les would wager his entire honor that Daphne was not levitating the feather through the charm. That est not Wingardium Leviosa, Daphne chanted as she playfully manipulated the feather in the air. Les, exasperated, replied, "For heaven's sake, please keep your voice down. Even if you struggle with the phrasing, at least remember the incantation correctly. It est Wingardium Leviosa. Just tell me if the feather is floating or not." Le musette. Realizing that Daphne seemed to have strayed from his guidance. Compared to modern witches and wizards, she bore a striking resemblance to ancient sorcerers. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick remained oblivious to Daphne's version of the levitation spell, or it could have become quite the spectacle. Modern magic is still essential to learn. Only through mutual reinforcement can one achieve greater understanding, Les advised her. Oh, Daphne nodded, perhaps absorbing his words. After tiring of the feather, she shifted the conversation. "I've nearly mastered the offensive spell you taught me. What shall we cover next?" Having learned both the flight and defensive spells, Daphne had also acquired a formidable offensive curse from Les. In the Middle Ages, a witch of her caliber would have already been conscripted onto the battlefield as cannon fodder. "Indeed, you've learned quite a bit." Les stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's time to arrange a practical assessment for you. A wizard who has never faced real combat is merely a potted plant." During his teaching, Les had previously animated the serpent-like sculptures within the chamber to serve as targets for Daphne, but that clearly did not constitute practical experience. Should he send her into the Forbidden Forest, or have her train in the dungeon? Les found himself somewhat torn. The Forbidden Forest was time-consuming, but as long as she didn't venture too deep, the risks were manageable. Conversely, the dungeon's ceiling area posed greater uncertainty. A stroke of bad luck could lead to an encounter with a creature far beyond her capabilities. Upon learning of her impending involvement in practical exercises, Daphne exhibited an eager expression. She too wished to gauge her current abilities. "No rush. Allow me to ponder this thoroughly." This contemplation extended from Tuesday all the way to the eve of Halloween. After flying lessons, as he returned to the castle, Les caught a whiff of a deliciously sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin. "What enticing scent!" he exclaimed, genuinely captivated. The aroma of roasted pumpkin served as a reminder. Halloween was approaching. "Do you know the origins of Halloween?" With a sense of bewilderment, Les posed an unexpected question. Daphne, trailing behind him, momentarily froze. She had never truly contemplated the matter. All she was aware of was that Halloween was a festival associated with witches, during which her father would ignite jack-o'-lanterns at home and prepare a sumptuous feast along with gifts for her and her sister. As Les surveyed his surroundings, he took note of the clear-eyed ignorance reflected in the gazes of his classmates, who seemed equally uninformed about the origins of Halloween. This is a festival of the Celts. He patiently began to elucidate the initial essence of Halloween. The Celts would hold a harvest celebration on the eve of the new year, a festivity dedicated both to the living and to the departed. On this night, under the influence of celestial phenomena, the boundary between the underworld and the mortal realm would blur, allowing the souls of the deceased to return to the land of the living. To ward off malevolent spirits and reunite with their loved one souls, the Celts would kindle bonfires and lights, celebrating throughout the night, guiding the spirits back to their eternal resting places at dawn. This festival did not vanish with the decline of the Celts. It was subsequently adopted by the Roman Empire and the Christian Church, until the delineation between the earthly and the netherworld became artificially established, leading Halloween to gradually evolve into an entertainment event characterized by the phrase trick or treat. The mention of the underworld piqued the interest of his classmates, who began to chatter excitedly about its existence, while Les, the instigator of the discussion, fell silent, retreating to the sidelines with a quiet smile. The transformation of Halloween into its current form had seen their small contributions play a role. Although the severance between the land of the living and the realm of the dead was an inevitable trend, they had nonetheless nudged it along. The Halloween feast at Hogwarts did not disappoint Les. The Great Hall was adorned with an enchanting atmosphere, thousands of bats flapping their wings against the walls and ceiling, while clouds of darkness swirled above the dining tables, stirring the air and causing the candle flames within the jack-o'-lanterns to flicker, lending a slightly less terrifying air to the hall. As for the cuisine, it remained consistently exceptional, to which Les had grown somewhat desensitized. Just as he reached for a bowl of coconut corn pudding, Professor Quirrell burst into the dining hall, his face a mask of terror. He stumbled over to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning against the table as he gasped, "A troll in the dungeon. You should know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. A troll? The commotion reverberated through the dining hall as everyone heard him. Chaos ensued until Professor Dumbledore had to cast a few loud fireworks with a spell to restore order. "Prefects," he said in a low voice, "immediately escort your students back to their dormitories." The trained prefects swiftly organized their housemates for evacuation. Amidst the cacophony, Les raised an eyebrow. Regardless of how the troll had entered, he sensed the exhilarating thrill of a true trial. Chapter 53. The Hunt for the Troll. After sharing his thoughts with Daphne, a flicker of complex emotions crossed her eyes. She had certainly heard of such a magical creature as the troll. Enormous in size, with thick skin and a remarkably low intellect. To describe it as dull-witted as a pig would be an affront to pigs. The lowest scores on wizarding exams were even denoted by its name. To combat a creature towering over 12 feet and weighing more than a ton was no trivial matter, and it would be disingenuous to claim one was unafraid. Yet, having learned such useful and wondrous magic from Les, was it not meant to be utilized in moments like this? Taking a deep breath, Daphne nodded firmly, ready to engage in the practical trial. The two quietly followed Prefect Gemma, but gradually slowed their pace, trailing to the back of the line, then seizing an opportunity to slip away into an unoccupied corner. The pressing question remained: how would they locate the troll? Once Daphne had steeled herself, she realized the vastness of Hogwarts Castle left them with little idea of where to find the intruding troll. Wandering blindly within the castle would likely lead to encounters with professors far more frequent than with a troll, and they could easily be mistaken for little trolls themselves. That is simple, Les declared, pulling out his wand. In the next moment, dozens of finger-length snakes emerged from the tip of his wand, wriggling across the floor and scattering in all directions. Even among Slytherin students, Daphne couldn't help but shudder at the sight. A rather practical spell. "I could teach you if you'd like." "No need." Daphne immediately refused Les's offer. After a brief pause, Les defended his magic. "It doesn't have to be snakes. It could also be transformed into sparrows, crows, or the like." Only then did Daphne reluctantly accept Les's spell. Shortly thereafter, Les successfully located the troll that had invaded the castle. However, in the process of searching for the troll, he stumbled upon some intriguing discoveries, such as the peculiar scene at the entrance of the corridor on the 4th floor to the right. It appeared that something extraordinary was concealed behind that corridor. Otherwise, a headmaster wouldn't rush to guard it. Les narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had presumed that the corridor was sealed due to some mishap within, thinking he might repair it someday. Little did he realize it had been appropriated by Headmaster Dumbledore for another purpose. Shaking his head, he set aside thoughts of the 4th floor corridor and made his way with Daphne towards the troll. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps and low grumbling. Les turned towards the source of the noise, spotting a massive creature at the end of the left corridor, brandishing a thick wooden club, illuminated by the moonlight as it approached them. The troll stood over 12 feet tall, and from its grayish skin resembling granite. Les identified it as a mountain troll, known for its superior defensive capabilities among trolls. At the very first sight, he recognized it as an excellent trial material, powerful enough to pose a challenge for Daphne, yet he possessed the capacity to defeat it in a single blow. The lumbering giant seemed oblivious to Les and Daphne lurking at the corridor's end. Perhaps drawn by a shared foul odor, it wandered into the nearby restroom. Did you know? Trolls were once referred to as wizard killers. Due to their exceptional defenses, countless wizards have met tragic fates when confronted in close quarters. As the troll lingered in the restroom, Les quietly began to describe its characteristics to Daphne. He concluded with a chilling remark that sent shivers down her spine. Trolls enjoy fresh, living food. So when they capture a wizard, they start by eating the limbs, devouring the arms and legs before moving on to the abdomen. This process often lasts for several minutes, even up to half an hour. During this time, the troll is careful to maintain the food's vitality. The captured wizard hears the sound of their bones cracking and muscles tearing apart. After the limbs are consumed, the troll rips open the abdomen to devour the entrails. By that point, even if one has fainted from the pain, they will awaken again, though fortunately, the agony becomes fleeting. As Les vividly painted this gruesome picture, Daphne felt a chill run down her spine. "All right, you can stop now," she interjected, striving to purge the horrifying images from her mind. "By the way, I must forewarn you that this is your practical training, and I will not intervene, even if you find yourself captured by the giant. Do you understand my meaning?" Les uttered these chilling words with an air of nonchalance. The color drained from Daphne's face as his words echoed ominously in her mind. She glanced at Les, only to find his expression void of emotion, leaving her unable to discern the truth behind his statement. Regret could still be salvaged at this moment. The giant, having found nothing in the restroom, trudged back into the corridor, only to spot a small silver-haired figure standing before it. Fixating on her delicate, fair skin, the giant could not suppress a gulp. This little which appeared exceedingly delectable, and it was determined to capture her. Peeling away the skin that would compromise the taste for a slow savoring, it reached out a hand towards Daphne, but grasped nothing but air. Perplexed, the giant scanned the ground, bewildered as to how the exquisite morsel had vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a brilliant flash struck the giant's broad back, leaving a gash that nearly spanned its width, though not exceeding 2 inches in depth. The foul-smelling blood seeped from the wound as the giant howled in agony. While the injury appeared gruesome, it was merely a superficial wound for the giant. Startled, it lifted its head, its small cocoa bean-sized head turning towards Daphne, with hatred flickering in its tiny eyes. In the next instant, it swung the wooden club in its hand towards her with a whoosh that pierced the air, but Daphne narrowly evaded the blow, managing to inflict another wound upon the giant. Regrettably, this strike was not as significant as the first. The giant was now thoroughly enraged, its attacks becoming more ferocious. Lays observed the battle between Daphne and the giant with an expression devoid of emotion. To him, it was evident that Daphne still had a long way to go. Had she aimed for the giant's head from the outset, the fight would have concluded long ago. As it was Daphne's first real battle, her nervousness had impeded her performance. However, it must be said that she had done remarkably well. How many young witches dared to confront a giant head-on at her age? Moreover, it seemed as though Daphne held the upper hand. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted, and Laze's hand, concealed within his robe, instinctively gripped the wand's handle. Chapter 54, Professor McGonagall's Judgment. A rapid turn of events was the most fitting description of the unfolding situation. The frenzied giant no longer evaded Daphne's attacks. Instead, it swung at her with a mighty blow, sustaining yet another wound to its chest. Had she not possessed adept flying skills, she would have faced dire consequences. Yet, even though she dodged that strike, the repercussions of her misstep left her bereft of the initiative. The giant's assaults grew increasingly relentless, leaving Daphne scrambling to keep pace. At this juncture, the drawbacks of employing flying magic became apparent. In her desperate attempts to evade the giant's strikes, Daphne was forced to concentrate entirely on controlling the flying spell, leaving her little opportunity to counterattack. However, such a relentless onslaught could not be sustained indefinitely. The giant's swings gradually slowed, granting Daphne the chance to create some distance between them, her wand aimed squarely at it. Unexpectedly, the giant's already decelerating club surged forward with renewed speed, compelling Daphne to hastily cast a defensive spell. Several hexagonal, transparent shields materialized before her, forming a barrier. Yet, it was evident that her proficiency in defensive magic paled in comparison to her flying skills. The shield shattered under the giant's assault, sending her crashing against the corridor wall. In the next moment, the giant's free hand seized her ankle, hoisting her upside down. "Help me!" Daphne instinctively looked to Laze, hoping for his rescue. However, her panicked gaze met only a pair of indifferent eyes. Laze stood there, hands tucked within the sleeves of his robe, akin to a mere spectator. The term bystander could not have been more apt in this context. After locking eyes with Laze's frigid stare, Daphne felt as though she had been doused with icy water, instantly regaining her composure. Windblade, the giant's small cocoa bean-sized head, was directly before her, seizing the moment of its complacency. She raised her wand and unleashed an offensive spell aimed at its skull. The wind blade sliced through the air, striking the bridge of the giant's nose, severing it and piercing both eyes, nearly cleaving its head in two. The same 2-inch wound inflicted on its back had produced a vastly different consequence when delivered to its head. The giant flung both its club and Daphne away, futilely grasping at the gaping wound on its head, emitting a bone-chilling scream. Daphne, having been tossed aside, immediately exerted all her strength to maintain her balance. Soaring backward for several feet to distance herself from a mortally wounded giant, she stood at a safe distance, awaiting the last remnants of life to ebb away from the colossal beast. Observing Daphne's remarkable transition from peril to victory, Laze finally released the wand concealed beneath his sleeve. Yet, he maintained an outwardly apathetic demeanor. The giant crashed to the ground like a collapsed mountain, producing a deafening thud. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed this practical training." Laze applauded Daphne. Stunned, she remained rooted in place for a moment before realization dawned upon her. Laze had truly refrained from rescuing her. "This was your practical exercise. I specified that you were to accomplish it independently. Les shrugged, as if to convey that he had been unequivocal in his prior statements, leaving her perplexed as to why she would even pose such a question. Daphne sighed, despite the clarity of his earlier warnings. A flicker of hope had lingered in her heart, leading her to believe that her significance in Laze's eyes would compel him to intervene and prevent her from being devoured by the giant. The reality of the situation was harsh. Perhaps Laze's instruction in spells was merely a matter of convenience for him. It's time to leave. Laze's expression shifted as he drew his wand from his sleeve, casting a disillusionment charm upon both himself and Daphne before they hastily departed the scene of the crime. Before they exited, Laze conjured a plume of smoke with his wand, erasing any evidence of their presence. Watching Laze's actions, Daphne's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Where had he pulled that wand from just moments ago? Less than a minute after their departure, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick arrived on the scene. Minerva, I heard it too. Look over there. The two professors effortlessly spotted the giant's corpse and, upon surveying the scene, simultaneously frowned. The giant had been slain no more than 5 minutes prior. Flitwick, seemingly indifferent to the stench emanating from the giant's remains, crouched beside it to examine its condition. By gauging the temperature of the body, he determined that the giant was exceedingly fresh. Quickly, reveal what transpired, McGonagall ordered decisively, attempting to restore the events of a few minutes ago through magic. Faint phantoms began to materialize in the air. But just as the images were on the verge of taking shape, a sudden cloud of smoke erupted in the corridor, disrupting the formation of the phantoms. They've been interrupted. Professor McGonagall sighed, recognizing that the wizard who had slain this giant was no ordinary individual. She meticulously examined the creature's corpse, hoping to glean some valuable insights. The deceased giant, by its sheer size, was evidently an adult, having been killed by a cutting curse or a similar spell, with a fatal wound to the face. However, the depth of the wounds was rather shallow. Such superficial injuries would only provoke the giant rather than deliver a lethal blow if inflicted elsewhere on its body. Professor McGonagall fell into deep contemplation. Gradually, the image of the wizard who had dispatched the giant materialized in her mind. Faced with the advancing giant, this individual appeared unfazed, effortlessly casting several spells that left a few wounds on the creature. When the giant, enraged, charged at him, the wizard nonchalantly delivered a cutting curse that claimed its life. A formidable opponent indeed. Upon sharing her deductions with Professor Flitwick, he narrowed his eyes in consideration. To act in such a manner required a level of audacity that was not commonplace. Such a person lurking within Hogwarts could only be after that particular object. Flitwick reminded McGonagall that something extraordinary lay hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor. McGonagall's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The manner in which the giant had gained entry was highly suspect. In all these years, such an event had never occurred. If it had been deliberately let in, it suggested that more than one faction coveted that stone and had infiltrated Hogwarts. An unsettling anxiety lingered in McGonagall's heart, and she found herself somewhat dissatisfied with Dumbledore's arrangements. Previously, when the Philosopher's Stone was housed in Gringotts, attempts had been made to steal it. Yet, knowing that someone sought the stone, Dumbledore had still chosen to relocate it to the school, seemingly mocking the safety of his students. Professor McGonagall resolved to have a serious conversation with Dumbledore. Chapter 55, I Swear by the Name of Lindy. Les and Daphne hastened back to the Slytherin common room, managing to do so before drawing the attention of others. The common room was packed, with students clustering together, enjoying a Halloween feast sent down from the kitchens while discussing the giant that had invaded the school. Draco Malfoy, having somewhat recovered, sat by the fireplace, holding a glass of chilled pumpkin juice in a manner reminiscent of toasting, and lamented, "How utterly disgraceful to have allowed a giant to infiltrate the school. I shall write to my father, urging him to bolster the castle's security measures." Owing to Lucius Malfoy's reputation, most of the older Slytherin students refrained from confronting the younger Malfoy, even joining in his sentiments with a few cheers. As soon as Les entered, he caught Malfoy's remarks, and his eyes brightened. "Oh, if you're going to say that, then I shan't feel sleepy at all. Draco Malfoy, though you are cowardly and unscrupulous, utterly unworthy of your status as a student of Slytherin, if you can persuade your father to contribute more to Hogwarts, it might serve as a form of redemption." Malfoy suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found Les regarding him with a peculiar look, prompting him to shudder and retreat into silence, resuming his meal. With Malfoy no longer discussing donations to the school, Les begrudgingly settled into an empty seat to continue his interrupted Halloween feast. "So, you really didn't intend to save me?" Daphne pressed, unable to contain her curiosity. She could swear she had seen Les draw his wand from his sleeve. He would never typically place his wand there. The only reason for such unusual behavior was that he was indeed prepared to act at any moment, and Daphne believed she had uncovered the truth. Of course. Would you care to try this pudding? It has a generous helping of caramel. Les attempted to divert the conversation. Then swear by your surname. Daphne employed her trump card. Very well. I swear by the name of Linty that I, Les Linty, had no intention of intervening. Daphne furrowed her brow. Did he truly dare to swear by his own family name? Could he be telling the truth? Swear by the honor of Slytherin, and I shall believe you. Daphne suddenly recalled that Les often proclaimed himself the heir of Slytherin, prompting her to add, "Oh, I seem to have spotted vanilla ice cream. I shall go fetch some." Les, as if ignoring her words, stood up from the table and hurried off to retrieve ice cream. Hey, you within the same castle. Not one, but several gentlemen found themselves under interrogation. At this moment, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, was also confronted by Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore, I believe we need to have a word. Oh, certainly. I shall have the kitchens send up some cake. Dumbledore blinked, indicating that Professor McGonagall could accompany him to his office for a more detailed discussion. Taking a couple of deep breaths to compose herself, McGonagall abandoned the idea of confronting Dumbledore in front of the other professors. She felt that publicly questioning the headmaster's decisions would undermine his authority. It was better to find a private space for a more measured conversation. The two arrived at the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle, with Dumbledore offering McGonagall a cushioned armchair and summoning a large silver platter adorned with a stack of small cakes and a jug of honeyed pumpkin juice. Please, have a seat. Dumbledore poured McGonagall a glass of pumpkin juice. Gathering her courage, she finally spoke. Albus, I do not believe it is wise to conceal the Philosopher's Stone within the school. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Dumbledore's eyes before he inquired as to her reasoning. McGonagall shared her concerns. It is far too dangerous. At least two nefarious parties are lurking within the castle, and it is unfair and perilous for the students. If that giant were to encounter any student, the consequences would be dire. The gravity of her expression conveyed the severity of the situation. Unless you intend to carry the Philosopher's Stone on your person, Hogwarts is hardly as adept at safeguarding precious items as Gringotts. After articulating her thoughts, McGonagall did not simply acquiesce, but presented her perspective, which greatly pleased Dumbledore, though he remained resolute in his approach. Trust me, Minerva, my intentions are guided by careful consideration. In any other circumstance, had someone else dared to respond in such a manner, McGonagall would have surely chastised them vehemently. I require an explanation. It pertains to Voldemort. McGonagall fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she took a sip of the pumpkin juice to suppress her astonishment. You believe he never truly died, Minerva. There is no point in deceiving oneself. Dumbledore poured himself a cup of pumpkin juice, discussing the whereabouts of the Dark Lord as casually as one might chat about mundane matters with a close friend. This time, Minerva McGonagall remained silent for an extended period, ultimately managing to force a smile upon her face that was more grotesque than tears. You are correct, she conceded, accepting this harsh reality with composure. Deceiving oneself was futile. Those wizards who had endured the dark times had understood that the Dark Lord was merely experiencing a temporary eclipse of power, and inevitably, that fearsome sorcerer would rise again. Fortunately, they still had Dumbledore, the venerable elder who had led them to victory against Grindelwald and had withstood the most rampant days of the Dark Lord. Even if the Dark Lord were to return, he would undoubtedly guide the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic to vanquish him once more. So, the Philosopher's Stone serves as bait to lure him? Dumbledore nodded. Professor McGonagall felt a sense of reassurance. If the purpose was to confront the Dark Lord, she was willing to unconditionally trust Professor Dumbledore's plans. After Minerva departed, Dumbledore savored the remaining cake alone. He had withheld certain truths from Minerva. The bait hanging from the hook was not solely the Philosopher's Stone. For this year, the reappearance of Harry Potter in the magical world also served as bait. After all, why did he borrow the Philosopher's Stone from his dear friend, Nicholas Flamel, at this precise moment? However, this was of little concern. Everything was under control. Dumbledore could even use the existence of the stone to orchestrate an intriguing yet harmless little trial. Yet, uncertainties lingered. Who was the one who killed the troll? Dumbledore fell into contemplation. Minerva had suggested it was an external force coveting the Philosopher's Stone, which certainly held some merit. But he inclined toward the notion that it was the audacious act of some bold young wizard. What a daring little fellow. Dumbledore privately commended the child. Chapter 56. In the name of Slytherin, the stone beasts arise. The young wizards of Slytherin House indulged in sumptuous feasts, engaging in lively conversations with friends until the late hours of the night. As the clock's hands reached 11, the majority of students had dispersed, leaving only a few pairs lingering in the corners, engrossed in their chatter. Good night. Sweet dreams. After exchanging farewells, Les and Daphne returned to their respective dormitories. Approximately half an hour later, Les retraced his steps back to the common room. After all, it was the eve of Halloween, and sleep eluded him. In Les's era, the boundary between the realm of the living and the underworld was not as pronounced as it is today, with each Halloween marking a fierce struggle between the living and the dead. Over time, Les had cultivated the habit of keeping vigil throughout Halloween night. Thus, the sudden expectation to sleep at a proper hour rendered him unable to do so. Restless, Les intended to visit the common room for a bit of reading. Yet, as he stepped out of his dormitory, he suddenly recalled that during Halloween, the dark creatures imprisoned in the dungeons would become restless, growing increasingly unruly. Although no monsters had breached their seals over the millennium, he felt a moral obligation to attend to the seals, if only to quell a few errant creatures that might escape their cells. The common room was now deserted, save for the crackling fire in the fireplace. Having made his decision, Les did not hasten to leave. Instead, he took a moment to brew a pot of tea using the remaining embers in the fireplace. After swiftly consuming the tea, he resorted to the dregs for a divination session, an art he had learned from a book titled Piercing the Mist to See the Future. Observing the ominous results in his teacup, Les raised an eyebrow. Ominous? That only increased the necessity of his venture. The disheartening divination did not dampen Les's enthusiasm. Rather, it invigorated him. If the divination held any truth, it indicated that disturbances had arisen within the dungeon's seals, and, as one of the school's founders, it was his duty to suppress the seals. However, before venturing into the dungeons, Les felt it prudent to leave behind a note. He unfurled a piece of parchment on the table, penned a few lines, but upon realizing his verbosity, crumpled it up and tossed it into the fireplace, opting to rewrite a much more succinct note. After stowing the note in his coin pouch and sealing it with a spell, Les left the pouch on the table and departed the common room. The Slytherin common room was in close proximity to the dungeons, yet instead of heading directly there, Les ascended the stairs, intending to gather a few accomplices. Although the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, was quite formidable, Les had no intention of summoning him. The reason was simple. Dumbledore held a uniquely significant role in both Hogwarts and the magical community. Should something untoward occur in the dungeons, his sudden disappearance would trigger dire consequences and spiral the situation out of control. Hogwarts required a headmaster, and a magical world needed such a figurehead. Most importantly, with himself, the founder, present, there was no need for Dumbledore. Serpent King, arise and heed my command. In a concealed corner, Les summoned the basilisk he had nurtured in the Chamber's secrets, simultaneously brandishing his wand toward the few stone beasts that stood as mere decorations in the corridor. These stone creatures were among the oldest sculptures in Hogwarts, having existed since the school's inception. They formed a part of the school's protective system, and only headmasters recognized by Hogwarts possessed the authority to command them. Of course, Les was also capable of doing so, in the name of Slytherin stone beasts. He might call. Several stone creatures came to life, lumbering towards Les, prepared to follow his command. In that instant, Les heard a faint hissing sound, signifying that the Serpent King had also arrived. Having gathered his assistants, Les made his way directly to the dungeons. At the seal's entrance, he breached the corridor's walls, blasting open a substantial gap in the buried pipes, allowing the basilisk to emerge. The internal terrain of the seal was perfectly suited for its capabilities. Believing himself adequately prepared, Les opened the seal of the dungeon, leading with the stone beasts while the basilisk followed closely behind as he urged them forward with great strides. As the basilisk's body fully crossed into the sealed area, the walls that constituted the seal reformed, sealing off the corridor leading above tightly. Upon entering the seal, Les immediately sensed something amiss. The magical energy within was far more vibrant than during his last visit, imbued with a chilling aura characteristic of the underworld. Indeed, disturbances had occurred within the seal. Without a moment's hesitation, Les pressed deeper into the dungeon. The further he ventured, the colder it became, until frost appeared on the walls, an environment most favored by dark creatures. Thud, thud. Several grayish-white wolf-like creatures were swiftly bisected by Les, disintegrating into ashes. Behind him, the corridor was littered with the remnants of the ash, using the stone beasts as a shield while exerting powerful control over the creatures with the basilisk's gaze. Les effectively dispatched any monster that crossed his path. However, the creature before him posed a slight challenge. Unless he shattered the core of the ash creature, exterminating its numerous duplicates would prove futile, as the ashes on the ground were already showing signs of reassembly. Les closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the fluctuations of magical energy in the air, seeking to uncover traces left by the core of the creature. Soon, he sensed a pivotal clue amidst the chaotic magical waves. He promptly urged the stone beast and the serpent creature toward their designated direction. Before embarking on his mission, he made a sudden, sweeping motion with his wand, and an immediate whirlwind erupted within the corridor, scattering the ashes that had been slowly coalescing. However, as he pursued the core of the ashes, an uncanny sense of familiarity surfaced within him. He halted to discern the essence more clearly, and indeed, he detected a trace of recognizable magical resonance. It was the essence of the wind. More specifically, he sensed a whisper of an old friend within it. A flicker of astonishment crossed Les's eyes, compelling him to quicken his pace. The closer he drew to the hidden core of the ash magic, the more pronounced this familiar magical fluctuation became. Ultimately, as Les arrived at the entrance of an underground cavern, both sensations reached their zenith. During the construction of the dungeon, Les and his trio had not exclusively relied on artificial excavation. Rather, they had ingeniously utilized a portion of the naturally occurring caverns and the fissures formed within the earth. They widened these narrow passages and reinforced the caverns, culminating in the creation of an extraordinarily vast dungeon. Thus, upon delving into its depths, one would occasionally encounter remarkably expansive spaces, and this was one such instance. Les raised his wand and, accompanied by the stone beast and serpent creature, stepped into the cavern ahead, where an overwhelming sense of awe enveloped him. Chapter 57. Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw. Les had led a richly diverse life, and the scene before him was indeed profoundly shocking. Before him lay a cavern the size of Quidditch pitch, shrouded in a haze of gray mist that occasionally twisted and morphed into dark creatures or magical beasts rushing toward the center of the cavern. Fire dragons, giants, thunderbirds, and fairies. Initially, judging by the intensity of the skirmish, Les had presumed that this ash creature was merely a trivial foe. However, upon entering this expansive space, he realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. The ash creature had not focused its attention on him at all, utilizing perhaps less than a tenth of its capabilities against him. Instead, it had concentrated nearly all its efforts on attempting to crush the creature at the heart of the cavern. Yet, contrary to its intentions, those formidable beings crumbled as if made of paper, disintegrating before they could take more than a few steps under the onslaught of the wind blades. The source of these wind blades was a cadaver standing at the cavern's center, draped in a tattered blue robe. The sparse hair remaining on the corpse's head and the adornments on the robe suggested that this was the remains of a witch. Beside the cadaver stood a gaunt specter of a witch, her form far more corporeal than that of other spirits. The embellishments on her robe mirrored those adorning the corpse. The witch's ghost was the very reason for Les's astonishment. Despite her haggard appearance, he recognized her at once, Rowena Ravenclaw. The commotion caused by Les's arrival captured the attention of Ravenclaw's specter. While she deftly wielded the wind blades to repel the ash creature, she lifted her gaze toward Les's direction. Upon raising her head, she revealed a pair of crimson eyes, once familiar to Les but now utterly alien. The once wise and gentle gaze was now consumed by a primal, bloodthirsty instinct, a reflection of madness and cruelty. The moment he beheld those eyes, Les hesitated not for an instant. He turned and fled. He understood all too well that Ravenclaw, in her ghostly state, was not herself. Her reason had dissipated, yet her power remained. If he lingered any longer, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at her hands. Even stripped of her most formidable weapon, her intellect, and reduced to a brute force reminiscent of Gryffindor, she was not an adversary that 11-year-old Les could confront. Les departed with remarkable decisiveness, yet even in his fleeting presence, he captured the ghost of Ravenclaw's attention. The specter ceased her engagement with the ash creature, commanding Rowena Ravenclaw's cadaver to raise its wand and turn in a circle, summoning a ferocious whirlwind within the cavern. The tornado obliterated the misty defenses the ash creature had erected around its core, revealing a transparent, glass-like orb. A wind blade struck the core, leaving behind a fissure. The injured ash creature fell into a frenzy, desperately attempting to manipulate the remaining ashes to re-establish its defenses. However, the ashes within the cavern had been swept away by the preceding storm, and despite its frantic efforts, it could only muster a gossamer layer of mist around its core. Given a moment, it could surely restore its former grandeur, but Ravenclaw's specter denied it that opportunity. A relentless barrage of wind blades struck the core, shattering it to pieces. With the core's destruction, a formidable ash creature was vanquished by the specter of Ravenclaw. The remnants of the ash creature would likely require millennia to regain its previous form. It seemed fate had not favored this entity. Encountering Ravenclaw, a master of wind magic. Had it faced Les, the outcome would most likely have been far less disastrous. Les heard the deafening roar of the tempest and pressed his lips together, sprinting away from the tumultuous sounds. He sensed that the disparity in power between Ravenclaw's specter and her former self was minimal. At that moment, he sincerely thanked the ash creature for granting him a fleeting reprieve. Without its intervention, he would surely have been ensnared. The specter of Ravenclaw glided out of the cavern. Her crimson eyes locked onto the direction of Les's flight. In comparison, the cadaver moved at a markedly slower pace, taking a rigid step beside her only after several moments had passed. Under the specter's command, the cadaver slowly raised its wand, and in the next instant, dozens of wind blades surged down the corridor. After bestowing a token of reunion upon her old friend, Ravenclaw's specter seemed to feel that such a gift was somewhat meager for a long-lost companion, just as she prepared to send another wave of wind blades toward Les. The floor of the corridor suddenly heaved, and a massive maw emerged from beneath the cadaver's feet, swallowing it whole in an instant. The unexpected assault of an unknown creature disrupted the specter's plans, prompting her to redirect her attack, compelling the cadaver to cast spells from within the belly of the beast. By the time she dealt with the creature and emerged from its gullet, Les had already escaped her range of attack. However, the greeting from an old friend had still delivered a surprise, allowing him to feel the warmth emanating from Ravenclaw. Even at a distance of nearly 100 meters from the wind blades, he perceptibly sensed the anomaly. Acquainted with Rowena's magic, Les recognized that fleeing was futile. Thus, he halted, arranging the stone beasts in a line before him and quickly conjuring protective spells. In contrast to Daphne's defenses, Les's protective enchantments were significantly more substantial. If Daphne had raised a mere shield, Les had erected a veritable wall before him. Observing the stone beasts barricading his path and the seemingly formidable magical barrier, Les furrowed his brow, silently guiding the serpent creature closer. After finalizing these arrangements, the wind blades hurtled toward him, etching deep imprints into the wall's floor and ceiling of the corridor. The stone beasts were caught in the tempest created by the wind blades, instantly reducing them to rubble. The combination of wind blades and debris crashed against the magical barrier Les had constructed, akin to a tsunami battering a dam. Rice inhaled deeply, striving to channel as much magical energy as possible into the protective barrier. After a brief standoff, the defensive enchantment he had woven was shattered. Yet the tempest conjured by the wind blades had also reached its limit, leaving the serpent creature with hundreds of varying wounds. Rice himself sustained only minor injuries, merely a few small lacerations on his arms. In pain, the serpent creature emitted a series of anguished roars, thrashing its tail violently and striking Rice squarely in the chest, causing his vision to darken momentarily. He estimated that at least 2 of his ribs were fractured. Ironically, it was the serpent that inflicted the most severe injury upon him. Chapter 58, Ravenclaw's Self-Imposed Confinement. Provoked by the pain, the serpent became less compliant, and Rice had to issue several commands before it finally quieted down. Once he had calmed the creature, Rice did not tend to its wounds or his own. Instead, he led it onward toward the surface. Given his understanding of Rowena, a person of her cautious disposition would undoubtedly seek to strike again, and a second or even third wave of attacks was highly probable. Without the stone beast to serve as a buffer, he would be compelled to resort to spells that could inflict significant harm on both body and soul to fend off those assaults. While he could devise a means of escape, the Serpent King's survival would not be assured. Only at that moment did Rice comprehend the ominous source of his tea leaf divination. The irrational Rowena Ravenclaw indeed posed a lethal threat to him. However, after running for a while with injuries, the anticipated second wave of assault did not materialize. Was it a consequence of her transformation into a specter? Or had she been delayed by some other matter? Rice inclined toward the latter. What a fortunate turn of events, indeed, thanks to an unknown dark entity that sacrificed itself. Otherwise, confronting Ravenclaw, who was at the pinnacle of her magical prowess, would have sealed his doom. After shaking off the specter of Ravenclaw, Rice found the time to meticulously review the recent events. While tending to the serpent's wounds and extracting the debris embedded within, he analyzed the intelligence he had gathered. Upon encountering the specter of Ravenclaw, Rice finally grasped why the dungeon seal had remained unbroken and untroubled for a millennium. Rowena had been guarding the seal, periodically eradicating powerful dark creatures that attempted to escape, akin to harvesting chives. Even death could not halt her relentless vigilance, which had prevented any beast from breaching the seal. Furthermore, From his observations of her state, she exhibited no signs of fatigue. This dynamic equilibrium of the seal would persist, with dark entities proliferating, Rowena conducting her patrols to eradicate them, while the creatures continued to lie in wait, gathering strength. It seemed Rowena had performed some special rite upon her body before her demise, willingly forfeiting the chance for rebirth and transforming into a specter. Unlike other specters, Rowena Ravenclaw could command her physical form to continue fighting, tapping into the combat prowess she had possessed in life. Regrettably, her frequent encounters with these malevolent beings had inexorably tainted her soul, ultimately resulting in her ghastly visage. Contemplating this, Rice felt a weight of sorrow upon his heart. He had not anticipated that the individual who had once yearned for freedom, the most among the four, would choose to remain within the seal, silently guarding it, enduring a millennium of confinement. Rice resolved to take action for Rowena. Hold on just a little longer, Rowena. I will surely find a way to help you escape this ghastly state, he vowed. However, before proceeding, he needed to prepare accordingly. Though not as adept as Helga, Rice possessed some knowledge of healing magic. He skillfully tended to the serpent's injuries and mended the ribs that had been fractured by its blow. Yet, he encountered difficulties during the suturing process. The stitched wound tore open almost immediately due to the residual magic of Ravenclaw lingering within, complicating Rice's efforts. He first had to expel the magic left by Ravenclaw from the wound using his own energy before he could seal it properly. After several hours, Rice finally managed to address the serpent's wounds. Given the Serpent King's formidable vitality, these superficial injuries were inconsequential. A few days of rest in the secret chamber would suffice for healing. Rice guided the serpent out of the seal, allowing it to return to the chamber on its own. After a night of exertion, he returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Lying down on the soft mattress, he felt the fatigue of his entire body dissipate, a smile gracing his lips as he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he encountered several old friends. Godric sincerely apologized to him. Helga prepared a lavish feast, and Rowena eagerly discussed the peculiar spell she had invented during his absence from school. The following day, despite the professor's attempts to suppress the news, word of the giant's demise within the school leaked out, igniting fervent discussions among the students, who speculated wildly. Some believed it was the professors who intervened, while others theorized that hidden defensive enchantments within the castle had played a role. The more fanciful among them attributed the victory to the castle's spirit, suggesting that Hogwarts' own guardian had vanquished the intruder. Ultimately, the uproar from Halloween Eve gradually subsided, and the students shifted their focus from the giant to the impending Quidditch Cup. As November arrived, the weather turned bitterly cold. The surrounding mountains were cloaked in white, and a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the Black Lake. The fish began to gather frequently outside the Slytherin common room windows, drawn by the warmth of the interior. Some eager young witches and wizards speculated that the plump school of fish would attract the merfolk from the lake, allowing them to indulge in a visual feast. Yet, to their disappointment, no merfolk or sirens appeared, as if they had never existed. In an unexpected turn, someone sent Harry Potter the latest model of the Nimbus 2000, instantly elevating him to a figure of great interest within the school. The Nimbus 2000 was akin to a supercar in the non-magical world, and many envied the gift he received, their eyes green with jealousy. However, the commotion within the school had little bearing on Rice, who was preoccupied with potion brewing. He sent a letter to Lupin, far away in Diagon Alley, requesting that she procure a plethora of potion ingredients, and he owed this financial support to young Master Malfoy. Using the ingredients sent by Lupin, Rice concocted a series of potions with intricate steps that could induce a headache merely by being recited. He was confident that his potions would dispel the impurities that had tainted Rowena, even in her spectral form. Moreover, if these potions proved effective for Rowena, they might also remedy the affliction plaguing Daphne. The curse afflicting Astoria Greengrass bore similarities to Rowena's plight, both involving souls contaminated by dark entities. Though the distinction lay in Rowena's specter form and her stronger soul, permitting more aggressive treatment, unlike Astoria, who required a different approach. Nevertheless, Rice's potions were still far from completion, as he lacked several rare ingredients. Time passed slowly, and the first Quidditch match of the year quietly approached. Chapter 59. The Magical Duel on the Quidditch Pitch. Gryffindor versus Slytherin? Rice set aside the maple sugar pie in his hand, as Daphne's words ignited his interest. Daphne gazed at him with a look of disbelief. Is this the first you've heard of it? This match has been the talk of the town for ages. Recently, Lysander had been exceptionally busy, attending lectures during the day, concocting potions in the evening, and even teaching Daphne on weekends. His hectic schedule had him contemplating skipping Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class altogether. If only Quirrell's teaching prowess matched his outwardly lackluster demeanor, but alas, that was not the case. Lysander was quite certain that Quirrell was merely playing the fool, his turban concealing a darkness that was truly malevolent. Nonetheless, one must concede that Quirrell's lessons were abysmally poor. What vexed Lysander even more was that Quirrell's incompetence was not due to lack of ability, but rather a deliberate disregard for his responsibilities. Such an attitude was far more reprehensible than mere ineptitude. In Lysander's view, with a teacher like Quirrell instructing them in the art of dark magic defense, how could young wizards possibly hope to defend against the dark arts? However, judging by the expressions of his classmates, it appeared that they were not particularly troubled by Professor Quirrell's lackadaisical approach, prompting Lysander to silently lament the overly comfortable environment they inhabited. A millennium ago, a teacher of such caliber would have been expelled from the castle by the very next day. Back then, students were acutely aware of the necessity to acquire practical and life-sustaining magic. In contrast, the current students seemed only concerned with the volume of assignments and the ease of passing exams. This was a testament to the peace in the wizarding world. It was also a disheartening reality. Nevertheless, enduring the situation seemed manageable. After all, someone like Quirrell, harboring secrets, was unlikely to remain at Hogwarts for long. Coupled with the rather outrageous curse that Lysander suspected, he believed that the school would surely appoint a more competent professor of defense against the dark arts by the following year, based on Quirrell's various peculiar behaviors. Lysander was certain he was scheming to acquire whatever Dumbledore had concealed in the fourth-floor corridor. He found himself rather intrigued and resolved to investigate further once he concluded his current tasks. I say, you could at least take an interest in the recent significant events at the school. Daphne was eager to voice her frustration at Lysander's apparent disinterest in matters beyond his immediate concerns. Fortunately, she was there to share the latest gossip with him. Proudly lifting her chin, Daphne informed Lysander that she had heard Harry Potter had become the seeker for the Gryffindor team. It was evident that Gryffindor intended to treat Harry as their secret weapon, but had decided to keep Harry's participation under wraps. Yet the news of his role as seeker had nonetheless leaked out, even reaching the ears of the least expected, Slytherin house. Lysander responded, "Oh, isn't that rather ordinary? Potter flew exceptionally well that day. It is entirely reasonable for him to be selected for the Quidditch team. But why wasn't Team Malfoy chosen for the Slytherin team? Is it because the team seeker is simply superior?" Seeing that Lysander had completely missed the crux of the news, Daphne felt as though she had struck a blow against the pillow. "He is the youngest seeker in a century," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. A century? So surely 100 years ago, there were seekers who were even younger than he is now? Was this truly something to be so astonished about? To Lysander, if such an occurrence happened once a century, then Hogwarts must have produced over a dozen such players throughout its history. Hardly remarkable at all. Daphne was momentarily taken aback. Most people discussing the topic would marvel at Harry's status as the youngest seeker in 100 years, yet only Lysander presented such a perspective. Reflecting on it, Harry's inclusion in the Gryffindor team seemed less significant. So, where had the previous seeker from Gryffindor gone? Upon learning that the former seeker, Charlie Weasley, had already graduated and the position was temporarily vacant, Lysander wore an expression of knowing satisfaction. Harry's entry into the team was primarily due to a fortuitous confluence of circumstances. Had he and Malfoy swapped situations, Draco Malfoy could easily have become the youngest seeker in a century as well. One's fate, of course, relies on personal effort, but one must also consider the flow of history. Daphne fell silent. Nearby, head girl Gemma had been eavesdropping on their conversation and was inspired to smile as she began to analyze the match's dynamics for her younger peers. "In this match, our house is bound to win, for Slytherin has triumphed thrice, while Gryffindor has been defeated thrice. Our team members are battle-hardened, their synergy nearly perfect, while Gryffindor has a newcomer like Potter, who has only been on the team for mere days. How could he possibly coordinate with his teammates? Most of our players have been flying on broomsticks since childhood, whereas several from Gryffindor first took to the skies at the age of 11. Given the overwhelming advantages, I cannot fathom how we could lose." After hearing Gemma's remarks, Lysander felt a wave of elation wash over him. "Godric, I can see that you have a slight edge in broomstick riding, but my students excel far more in the art of flying. This time, victory shall be mine." Regardless, winning against Gryffindor on the field was a cause for celebration, and Lysander's spirits soared. The day of the match arrived swiftly, with students filling the stands around the Quidditch pitch, many of whom had brought binoculars to better observe the unfolding events. "Look, I have an extra pair," Daphne noted, spotting that Lysander had not brought binoculars and offering him her spare. "No need, the eagle-eye charm suffices," Lysander replied. pointing his wand at his eyes to significantly enhance his vision. After casting the spell, he could even discern the lip movements of the young wizards on the opposite Gryffindor stands. As the match commenced, Slytherin indeed dominated, scoring several times with the quaffle. Just as Lysander applauded a remarkable save by the keeper, Blatch, an unexpected incident occurred. Harry's broomstick suddenly shook violently, as if attempting to unseat him. Lysander ceased his applause and narrowed his eyes. He realized someone was casting spells on Potter's broom. Despicable. Slytherin should not require such underhanded tactics to secure victory. This sordid method sullied the honor of the house. He immediately began to trace the source of the curse, quickly zeroing in on Professor Quirrell. During this process, he also noticed Professor Snape attempting to stabilize the broom with a spell. Now, that was true Slytherin. After mentally giving Snape a nod of approval, Lysander wasted no time in launching his counterattack. His magic collided with Quirrell's curse in midair, shattering it in an instant and restoring stability to the broom. Having learned from the flying lesson, he tempered the intensity of his spell this time, avoiding excessive force, yet still managed to leave his opponent in disarray. However, just as Quirrell's curse was vanquished, it re-emerged, now infused with a particularly nefarious energy. Oh, is he finally resorting to genuine skill? Lysander raised an eyebrow and, with renewed confidence, unleashed his full power. Yet, just as their magics intertwined, Quirrell's dark energy suddenly dissipated, allowing Lysander and Snape's spells to converge, together firmly anchoring Harry's broom in the sky. Chapter 60, Professor Snape Takes the Fall. Faced with Quirrell's sudden retreat, Lysander felt a pang of confusion. Why did he not continue the duel? Had he sensed an inevitable defeat and thus chosen to surrender? Or was he afraid of being discovered and opted to withdraw? Perhaps he felt that such actions were utterly futile, believing that even if Harry were to be unceremoniously dislodged from his broom, it would have no bearing on either the match or Harry's well-being. He cast a glance at Quirrell and then burst into laughter, realizing that the situation was not as convoluted as he had imagined. Quirrell had simply been knocked over. It was a remarkably straightforward cause. Quirrell had been physically bested. The assailant was a familiar face, none other than Hermione, a first year from Ravenclaw, who had astutely discerned that something was amiss with Harry's broom and subsequently identified the culprit, Severus Snape, amidst the crowd. With a dark expression, Snape was fixated on Harry in the sky, muttering incantations that bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a villain engaged in nefarious deeds, leading Hermione to unhesitatingly regard him as an adversary. Upon locating her target, Hermione hurried towards Snape, intent on publicly exposing his vile intentions. Fortuitously, while navigating through the throng of spectators, she inadvertently collided with Professor Quirrell, who was entirely absorbed in his duel, thereby unwittingly achieving her objective. The sequence of events unfolded accurately, with the algebraic approach faltering due to an unexpected complication, yet ultimately culminating in the correct outcome, a fitting encapsulation of Hermione's endeavor. Unbeknownst to Professor Snape, he had inadvertently taken the fall for Quirrell's mishap. He was merely aware that Harry's predicament had been averted. He promptly sealed his lips, adopting an air of innocence, for he could not allow anyone to uncover that he had cast a spell on Potter's broom. As the head of Slytherin, to be implicated in a Quidditch match against Gryffindor by enchanting their Seeker's broom was a perilous situation. Should this transgression come to light, it would be akin to a stain that could not be washed away. Even if exoneration were easily achievable, the ramifications for his reputation would be dire, for the students would never believe him. Meanwhile, high above, Harry found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Both Les and Snape's spells could stabilize the broom, yet the amalgamation of their incantations resulted in an unforeseen magical reaction, causing Harry's Nimbus 2000 to malfunction and hover motionless in the air, regardless of his attempts to maneuver it. The two architects of this chaos, Les and Snape, soon recognized the situation. Snape's expression darkened, while Les could not suppress a gesture of exasperation. Les refrained from attempting to reignite Harry's broom with a spell, understanding that the core issue was the chaotic interplay of three spells within a single broom, rendering it temporarily incapable of receiving external signals. The most prudent course of action was to do nothing. In a minute or two, the broom would right itself. Now, they could only hope that the referee would notice the anomaly and halt the match. Where was Madame Hooch when she was needed? At that moment, Madame Hooch was distracted and oblivious to the peculiarities concerning Harry. Just then, a golden flash darted past Harry, causing his breath to quicken. He was absolutely certain it was the golden snitch. Regrettably, his broom was unresponsive, leaving him immobilized. In the next instant, a Slytherin seeker soared past him, triumphantly clutching the snitch in his grasp. After securing the snitch, he shot Harry a puzzled glance, bewildered as to why Potter remained suspended in place. Harry, Lee, Snape. As the match concluded unexpectedly, both Les and Snape were left in stunned silence. How should one articulate this? Harry's luck was decidedly poor. As this mishap occurred within a brief window of time, Snape mused, I was acting in his best interest. Without my intervention, Potter would have been flung from his broom. Is it not entirely normal for a mishap to occur during a rescue? Les, on the other hand, remarked with a chuckle, the reactions of magic are truly fascinating. Both swiftly reconciled their thoughts, comfortably relishing in their victory. By the time Hermione approached Snape, the match had concluded, and she naturally had failed to catch him in any wrongdoing. Snape, while applauding the Slytherin team, cast a sidelong glance at her. Miss Granger, what brings you here? If you wish to celebrate Slytherin's victory, you are most welcome. Hermione glared at Snape for a moment before storming off in a huff. Though I lack evidence to expose your grotesque true nature, I shall seize an opportunity soon enough. She vowed silently, resolving to seek out Les and inform him of what she had just witnessed. With the protection of his teammates, Harry descended to the ground, surrendering his Nimbus 2000 to the approaching Professor McGonagall, who would conduct a thorough examination of the broom. Thus, the inaugural Quidditch match of the academic year concluded in a rather absurd manner. After the match, Les refrained from joining the celebratory throng of his house. Instead, he intended to seize the opportunity while the faculty indulged in their lunch to investigate the fourth-floor corridor and uncover what Dumbledore had concealed within the school. However, he had scarcely exited the corridor when he was intercepted by a familiar figure. Hermione, what is it? Les, I must speak with you about something, Hermione said, glancing around to ensure they were alone before lowering her voice. Les gestured for her to proceed. Hermione recounted every detail of what she had witnessed during the Quidditch match, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Les, snap entend tout Marie. I need your assistance in gathering evidence. Les sighed, Professor Snape, you see. This is the consequence of neglecting to manage one's public image. One must empathize. Without understanding the truth, he would easily be perceived as a villain. Hermione, this situation is not as you perceive it. Professor Snape is innocent. Les internally added, I too am innocent. Les. As Les's disbelief became evident, Hermione grew increasingly agitated. Snape was helping Harry, not endangering him. If you do not trust my words, you may consult Professor Flitwick. He will ascertain the truth. Such an investigation was not particularly challenging for Professor Flitwick, merely a matter of a simple spell. Les's suggestion sparked a flicker of hope in Hermione's eyes. But it soon dimmed. But I lack evidence. Reporting a professor without proof is an exceedingly perilous undertaking. Thus, she instinctively turned to Les, whom she deemed the most reliable classmate, hoping to enlist his assistance in gathering incriminating evidence against Snape. Then write an anonymous letter. I truly cannot fathom the ineptitude of modern young witches and wizards, Les lamented, genuinely concerned for their ability to navigate such matters. He produced a piece of parchment, his quill dancing across the surface with remarkable speed, swiftly composing a letter detailing Hermione's observations. After presenting it to Hermione for confirmation and receiving her approval, Les tapped the letter with his wand, transforming it into a small paper bird that soared towards the staff table. Professor Flitwick will provide the answers. Snape is truly innocent. Why do you not believe me? Chapter 61. Dumbledore's mini-games were quite impressive. The atmosphere among the staff at the staff table was somewhat tense. Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. The other househeads were well aware that Gryffindor had lost to Slytherin due to external factors, which left her deeply displeased. At that moment, upon opening a letter, Professor Flitwick's countenance instantly transformed. He handed the parchment to Professor McGonagall and cleared his throat. Severus, Minerva, I believe both of you ought to take a look at what is inscribed here. Professor McGonagall accepted the parchment, squinted at it, and promptly tossed it in front of Snape. Severus, shouldn't you provide an explanation for this? To everyone's astonishment, Snape openly admitted, yes. I'd cast a spell on Potter's broom, while he could have easily denied it without any repercussions from the other heads of house. Admitting it put him in a precarious position. Professor McGonagall coldly insisted that Snape must clarify his actions. I was using magic to protect Potter, ensuring he wouldn't fall from the sky. I was engaged in a battle against the curse caster alongside another individual. You may examine the remnants of magic on the broom, which will testify to my account. Snape's expression remained composed. Hogwarts professors were not akin to the dim-witted young wizards. They were capable of discourse and understanding. A mere investigation of the residual magic on the broom would reveal the truth. Another person? Professor Flitwick's curiosity took a different turn. Isn't that you? That would be Pomona. The Hufflepuff head, Professor Sprout, shook her head as well. This is rather peculiar. Snape furrowed his brow. Who is this individual that saved Harry? Is there a connection between them and the one who slayed the troll on Halloween night? Finding a prétexte, le dismiss Dramione. Merely offering her a few casual words of guidance, hoping to correct her stereotypical views of Slytherin House. Following this brief interlude, Les ventured alone to the 4th floor of the castle. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently for several moments, confirming the presence of several large creatures behind the door. Confronting such guards, if it were Godric, he would undoubtedly have thrown open the door and engaged them head-on. However, Les deemed such an approach unnecessary. The noise of combat might alert the inhabitants of the castle, thus exposing his whereabouts, compelling him to opt for a more cunning strategy. He retrieved a small crystal vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and a swirling mist of ethereal, enchanting hues wafted forth, drifting through the crack of the door under Les' guidance. After approximately a minute, the heavy breathing behind the door became steady. The creatures had succumbed to slumber, and for the next few hours, they would be immersed in sweet dreams. This was a calming potion crafted from the essence of desire, a concoction Les held in high regard, capable of even mesmerizing a dragon. Les drew his wand and tapped it against the door lock. With a click, the door swung open. The torches in the corridor illuminated the passage behind the door, and upon seeing what lay beyond, Les could not suppress a raised eyebrow. Dumbledore truly is remarkable. He managed to find such a rare magical creature. Behind the wooden door stood a colossal, 3-headed dog. Even a millennium ago, such a magical beast was exceedingly rare. Judging by its massive form and glossy fur, this 3-headed dog had been exceptionally well cared for. A rarity indeed. 3-headed dogs, much like the basilisk, are difficult to rear, as each head possesses an independent consciousness, sometimes even turning on one another. The owner who had nurtured this creature to such a state must have devoted immense effort. Les conceded that he had slightly misjudged the situation. He had perceived 3 separate breaths and 3 distinct magical signatures, initially believing several magical creatures were guarding the door, only to discover it was a singular creature with multiple heads. Upon entering, Les casually closed the door behind him, waved his wand, and magically locked it. Rather than proceeding hastily, he circled the 3-headed dog. Somewhat diminished. It's not as formidable as it once was, but still quite adequate for guarding. Les acknowledged that had he been unaware beforehand, even a wizard of the headmaster's caliber would not have easily escaped an ambush from such a creature in this confined space. Dumbledore was not mistaken. Those who wish to avoid unforeseen peril and a painful demise indeed should not enter here. Les effortlessly discovered a trapdoor beneath the 3-headed dog's paws. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but reflect, too simple. It should have been concealed better, perhaps by adding a disillusionment charm to the door, making the trapdoor less easily detectable. After casting a flying spell upon himself, Les floated leisurely down towards the trapdoor. Looking at the mass of tangled vines below, Les couldn't resist clicking his tongue. Is the devil's snare really intended for shock absorption? What sort of design is this for a defensive mechanism? As he ventured deeper, Les's brow furrowed further. He had expected the 3-headed dog to be merely the beginning. It had turned out to be the pinnacle of all defensive measures. The final challenge, bearing an unmistakable mark of Snape's character, left Les both amused and exasperated. You use an anti-fire potion as an antidote and diarrhea potion as a poison? Only first-year wizards and those who have lost their sense of smell would be thwarted by your challenge. Severe as Snape. Les lamented that he found these challenges utterly ridiculous. As he stepped through the fire door, a sudden epiphany struck him. With such rudimentary security measures, were these challenges genuinely intended to thwart theft? Beyond the fire door lay the final chamber. Les conducted an exhaustive search of the area, expending considerable effort before concluding. It was empty, devoid of any traps, magic, or hidden doors. It was quite literally empty in every sense of the word. Dumbledore had not arranged any mechanisms here, nor concealed anything. Les' exploration of the corridor came to an end. Regarding the security measures behind the door, Les' assessment was, Dumbledore's little obstacle course was quite commendable. Indeed, to him, aside from the 3-headed dog guarding the entrance, the subsequent challenges were akin to puzzles suitable for children. Even an ordinary first-year wizard, adhering to the rules, could safely reach the final challenge. This was rather unusual. Chapter 62. Thank you, Dumbledore. Les silently departed the secret space beneath the 4th-floor corridor, returning to the common room of the house. Leaning back in an armchair, he fell into contemplation. In Les' view, the majority of challenges bore the mark of leniency. Were he to design them, their lethality could easily be multiplied several-fold. For instance, Rather than placing Devil's Snare beneath the trapdoor, he would have substituted it with sharpened stakes and planted hallucinogenic magical plants along the corridor walls. The hundreds of flying keys would attack intruders, and the key capable of unlocking the door would not be included among them, but would instead be carried by the designer of the challenge. Similarly, the giant wizard chess pieces would simply attack upon sighting an intruder rather than adhering to any sort of rules. With just a few of these improvements, the difficulty of guarding that mysterious object could be elevated significantly. He did not believe that Professor Dumbledore would overlook such possibilities. Coupled with the empty room at the end of the challenges, the answer was becoming increasingly evident. Dumbledore did not conceal that object in the secret chamber beneath the fourth-floor corridor. It is highly probable that he carried it with him. The challenges resembling puzzles appear to be more of a trial set by Dumbledore for the children. If Dumbledore genuinely believed that these whimsical obstacles could deter intruders, then Les would need to seriously contemplate whether the esteemed wizard was succumbing to senility. A trial for the children. Indeed, Les's thoughts momentarily lingered on that phrase. If this conjecture held any merit, then the challenges within the secret space would indeed be quite reasonable. Upon further reflection, the design of this secret space was commendable, with a balanced level of difficulty and assured safety, making it an ideal playground for children. Dumbledore may have had ulterior motives. After all, the construction of such a space is no trivial endeavor, and Les suspected it was likely a means to lure someone. Which child did Dumbledore wish to nurture with such dedication? As that thought emerged, Les found himself with an answer. The boy who survived against all odds. The savior of the wizarding world, the rising star of Gryffindor. Who could be more fitting than he? Les immersed himself in Dumbledore's perspective, gradually dispelling the fog of truth that shrouded the reality. Dumbledore first led the nefarious individual to believe that he had hidden a treasure within the school, then crafted a series of puzzles perfectly suited for first-year wizards. As for the three-headed dog at the entrance, its purpose was to keep the villain at bay, preventing him from prematurely discovering the mechanism beneath the trapdoor. Otherwise, Dumbledore's little game of development would be thwarted. This villain, most likely, was Mr. Quirrell. Les felt that given his current state and the frequency of his interactions with Quirrell, he could sense something amiss. Could Dumbledore, who dined with Quirrell daily, truly be oblivious? Les found it hard to believe that he was kept in the dark. Dumbledore's subsequent script would perhaps involve guiding Harry to discover what he had hidden within the school, uncover Quirrell's nefarious plot, and at the opportune moment, allow Quirrell to breach the defenses of the three-headed dog, thus formally commencing Harry's trial. Regarding the safety concerns, Dumbledore likely had already devised plans. The intelligence Les had gathered painted a vivid picture of Dumbledore's scheme. Having seen through it all, Les could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, you know how to play the game. He, as an elderly gentleman, felt somewhat rigid in comparison. Just moments ago in the dining hall, why hadn't he seen Dumbledore? As Les pondered the waves of new talent overshadowing the old, Daphne appeared before him, clutching a small package of food. Just a little something. As Daphne seated herself across from him, Les narrowed his eyes. What is the matter? It's a secret. Oh, then I shall indulge in these finger pastries. Hey. After a light-hearted exchange filled with banter, Les gradually steered the conversation in the direction he desired. What do you think is hidden behind the fourth-floor corridor? I don't know, but it must be something dangerous. I know. Daphne's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So you ventured in there, and yet you didn't invite me. I have had plenty of adventures without you. Not every escapade is suitable for children. L'chicold. Indeed, since you are aware of my recent endeavors. May I not a chance? Daphne swiftly pulled the lightning pastries toward herself. First, tell me what's behind that door. Les recounted the three-headed dog he had glimpsed behind the door. There's a rather rare three-headed dog. Le proclaimed almost boastfully. A three-headed dog? Daphne mulled over this revelation, her brow furrowing. Why would Dumbledore and the professors keep a three-headed dog in the school's fourth-floor corridor? Following this line of thought, Daphne reached a conclusion. Professor Dumbledore had hidden something in the fourth-floor corridor and had enlisted a three-headed dog to guard it. Her curiosity was piqued. Is it just the three-headed dog? I didn't pay much attention. I left once my curiosity was satisfied. Les spoke in a manner that perfectly aligned with his persona in Daphne's eyes. Wait, a three-headed dog is a highly dangerous magical creature. Daphne recalled something but paused halfway through her thoughts. To her, even if a dragon lurked behind that door, a wizard like Les would surely emerge unscathed. Les held up a vial of calming potion for Daphne to see. With just a whiff, even a three-headed dog would succumb to slumber. Daphne regarded the potion thoughtfully, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of directly asking for it. Could it be, is this potion safe for people? Les glanced at her. Daphne quickly added, "My sister often has nightmares at night. If this potion could assist her sleep," Les shook his head. "This potion is far too potent. The dosage for human use is difficult to control. If you require it, I can craft a calming potion suitable for Astoria." "Thank you." Daphne shyly closed her mouth. Of course, her sister had a suitable, calming remedy. Daphne, aware of her own inability to confront the three-headed dog, merely sought to obtain the potion from Les. The young girl was eager to uncover what the three-headed dog was guarding, knowing something Les was unaware of would surely garner his respect. She was determined not to be left behind in future adventures. Les observed Daphne's expression closely as he took a hefty sip of pumpkin juice, concealing the slight upward curve of his lips behind the cup. "Dumbledore, thank you," Les silently expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed wizard. Chapter 63. The Geminid Meteor Shower. After mentioning the fourth-floor corridor and the three-headed dog, Les refrained from bringing up the subject again. Daphne, too, did not mention it further, though she began to pay attention to books and materials related to three-headed dogs while studying in the library. Hermione provided substantial assistance in this regard. The young girl spent nearly all her free time in the library, thus her understanding of it surpassed that of most graduates. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them certainly contained information on three-headed dogs and magical creatures of the Mediterranean. Their characteristics also noted that they originated from Greece. "Thank you." Daphne expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "So why the sudden interest in researching three-headed dogs?" "I want to keep one at home." Daphne lied as naturally as breathing. Hermione fell silent. In her understanding, a three-headed dog was a creature used by the underworld to guard the gates. However, upon considering the wealthy individuals in the Middle East who kept lions and leopards, she found it reasonable. The affluent among Muggles keep lions, while the affluent among wizards keep three-headed dogs. This seemed perfectly logical. The young girl, possessing high emotional intelligence, refrained from questioning whether this violated any laws of the wizarding world. Observing Hermione seated at the adjacent table, engrossed in a stack of books, Les couldn't help but exclaim, "She truly is diligent. I feel the likelihood of encountering her in the Ravenclaw Tower is significantly less than that of stumbling upon her in the library." This remark seemed to provoke Daphne. In a fit of determination, resolved to study until the library's closing time, Les pondered thoughtfully. Some educational literature advocates for a system of encouragement. Yet it appears that occasionally praising a child in the presence of their peers yields remarkable results. As he exited the library, a flurry of snowflakes was swept into the corridor by the biting wind, landing softly upon Les's hand. Feeling the chill within his palm, he recognized that winter had arrived. Alongside winter came the much-anticipated Christmas holiday, eagerly awaited by young wizards. Les, too, was looking forward to the festivities. Although Christmas is a Christian holiday, the significance lies not in its origins, but in the celebratory atmosphere and the respite it provides. Were Hogwarts to celebrate Diwali, Eid, or Lumos Day, granting a holiday on those occasions, Les would likewise find himself filled with anticipation for their arrival. The first herald of the Christmas holidays was the brisk, cutting wind. While the castle was ablaze with roaring fires, the corridors remained chillingly frigid, causing one's bones to ache. Almost incessantly, the windows of the classrooms rattled under the force of the gusts. The most dismal class environment was not the potions class located in the dungeons, where cauldrons were always abundant, and the flames beneath them provided some warmth, but rather astronomy, where students had to ascend the unshielded tower at night, shivering in the cold while observing the stars. This segment could not be canceled due to inclement weather, for the Geminid meteor shower, one of the three major meteor showers in the Northern Hemisphere, occurs in mid-December. According to Professor Sinistra, who teaches astronomy, even a visit to Madame Pomfrey for a warming potion after class would not be worth missing the meteor shower. One could only wonder what the founders were thinking when they chose to establish the castle in such a dismal location. Les cast a glance at a Hufflepuff boy named Justin Finch-Fletchley. "What's the matter? Not satisfied? This is already one of the finest spots in the Scottish Highlands. The climate in Beauxbatons is much more temperate. If you wish, I could have Professor Dumbledore write you a transfer letter." As Les assembled the telescope, he retorted to the cheeky young wizard. The environment at Hogwarts was already comparatively pleasant. Further north, it was far colder. His friend, Nelita Vorkanova, at Durmstrang School of Magic in the Nordic region, endured winters that were as frigid as this one for 3/4 of the year. He wondered how Durmstrang was faring now. This school adhered strictly to its enrollment philosophy, focusing heavily on the development of combat magic, and Les sincerely hoped for its success. Yet, despite his teasing demeanor, he conjured a basin and ignited a magical flame within it, providing a modicum of warmth. "Oh, what's this? Not learning French, I hope? What proper Englishman studies French?" Justin, entirely unfazed, gleefully approached the fire with his telescope in tow, seeking warmth. "You've learned French?" Daphne inquired, somewhat astonished, as she had not expected this seemingly unremarkable individual to possess such a skill. "Just a smattering from my childhood, limited to phrases like hello, thank you, croissant, and goodbye." Justin replied with a shy smile. "That's quite commendable. I only know Latin," came the response from the group. As they engaged in idle chatter, the meteor shower began. Countless stars streaked across the night sky, as if the north wind had dislodged them from the celestial tapestry above, transforming the night into a veritable spectacle of falling stars. It is said that the origins of magic lie within the stars, as several stone tablets fell alongside meteors in the vicinity of the Nile in North Africa, birthing the first wizards of ancient Egypt and thereby shaping the resplendent civilization of that era. The night sky truly holds boundless secrets and possibilities. Gazing at the meteor shower, unchanged from a millennium ago, Les felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. At this time, 1,000 years prior, I stood here with friends, gazing at the night sky, the brilliant starlight illuminating our faces. Today, I return to this place my friends lost to time, yet the meteors continue their silent passage across the desolate night. Les, Daphne interrupted his reverie, her attention drawn away from his musings on the origins of magic. "Are you going home for Christmas this year?" "I shall not," he replied. "Very well." A few days later, when Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall began compiling the list of students remaining at school for the holidays, Les was surprised to find Daphne's name among them. "Why aren't you going home for Christmas?" "Going home means being paraded around like a doll before a myriad of relatives. I'd rather stay at school and learn magic." "Come on, think of some spells you can teach me over the holiday." With a studious student like Daphne, Les had no objections. There were plenty of spells to share. Daphne had already mastered the fundamentals of offensive and defensive spells, and Les thought it prudent to introduce her to some potion recipes to practice. After all, she was a Slytherin. How could she not excel in potion making? Chapter 64, Christmas Gifts. During the Christmas season, the number of students in the school dwindled significantly, making it much easier to secure the best seats by the warm hearth. With his back against the fire, Les prepared Christmas gifts for the young wizards he had come to know over these past months. At Hogwarts, one simply places gifts in the common room before bedtime, labeled with the giver's name, and the recipient would find them the next morning. Far more convenient than in the Muggle world. Upon awakening the next morning, Les discovered a small pile of gifts awaiting him just outside the curtains. "Gifts? It has been ages since I've received any. Let me see what we have here." He drew back the bed curtains and settled on the edge of his bed to unwrap the presents. Gift-giving is an art form, and Les had put considerable thought into his preparations. First was Lupin. For the first wizard he encountered upon awakening, he had chosen a pot of sunflowers. These flowers resembled sunflowers but emitted a gentle glow when in bloom, making them ideal for nighttime illumination. More importantly, legend has it that sunflowers can alleviate the pain of werewolves during their transformations on full moon nights. Though Lupin no longer bore that curse, having a pot in his bedroom would always brighten his spirits. Of course, Daphne was also on the receiving end of his generosity. He had chosen a pure silver necklace for her. The necklace featured a serpentine pendant, its form curling into a capital letter G, signifying the Greengrass family name, with 2 emeralds set into the serpent's eye sockets. To a child of the Greengrass lineage, wearing a pure silver necklace might seem beneath their station. Yet Les's gift was not merely a necklace. It housed 3 spells he had carefully prepared for Daphne. 2 were actively triggered, capable of being used multiple times, while 1 was passively triggered and could only be employed once. The actively triggered spells allowed for a daily attack or the creation of a defensive barrier. The passive spell, requiring a degree of skill, would summon a shield that could absorb incoming spells and rebound them back to the caster. However, due to the necklace's mediocre quality, even the release of such a high-level enchantment, even once, would lead to the destruction of its vessel. Les would also receive word of it. This necklace was essentially an alchemical tool prepared by Les for Daphne to prevent any unfortunate demise during her growth. This has become a tradition since the founding of Hogwarts, with other founders occasionally bestowing similar gifts upon their favorite apprentices. For Hermione, he meticulously compiled his notes and insights from his readings over the past few months into a small booklet, which he gifted her. Les was confident that this studious young witch would appreciate it, and he hoped she would glean some wisdom from it. Additionally, for Neville, a fellow wizard with whom he maintained infrequent contact but was nonetheless familiar, Les also prepared a gift, aiming for a comprehensive approach. Christmas morning was a time for unwrapping gifts. After unwrapping the presents in the corner, Les took a moment to tally his haul and discovered several greeting cards and bags of candy, gifts from acquaintances. The item Neville sent was quite simple, yet intriguing, a bag of herbs reputed to ward off mosquitoes when hung by one's bedside. Hermione gifted him a large box containing a manual dental irrigator designed to remove tartar. In addition, there was a box of sugar-free lollipops, a new product procured by Mr. Granger's classmates in America claimed to prevent cavities. Daphne's gift delighted Les immensely. She presented him with a palm-sized silver snake sculpture. The craftsmanship was remarkable, so lifelike at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that it had been hand-carved rather than conjured by magic, and Les found himself increasingly enamored with it. Lupin's package was quite plump. Upon opening it, he discovered a hand-woven scarf with a silver-green base featuring a wolf's head design, for which a large snake emerged. Exiting the dormitory, Les spotted Daphne coming out, adorned in the necklace he had gifted her. "Thank you for the necklace. The snake you sent is beautiful too," she added. "By the way, your necklace has 2 special functions." Les took the opportunity to inform Daphne about the 2 enchantments attached to the necklace that could be activated at will. She gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Les waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. The materials of the necklace were not worth much. It merely required a bit of labor, which he considered a trivial matter. The set Helga had prepared for her favored student was far more extravagant. Alchemical tools could elevate the wearer's defensive and evasion capabilities to an astounding degree, making it nearly impossible for even the other founders to detain someone intent on fleeing. His modest gift truly paled in comparison. Upon their arrival in the Great Hall, the Christmas feast was already laid out on the table. Hundreds of plump roasted turkeys were piled high, accompanied by mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes. Large platters of delicious sausages, bowls of peas slathered in butter, and dishes of rich gravies and jams. In addition to the scrumptious food, there were also heaps of wizarding crackers. Les and Daphne pulled a cracker together, which erupted to reveal a flower-adorned hat and a brand-new wizard chess set. Gryffindor had the highest number of students remaining at school. Harry, Ron, and Ron's 3 brothers all stayed behind. After the meal, Les found a sheltered corner along the second-floor corridor of the castle, watching as Harry and the others engaged in a snowball fight on the grounds. When he observed Ron's twin brothers directing several snowballs toward Professor Quirrell, he could not suppress a laugh. "Quirrell, you deserve this. A person with malicious intent ought to meet such a fate. Couldn't you at least teach with sincerity?" He fashioned a solid snowball the size of his fist from the snow by the window and hurled it at Quirrell's headscarf, causing him to stumble. Cheers erupted from the playground, and Les chuckled with glee. "Consider this a down payment of interest, Quirrell, for someone harboring ill will toward Hogwarts." Les had no intention of holding back. He had yet to settle accounts, primarily preoccupied with Dumbledore's grand plan. He believed this educational initiative was excellent, and his students should indeed participate, representing a collaborative project between Gryffindor and Slytherin. While Les amused himself at Quirrell's expense, Daphne appeared somewhat troubled. He had gifted her such a precious necklace, and she felt she had been receiving without giving back. This was not a proper dynamic in a friendship. Her desire to assist Les grew increasingly urgent, and ultimately, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Is there something I can help you with?" Chapter 65, Daphne's Burden. Les shifted his gaze from the playground back to Daphne. The young witch was wrapped in a thick winter cloak, a silver-green scarf around her neck, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes shimmering with a complex expression, as though she owed him a great debt. "I mean, we are friends, right? But I feel as though I have been unilaterally benefiting from you, be it magic, the potion for my sister, or that necklace. I'm wondering how I can assist you in return." Les Choucades softly bemused. Did he require assistance? Indeed. He sought to dispel the corruption clinging to Rowena Ravenclaw's soul, to uncover the whereabouts of Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff, to suppress those dark creatures, ensuring the continuity of Hogwarts and the magical world, and to rectify Slytherin's reputation. There was an abundance of endeavors he wished to pursue. Yet how can newly enrolled young witch like Daphne be of any help? Even at his peak, some matters proved rather challenging. "Help me with my homework." After much contemplation, he deemed this request the most reliable. As for Daphne's sentiments, he understood them to a degree. The child was well raised, possessing a sense of propriety and gratitude, which was commendable. However, the necklace was a gift from him as a teacher and friend, while the materials for Astoria's treatment had been purchased with her father's hard-earned money. His instruction in magic was merely a way to nurture her talent. Heavily influenced by her family background, despite both being diligent and hard-working, he was not as invested in Hermione as he was in Daphne. This was an ingrained inclination, as he found it difficult to fully trust a young witch from a Muggle family. Nevertheless, He did not harbor the same kind of obsessive discrimination that pure-blood families often exhibited. Furthermore, once Daphne completed her studies, she would contribute to Hogwarts, to Slytherin, and to the magical community. Did she truly believe that magic came without effort? Listening to Les, Daphne rolled her eyes. I'm helping you with that right now. Are those essays on magical history and defense against the dark arts growing on trees? Let us change the subject. Daphne's words even stirred a hint of guilt within Les. How could he, an adult, have a young girl do his homework? But writing those tedious assignments truly felt like a waste of life. Daphne, for subjects like that, perhaps you should let others help you next time. You are different from them. Don't squander your time on pointless assignments. Les made a decision. While assignments hold their significance, not every subject bears equal weight. Daphne was taken aback, instinctively nodding her head. She truly had not anticipated such an approach, having upperclassmen write assignments for her. Yet, it seemed to make sense. She too found the task of writing her History of Magic assignment to be a rather soul-draining endeavor. However, setting aside the matter of assignments, she had something far more pressing on her mind. Observing Daphne's relentless enthusiasm, Lysander felt overwhelmed, but then a brilliant idea struck him. A way to kill two birds with one stone. Actually, I do have a favor to ask of you. Speak. Daphne felt a surge of excitement. I believe your deductions the other day were correct. The likelihood of there being a three-headed dog at the end of the fourth-floor corridor is quite slim. Could you help me investigate what exactly Professor Dumbledore has hidden within the school? I simply do not have the time for such inquiries. As you know, I have been exceedingly busy. Daphne nodded vigorously, her spirits lifted. If I can unearth Professor Dumbledore's treasure, that would certainly be a way to assist Lysander. Wouldn't it? However, her cheerful disposition did not last until sunset. For Daphne soon despaired as she encountered a formidable obstacle in her exploration of the fourth-floor corridor. She could not find a way to breach the three-headed dog's defenses. The books contained no record of the creature's weaknesses. What was she to do? Daphne felt a wave of frustration. Surely, she could not turn to Lysander to learn the potion for calming the beast? What kind of predicament was this? She had thought she could help Lysander, only to find herself utterly powerless, which left her restless and sleepless. Later that night, unable to find rest, Daphne rose from her bed and ventured outside her dormitory. She did not intend to recklessly invade the territory of the three-headed dog, armed only with the necklace Lysander had gifted her and the spells she had painstakingly mastered. She simply wished to wander. After meandering aimlessly for a while, she found herself standing before the library. She blinked, silently chiding herself for frequenting the library far too often. Just as she was about to turn away, a chilling scream erupted from within the library, shattering the silence of the night. It was not a single cry, but a high-pitched, incessant wail that pierced the air. What on earth is happening? Daphne gasped, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. The next moment, she had no time to linger, for she heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from both sides of the corridor. The castle caretaker and the professors on duty. Daphne's complexion drained of color as she regretted not having learned Lysander's disillusionment charm during their 3 months of magic studies. With no other options, she was compelled to enter the library, seeking a place to hide. As she opened the door and dashed inside, she collided with something. What the? Suddenly, Harry's head appeared in midair, and before Daphne could scream, his entire body materialized. Shoo! Harry gestured for silence, then draped a rather peculiar cloak over her. Daphne felt as though her mind had short-circuited. However, Harry was too preoccupied to notice as he exerted unprecedented strength, nearly dragging Daphne out of the library. At the entrance, they narrowly avoided crossing paths with Filch, who glared at them with his furious pale eyes. Harry and Daphne cautiously maneuvered around the enraged caretaker, sprinting down the corridor like headless chickens. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry caught a glimpse of Snape's shadow, which spurred him to run even faster. They dashed down the hallway until they skidded to a stop in front of a locked door, gasping for breath. Harry Potter, what on earth are you doing? After a brief moment to catch her breath, Daphne nearly shouted in exasperation. I opened a book in a library, and then... Daphne felt her vision blur with frustration. Why would you meddle with a restricted book area? Curiosity. Daphne sighed, feeling a throbbing pain at her temples. The restricted section requires written permission from a professor to access. Otherwise, it triggers an alarm. I assumed that was common knowledge, she said quietly. Harry fell silent. Was that truly common knowledge? Why had no one ever mentioned it before? Upon reflecting on the classmates he often associated with, he suddenly found understanding. Neither Ron nor Fred, George, or even Percy had the habit of frequenting the library, so it was not surprising they were unaware of its protocols. Daphne sighed, realizing how badly Harry had dragged her into this mess. sweating profusely in the dead of winter. Just then, they heard a low murmur of conversation in the distance. "Professor, I am certain someone has just intruded into the restricted section of the library. I am aware, but it is not of great importance." "Oh no, Filch is coming. And it sounds like Snape is right behind him." Harry and Daphne exchanged alarmed glances. Instinctively, Harry turned back to the locked door, and an idea struck him. "Alohomora." Daphne, quick-witted, promptly pressed down on his wand. "Are you out of your mind?" Daphne felt as though she might faint from frustration. Not to mention the potential dangers behind that door. How do you plan to handle the lock once you're inside? Unless you want Filch to be completely blind to the abnormality. Is your invisibility cloak a pay-per-use item? Put on. She hastily picked up Harry's invisibility cloak from the floor, and they both wrapped it around themselves. Before they had even been cloaked for 10 seconds. Filch and Professor Snape appeared. Filch hurried to the locked door, proudly announcing to Snape, "The lock is intact, Professor. You need not worry." Daphne and Harry pressed themselves against the wall, holding their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound of their breathing might betray their presence. Snape regarded the securely locked door with a discerning eye and nodded. The three-headed dog behind the door was an excellent guardian. Even he could not cross it to access the trapdoor below. "It seems I have been overly cautious, but I genuinely believe a spell should be added to the lock. One that emits a sharp, piercing sound if opened. I fail to comprehend why Professor Dumbledore has dismissed my proposal. Perhaps he has his own considerations." Snape replied as they departed. Only when the footsteps of Snape and Filch had completely faded did they dare to remove the cloak. Harry felt drenched in sweat. "Thank goodness you didn't recklessly unlock the door. Otherwise, we would have been done for." Daphne genuinely felt relieved that she had stopped Harry's foolish actions. Otherwise, they would have been trapped in the same room as the three-headed dog. Comparatively, Snape seemed less intimidating next to the creature. At that moment, Harry realized they were standing in the infamous corridor on the 4th floor, a place they were forbidden to enter, and they had nearly broken the rules set by Dumbledore. Indeed, it is certain that Severus Snape would discover this. Harry felt a twinge of apprehension, but fortunately, Daphne remained remarkably composed. Noticing that Harry seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Daphne resolved to enlighten him. "Have you never been curious about what lies beyond that door?" she inquired. Initially, Harry had little interest, but Daphne's question stirred a sudden intrigue within him. "What could it be? Do you wish to open the door and take a peek?" Daphne believed that the protective enchantments on the necklace would suffice to withstand a single attack from the three-headed dog, allowing them a fleeting glance before swiftly closing the door again. Of course, her greatest assurance stemmed from the fact that the creature was a guardian and would not abandon its post lightly. Should the need arise, they could simply make a hasty retreat, armed with the knowledge she had gathered. Daphne was confident that a trained three-headed dog would not rush out of the room to pursue them. Harry swallowed hard, acknowledging that his curiosity had been piqued. Once they reached a consensus, Daphne guided Harry to the door. Just as she was about to unlock it with her wand, an idea struck her. "Harry, shall we don the invisibility cloak?" she suggested. Although Harry did not fully comprehend Daphne's reasoning, he trusted her enough to wrap the cloak around both of them. Daphne pressed her wand against the keyhole, and a surge of magic flowed forth, resulting in a crisp click as the lock was disengaged. The door creaked open, and the three-headed dog immediately perked up, its 3 large nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air, its 6 beady eyes darting toward the spot where Harry and Daphne stood. It sensed the presence of someone outside the door, yet could not perceive their existence, leaving the creature utterly baffled for the first time in its life. Ultimately, remembering its master's instructions, it resolved to remain still, steadfast in its duty to guard. "Now you know what lies within," Daphne stated with a sense of pride, observing the astonishment etched across Harry's face, which delighted her immensely. More crucially, she had observed that the three-headed dog was positioned atop a trapdoor. It was evident that Lestrange desired her to investigate the secret concealed beneath. Why on earth would Dumbledore keep such a creature in the school? Harry mused aloud, his thoughts racing. Daphne paused for a moment, unable to contain her urge to voice her skepticism. Did you not notice what it was standing on? It was clearly guarding something. She was convinced that Harry's intellect was somewhat lacking, particularly after having spent considerable time with Lestrange. It's guarding something. Harry's eyebrows twitched in realization. His reaction did not escape Daphne's notice, and she sensed a clue had emerged. "You know what is hidden inside, don't you?" she probed, fixing her gaze intently on Harry. Chapter 67. No More Courtesies with Snape. Harry stuttered, his demeanor revealing that he was on the verge of divulging what he knew. "Please tell me. I am genuinely eager to know what lies beneath." Daphne almost impatiently posed her question. The opportunity to glean answers without having to confront the three-headed dog was a rare one. However, Harry hesitated to respond immediately, finding Daphne's eagerness perplexing. Why do you want to know what Dumbledore has concealed within the castle? He asked. Because I'm curious too. Daphne feigned an innocent curiosity. Yet, Harry remained suspicious. Daphne's behavior was indeed questionable, and coupled with her Slytherin affiliation and her conduct during the first flying lesson, he felt he could not share his knowledge until he discerned her true intentions. Did you already know that it is a three-headed dog? Yes, a three-headed dog, Harry replied, scrutinizing Daphne's expression in hopes of uncovering a hint. I have encountered something similar before, and by chance, I discovered what was contained inside. What? Harry was taken aback. Well, it is not a coincidence that you encountered me tonight. I often slip out of the common room to wander about. She paused before adding, night wandering is not solely the privilege of Gryffindor. Daphne's words bridged the gap between them, fostering a sense of trust. I see, but I'm not entirely certain what resides within. Merely that it is a small package that was previously housed in Gringotts. Transferred out on the same day that Gringotts was invaded. Daphne recalled hearing about the invasion, as the news had spread widely among pureblood families, causing significant distress and prompting many to withdraw their treasures from the vaults. Despite Gringotts' assurances that nothing had been stolen, a crack had formed in the trust between the two parties. Nevertheless, Harry had inadvertently provided her with a rather useful lead. I will look into it further, he promised. That would be splendid. Thank you. Daphne's face lit up with a radiant smile as she excused herself on the pretext that it was getting late. As they reached the stairwell, just before parting ways, Daphne suddenly remarked, I heard you gave Malfoy quite a beating in the duel. Well done. Harry chuckled, genuinely amused. Is he not well-liked in Slytherin either? Of course not. I can hardly stand him. With that, Daphne descended the stairs, her heart racing with excitement as she felt she was one step closer to unraveling the mystery concealed beneath the trapdoor. Meanwhile, Harry found himself reconsidering his opinions about Slytherin, realizing that not all its members were insufferable. Oh, a cloak of exceptional quality? While listening to Daphne recount her adventures from the previous night, Lestrange noticed a detail. Though invisibility cloaks are costly, they're not uncommon in the wizarding world. A simpler version would merely be a cloak charmed with the disillusionment charm, while the more luxurious ones are woven from the hair of invisibility creatures. However, as Daphne remarked, Harry's invisibility cloak was as smooth as water, which was particularly intriguing. For Les knew that the hair of a demiguise did not possess such a texture, and there were few materials in the magical realm that could be as fluid. He felt a desire to meet Harry and borrow his cloak for further study. Just as he was contemplating this, Harry proactively approached Daphne. Shall we visit Hagrid's hut for Christmas this afternoon? This was indeed a splendid suggestion, to which Daphne readily agreed. Les, seated at a distance, busied himself with a letter sent by Lupin. For him, having assigned the task, he refrained from interfering in the student's problem-solving process. Several potion ingredients were simply unattainable. He squinted his eyes. Lupin was diligently searching for the materials, even invoking connections in Nocturne Alley. Yet many potion ingredients were already in a state of high demand with no supply, making it unrealistic for her to gather them in a short span. These materials were trivial for the Slytherins of yore. After all, he had once possessed the largest and most diverse potion storeroom in the world. However, time had passed, and even if some remnants of ingredients were left by his successors, a millennium was sufficient for the magical essence within them to dissipate. The use of my potion ingredients by the next generation signified that they regarded me as one of their own. Thus, why should I maintain formality with those who inherited my storeroom? Les suddenly had an epiphany. At dinner, Daphne noticed a faint smile lingering on Les's face. You seem to be in good spirits. Naturally, he replied. I take pride in the heirs of Slytherin. They have excellently upheld the esteemed traditions of our house. Upon entering Snape's potion storeroom, Les was assured that at least Snape had inherited a portion of his spirit. The array of potion raw materials was astonishing. Apart from those requiring specific dark creatures, all other potion ingredients could be found here. The effort Snape had invested moved Les deeply. Thus, he took a small sample of each as a mark of respect. Interestingly, Les discovered that Snape was utilizing the very storeroom he had once left behind. Yet it seemed that Snape had not grasped the various security mechanisms within. Kind-hearted Les, before departing, activated a few non-lethal traps to signal to Snape that there were still many secrets of this storeroom yet to be uncovered. Les's cryptic words left Daphne in a state of confusion. She scratched her head and helped herself to a piece of kidney pie. She too had made significant discoveries today. Harry had a knack for extracting information from Hagrid, who had inadvertently revealed a portion of the truth regarding an item linked to Nicholas Flamel. This name was unfamiliar to Harry, but to Daphne, it resonated like thunder. Nicholas Flamel, the master of the Philosopher's Stone. Now, she understood what lay hidden beneath the trapdoor. Both were in high spirits. No one noticed that Snape was absent from dinner that evening. However, the following day, when the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts, along with the remaining professors, encountered him, they were taken aback by the palpable malice etched across his face. "Severus, you seem rather unwell," Professor McGonagall inquired after a moment of hesitation, her tone laced with concern. Clang! Snape crushed the fork in his grip. Chapter 68. It must be the doing of Gryffindor. Theft. Setting traps in the storeroom upon leaving. Snape swore that if he could catch that potion thief, he would bind them by their limbs and suspend them from the ceiling of the potions classroom. He had narrowed down the suspects to a specific group. It had to be those mischievous Gryffindors. As a master of potion making, Snape was skilled at deducing the intentions of the thief based on which ingredients were missing. For instance, if African snake skin was absent, it was likely they aimed to concoct a polyjuice potion. However, this time, every single ingredient had been pilfered. Furthermore, according to his calculations, each ingredient was missing approximately 1/3 of its quantity. Clearly, this thief was not stealing for potion-making purposes. They were merely seeking to provoke him. To leisurely extract 1/3 of each ingredient from his storeroom was akin to treating it as their own kitchen. Snape pondered, considering that he still held a measure of authority within the school. What audacity would it require for someone to act so brazenly in his storeroom? Who possessed the audacity to engage in such Gryffindor-like behavior? Only those energetic little lions from Gryffindor House. Moreover, the audacity exhibited was not typical of your average Gryffindor. It could only be attributed to a select few troublemakers. Fred and George Weasley of Gryffindor suddenly shivered, sensing an inexplicable malice. When Snape managed to suppress his fury and shared his predicament with Professor McGonagall, she was equally astonished. Every potion ingredient has been stolen by a third. Indeed, from unicorn stomach stones to ordinary cow dung, precisely 1/3 has vanished. A cold smile crept onto Snape's lips. McGonagall, she felt a twinge of guilt. Just hearing the description of the incident sounded like something Gryffindor students would do. This attitude was akin to a daughter ransacking her mother's refrigerator without a second thought. Minerva McGonagall, do you have any leads? McGonagall began to sweat profusely. Soon after lunch concluded, Fred and George were preparing to leave the Great Hall arm in arm in search of merriment when they found themselves cornered by Professor McGonagall. You two, what were you doing during dinner last night? McGonagall scrutinized their faces with an air of authority. Professor, we were eating in the Great Hall, Fred replied, genuinely perplexed. Very well, then what were you doing before dinner? Fred and George exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously declared that they had been playing wizard's chess in the common room. Snape appeared, holding a small vial. Minerva, this is the Veritaserum I brewed. Only a single drop is required. Fred and George. They had merely set a dung bomb outside Filch's office. Surely that wasn't so severe. They had done similar things before, so why were the professors reacting so intensely today? The two had no intention of challenging Snape's potion-making prowess with their bodies and obediently recounted their activities before dinner, detailing their entire day's whereabouts under Professor McGonagall's persistent questioning. After hearing Fred and George's testimonies, Snape's brow furrowed even deeper. It wasn't that the twins were lying. Rather, Snape was troubled by the realization that both were speaking the absolute truth. You two, very well, very well. Professor McGonagall was incensed by the content of their confession. Gryffindor loses 20 points. Fred and George, you will spend the upcoming Christmas holiday in detention. She rendered her verdict upon the twins. After the twins departed with their heads hung low, Professor McGonagall found her spirits somewhat lifted. At least Fred and George's suspicions had been cleared. Excluding these two lively characters, she surmised that no one else in her house possessed such initiative and mental fortitude. After all, this was a case of pilfering from Snape's potion storeroom. Could it have been the same individual who either killed the troll or lured it into the castle, perhaps motivated by greed? On this matter, Snape concurred with Professor McGonagall's assessment. He had already reached out to several familiar potion shop proprietors and arranged to be informed should those exceedingly rare potion ingredients make an appearance on the market. This way, he could ensure that the perpetrator did not escape punishment by evading a stint in Azkaban. The potion shop owners would certainly be inclined to accommodate him, for Severus Snape was a master potion maker capable of crafting complex potions. In a moment of reflection, McGonagall thought positively. After all, there remained 2/3 of the ingredients. With her students exonerated, she felt her posture straighten, and she even dared to jest with Snape. The expression on Snape's face was as dark as one might suspect of African descent. Late that night, while Snape, filled with indignation, was organizing and inventorying his remaining collection, he suddenly noticed an exceptionally shallow serpentine relief at the bottom of a shelf, a detail he had hitherto overlooked. Had this object always existed? Snape racked his memory, but found no recollection of it. Who would be so idle as to inspect the bottom of a storage shelf? Gently brushing his fingers over the small snake relief, something extraordinary occurred. His shelf grew an additional level. Taking precautions, Snape cautiously opened the newly formed drawer at the bottom and discovered several small boxes, their exteriors gleaming as if they had been placed there just yesterday. Upon opening each box, he found them filled with seeds, the inner lids inscribed in Latin with the names and uses of the seeds. Snape's breath quickened. Within lay an array of exceedingly rare or even extinct magical plant seeds. This was likely a treasure left over from the time of Slytherin. Suddenly, Snape felt less sorrowful about the stolen potion ingredients. In the Slytherin first-year dormitory, Les was alone, joyfully tallying his spoils. Sharing resources fosters mutual progress. Look at these African tree snake skins. They would merely gather dust in your cabinet, so why not lend them to me? Meanwhile, some of my seeds hold little utility. You might find them invaluable. As for the mechanisms within the school, Les felt it necessary to lift the restrictions that required Parseltongue for activation. This could benefit everyone. For the two potion masters of Slytherin, it was a day brimming with rewards. Chapter 69, The Unseen Invisibility Cloak. Fortune smiled twice upon them the following morning, as Daphne reported her investigative findings to Les. The Philosopher's Stone. Are you certain? Les was taken aback to learn that Dumbledore had concealed such an artifact. The Philosopher's Stone, the pinnacle of alchemical accomplishment, was a feat none of their quartet had managed to master in their time. In any era, the alchemist capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone, regardless of previous achievements, would ascend to become the greatest alchemist. It was the most resplendent jewel in the crown of alchemy. Many alchemists claimed they could fabricate the stone, but Nicholas Flamel was the only one with verifiable proof of success. Les had previously contemplated searching for Flamel's whereabouts when he had the time, but upon discovering that Flamel had long since retired from public life, he abandoned the idea. Seeking a reclusive wizard was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, upon learning that Dumbledore had hidden the Philosopher's Stone within the castle, Les felt a stirring of ambition. He yearned to acquire the legendary stone for research, perhaps even reverse engineering the method of its creation. Les was not merely boasting. He genuinely believed he could achieve results. If he could obtain a genuine Philosopher's Stone, he was confident he could yield significant findings. After all, it was the Philosopher's Stone, an artifact promising immortality. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Daphne's eyes. If they could obtain a Philosopher's Stone, her sister's illness could be cured. The stone could transmute base metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting eternal life. Yet, for Daphne, the former utility seemed almost laughable. Gold? Was she in dire need of that? Immortality was not without its drawbacks. It merely ensured survival without guaranteeing any other benefits. He spoke calmly, viewing the stone's properties as unremarkable. He lacked a need for gold, and he could achieve a form of immortality himself. The stone held value only for research in his eyes. His instincts told him that immortality was not necessarily a blessing. It did not promise eternal youth, did it? This thought was quite terrifying. A wizard who consumed the elixir of life might continue to age while never dying, enduring until their flesh withered and their soul deteriorated, living in perpetual agony. Les had conducted some trivial research on immortality, confident that all methods came with pitfalls. The most common horcruxes would fragment the soul, trapping the individual in an eternal curse, forfeiting the chance to become a ghost or embrace the afterlife. His own potion required a millennium of slumber, ultimately resulting in a childlike state with a frilier body, yet without significant side effects. The immortality granted by the Philosopher's Stone surely bore its own defects, merely undiscovered by the world. Les, do you wish to investigate the corridor on the 4th floor? It is said to conceal the Philosopher's Stone. Daphne gazed at Les with eager anticipation, like a honeybird guiding travelers to nectar, hoping to leverage Les's prowess for her own gain, such as concocting a potion for her sister from a stone. I'm afraid I have more pressing matters at hand, Les replied, declining her request as disappointment flickered in her eyes. Had Les not previously explored the 4th floor corridor, he would have eagerly ventured there. The Philosopher's Stone was among the few alchemical creations that intrigued him. Yet, he had already traversed it, delving to its depths, and knew that no stone lay within. That Gryffindor Potter asked me if I wanted to join him in an adventure around the castle tonight. Should I accept? Daphne sighed softly, shifting the topic. She resolved to venture there herself in the future. After all, the 4th floor corridor would remain there, not going anywhere. Whether Dumbledore truly hid the Philosopher's Stone there, or if he would continue to do so, did not cross her mind. She merely assumed it would remain in the corridor, awaiting a fated seeker. Why not? Le retorted. curious to glimpse the invisibility cloak Daphne described, which possessed a liquid-like quality. Then I shall speak to him. Daphne's enthusiasm rekindled. As night fell, Les and Daphne stood quietly at the entrance to the basement, awaiting Harry's arrival. To avoid any unnecessary disturbances, he cast the disillusionment charm on both himself and Daphne. I would like to learn that spell later, he mused. Recalling the unpleasant memories of that fateful evening, Daphne resolved to master the disillusionment charm from Les. Thus, even in the absence of an invisibility cloak, she would have no fear of being discovered by Filch. An idea struck her. Why not request her father to procure an invisibility cloak as a birthday gift? However, as she pondered the potential dialogue between her and her father, she quickly dismissed the notion. If she were to ask for such a cloak, her father, being no fool, would undoubtedly surmise her intentions. How could he possibly permit her to sneak out of the dormitory at night? It would be far more prudent to diligently learn the disillusionment charm, as it proved to be more practical. Standing still, Les, who was feeling somewhat drowsy, suddenly squinted his eyes. Although invisible, he could still faintly sense the presence of individuals nearby. For those attuned to magical energies, the efficacy of an invisibility cloak was limited. However, with the advancement of modern magical education, such individuals were increasingly rare. Les concentrated his magical energy in his eyes, directing his gaze toward the source of his unease. And soon 2 magical auras appeared before him. Simultaneously, a hushed conversation reached both his and Daphne's ears. Do you think that Greengrass might like Malfoy? Outwardly agree, while secretly informing Filch? Ron's voice made Daphne clench her fists. Daphne was not that kind of person. Harry quietly defended her, believing simply that those who despised Malfoy could not be bad people. Just then, Les lifted the disillusionment charm from himself and Daphne, their sudden appearance startling Harry and Ron. Les, what are you doing here? Harry exclaimed, lifting the invisibility cloak in surprise, having only invited Daphne. I found her daydreaming outside the common room, Les offered casually, providing a flimsy excuse. Daphne raised her fist towards Ron. Weasley, how dare you compare me to Malfoy? Ron chuckled awkwardly. Well, it looks like I've been caught bad-mouthing. He quickly changed the subject, addressing Les. Did you just use the disillusionment charm? Not quite. I employed a bit of cleverness, utilizing an alchemical device. Les was reluctant to reveal too much in front of the 2 young wizards. After a brief exchange, Les casually expressed a desire to see Harry's invisibility cloak. A perfectly reasonable request, and Harry readily handed it over. The moment Les received the cloak, he felt its extraordinary quality. This shimmering silver garment felt like holding a handful of water. Its material reminded him of the robes worn by the pseudo-deities of Northern Europe, similarly exquisite in texture. However, it was not the material that astounded him most. It was the intricate enchantments woven into it. The spells attached were far beyond the mundane disillusionment charm, comprising a set of complex incantations that even Les found somewhat daunting. Yet, perplexingly, this combination ultimately achieved merely an invisibility effect, one that could still be perceived by the wearer. It felt akin to assembling a top-tier computer only to use it for playing poker. At first glance, this invisibility cloak appeared unremarkable, and to uncover its secrets, Les would need to keep it for a time to study it more thoroughly. However, his rapport with Harry was not yet intimate enough to warrant such familiarity. Still, trying on was not an issue. After obtaining Harry's consent, Les draped the cloak over himself. Yet, after putting it on, he still found no remarkable qualities. It seemed indistinguishable from an ordinary invisibility cloak, albeit slightly more comfortable to wear. Crafted from precious materials and intricate magic, had this become an artistic masterpiece? A flicker of confusion crossed Les's mind, as he sensed something amiss. This was not the time for contemplation. Lingering any longer might lead Harry to believe he was absconding with the cloak. He quickly removed it and returned it to Harry. This is unlike any invisibility cloak I've encountered before, Les remarked. Harry smiled. Indeed, Ron mentioned it was quite unusual. Most invisibility cloaks lose their efficacy within a few months to a few years, but this one, said to be a relic of my father, has lasted at least 11 years. The extended duration of the enchantment might indeed be one of its unique features. Les mused, contemplating a search into Harry's father's history. After a brief and casual conversation, the peculiar quartet of 2 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins embarked on their exploration of the castle. Come, let us squeeze in. The cloak is quite large, Harry said, spreading the cloak to invite the others inside. Truth be told, this cloak was hardly spacious enough to accommodate 4 individuals, even if they were all newly minted young wizards. Daphne struggled to maintain her composure, but could not suppress her disdain. She had no desire to be crammed beneath the same cloak as these 2 fellows. The suffocating fabric would impede the exchange of air, meaning she would inhale nothing but the exhalations of the two boys. And the thought of their warm breaths brushing against her neck sent shivers down her spine. Harry felt a bit awkward, unsure what to do next. He certainly couldn't kick Ron out from under the cloak. Fortunately, Les nonchalantly alleviated the tension. He suggested that it would be more convenient for him and Daphne to use the disillusionment charm instead of crowding under the cloak. With that, he casually produced a small trinket, theatrically twirling it, and with a flourish of his hand, cast the disillusionment charm over himself and Daphne. Harry was curious about the charm Les had just performed. However, their acquaintance was still too fresh for him to inquire openly, with Ron urging them to set off. He had to temporarily suppress his curiosity. "So where are we headed?" Daphne inquired, her patience wearing thin after wandering the corridors for a while. She was reluctant to waste time on such trivial pursuits. "I am searching for a suit of armor. Nearby, there exists a wondrous mirror," Les replied. Daphne's blood pressure spiked at the familiar sensation. How many suits of armor could possibly exist within the halls of Hogwarts? Even Professor Dumbledore would struggle to provide an answer. Les was uncertain. In their time, armor was not displayed within the castle, for they utilized stone beasts instead. Full suits of armor became fashionable only after the 15th century. Though the exact number eluded her, Daphne was certain that Harry's endeavor was utterly unreliable. Seeking a specific suit of armor within the castle was akin to attempting to procure cold medicine, while only recalling that it contained capsules. Just how wondrous is it? Les was equally intrigued to discover what made the mirror so remarkable. That mirror reflects the family of the person gazing into it. You can join me to see it, Harry explained, recounting how he had ventured out alone under the invisibility cloak the previous night, only to inadvertently encounter Filch and step on the tail of the fat lady, who had then pursued him for quite some time, ultimately forcing him to hide in an abandoned classroom to escape. In that chamber, there existed a mirror that left an indelible impression on Harry. Through this mirror, he beheld the visage of his parents for the very first time. Harry's words plunged Daphne into a contemplative silence, and after a moment, she took the initiative to assist him in recalling the surroundings near the suit of armor. The four of them collaborated efficiently, and it wasn't long before they located the classroom. In truth, it was not a difficult task. Bringing Harry to the site where he encountered Filch and then analyzing his escape route to prioritize abandoned classrooms was all that was necessary. Upon opening the door and beholding the mirror within the classroom, Les was momentarily taken aback. He sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura emanating from it. Unable to resist, he approached the mirror and placed his hand upon its surface. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The carriage ambled along the road, with the four passengers reclining in the cabin, each adopting the most comfortable of postures. "Is there a way for us to ascertain the effect of clothing without actually wearing it?" Rowena suddenly posed this intriguing question. The other three in the carriage. How troublesome can clothing truly be? Godric furrowed his brow, pondering, what is it with Rowena's incessant desire to evade effort? First, she conjured a spell for the carriage to drive itself, and now she has devised a peculiar contraption to contain candlelight for automatic illumination at night. Some gowns can indeed be rather cumbersome. Rowena interjected. You could create a magical mirror that reads your thoughts and then presents them on its surface. Salazar Slytherin contributed his suggestion. This way, you can envision the garment in your mind, and the mirror will automatically manifest how you would appear wearing it. Excellent idea. Je shall kraft al mirror fortvit. When Rowena Ravenclaw eventually received her mirror, even her close friend Helga Hufflepuff could not help but comment on her apparent lapse in judgment. They had anticipated that Ravenclaw would merely create a makeup mirror, but she surprised them by fashioning an enormous copper mirror capable of reflecting one's entire form, which she meticulously polished into a giant looking glass. Doing it myself saves so much money, she asserted defiantly. However, Ravenclaw's enchanted mirror did not yield the results she had envisioned. Chapter 71. Effortlessly Acquired. Gazing at the newly acquired attire she wore, Ravenclaw frowned deeply. This garment is not as aesthetically pleasing as I had imagined. Staring into the mirror, she fell into contemplation. Previously, when simulating with a magical mirror, it appeared quite lovely. Why does it now seem so unappealing? Gryffindor and Slytherin approached, both expressing that the outfit was ill-suited for her. Rowena stroked her chin thoughtfully, and after a moment's reflection, she instructed Godric and Salazar to try the mirror. As they stood before it, enigmatic smiles spread across their faces. What are you two pondering? Hey, this armor looks truly magnificent when worn, Ravenclaw remarked. Slytherin remained silent, yet his expression indicated that he, too, beheld something delightful akin to what Gryffindor had seen. Upon serious reflection, Ravenclaw deduced the cause. The mirror reflected what they wished to behold, yet the imagery was automatically beautified in their minds, thus creating a significant disparity between reality and imagination. Her magic exhibited a flaw. The mirror failed to achieve the desired effect. Nevertheless, she could not shake the feeling that these two had uncovered an additional purpose of the mirror. Surely, wearing a garment could not evoke such delight. Upon rigorous interrogation, Ravenclaw was astonished to discover that the mirror not only simulated one's clothing scenarios, but could also project other visions. For instance, through her imagination, she could see herself surrounded by a towering stack of magical scrolls in the mirror. Magic is indeed wondrous. By a twist of fate, Ravenclaw had designed a mirror with even more remarkable capabilities. Subsequently, she modified the mirror repeatedly until it became an instrument that could peer into and reflect the deepest desires of the human heart. She even affixed a rather formidable anti-theft spell upon it. "Hey, Les, are you all right?" Daphne and Harry called out, gently patting Les on the shoulder, breaking his reverie. "I merely lost myself in thought for a moment." Les quickly regained his composure. The mirror had evoked a plethora of memories, and he had unwittingly triggered a spell left by Ravenclaw, though fortunately, it posed no significant threat. He scrutinized the mirror before him. It was remarkably grand, reaching up to the ceiling, encased in an ornate golden frame, with the base supported by two claw-like feet. It was evident that later generations had significantly modified the mirror. They adorned it with lavish borders, meaningful inscriptions, and even replaced the surface with luxurious glass. Yet, these alterations did not change the essence of the mirror, for it remained Ravenclaw's creation, albeit with a new facade. Only she possessed the ability to imbue such powerful magic upon it, capable of directly reading the innermost desires of one's heart. Before this mirror, all stood as innocent children. "Unclad, did you see your family reflected in the mirror?" Harry inquired, peering into its depths. "Is that true? Let me take a look." Daphne leaned closer as well. Yet, they could only see Les standing before the mirror in his wizard's robe, his expression serene. Is it only capable of showing oneself? Harry and Daphne felt a tinge of disappointment. However, as they positioned themselves directly in front of the mirror, their disappointment swiftly dissipated. The mirror unveiled their most profound desires, captivating them utterly. Les's expression shifted, and he immediately pulled the two away from the mirror. "Hey, Lee!" Ignoring their complaints, Les gently brushed the mirror's surface, deactivating Ravenclaw's protective mechanism before stepping aside to grant them access. The spell left by Ravenclaw was indeed formidable. It did not inflict direct harm, but rather employed a subtle form of mental suggestion. It would gradually deepen the viewer's obsession with the mirror's reflections, ultimately leading to their obsession with reality and neglect of their own well-being. The stronger one's desire for the mirror's images, the more potent the suggestion's influence became. Without external intervention, one's mind would be utterly obliterated, rendering them incapable of deriving any joy from reality. Fortunately, Les had disabled this terrifying enchantment, allowing them to admire the mirror's splendor without falling into a pathological dependency. He stood to the side, quietly observing as Harry and the others took turns before the mirror, indulging their whims. To an outsider, this process appeared somewhat tedious, as those before the mirror seemed merely entranced by their reflections. In moments of boredom, one often seeks out distractions. Thus, Les made a remarkable discovery. Judging by the traces, this mirror had only recently been relocated here, and someone had affixed additional spells to it. An intriguing spell indeed. Les dared to wager that this mirror was the handiwork of Dumbledore, and he could not help but marvel at Dumbledore's ingenious creativity. Were he alone, he would undoubtedly applaud Dumbledore's design of the final protective barrier. Silently, he positioned himself at the rear of the line, joining Harry and the others to gaze into the mirror. After a while, when his turn arrived, Les took a deep breath and began to clear his mind. He understood that the task ahead was quite formidable, as it entailed attempting to deceive the spell left by Ravenclaw. The images within the mirror flickered rapidly, distorting and shifting. After 5 or 6 seconds, the reflections gradually stabilized. Revealing les figures. In the mirror, he saw himself beside a table laden with an array of desserts. Upon witnessing this scene, Les smiled with satisfaction. He had successfully concealed his desire. He then began to fabricate his inner thoughts based on the newly inscribed characteristics of the mirror spell. "I'm a pure soul. Hierbo no superfluos desiras. I wish for the Philosopher's Stone, but I do not wish to exploit it." The image within the mirror began to transform. The table brimming with confections vanished, leaving Les alone, at which point the enchanted mirror appeared to lose its magic. Resembling an ordinary dressing mirror, suddenly, The Les in the mirror moved, presenting a rather startling tableau. Yet joy filled Les's heart. The mirror's Les reached into his pocket, retrieving a vibrant red stone, then winked and placed the stone back into his pocket. At that moment, Les felt a heavy object genuinely settle into the interior pocket of his robe. The pinnacle of alchemical achievement now quietly resided within his pocket. His fingers gently caressed the stone, and after a moment, the mirror's Les once again reached into his pocket, producing the Philosopher's Stone. Alias Bucket Lightened. He returned the stone to its original place. Chapter 72. The War Potion, the Polyjuice Potion. After retrieving and placing the Philosopher's Stone back from the mirror, Les relinquished his position and obediently stepped aside, no longer wishing to participate in the queue. Behind him, Harry found it somewhat peculiar, but thinking of the imminent opportunity to see his family again, he quickly cast aside any lingering emotions and focused intently on the mirror surface. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Les took out a small crystal vial and shook a speck of red dust from under his fingernails into the vial, even taking the time to clean each nail meticulously with a spell. Now was not the opportune moment to tamper with the Philosopher's Stone. In a theatrical play, the gun that appears on the wall in the first act must go off by the third act. Upholding this belief, Les was convinced that the mirror would eventually be relocated to a secret space beneath the fourth-floor corridor, serving as the final challenge in a game. This indicated that Dumbledore would surely encounter the mirror once more, making it unwise to remove the stone from it. How great must Dumbledore's heart be to send it to a hidden space without even a glance? The headmaster from Gryffindor could hardly inherit the thick nerves of Gryffindor. Could he? Generational traits surely do not span a millennium. Thus, collecting a sample for future study would suffice before ultimately retrieving it. Dumbledore's choice to place it within Rowena's mirror was indeed fortuitous. No matter where it was transferred, he would be able to locate it. So why must we learn this spell? In case one day someone steals this mirror, we can retrieve it. All right, I concede. Does anyone truly dare to steal your belongings? After completing these tasks, Les found himself at a loss once more. Harry and the others, however, diligently took turns gazing into the mirror's reflections, showing no signs of stopping. When the group emerged from a room housing the mirror, the faint light of dawn was already visible on the horizon. So, what did you see in the mirror? Despite having endured an entire night, Harry still appeared remarkably animated. I saw myself a bit older, becoming the student council president, holding both the house cup and the Quidditch cup. Ron's excitement surged as he recounted his reflection in the mirror. Daphne scoffed. Dream on, the Quidditch cup and house cup will ultimately belong to Slytherin. I saw my father procure a potion that cured my sister's illness. Daphne only shared half the truth. The part she revealed was her sister's recovery, while she concealed the identity of the potion's provider. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Les in unison. I saw endless suites surrounding me, a variety from different countries. England, France, Turkey. By all that is good, not a word Les spoke was false. He genuinely adored the desserts of this era, exquisite to the point of being dreamlike, something he had never even envisioned before. Les's account was somewhat unexpected, yet considering that each individual present beheld different visions, they believed his words. Upon returning to the common room, the sun outside the castle was on the verge of rising. Fortunately, it was Christmas break, allowing them to sleep in as long as they pleased. The holiday's duration dwindled rapidly, soon nearing its end. Here, this is your history of magic essay. Daphne apostoli, who was sitting in the common room, and handed him a completed paper. Les glanced up at her, and a faint blush crept onto Daphne's cheeks. I bought it from Senior. A smile of satisfaction spread across Les's face. He certainly did not wish for Daphne to squander her time on an abstract assignment like a history of magic essay. If there were any uncertainties regarding events prior to the 11th century, she could consult him. For matters post-11th century, a simple reference to the book would suffice. Besides the history of magic essay, Daphne also sought assistance for her and Les's homework and defense against the dark arts. As for other subjects, Les deemed them worthwhile endeavors, so he did not allow her to seek help in those areas. After collecting the 2 essays along with Daphne's assignments for other subjects, Les escorted her to the Chamber of Secrets. Recently, he had been contemplating a new entrance for his secret chamber, as the current route felt rather lengthy. Especially in the frigid winter, the distance from the common room to the chamber's entrance seemed interminable against the backdrop of the biting cold. He knew of a certain dark creature. If he could encounter one, it would serve as a very convenient portal. Yet alas, the dungeons were currently unsuitable for entry, prompting him to seek alternative methods. Ultimately, he discovered that the new generation of wizards had invented a transportation method known as the Flow Network, which sparked an idea within him. Although various sources indicated that Hogwarts fireplaces typically did not connect to the flow network, Les felt it was not insurmountable. He could discreetly connect two fireplaces together. If he wished to achieve greater concealment, he could even emulate the flow network and create his own network, though this would require considerable effort. The flow network, invented by wizards, had truly broadened Les's horizons. Spatial magic was typically of a high order. Yet the flow network had democratized this advanced magic, allowing even the most inept wizards to effortlessly utilize teleportation magic through it, such as the progress of the times. Les opted for a fireplace in an unoccupied dormitory. Due to its abandonment from lack of habitation, the fireplace had become derelict. Yet all it required was a spark to ignite the flames, connecting it to another fireplace within the hidden chamber, facilitating a form of transportation. After sprinkling a homemade powder into the flames, Les and Daphne were transported into the secret room, one after the other. Today, I intend to introduce you to something rather exceptional. Les revealed his lesson plan once Daphne steadied herself. He believed that while teaching her spells, it was also time to begin nurturing her potion-making abilities. Fortuitously, the benevolent young wizard Severus Snape had donated some potion ingredients, which could serve as a perfect starting point for his plans. Have you heard of the Polyjuice potion? Daphne nodded, acknowledging her knowledge of this remarkable potion that could transform a person into another's likeness. Please elaborate for me. Daphne shared her understanding of the Polyjuice potion with Les. After listening, Les nodded, affirming that her insights were largely accurate, with no significant errors. Do you know what the Polyjuice potion was originally devised for? To assume the appearance of another? Les clicked his tongue. The Polyjuice potion was born for warfare. Its applications during conflicts were exceedingly broad. The current scarcity of African snake skin is a direct consequence of its extensive use in times of war. In Les's era, African snake skin was not nearly as difficult to procure as it is today. Wizards privately circulated various spells and potions to counteract this potion. However, in modern times, African snake skin can only be found in the storerooms of potion masters, and the antidotes and counter potions for the Polyjuice potion have been entirely lost to time. Why is that? Daphne inquired. Because the Polyjuice potion was used so frequently that it nearly led to the extinction of its primary ingredient, the African snake. Once the primary ingredient became scarce, the usage of the Polyjuice potion declined, and over time, methods to counteract it were forgotten. I understand now. Ancient wizards would disguise themselves as members of opposing factions using the Polyjuice potion, infiltrating their ranks to gather intelligence. Upon hearing Les refer to the Polyjuice potion as a war potion, Daphne felt she had grasped the crux of the matter and quickly spoke up, eager for Les's approval. Unfortunately, she was mistaken, as Les shook his head. Such instances were quite rare. To successfully masquerade as another person using the Polyjuice potion, one must have an intimate understanding of that individual. Otherwise, one might inadvertently reveal themselves. For instance, if someone were to impersonate me, and Daphne were to enter the room and find me meticulously writing a thesis on the history of magic, the ruse would be instantly foiled. The essence of the Polyjuice potion lies not just in the mere transformation into another's appearance. Potion makers aim to replicate not only the visage but also the magical prowess of that individual. How could such a potion even exist? Daphne exclaimed. If it did, one could simply mass-produce copies of their most formidable wizards before a battle. She envisioned a scenario where dozens of Dumbledores fought side by side. Les smirked slightly. Let's not speak in absolutes. I do know of a potion formula that can simulate another person's favorite spells. However, the ingredients required are so precious that even I, from a millennium ago, would deem their use extravagant, and collaboration from the person being imitated is also necessary. In this intricate process, the Polyjuice potion emerges. It can indeed transform you into another's likeness, and if one dares to take the risk and bear the consequences, one could even become non-human or half-human. Do you comprehend the significance of physically becoming another person for a wizard? The enhancement of combat capabilities is exceedingly profound. For instance, if you acquired a hair from a Gryffindor and consumed a Polyjuice potion containing it, you would take on the appearance of a Gryffindor. Although you would not inherit their formidable dueling spells, you would possess their robust physique. Daphne instinctively touched her arm, imagining how much stronger it would be if she transformed into a Gryffindor. This signifies that you would gain their reflexes, speed, and strength, attributes that would enable you to evade an opponent's spells and retaliate with swiftness. At this juncture, Daphne grasped Les's intent. In ancient times, the Polyjuice potion served not merely to impersonate others and sow confusion, but also acted as a physical enhancement. A robust and vigorous body undoubtedly aiding a wizard in achieving victory in duels. Now that you possess some understanding of the polyjuice potion, take a look at this. Lays produced a scroll of parchment filled with intricate writing and handed it to Daphne. This is the recipe and key points for brewing the polyjuice potion. I expect you to successfully concoct a batch within 3 weeks. Of course, I shall intervene if necessary, as African snake skin is exceedingly valuable. Lays held high expectations for Daphne, particularly since she had demonstrated considerable talent in previous potion classes, making the polyjuice potion her inaugural endeavor. Daphne's eyes widened. The polyjuice potion is a highly complex, advanced potion. Can I truly manage it? However, Lays had mentioned that there were key points to guide her, hadn't he? She accepted the parchment, studying it earnestly, only to find the convoluted steps left her feeling dizzy. After perusing the polyjuice potion's recipe, Daphne couldn't help but exclaim, "This is beyond what any ordinary mind could conceive. I am at a loss as to how the potion masters of the magical realm devised such a formula." Upon her expression of wonder, Lays provided a thorough explanation. Potion making initially began as an endeavor to summarize the effects of various magical substances, such as the detoxifying properties of bile and dung-stone. Eventually, as certain magical substances became prohibitively expensive, wizards began seeking alternative materials with similar properties, culminating in the creation of diverse potion recipes. Of course, potion making is not solely a human invention. Other sentient magical beings have also crafted numerous formulas. Their heightened sensitivity to natural herbs enables them to concoct recipes that are exceptionally intricate and awe-inspiring. Daphne listened, her eyes wide with astonishment. "How on earth do you possess such knowledge?" "I mentioned that I have collected a substantial number of correspondence from ancient wizards." Daphne appeared skeptical, contemplating whether she should persuade her father to procure some ancient wizard letters as well. The subsequent potion-making process was tedious. Prior to crafting the polyjuice potion, numerous repetitive preparations were required. As Daphne engaged in these tasks, she conversed with Lays. "Will you remain at Hogwarts until graduation?" "Perhaps. I have yet to decide, though I could seek employment after my 5th year. However, securing a job with only the OWL certification can be quite challenging. I could ask my father for a letter of recommendation. That would simplify matters. I would be truly grateful." Was that great serpent from the Slytherin memory a deity? That kind of being seems to surpass the limits of human imagination. Upon hearing Daphne's inquiry, Lays furrowed his brow. You could say that, by Muggle standards, that serpent could indeed be classified as a deity. How remarkable it is. I never imagined that those legendary deities actually exist. Daphne's face was almost a canvas of her yearning for that era. Fortunately, Lys displayed an air of indifference, for he believed that there are no true gods in this world. Deities are merely individuals or beings endowed with extraordinary power. Wizards possess no faith, or rather, their faith resides solely in themselves. Muggles may call upon God in moments of grave danger or astonishment, yet wizards never do so. If pressed to choose a name, wizards would invoke Merlin, the name of a legendary sorcerer. Lys's words sounded quite rebellious to the young wizard from a Muggle family, yet to someone like Daphne, they were rather commonplace, for true wizards do not harbor faith in gods. Nodding in agreement with Lys, Daphne expressed her heartfelt endorsement of his sentiments. Such a massive serpent, she mused, rubbing her hands together to shake off the powder from the double-horned beast. Surely it must possess an abundance of flesh, right? What? Lys was taken aback by her erratic train of thought, unable to grasp what she was implying. I mean, in my recollection, its head alone was the size of an island. Thus, if such a serpent were to be slaughtered, I reckon its meat would suffice to feed the entire wizarding community of Britain for an entire year. Lys instinctively calculated. If there were 10,000 wizards in Britain, each consuming a pound of serpent meat daily, that would amount to just over 3 million pounds in a year, a mere 3,600 tons. As a curious piece of trivia, a single blue whale yields 50 tons of meat and 25 tons of blubber, and is merely a small creature, measuring just over 30 meters long, yet not even as large as the head of Jormungandr. Daphne's estimation was quite conservative. If the flesh of that serpent were actually harvested, it would be sufficient to sustain wizards around the world for several years. Wait a moment. Why am I seriously calculating such a ridiculous notion? Lys pondered. That creature is certainly not fit for human consumption. Best to abandon that thought. Its flesh would be too tough, and its hide would be impervious to even a siege crossbow, while the flesh beneath would be harder than stone. True, but it must possess considerable value for potion research, right? The various parts of that serpent must be of great interest for study. Did Slytherin not take something from it after the battle? Indeed, Lys responded, regarding Daphne with an expression of approval. After the battle, he did indeed extract Jormungandr's brain nerves using them as the core for a wand of astonishing power. That wand inherited not only Jormungandr's magic, but also its brutality. Even Slytherin himself was reluctant to keep it close, for he feared it would eventually influence him and distort his mind. The other old friends were similarly inclined, having gained various benefits from those so-called deities, crafting powerful magical artifacts from their very bodies. Why had Slytherin engaged in combat with that great serpent? After resolving several of her confusions, Daphne posed her final question. Once she finished, she playfully inquired, "Do any of the letters in your collection record this?" Lys blinked. It seems the old letter excuse is no longer a viable ruse. Perhaps I should seek a new justification? Nevertheless, despite his internal thoughts, he verbally affirmed Daphne's assertion. Yes, an ancient letter indeed documents the reasons for their war. One of the most perilous crises faced by the magical community. Though wizards lack faith, other species and factions do possess such beliefs. On the eastern continent of Europa, there exists a church, and to the north, in the Scandinavian peninsula, there are similar entities, the Norse gods. In the eyes of the four wizards, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, the Norse deities are far more detestable than the lunatics within the church. The latter still operate within the realm of humanity, whereas the former no longer consider themselves human. They perceive their kind as inherently superior, the shepherds of the earthly realm, a notion that wizards find unacceptable. No wizard would willingly submit to being shepherded by humans, even if the church occasionally claims to serve as such. That is merely empty rhetoric, as fundamentally it remains a case of humans governing humans. The Norse gods, however, intended to play for keeps, and the nature of their intentions was fundamentally different. Wizards do not envision their life as pursuit, as ascending to serve a particular group after death. In their pursuit to propagate their faith, the deities began to expand southward into the British Isles. Should their scheme succeed, the British Isles would be shrouded in the shadow of Asgard, and the status of wizards would likely be little better than that of house elves. The spark that ignited the Great War was the arrival of Jormungandr, the world-devouring serpent. It stirred unrest in the North Sea, prompting the magical community to reach their breaking point. Thus, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin set forth northward. They embarked from the North Sea, uniting with powerful beings of other races to decisively breach Asgard, personally unveiling the curtain to Ragnarok. Jormungandr, who had been riding the waves of the North Sea, ultimately became the core of Slytherin's wand. It is said that Thor, the guardian of Asgard who wielded thunder and presided over storms, war, and agriculture, was shattered into pieces by Ravenclaw's wind magic, proving that claiming dominion over a realm is merely a self-proclaimed title. The god of light, Baldur, who is hailed as the embodiment of illumination, was pierced through the chest by a spear crafted from mistletoe by Hufflepuff and met his demise. As for Odin, the All-Father, he too did not escape a grim fate. He was slain in Asgard, and with him, Valhalla was erased from existence by magic, while his corporeal remains were transformed into various magical trinkets, for none regarded him as human, thus carrying no moral burden in using artifacts fashioned from him. The medieval wizards possessed a worldview that diverged significantly from modern society. The four of them, through the blood and flesh of the pseudo-deities, demonstrated that the so-called gods were merely beings of greater strength. Essentially, it was merely a larger-scale duel. Lys recounted these seemingly trivial events from a millennium ago to Daphne. Daphne nodded in a daze. Coming from a wizarding family, she bore no illusions about deities, and the feats of the four founders did not astonish her. From her perspective, it felt akin to a wild boar from a neighboring village attempting to ravage her village's cornfield, only to be hunted down by the righteous village chief. Where do you suppose the wand made from Jormungandr's brain nerves ended up? Daphne pondered aloud, not expecting an answer from Lys. Such an artifact of legendary caliber was likely known only to Slytherin himself. Lys smiled in silence. When you grow a bit older, I shall take you to see it. For now, this artifact is not suitable for children. You think which is more powerful, that or the Elder Wand? What is the Elder Wand? Lys post. Having never before heard the term prefixed with elder in relation to wands, Daphne was even more astonished than Lys. You've never heard of the tale of the three brothers? Are you certain you are a wizard? This is as ludicrous as a child from a Muggle family never having heard of Sleeping Beauty or Snow White. It's a story by Beedle the Bard, included in the Tales of Beedle the Bard. Daphne exclaimed, unable to suppress her shock as she waved her arms animatedly. The only response she received was the deafening silence of Lys. Chapter 75, The Most Powerful Wand. Observing the silent Lys, Daphne furrowed her brow. He always exuded an aura reminiscent of someone emerging from an isolated village. However, considering his usual demeanor, Daphne felt this might indeed hold some truth. Perhaps he belonged to a wizarding family that had secluded itself since the Middle Ages? Yet, what could have compelled him to return to the magical community? Connecting his keen interest in the seals deep within the dungeons of Hogwarts, Daphne began to piece it together. It was highly probable that a problem had arisen with the seals underground, prompting him to emerge from seclusion, return to Hogwarts to reinforce the seals, resolve the issues within, and, in the process, reacquaint himself with the modern magical world. During the silence, Liz quickly recalled that he had indeed encountered a book titled The Tales of Beetle the Bard at the Leaky Cauldron. Initially, he had overlooked it due to its classification as a story collection. Reflecting on this, he felt somewhat exasperated. Despite months of intensive study of modern magical knowledge, he still found himself stumbling over elementary concepts. Yet, it was understandable. For someone who had thrived in the 11th century, the tales of the 15th century must seem utterly fantastical. Could you share the legend of the three brothers with me? Liz chose to directly request Daphne to recount the tale. Oh, Daphne was taken aback, for the storyteller had always been Liz. Naturally, she would not let this precious opportunity slip away. Setting aside her tools, she wiped her hands and robes clean with a handkerchief and found a stool to sit upon. It seemed as though she was not merely narrating a story, but performing a sacred ritual. Once everything was in order, Daphne cleared her throat and began to vividly recount the legend of the three brothers. Once upon a time, three brothers traveled along a secluded, winding path, and the hour was nearing midnight. Liz raised an eyebrow. Why would they travel at such a late hour? Were they pressed for time? If so, why not use a transportation spell or a broomstick? Surely, they could not be incapable of such magic. As they walked, they came upon a river, too deep to wade across and perilous to swim. However, the three brothers were adept in magic, and with a wave of their wands, a bridge materialized over the treacherous waters. As they reached the center of the bridge, a hooded figure barred their path. It was Death who spoke to them. Death was furious. He had lost 3 new victims, as travelers typically perished in this river. Yet Death was cunning. He feigned admiration for the brothers' magical talents, claiming they had cleverly evaded him, and offered each a reward. Liz detected a flaw in the tale. Could a wizard capable of conjuring a bridge with a mere flick of his wand truly drown the river? Such a notion seemed implausible, unless there was something amiss with the river itself. Nevertheless, as this was a children's bedtime story, it was unnecessary to dwell on such inconsistencies. The narrative continued with the three brothers separately requesting the most powerful wand in existence, a stone capable of resurrecting the dead, and Death's invisibility cloak. The eldest, who possessed the Elder Wand, was slain in his sleep by another. The second, who held the resurrection stone, descended into madness as the stone brought back figures who were not truly alive, ultimately taking his own life. Only the youngest, who carried the invisibility cloak, met a peaceful end, greeting Death as an old friend and leaving the mortal realm side by side with him. After listening to this tale, Liz stroked his chin thoughtfully. Aside from minor imperfections, the story was quite commendable and held significant moral lessons. Mere brute strength is not sustainable. The folly of attempting to defy the laws of nature is futile. Only humility and modesty can be enduring treasures for a person. As for Death, Liz understood him to be the master of comings and goings, tasked with suppressing those dark wizards whose fragmented souls could not cycle through reincarnation and maintaining the proper order of rebirth. Liz did not believe that Death would behave as depicted in the story. For him, any wizard would eventually seek him out. It was merely a matter of time. If not today, then tomorrow. Eventually they would come, so why should he be angered? Of course, these were all fairy tales, and seeking rationality within them was inherently unreasonable. So, was the wand crafted by Slytherin truly more powerful than the Elder Wand? It should be, right? Liz found himself uncertain. According to the story, the Elder Wand was indeed the strongest. However, delving deeper, the Elder Wand was a casual creation of Death, while his own serpent's wand was fashioned with the brain fibers of Emer and the mistletoe branch that had slain the light god Balder, with the materials alone costing the lives of 2 demigods. It hardly seemed weaker than the one made by Death. Yet, he acknowledged that his wand did carry significant negative effects. If Death's Elder Wand bore none, it would indeed be more suitable for everyday use. Cool. Daphne, however, did not ponder such complexities and was simply exhilarated. Compared to the ethereal Elder Wand of the fairy tale, the wand left by Slytherin felt much more tangible. Do you have any records of where Slytherin concealed his wand before he died? Lys's expression darkened. How could that impudent girl speak so? Clearing his throat, he pointed out the flaw in Daphne's reasoning. Of the 4 founders, aside from Rowena, referring to Lady Ravenclaw, the whereabouts of the other 3 remain unknown. So it is not rigorous to assume Slytherin is dead. Conversely, I lean towards the belief that all four founders have somehow extended their lives. After all, where there's a will to live, there's a way. For a powerful wizard adept in magic, prolonging life is not exceedingly difficult. The challenge lies in doing so with dignity. If one were willing to sacrifice their dignity, they could always resort to becoming a Horcrux. However, that is the most base method of seeking immortality. I disdain it. To those who sought eternal life through Horcruxes, Liz felt pure contempt. How can anyone live for 1,000 years? Nicholas Flamel, who invented the Philosopher's Stone, only lived for over 600 years. Daphne, skeptical of Liz's assertions, quickly noticed that he had not denied her question. Do you truly know the whereabouts of that wand? Daphne exclaimed, astonished. How could Liz know everything? Could it be true that he was the true heir of Slytherin, while the Gaunt family were mere pretenders? It is not something you can access at this moment. Sensing that Daphne was developing some bold ideas, Liz hastily doused her enthusiasm with cold water. If you were to recklessly pursue the serpent's wand now, you would undoubtedly drive yourself mad. When you are older, I will take you to seek its whereabouts. Liz issued a promise for the future. Daphne. Chapter 76, Hagrid's Little Secret. Daphne felt as though she were in a dream. She had merely asked in passing. And who would have thought that Liz could actually take her there? The mere thought of obtaining that wand set her imagination alight. However, do not harbor overly high expectations. A wand is ultimately just a wand. Its true efficacy lies in the wizard wielding it. Liz believed Daphne had grossly overestimated the wand's significance. In her mind, it seemed more like a wish-granting device. Now that their idle chatter had concluded, it was time for you to continue your preparations. With just 2 sentences, Liz pulled Daphne from her reverie back into reality. She began to resume her preparations for brewing the polyjuice potion. As Daphne and the double-horned unicorn horn engaged in a contest of strength, Les narrowed his eyes, pondering the deathly hallows that Daphne had just mentioned. Though he had never encountered the Elder Wand or the Resurrection Stone, he did possess an invisibility cloak, which was right beside him. Daphne, do you happen to know the origins of Potter? He intended to inquire with her before delving into the archives. Daphne recalled her father's introduction of the Potter family. The Potters had resided in Godric's Hollow until the incident, after which, as one might expect, Harry was raised by his Muggle aunt until the age of 11. Godric's Hollow? The sudden mention of the familiar name stirred a faint sorrow within Les. It was the birthplace of Godric, and he found himself uncertain whether the valley was named after Gryffindor or vice versa. That historical detail had long been lost to time. He speculated whether this Potter might be a descendant of Gryffindor, perhaps. It was not uncommon for ancient wizarding families to have interconnections. What brings him into our conversation all of a sudden? Daphne queried, sensing the abrupt shift in topic. Don't you think that Harry's invisibility cloak aligns perfectly with the description of the invisibility cloak among the Deathly Hallows? Surely not, she replied. Yet his cloak is undeniably extraordinary. Is it not? However, the tale of the 3 brothers is merely a legend. Legends often have their origins, do they not? Les had resolved to thoroughly investigate Harry's lineage. As the Christmas holidays drew to a close, Fred and George were finally released from their confinement, regaining their freedom. Professor McGonagall graciously afforded them a day to breathe in the fresh air. The twins were incensed by the ruin of their holiday due to their detention, and after some effort, they uncovered the true reason for their punishment. Snape's potion's vault had been robbed, losing a significant amount of precious potion ingredients. Upon hearing this news, the initially furious twins suddenly found their anger dissipating. As they put it, if 2 weeks of detention could result in a third of Snape's potion ingredients going missing, then they would gladly accept 2 months of confinement. Such serendipity was simply astounding. Despite the joy among Gryffindor students at Snape's misfortune, they prepared diligently for their first potions class after the break. It would hardly be Snape if he didn't take out his frustrations on Gryffindor students, yet surprisingly, he did not seem to trouble them, as if his potions vault had not been compromised at all. This left Fred and George perplexed. Had Snape truly been rendered foolish by his anger? Daphne's polyjuice potion brewing plan was progressing methodically, even when minor mishaps occurred. Les's watchful presence ensured they could be rectified, allowing the overall pace to remain steady. During the potion crafting process, she even found time to learn the disillusionment charm from Les. On the 21st day, Daphne's polyjuice potion was finally complete. Observing the thick, mud-like potion, Les nodded in satisfaction. He produced a small glass cup, poured some potion into it, and added a strand of his own hair. The potion fizzed vigorously, resembling a pot of boiling water, bubbling energetically. A second later, it transformed into a shimmering silver liquid that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Here, Les offered the cup to Daphne. Upon receiving it, Daphne downed the potion in one gulp, shivering as she did. She found the potion reminiscent of chilled mint water. The effect of the polyjuice potion manifested quickly. Bubbles began to form on her fair skin, and as her hair shortened, its color began to shift. Soon, 2 versions of Les appeared in the chamber. Congratulations. Your potion has been successfully brewed. Les applauded gently, offering encouragement. For a young witch to concoct a polyjuice potion, even with his guidance, was indeed something to boast about. Daphne's transformation also confirmed that her body had genuinely reverted to that of a teenager. As she gazed at her hands and flexed her feet to inspect her heels, Daphne was filled with curiosity about the changes occurring within her, an entirely novel experience for her. After wandering in the chamber for half an hour, she reverted to her original form. The quantity of the potion consumed will affect the duration of her transformation. That is something to bear in mind. Also, this is your polyjuice potion. Take care of it, Les instructed, pouring the remaining potion into a large jar and handing it to her. Wait, can I keep this? Daphne exclaimed, taken aback, fully aware of the rare magical ingredients involved. To put it bluntly, the potion could fetch a fortune if sold on the market. Of course, just ensure to store it properly. After leaving the chamber, Les headed straight for the library, intent on investigating the Potter family and the legends surrounding the Hallows. As he searched for materials, he nearly brushed past the school's keeper of keys and grounds, Rubius Hagrid. Les noticed that Hagrid was clutching several books in his arms. Upon sensing Les's gaze, Hagrid hastily concealed the books with his moleskin coat. This suspicious action piqued Les's interest. He recalled catching a glimpse of the title of the outermost book, which read Dragon Care Guide. What Hagrid intended to do was all too apparent. Raising and caring for dragons seemed to be illegal now, yet Les was unconcerned, for in his time, it was still permissible. Some Hogwarts students even brought their pet dragons to school. This was the reason later regulations permitted only owls, cats, and toads at Hogwarts. Chapter 77. Yes, that wound is indeed from a dog bite. What is wrong with him? Daphne also observed Hagrid's peculiar behavior. He appeared to be avoiding both Les and herself, looking rather furtive. He seems to want to raise something that is forbidden in the magical world. What? A fire dragon? The book he was holding was related to dragon care. If you have the leisure, investigate which books he has borrowed. You might uncover further evidence, Daphne suggested, promptly rising and darting out. Minutes later, she returned, bringing back Hagrid's list of borrowed books. The two began discussing Harry's invisibility cloak, nearly forgetting Hagrid's antics until someone knocked on the door, reminding them. 3 individuals, distinguished masters of transfiguration and alchemy, held considerable esteem in the local community, Godric's Hollow. Their connection to the legendary wizard Godric Gryffindor was unverifiable. Some believe they had inherited Gryffindor's legacy. The author suspects this theory is unlikely, as the timeline of the 3 brothers is separated from Gryffindor by at least a century, and Gryffindor was not renowned for his alchemical prowess. Of course, upon reading references to Slytherin's descendants in the book, Les felt a surge of indignation. Ignatius was the youngest of the 3 brothers, possessing a remarkably enduring invisibility cloak. The symbols of the 3 holy relics on his gravestone serve as the most compelling evidence that the Peverell brothers are indeed the archetypes of the legendary trio. His granddaughter, Iolanthe Peverell, wed the affluent Hadwin Potter. Iolanthe seldom spoke of the invisibility cloak, asserting that the cloak left by her grandfather ceased to function upon his demise, thus casting considerable doubt on the existence of such an artifact. In Daphne's eyes, the invisibility cloak lacked the allure of the other 2 relics. If she desired invisibility, she could simply procure several invisibility cloaks or utilize the disillusionment charm that Les had taught her, which was far more cost-effective than the Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, in stark contrast, were beyond mere monetary acquisition. Any alchemical artifact associated with eternity could not be considered commonplace. With a broader vision than Daphne, understood that the invisibility effect of the cloak might only be its most trivial function. Much like a wizard's wand, which could be used for roasting skewers, its true power lay in its primary capabilities. The eldest brother, Antioch, possessed a wand of extraordinary power, the very prototype of the Elder Wand, notable for its inability to be inherited through conventional means, only passing to a successor through dueling, which contributed to its fearsome reputation. Historical records reveal that many wizards have claimed possession of the Elder Wand. For further exploration, one may refer to the Dark Wizards of History, volumes 4 and 5. Cadmus, the middle brother, was exceptionally skilled in alchemy, serving as the prototype for the owner of the Resurrection Stone. It is said that the stone he crafted could summon the shades of the deceased. The Gaunt family, descendants of Slytherin and one of the 28 pureblood families, claims to possess the Resurrection Stone. Titles such as Types of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Phoenix, and The Guide to Dragon keeping confirmed to Daphne, upon merely glancing at Hagrid's reading list, that he was indeed planning to raise a dragon. Ron's complexion shifted dramatically, his ears flushing crimson. Ultimately, he remained obstinate, insisting that the green-tinged wound on his hand was the result of a dog bite. He could likely surmise what his wayward son, Gaunt, had done during his slumber. He was certain he would not rise from the grave. As the other founders gradually faded, his descendants would carry forth his wand and tokens to Hogwarts, masquerading as heirs of Slytherin. Due to the absence of informants, Hogwarts surprisingly accepted this ruse. Godric's Hollow, she exclaimed, immediately conjuring images of the Potter family residing there and the invisibility cloak in Harry's possession. Regarding Hagrid's dragon-raising endeavor, Daphne's reaction was simply, "Oh, you see, the records are exceedingly clear." After perusing the article, Les felt almost certain that the cloak Harry possessed was indeed one of the Deathly Hallows. Iolanthe had inherited her grandfather's cunning, successfully diverting public attention, and given that the cloak's effect were not as dazzling as the other two relics, it had been passed down through the Potter lineage. "So you claim this is a dog bite?" Les regarded Ron with a dubious expression, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" To this end, he had even prepared several potion recipes, all nutritional supplements for dragons, hoping to establish a closer rapport with Hagrid to procure some materials from the creature. If it were merely an isolated incident, coincidence might be plausible. But with this series of information laid before her, attributing it to mere chance would be exceedingly strained. Fortunately, he had not disclosed the location of his slumber to Gaunt. Otherwise, how could he ever hope to awaken? It seemed time for him to pay a visit to the Gaunt family. After all, since they had assumed his name, it would not be unreasonable for the ancestor to request a stone from his descendants. The archetypes of the three brothers, according to my research, likely refer to the Peverell brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, who were active in the latter half of the 12th century in Western England. Les turned to that page and began to read the text. After a brief interlude, Les, after a thorough search, finally unearthed the book he sought amidst a pile of dust-laden tomes. It seemed that dragon blood and similar potion ingredients would no longer require purchase. However, after this moment of astonishment, the illusion shattered. The Greengrass family had also raised dragons centuries ago. It was hardly a remarkable feat. The Ministry of Magic's prohibition against wizards keeping dragons was primarily due to the visibility of fire dragons to Muggles, which could jeopardize the statute of secrecy. Hagrid's residence on the edge of the Forbidden Forest made his endeavor relatively harmless. But could he truly manage such a formidable beast? Daphne and Les shared a remarkably consistent stance regarding Hagrid's dragon-rearing ambitions. If he wished to raise one, so be it. Merlin. Daphne expressed her astonishment. That Potter was indeed a descendant of the three brothers, and that cloak in his possession was one of the Deathly Hallows. As Daphne leaned in closer, she discerned the title, The Archetypes of the Three Brothers from Godric's Hollow, Peverell. Yet, that cloak appeared rather unremarkable. I concede that the magic it bore was nearly eternal, but so what? If a common invisibility cloak loses its efficacy, one can simply purchase another. Oh, it's hopeless. One might as well resign to fate. Farewell. I still have my History of Magic assignment to complete. Les delivered a trifecta of jabs to Ron, delivering a significant blow to his psyche. Ron what? Chapter 78. Nutritional Supplements. Anyone? Upon hearing Les's words, Ron's complexion took on a hue reminiscent of his wound, trembling as he raised his hand, nearly thrusting the injury under Les's nose. Les, take a closer look. It's merely a bite. How can it be hopeless? Ron's voice quivered. If it were a rabid dog bite, then indeed there would be no hope, but your wound seems to have been festering for some time, doesn't it? Les subtly pushed Ron's hand away. Any discerning eye could see his condition was dire. Ron's bitten hand had swollen to twice its normal size, the flesh around the wound turning an ominous green. Indeed, it had been bitten yesterday, yet only a day had passed. Ron's face fell, nearly to tears. Rabies, or rather, hydrophobia. Have you heard of it? A bite from a rabid dog, if not treated promptly, is invariably fatal. Les remarques casuelles. In the non-magical world, rabies is incurable once it manifests. In the magical realm, it is also a notoriously challenging ailment, and Les believed that Hogwarts medical facilities would scarcely suffice. However, Ron had not contracted rabies. His wound was a result of a fire dragon bite, entirely unrelated to the disease. Daphne, nearby, added her voice in support, asserting that this was indeed a difficult condition to treat. Ron's complexion gradually transformed into a shade akin to liver. After a minute of turmoil, he lowered his voice and said, "Can you keep the reason for my injury a secret?" Adhering to the principle that one should never trust a Malfoy, Ron chose to confide in Les and Daphne. Had he not previously interacted with them, believing them to be the more reasonable individuals in Slytherin. He would never have sought help from two Slytherins. Yet, he found himself at a loss. Among those he knew, only they exhibited a remarkable aptitude for potion making. He and Daphne were the only pair who had never been reprimanded by Snape in potions class. If they could not offer assistance, he would have no choice but to visit the school nurse. Upon entering the school infirmary, Ron found himself grappling with the dilemma of how to explain the origin of his wound. A failure to articulate the truth could lead to Mrs. Pomfrey escalating the matter to Professor McGonagall, which would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. Thus, Ron opted to confide in Les, believing that he and his companions would safeguard his secret. Naturally, they would remain discreet. After receiving Les's assurance, Ron candidly revealed, "Well, I was bitten by a dragon, specifically a Norwegian ridgeback. Is there any way to remedy this?" To Ron's astonishment, Les and Daphne appeared utterly unfazed by the shocking revelation, responding with an unsettling calmness, as if he had merely been bitten by a stray dog. Les nodded, examining Ron's injury, confirming that it indeed bore the unmistakable signs of a dragon bite, and assured him that treatment would not be overly complicated. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Ron blurted out, "Aren't you even slightly curious as to why? Why I was bitten by a fire dragon at Hogwarts? It must have been Hagrid's dragon, right? I can only assume, and I'm too weary to ask." Les launched into a lengthy discourse, expressing his dissatisfaction with Hagrid's conduct. Can Hogwarts house dragons? Certainly, but it requires a caretaker to be adequately prepared. If Hagrid's idea of preparation consists solely of a few books, then I vehemently oppose his keeping a dragon. The care of fire dragons is a profoundly intricate discipline. A master in this field can train a fire dragon to be as docile as a sheepdog, whereas Hagrid clearly lacks the requisite skills. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know about that incident? Stunned, he struggled to formulate a coherent response, realizing he had been too conspicuous in his actions. Daphne recounted her encounter with Hagrid to Ron, asserting that with a modicum of attention, one could discern Hagrid's intentions. A cold sweat broke out on Ron's brow. He was grateful that one of his own had noticed Hagrid's predicament. If it had been Malfoy or another Slytherin student, keeping a fire dragon could lead to a sentence in Azkaban. Let's set aside the matter of Hagrid for now. We must first attend to Mr. Weasley's wound. With Ron finally willing to speak the truth, Les consented to treat his injury. He and Daphne escorted Ron to an unoccupied classroom, where they began preparing the necessary potions. "This is not a significant issue. You needn't be anxious," Les reassured him, deftly adding the potion's ingredients to the bubbling cauldron. "So, you were bitten by a rabid dog. Then?" Ron promptly sealed his lips. Daphne scoffed, "That wound is impossible to conceal. Any discerning eye can tell it is a fire dragon bite." In the midst of their conversation, Les completed the potion. Knowing Ron was eager to observe the treatment process, he diluted the potion slightly before administering it to him. Shortly after consuming the potion, Ron discovered that he could no longer feel his limbs. After providing him with a pain-relieving potion, Les pointed his wand at Ron's injury, executing a precise slicing charm to remove the necrotic tissue. Once the dead flesh was entirely excised, he applied a layer of ointment to the wound. As the white salve came into contact with the injury, it rapidly transformed into a vibrant green hue. After the ointment had taken on its new color, Les waved his wand to peel it away, applying a fresh layer. This process was repeated until the salve turned a deep crimson, at which point he added a few drops of a healing potion and wrapped the wound in bandages. "Your injury has been adequately addressed," Les declared. "Excellent. The toxins have been thoroughly eliminated. Now consume this." He shaped a portion of the ointment into a ball, encouraging Ron to ingest it. "What is this?" Ron inquired. "It is to draw out the toxins from your system. Surely you didn't believe the poison was confined merely to the vicinity of the wound?" With that assurance from Les, Ron complied and swallowed the ointment. "Thank you, Les. You have truly been a tremendous help." Ron expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Not at all. Lead the way." "Huh, I want to go see Hagrid." "Why do you wish to see him?" Ron asked, a touch of guilt creeping into his voice. "I am curious to know if he has any interest in nutritional supplements for fire dragons." Ron found himself once again engulfed in confusion, feeling as though Les had thoroughly befuddled him. Do fire dragons even require nutritional supplements? In Les's view, this presented an opportune moment to strengthen his rapport with Hagrid. Once their relationship was sufficiently fortified, the resources associated with Hagrid's fire dragon would be within his reach, and he could also enlighten Hagrid on the nuances of dragon care, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Even more advantageous as the keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid must have amassed a wealth of valuable items over the years. As long as their relationship was well established, those treasures could be acquired, thereby enriching Les's potion ingredient supply. Truly rare potion ingredients are exceedingly difficult to procure on the market, such as the primary component of the polyjuice potion, African tree snake skin. The moment it is discovered, it is swiftly claimed by various potion masters, never to reach the marketplace. It is nearly impossible to purchase with money. One can only exchange it for equivalent materials with fellow potion masters. Contemplating these benefits, Les quickened his pace. No potion master could resist the opportunity to expand their inventory. To decline would suggest a lack of profound passion for the art of potion making. Under Ron's guidance, the trio soon arrived at the doorstep of Hagrid's hut. All the curtains were drawn tightly shut, and after Ron knocked, Hagrid first verified his identity before opening the door. He stood momentarily dumbfounded, for behind Ron were Les and Daphne. Hagrid, they could be trusted. Ron noted Hagrid's hesitation and hastened to vouch for Les. He raised his bandaged hand, indicating that it was Les who had tended to his wound. With Ron's endorsement, Hagrid finally allowed Les entry, promptly securing the door behind them. Inside Hagrid's abode, a strong scent of blood permeated the air, with feathers and empty bottles strewn across the floor. Les immediately identified the source of the commotion, a fire dragon. Approximately the size of a hunting dog, was frantically tearing at something beneath Hagrid's bed. From scales and tail fin, it was unmistakably a Norwegian ridgeback. Having assessed the dragon-esque condition, Les turned his attention to Hagrid's living environment. Hagrid's hut was rather cramped, containing only a single room. Ham hocks, wild chickens, and rabbits hung from the ceiling, while a kettle rested near the fireplace, where Hagrid typically boiled water. His bed, nestled in a corner, was in tatters, the patched blankets having been shredded by the dragon. The magical energy in the room was palpably strong, rivaling even Snape's potion storage, which left Les inwardly astonished. He surveyed his surroundings and ultimately found his attention drawn to an inconspicuous object hanging among the ham and game hen, a bundle of silver hair, cleverly concealed among various cured meats. Upon closer inspection, Les's pupils dilated in astonishment. It was indeed a sizable clump of unicorn hair. This precious beast's fur, worth a fortune in gold galleons, was carelessly dangling from the ceiling, nearly overlooked by Les himself. After taking a more meticulous glance at the room's decor, he made further astonishing discoveries. A pile of hay nestled next to the firewood that increasingly resembled phoenix feathergrass, a basket filled with sundries, seemingly crafted from laurelwood. And among the stones meant for the fireplace, several pieces of hearthstone appeared to be present. The wooden stick suspended from the ceiling for hanging prey was, in Les's estimation, no less than 3 centuries old, made from oak. Taking a deep breath, Les pondered the implications. If he were not selling the burial goods, Hagrid might well be far wealthier than himself. Please have a seat. Would you care for some tea? Hagrid cheerfully invited the three to sit, bringing forth an enormous teapot. Hagrid, about that dragon. Les attempted to address the matter directly. His name is Norbert. Huh, I didn't think you'd notice. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Hagrid's face. Well, I suspected it when you borrowed that book the other day, Les replied, accepting a steaming teacup from Hagrid. Is that so? Hagrid scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish. I thought I had hidden it quite well. What preparations have you made for raising a dragon? Have you merely glanced at a few books? Les placed the teacup back on the table, his tone serious. Well, I've consulted as many books as I could, Hagrid replied. Now, Ernest, your preparations are woefully inadequate, Les stated bluntly. Ron's injury is merely the beginning. If you continue down this path, a far more serious incident is inevitable. This time he was only bitten. Next time, he might lose an arm. Ron's face paled as he recalled the tales his brother Charlie had shared with him. Les glanced at Norbert, who was gnawing on the bedpost. He requires training. You must teach him right from wrong. Norbert is still just a child. Once he matures, it will be too late. Les felt his patience wearing thin. You understand what will happen if he grows up still behaving like this. Hagrid fell silent. Les's words were harsh, but grounded in reality. Once Norbert became an adult dragon, should he remain so unruly, the likelihood of him being put down was high. Even the Dragon Reserve would not accommodate overly aggressive dragons. Moreover, it is currently illegal to raise dragons. Hagrid pressed his lips together, a heavy silence descending upon the room, broken only by the sounds of Norbert and the crackling flames in the fireplace. Hagrid stammered, unsure of how to respond. I could contact my brother Charlie. He studies dragons in Romania and would surely be willing to take Norbert. Ron quickly interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Les cast a glance in his direction. Initially, he had intended for Hagrid to release Norbert into the Forbidden Forest, where the vastness and resources could easily accommodate several dragons. Training a dragon isn't actually that difficult. Daphne chimed in. I should have some old materials at home. I'll fetch them for you. Splendid. Splendid. Hagrid's enthusiasm surged as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, though his excitement left him at a loss for words. Excellent. A smile broke across Les's face as he turned to Hagrid, inquiring if he would mind if he performed a physical examination on Norbert. To be honest, I have quite a bit of experience with dragons. They spoke truthfully. When the four of them had just moved to this area, there were numerous dragons residing in the Forbidden Forest adjacent to Hogwarts. These lively creatures frequently emerged to attack the livestock tended by Hagrid, thus to expand the potion storeroom and safeguard the livestock. Les had thoroughly dealt with the dragons in the forest, gaining profound insight and knowledge in the process. Really? That's wonderful. Please go ahead. Hagrid, oblivious to these past events, waved his hand approvingly at Les's request. Thank you. Les's smile caused Hagrid to shudder unexpectedly. He felt confused. Had a window been left ajar? The fire seemed to need stoking. As for Norbert, he raised his head alertly, sensing the tension in the air. Chapter 8. Grasping the Wings of Fate. Roar. Enveloped in an inexplicable sense of foreboding, Norbert chose to unleash a roar to dispel his inner fears and the looming danger. However, this did nothing to intimidate Les. To him, even an adult dragon was merely a potion ingredient, and a hatchling just a few weeks old was hardly worthy of concern. He deftly moved to the blind spot beside Norbert, seizing the base of both wings and lifting him effortlessly. Hagrid gasped in alarm, springing to his feet to intervene and prevent Les from being bitten by the dragon. To his astonishment, however, Norbert, usually tempestuous and unruly, was now behaving more docilely than his chickens, allowing Les to manipulate him without resistance. Although dragons remain in their mother's nest until they reach subadult status, adult dragons occasionally need to relocate their hatchlings, during which they will grasp the young dragon's wings in their mouths. This behavior endowed young dragons with a sort of switch at the base of their wings, a gentle touch that would quiet even the most mischievous hatchling. As Les expertly maneuvered Norbert, he began to share dragon training tips with Hagrid. Fortunately, Hagrid had proven reliable in this regard, as the mushrooms he brought back were all safe and edible. Before Hagrid added the mushrooms to the pot, Les carefully inspected the varieties he had collected. Just by examining their size, Les surmised Hagrid likely possessed giant blood, given that giants are remarkably resistant to toxins. Mushrooms that pose no threat to them could be harmful to ordinary wizards, and thus he needed to verify their safety. Hagrid chuckled sheepishly, running his scarred hand through his singed half-beard. I wanted to take a look, but Norbert wouldn't let me, and I felt it was inappropriate to force the issue, so I let it slide until now. Ron kept his eyes downcast, as if he had not seen the plate of rock cakes. Les and Daphne, however, were oblivious to the underlying mystery. Each took a piece, and, after a bite, understood why Ron had refrained from eating the cakes. Make sure to eat plenty of meat at lunch to replenish your strength. These chickens have been raised on insects and taste quite good. As Hagrid apologized to Ron, Les drew his wand and cleaned the floor, which had been soiled by Ron's vomit. The bewildered young dragon rolled beneath the bed, and upon realizing it had escaped confinement, immediately shrank into the corner, eyeing the feet of the others with caution. I'll go fetch you something to eat, Les said. Hagrid, right? We can also discuss how to care for dragons. Hagrid ambled out of the room, humming a cheerful tune as he went to prepare lunch. Observing the suspiciously colored mixture in the pot, Les furrowed his brow. Hagrid, is this what you're feeding it? Carrying several freshly plucked chickens, their blood now drained, Hagrid commenced the preparation of the poultry upon returning home. He deftly chopped the whole chickens into sizable pieces and tossed them into a pot for blanching. But why did you bestow such a masculine name upon her? Les questioned, somewhat perplexed, for in his hands lay a small female dragon, yet she bore a boy's name. Considering Hagrid's circumstances, he harbored a rather astute hypothesis. The blood of giants, how terrifyingly potent, as Hagrid chewed on a rock cake. He appeared to be contemplating the intricacies of life. Eventually, he broke his silence, not to reflect upon the hardness of his cake, but to discuss Norbert's situation. Since Norbert is a girl, it seems rather inappropriate to call her Norbert. How about we rename her Norberta? With the stew simmering, Hagrid invited Les and the others to take a seat at the table, pouring each of them a cup of tea and serving a plate of rock cakes. Les let out a sigh. Hagrid's unreliability rendered him speechless. He proceeded to explain his treatment plan for Ron, leaving Hagrid in a state of bewilderment. Although not fully grasping the details, Hagrid sensed Les's professionalism. As mealtime approached, Hagrid, ever considerate, would not neglect his little dragon. He retrieved a bottle filled with chicken blood and brandy from the ground, preparing to feed Norberta. What? Norbert is a girl? Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. The dish Hagrid was concocting was a hearty stew of potatoes, mushrooms, and chicken. To ensure Norbert had enough chicken blood and brandy, He had recently dispatched numerous chickens. In his kitchen, chicken was abundant, far exceeding the vegetables in the pot. As the raw chicken bubbled in the pot, a savory aroma wafted through the air, causing Ron's stomach to churn violently. He fought against the urge to vomit, but ultimately succumbed, retching onto the floor. "That cake is as hard as stone," Daphne exclaimed, nearly shattering her pristine silver teeth on the rock cake. Hagrid's stewing skills were commendable. He fished out the blanched chicken, set it aside, poured a generous amount of oil into the pot, and added chunks of potatoes, onions, eggplants, carrots, green beans, and wild mushrooms he had foraged, seasoning the mixture with salt and black pepper before returning the chicken to the pot. Finally, he covered it with a lid, letting it simmer gently, hoping to engage Les in conversation a bit longer. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, the three were exchanging glances of concern. He settled at the table, taking a rock cake and devouring it with gusto. Les and the others had no objections. "All right, it's time to conduct an examination." Since Hagrid was rather inexperienced, Les took it upon himself to replace Hagrid in the role of caregiver, diligently checking Norbert's health. "Ron, are you all right? Did you eat something bad?" Hagrid rushed to Ron's side. Upon seeing the green vomit, his expression shifted dramatically. "Impressive." He gave Les a thumbs up while simultaneously offering Ron an apologetic look. After hearing the diagnosis, Hagrid felt a pang of concern. Observing the eager Hagrid, Les sighed internally. How could he dare to hatch a dragon without knowing such basic knowledge? "That color does not look benign," he noted. "But it's nothing serious," Les reassured Ron. "Just a normal detoxification." "Huh?" Daphne and Ron exclaimed in unison, taken aback by Hagrid's reaction. He approached Hagrid's bed and tossed Norbert beneath it. Fortunately, the little dragon appeared to be quite healthy, with only a minor issue. Chapter 81. Let us exchange local specialties from the Forbidden Forest. "What's wrong?" "The book says this is how it's done," Hagrid said, somewhat flustered. Les demonstrated through his actions that he was indeed the expert in dragon husbandry. Naturally, Hagrid paid close attention to Les's words, determined not to miss a single detail. A 3-week-old dragon could already be fed meat, whether raw or cooked. Chicken blood served as a transitional food until its teeth fully developed. Les pointed at Ron's fingers. "If she can bite Ron like that, Norberta is certainly ready for meat. And your proportions are incorrect." Les frowned at the mixture in the bottle. "The purpose of mixing chicken blood with brandy is to intoxicate the freshly hatched dragon for easier transport, so the brandy must be of high proof. And the ratio should be at least 3-to-1. The amount of brandy in your bottle will only render her pleasantly tipsy, which may aid in her fire breathing." Hagrid's eyes lit up with understanding. "Ah, so that's why the pairing matters. It's for transportation." In the Middle Ages, dragon traders would administer large quantities of high-concentration alcohol, even sleeping potions, to the newly hatched dragons to keep them calm and quiet while in their boxes for transport and sale. Hagrid felt no such necessity. Norberta's temperamental nature was likely linked to her perpetual state of inebriation. Following Les's advice, Hagrid promptly cut some chicken meat and tossed it beneath the bed. Norberta sniffed the aroma of the chicken and immediately began to devour it with gusto. "Huh, she can even roast the chicken." Hagrid squatted nearby, watching his little dragon eat with childlike joy gleaming in his eyes. Ron and Daphne couldn't resist running to Hagrid's side, eagerly snatching chicken strips from his hands and tossing them towards Norberta's mouth. As Norberta's belly grew round, Hagrid's stew was finally ready. The mingling scents of chicken and vegetables filled the air, exuding an irresistible aroma. Hagrid was correct. The flavor of the chickens he raised was indeed exceptional. Even Daphne indulged in several hearty portions without concern for her image. Moreover, the rock cakes had softened after soaking in the stew, becoming chewable. Hagrid, along with Les and the others, polished off the entire pot of stew and the plate of rock cakes. However, Norberta seems to be missing some nutritional balance, Les remarked as Hagrid gnawed on a large chicken leg. "Oh." Hagrid promptly set down his chicken leg. When it comes to Norberta's healthy growth, he couldn't afford to be careless. For a dragon, a diet solely of chicken might not suffice. Moreover, the environment here was vastly different from a dragon's den. While it might be manageable in the short term, over time, it could prove detrimental. Les was not being alarmist. This was, in fact, the truth. In the wild, dragon hatchlings benefit from their mother's meticulous care. Their diet would not consist solely of chicken, and the temperature in a dragon's nest is significantly higher than in Hagrid's hut, with a greater concentration of substances like sulfur. Artificially bred dragons require their caretakers to supplement these elements for healthy growth. "Then I'll fetch some wild rabbits, wild boars, and ferrets to feed her," Hagrid declared, waving his hand, presenting a solution. "That's good, but how do you plan to address the temperature issue?" "A mere stove, 1 tea suffice," Les gently prodded, prompting Hagrid to ponder deeply. "What should I do?" A flicker of anxiety crossed Hagrid's face. Do you have any good ideas? He instinctively sought Les's assistance. Certainly, within the treasured ancient tomes of my family, there exists a potion recipe that serves as a nutritional supplement for the care of fire dragons. Lest you find it burdensome, Daphne squinted her eyes. Is this not correspondence from an ancient wizard? Oh, might you share the recipe with me? I shall seek someone to concoct it. Hagrid, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he requested the recipe, was acutely aware that this was a cherished ancestral potion formula. To directly ask for it felt rather improper. Yet, it was all for the healthy growth of Norberta. Hagrid was truly concerned for his fire dragon's well-being. Hagrid, there's no need for you to seek anyone. Les is an exceptionally skilled potion maker in his own right. Ron, having swallowed his food, mumbled an introduction to Les' prowess in the realm of potions. How impressive! Upon learning that Les could independently craft potions to heal fire dragon bites, Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment. Thank goodness. He possesses a modicum of talent in potion making. Listening to Les' modesty, Daphne fought the urge to roll her eyes. His intentions were clearly not as pure as they seemed. Amidst Hagrid's profuse gratitude, Les consented to provide the nutritional supplement for Norberta, but in exchange, he required Hagrid to procure some local delicacies from the Forbidden Forest, such as unicorn tail hare, and the like. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Les departed from Hagrid's hut, carrying a bag brimming with Hagrid's bountiful harvest from the Forbidden Forest, which even included a vial of fresh dragon blood. What a fruitful exchange, Daphne remarked, glancing at the bag in Les' hand. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Is it not? Les smirked slightly. These items, if left in his possession, would merely collect dust, but in my hands, they could be transformed into invaluable potions. Even the Gryffindors that spring forth from the earth cannot reproach me. In Les' eyes, Hagrid's practice of mixing precious potion ingredients with cured meats was a blatant waste of resources. Rather than allowing them to gather dust and decay in a corner, it was far better to entrust them to him, allowing them to fulfill their rightful purpose. With less knowledge in the supplement's aid, Norberta thrived and grew healthily. However, this did not alter the fact that she must eventually be sent away. A consensus reached among Hagrid and the others. Ron sent a letter to his brother Charlie, arranging a time for their meeting. The day finally arrived. Under Hagrid's reluctant gaze, Norberta was administered Les' prepared sleeping potion, placed into a large wooden crate that had been meticulously prepared in advance, and then transported by Harry, Ron, and Daphne to the designated delivery point as per the letter. Daphne's involvement stemmed from the bond she had formed with Norberta during her care. On the day of her departure, she found herself somewhat reluctant to part ways. Les, however, held no such attachment to Norberta and merely collected some blood from her before her departure. As for the farewell, he left that to Daphne and the others, as he had other matters to attend to. Chapter 82. The Unfortunate Daphne. Observing as Charlie and his companions soared into the night sky on their brooms, carrying the crate that housed Norberta, which gradually shrank into mere specks. Harry and Ron felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders. The burden that had pressed upon them had finally dissipated. The clandestine care of a fire dragon was a grave violation of magical law, and should they be discovered, Hagrid would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Though they had thus far escaped detection, it remained a buried landmine, a ticking bomb waiting to explode. Now this time bomb had finally been defused, and both boys could breathe a sigh of relief. The trio descended the spiral staircase towards the astronomy tower, with Harry and Ron in high spirits, so relaxed that they forgot to take the invisibility cloak with them. It was Daphne's keen eyes that ensured it was not left behind. She was curious to see how long it would take the two to realize their oversight. Unbeknownst to them, Professor McGonagall, suppressing her anger, after addressing the most pressing matters, turned her gaze towards Daphne and her companions. A forced smile graced her face. Professor McGonagall, please allow me to explain. Before Daphne could react, the invisibility cloak she wore was blown away by the wind. She felt the eyes of 3 professors and 2 classmates upon her. As the trio stood speechless, McGonagall sensed her irritation bubbling to the surface once more. Revealing charm. Apparition revealed. She raised her wand high, casting a revealing spell and an apparition charm around her. Standing silently aside, Daphne, feeling that she had narrowly escaped disaster, paled when she noticed the footprints left behind. Instinctively, she cast a flying charm, wrapping herself in Harry's invisibility cloak as she soared towards the tower's exit, but it was too late. Had she fled at the very moment McGonagall arrived, she might have escaped. Now, she was merely a fish trapped in a barrel. Harry and Ron stood by, too afraid to utter a word, let alone question McGonagall's uncharacteristic behavior. Daphne, upon hearing McGonagall's voice, hastily donned the invisibility cloak. She was fortunate that McGonagall only noticed Harry and Ron ahead of her and failed to spot her presence. "So, what are you two doing here at this hour?" Instead of sleeping, a voice filled with anger echoed from below, sending chills down the spines of the three. Following closely, Flitwick and Sprout appeared as if they had witnessed the opening of a howler. McGonagall's roar resonated throughout the astronomy tower. Charlie Weasley, a name she was quite familiar with. "I know that boy went to Romania to study fire dragons after graduation." A series of critical clues fell into place, revealing a startling truth. "It was my brother, Charlie." Along with his friends, Ron whispered in a low voice. "So how did Hagrid come by that dragon egg?" In the next moment, the floor tiles of the tower began to reveal the traces left behind in reverse chronological order. First, 3 sets of footprints leading downstairs, followed by the silhouettes of 4 individuals riding broomsticks. McGonagall ascended the astronomy tower, conducting a thorough search, but found no sign of intruders. Sensing an unusual number of individuals, she abruptly waved her wand, causing all the windows of the astronomy tower to slam shut, followed by a gust of wind swirling within the tower. Disillusionment charm? Or perhaps some other trick? Not a problem. An explanation? Non-existent. Concluding thus, McGonagall hurried towards the astronomy tower where the unidentified individuals had landed, summoning her Patronus to rouse Professors Flitwick and Sprout from their slumber. Harry and Ron were utterly bewildered, and even the usually astute Daphne found herself at a loss for words. The 3 of them huddled together in a corner of the tower like frightened chicks, trembling as they awaited Professor McGonagall's judgment. Professor Sprout stood protectively behind them, while Flitwick remained stationary, secretly observing Harry and Ron with a wary eye, concerned that they might be imposters. Should either of them make a suspicious move, he would not hesitate to incapacitate them. Professor McGonagall, already on the brink of losing her temper, conjured a length of rope with her wand and pulled Daphne down from midair, insisting that she stand alongside Harry and Ron. After a few tense minutes, McGonagall regained her composure. Having conducted a thorough magical investigation, she ruled out the possibility of an intruder entering Hogwarts, though she confirmed that outsiders had indeed arrived, but had swiftly departed with a large trunk. "Daphne," McGonagall narrowed her eyes. "I can hardly believe it. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, and here we have 2 Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin not in their dormitories, but rather in the astronomy tower. Care to explain yourselves?" After posing her question, McGonagall couldn't help but find it peculiar that Gryffindor students were associating with a Slytherin. Flitwick tugged at McGonagall's sleeve, prompting her to realize that the matter of Potter and Weasley could wait. The more pressing concern was to ascertain the whereabouts of those who had slipped into the school. They were likely hiding after overhearing Potter and Weasley. "If you cannot answer that, then perhaps you can tell me who you encountered? Do not tell me it was merely by chance." It seemed highly probable that Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Daphne Greengrass had been incubating a dragon within the castle. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for their midnight rendezvous with Charlie Weasley in the astronomy tower, nor for him taking away a trunk full of items. Surely, it was not merely that Ron had baked some pies for his brother. Chapter 83. Do not associate with dubious students, Miss Greengrass. Upon hearing the name Charlie, a flicker of understanding ignited within McGonagall, who discreetly cast a glance at Flitwick and Sprout standing nearby before decisively shifting the topic. She could not allow the notion of a dragon being raised within the castle to surface. The implications of privately harboring a fire dragon could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban, something McGonagall wished to avoid. Whether it was one of the students present or some other reckless individual, detention would suffice as punishment. With the most critical risks addressed, the remaining matters were trivial in comparison. She trusted that her 2 friends would maintain a shared silence rather than pry further. "Regardless of your intentions, wandering the castle at such an hour is always a grave error," McGonagall pronounced, lightly glossing over the reasons for their nocturnal escapade. "I have a story to share. Would you like to hear it?" It should be noted that many Gryffindor students still upheld the notion of a mutual demise with Slytherin, and coupled with Harry and Ron's generally favorable reputation, the public sentiment towards them began to improve. For the Gryffindor students, this was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Yet, a small consolation was that Slytherin had lost a significant number of points. During moments of despair, it was enough to ponder Slytherin's predicament to feel somewhat better. They had merely dropped from 2nd to 4th place, while Slytherin had plummeted from 1st to 3rd, jeopardizing their 7-year streak of winning the House Cup. In this instance, even the most prestigious lineage held little weight. Suddenly, Slytherin students were reluctant to engage with Daphne, and some girls even resorted to mocking her upon encountering her. Daphne had truly brought them to ruin. McGonagall's lack of probing allowed Harry and Ron to breathe a sigh of relief, but the punishment she enacted immediately enveloped them in a sense of suffocating dread. It must be said that as chocolate transformed into sweet syrup, the clouds of despair that loomed over Daphne began to dissipate. Quiet, gentle, elegant, academically gifted, and consistently respectful towards her teachers, she had never been seen arguing or frolicking with other students. Unlike her peers, she spent her free time diligently reading in the library. In stark contrast, Daphne's situation was considerably more dire. While Gryffindor could take solace in dragging Slytherin down from their pedestal, they had no such comfort on their side. Observing Daphne's haggard expression, Les pulled out a piece of chocolate, broke it, and offered it to her. "Here, take a bite." Les did not withdraw his hand, prompting Daphne to accept the chocolate and nibble on it delicately. "Are you intending to instruct me on how to conduct myself?" "Enough, Potter Weasley. You ought to retire for the night, and you too, Miss Greengrass." McGonagall waved her hand, ushering them away. Remarkably, Ravenclaw had inexplicably risen to first place, emerging as the biggest winner. As they made their way back to the common room, Harry and Ron gradually regained their composure. They were even somewhat relieved that Daphne had also been caught, signifying that while Gryffindor had lost 100 points, Slytherin had been docked 50. The two houses, initially occupying the first and second positions, had now been overtaken by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, though they had not fallen too far behind, still holding hope of catching up. Les's words echoed in Daphne's ears. Though his evidence consisted of mere whimsical letters exchanged by ancient wizards, she found herself unwaveringly convinced by his assertions. Such a series of commendable traits embodied in a single individual, despite being a Slytherin, endeared her to Professor McGonagall. "Have some of this. It will make you feel better," McGonagall said, referring to the dubious wizards, undoubtedly alluding to Les. "But we are both students of your own house. How can you label us as dubious?" McGonagall shot them a stern look. "I am speaking of you too. You have learned nothing of your brother's virtues, yet have mastered their vices." In her eyes, Ron's image began to merge with that of Fred and George. To halt this alarming trend, she resolved to impose severe penalties on the two. Of course, Daphne would also face repercussions. "And, Miss Greengrass, I advise you to refrain from associating with dubious students. Conduct yourself like a lady and do not engage in rule-breaking like certain others." Upon hearing McGonagall's admonition, Daphne felt her courage and wisdom surge back into her mind, emboldening her to speak up, but the four founders actually encouraged students to patrol the castle at night. "I believe that if they were to return, they would not chastise us." 100 points deducted. Harry gasped as if he had been pulled from water, desperately inhaling, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Gryffindor's house cup was now in jeopardy. How would he face his peers come morning? The following day, news of Harry, Ron, and Daphne's late-night escapades and subsequent capture by Professor McGonagall spread throughout the castle. The era in which the four founders existed was indeed unique, yet times have transformed, and the epic belonging to these founders has departed along with them. Thus, the rules ought to evolve as well. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Daphne. This child left a profound impression on her. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but she also lacked the odious demeanor typically found among students of Slytherin. Consequently, Professor McGonagall held a favorable view of Daphne, even surpassing that of many Gryffindor students. With this thought in mind, the situation did not seem so unbearable. Fred and George had even devised a theory that justified their actions, alleviating the public scrutiny faced by Harry and Ron. In unison, Harry and Ron implored Professor McGonagall to reconsider her decision. "I am genuinely furious," Professor McGonagall stated. "You three have violated curfew and wandered about the castle. All of you shall face detention. Detention is merely one form of punishment. Gryffindor loses 50 points. And each of you shall lose 50 points as well, just like Slytherin." "You cannot," they protested. "Do not take these matters to heart. The house cup is trivial, and even Slytherin would agree with my stance." Les, after some contemplation, mentally crafted a draft to comfort Daphne. It was quite a surprise that today she found herself at the same scene of the crime alongside Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall felt a slight crack in her favorable perception of Daphne. Chapter 84. Les's Little Tale. Upon hearing that Les was about to tell a story, Daphne instantly perked up, unable to resist teasing. "Is it one of those tales mentioned in the old letters?" "Not quite. It's about a little snake I encountered yesterday." Les replied earnestly. "The snake shared with me a tale that has been passed down through generations." Without allowing Daphne to interject, he began his narrative. Long ago, before Hogwarts was established, there lay a marsh in the western part of the British Isles, home to a small wizarding village comprised of a few wizard families. Such an ancient story was rarely told by even my father, which immediately captivated Daphne's attention as she listened intently, savoring her chocolate. Life in the marsh was arduous. And even worse, a fierce dragon dwelled deep within, commanding a group of fairies that willingly acted as its minions, causing chaos and mischief under its banner. The villagers both feared and loathed the dragon and its fairy accomplices, yet they were utterly powerless against them. Perhaps, as the wizarding population grew, the fairies feared that one day they would unite to slay the dragon, holding them accountable for their complicity. Observing the three small figures before him, Hagrid felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this," he said sheepishly, scratching his head. The three had found themselves in this predicament because of him, which weighed heavily on his conscience. At 11 o'clock that night, Daphne arrived in the entrance hall, where Filch awaited her. A few minutes later, Harry and Ron descended as well. After slaying the dragon, the two boys chose not to return to the village, but instead set off together for further adventures. Filch left in a huff. Daphne nodded, her earlier gloom dissipating. The fairies carried him along with the bag to the dragoness lair. Just as the dragon prepared to devour him whole, a curse struck true, blinding the dragon in its right eye. It was that red-haired boy who had escaped. He stealthily infiltrated the lair and ambushed the complacent dragon. His actions were discovered, and the enraged villagers wrapped him in a leather sack, sending him to the dragoness den to serve as a substitute sacrifice. As Les concluded his tale, Daphne's eyes widened, her heart stirring with tumultuous emotion. Days later, Daphne received her punishment. During breakfast, she, Harry, and Ron were presented with 3 identical notes, informing them that at 11 o'clock that night, Caretaker Filch would escort them to their detention location. Professor McGonagall's intent was unmistakable. "You 3 enjoy wandering about at night, do you? Then I shall indulge you. Off to the Forbidden Forest you shall go. I hope this detention will correct your late-night wandering habits." Daphne furrowed her brow. She was reluctant to go, but there was no alternative. Mistakes had consequences. As the dragon roared and struggled, the boy emerged from the sack, using a dagger to blind the dragon in its other eye. "Here, I am in charge," he declared. Yet even with Hagrid as the enforcer of the detention, the punishment for Daphne and the others would not be lessened. It was a somewhat darkly humorous situation, as Professor McGonagall had appointed Hagrid to carry out the punishment for Daphne and her companions. The red-haired boy in the story was named Godric Gryffindor, while the village chief's child was named Salazar Slytherin. One day, a robust young man with red hair wandered past the marsh. Just as the day for the sacrifice approached, the villagers warmly welcomed him, getting him thoroughly intoxicated and seizing the opportunity to imprison him in the village chief cellar. If all went as planned, he would become the dragon's lunch, but his eloquence during the feast captivated the chief's son, who believed such a character deserved a better fate than being devoured by a dragon. Seizing the moment while delivering him food, he freed the red-haired boy. As he looked at the 3 young wizards gathered before him, Filch wore a sinister grin. He relished such moments, where regardless of background or lineage, all must bow before him and accept their punishment. Inflicting punishment on these little ones brought him a joy that resonated deep within his soul. Fiche lia lampe. Gesturing for the trio to follow. After explaining the task at hand, Hagrid led the 3 young wizards into the Forbidden Forest. However, wizards had their own ways. They chose to capture passing travelers and offer them as sacrifices to the dragon. But when he brought the trio to their destination, Harry and Ron's faces lit up with genuine smiles. Tonight, it was Hagrid who would oversee their detention. Their task was to enter the Forbidden Forest and assist an injured unicorn. After a brief apology, Hagrid elaborated on the background of this detention. This truly felt like a miraculous escape, revitalizing their spirits. Due to prior distractions caused by Norberta, Hagrid had been somewhat negligent in patrolling the Forbidden Forest, leading to the discovery of a dead unicorn. This was undeniably a significant incident, as a rare magical creature had been hunted within the forest. With Norberta gone, Hagrid could not afford to be remiss. He immediately began searching for the culprit responsible for the unicorn's demise. However, instead of finding the murderer, he stumbled upon evidence of another injured unicorn. Filch, sensing the trio's apprehension, offered them a few warnings and attempted to intimidate Hagrid, only to be rebuffed with a single comment from Hagrid. "Act boldly upon that which you believe to be right, without reservation." Had Slytherin not liberated Gryffindor from the cellar that fateful night, he might have remained in that obscure little village for the entirety of his life, living in quiet regret like the majority of ordinary wizards from the Middle Ages. Thus, they sought out the malevolent dragon and proposed a vile suggestion, that the village must surrender one of its own to the dragon each year, lest it soar above the village, scorching their fish ponds with its fiery breath and slaughtering their livestock with its sharp talons. The fairies believed that by doing so, they could control the wizarding population, relegating them to a state of perpetual servitude. Chapter 85. Daphne, the frugal housekeeper, Hagrid, accompanied by his hound Fong and 3 young wizards, ventured into the Forbidden Forest. As he led the trio deeper into the woods, a shadow gradually emerged from the side of Hagrid's hut. Les observed the retreating figures of the 4 and the dog, raising an eyebrow. Minerva McGonagall is quite audacious to send first years into the Forbidden Forest. Even a millennium ago, such an act would have been exceedingly reckless. First years are hardly equipped to handle the myriad unpredictable situations that may arise in the Forbidden Forest. However, with Hagrid, the seasoned keeper of keys and grounds, accompanying them, it was unlikely that any calamity would ensue. Les cast the disillusionment charm upon himself once more, stealthily trailing behind, as entering the Forbidden Forest warranted caution to avert any unforeseen incidents. Additionally, he could observe Daphne's conduct within the forest, allowing him to assess her abilities. Daphne maintained a facade of tranquility, though her heart raced with trepidation. Unlike the naive Harry and the single-minded Ron, she was acutely aware of the risks associated with delving into the Forbidden Forest. To say nothing of the tales Les had recounted of the 4 founders clearing the forest when establishing Hogwarts. This vast expanse of woodland, adjacent to the Black Lake, a natural water source, was a veritable paradise for magical creatures. Although Hogwarts is perched upon a cliff, it is not geographically isolated from the Forbidden Forest. Why, over the millennia, had no magical creature ventured from the forest into the castle? The answer lies in the fact that all who dared to do so were swiftly dealt with by the 4 founders and their students. Not only were aggressive magical beasts exterminated, but even those with strong territorial instincts that posed a threat to the castle were eliminated. Even sentient beings were not spared. The fairy tribes of the forest's edge were eradicated by Slytherin. Ravenclaw destroyed the Merfolk Kingdom in the Black Lake, and Hufflepuff exterminated all werewolves near the castle. Only the Centaur tribe enjoyed a modicum of fortune, as it was Gryffindor who, after a few duels, secured their oath to never set foot outside the forest. It was through the founders' efforts that Hogwarts had maintained a millennium of tranquility. As the saying goes, a single punch can prevent 100. In their time, Les and his companions did not merely deliver a blow, but severed the entire 100 surrounding threats. Nevertheless, they deliberately preserved a portion of the less dangerous magical creatures within the Forbidden Forest, providing students with a venue for practice. What troubled Daphne was precisely this retained section. As it stands, the forest harbored entities capable of slaying unicorns. In the face of such formidable beings, one must remain ever vigilant. Fred and George often boasted of their escapades within the Forbidden Forest. Now, Ron mused, he too could proudly declare his own venture into the woods. Dismissing any notion of fear, hearing Ron's words, Hagrid could not suppress a snort. Those twin Weasley brothers had caused him no small amount of trouble. To drive them out of the forest, he had expended considerable effort. Harry felt a twinge of exasperation, perplexed by Ron's intent in boasting before Hagrid. Were it not for Hagrid's amicable disposition towards them, he would surely be on the verge of anger. Did you know? It is said that there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, along with various other magical creatures. Hogwarts occasionally claims to expel students, but in truth, every one of them has confided to a friend their desire to adventure within the forest. Daphne mused softly. Much of her statement was mere fabrication. Hagrid raised an eyebrow. It was time to unveil the small surprise he had prepared for Ron. What? We're to split up? Ron exclaimed, taken aback by Hagrid's arrangement. After a moment's pause, he stammered, But splitting up carries risks, doesn't it? Hagrid chuckled. This is a detention, Ron. It is meant to punish us, Daphne sighed. Ultimately, Hagrid decided that he would accompany Ron while Harry, Daphne, and Fawn would traverse together. This arrangement pleased all present, including Les, who deemed it the safest division. Had Daphne been paired with Hagrid, he would have had to track Harry and Ron. All right, if anyone spots a unicorn, set off green sparks with your wand. If you encounter trouble, send up red sparks. We shall come to your aid. Now, let us proceed with caution, Hagrid declared, gesturing grandly as the group split into 2. Harry and Daphne quietly walked along the dimly lit path, the weak glow from their wands and the silvery moonlight guiding their way. Perhaps finding the illumination charm too dim, Daphne extinguished her wand's light and conjured a ball of flame, much like Les had done. Brighter and warmer, she succinctly explained. Harry had no objections. After venturing deeper into the Forbidden Forest, they halted in unison as a beam of moonlight broke through the branches, illuminating a patch of silvery blue blood in the underbrush. Harry hesitated. Unicorn blood, Daphne stated with certainty, having been informed of such potion ingredients by Les before. What could have attacked the unicorn? Was it the werewolf you mentioned? Daphne shook her head. That was a fabrication to frighten Ron. In reality, werewolves are indistinguishable from ordinary wizards for the majority of the month. transforming only during the full moon, which is not approaching anytime soon. Even if we entertain the notion, why would a werewolf attack a unicorn? Moreover, the unicorn possesses potent magic that renders it formidable. One must not underestimate it. Upon hearing Daphne's reasoning, Harry felt goosebumps rising on his skin. We should hurry, he urged, but Daphne showed no inclination to move. Instead, she knelt by the bloodstain. Under Harry's bewildered gaze, she pointed her wand at the blood, patiently using magic to extract it from the grass. The silvery blue liquid floated in midair, exuding a metallic sheen. After completing this task, Daphne retrieved a crystal vial from her robes and carefully placed the globule of blood inside. After gracefully collecting the blood, Daphne meticulously sealed the mouth of the crystal vial with a stopper and then tucked it into the pocket of her robe's lining. Chapter 86. The Battle in the Forbidden Forest. Harry felt his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. It wasn't until Daphne had stowed the vial away and taken a few steps forward that he finally processed the moment and hurried after her, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Daphne cast him a curious glance. This was unicorn blood, highly precious and rarely seen. Now that she had the opportunity, of course, she intended to collect some. Perhaps wary of Harry blindly following suit, she added, "The blood of a unicorn, if obtained through hunting, comes with a dreadful curse. The one who consumes it will commit heinous sins and be eternally tormented by the curse." Harry suddenly understood. Since you were not the one who harmed the unicorn, you could utilize this blood without succumbing to the curse, correct? The hooded figure seemed to see through her disillusionment charm. As soon as Daphne pointed her wand at it, it turned around, conjuring a shield in mid-air with its wand. The earth beneath it churned like liquid, forming a wall of dirt to provide support and defense behind the shield. Daphne did not rashly step into the clearing, but instead remained in the shadows of the trees. Raising her arm to block Harry's path, a weakened curse pierced through 2 layers of protection, hurtling towards the astonished hooded figure. In a panic, it twisted its body to evade, yet was still struck on the right arm. The spell instantly severed its arm, which fell to the ground. The wound as smooth as a mirror. As they progressed, the blood trails grew denser, and Daphne's movements became increasingly adept, even managing to collect blood into the vial while walking. The lifeless unicorn, bathed in moonlight, painted a beautiful yet tragic picture. Its elongated legs remained in the position it fell, its mane sprawled across the dark leaves, surrounded by droplets of blood that glimmered like pearls. The injured unicorn was drawing near. How far could the monster that attacked it be? After a few more steps, an open area appeared before them. Daphne's figure swiftly vanished, while Harry remained rooted, pressing his hand to his forehead, having neglected to release the spark as agreed when the hooded figure emerged. A sudden, excruciating pain pierced his head, as if the scar on his forehead ignited. This agonizing sensation blurred his vision, compelling him to stagger backward instinctively. Is this the foundation of a pureblood family? Harry instinctively attributed Daphne's success to her privileged background, but he swiftly banished that thought. Other young wizards from pureblood families were not nearly as exceptional as she. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were prime examples, and even his friend Ron and Neville Longbottom from the neighboring Hufflepuff house, all hailing from pureblood families, were not much different from him. Perhaps even inferior. One could argue that Crabbe and Goyle's pure lineage was hardly commendable, given their affiliations with trolls. Cast a spark, Daphne commanded, then cast a disillusionment charm on herself, while activating the necklace to unleash the stored defensive magic before Harry. This was not a spell. Daphne did not invoke incantations, but solely channeled her magic to gather the unicorn's blood from every corner. This was the primary distinction between ancient and modern wizards. While ancient wizards possessed the concept of spells, their emphasis lay in the flow of magical energy during spellcasting. In contrast, modern wizards focused on the syntax and gestures of incantations. As a witch personally trained by the Lestranges, Daphne's spellcasting style resembled that of a sorceress from a millennium ago. In tandem with the attack spell shattering its defenses, the unicorn's blood scattered across the ground seemed to be rejuvenated, shooting towards the hooded figure like bullets. This was Daphne's true offensive. The formidable attack spell that had just been unleashed was drawn from the magic stored within her necklace. While these blood droplets acted as her genuine trump card, when the unicorn was harmed, the curse had already seeped into its blood. Thus, the vial contained blood inherently cursed, largely irrespective of who hunted the unicorn. The two beheld a pure, white form lying on the ground, its coat shimmering in the moonlight. It was the unicorn they had sought, albeit deceased. There's a way to remove it, but the method is incredibly complex. At this point, Daphne refused to elaborate further. Harry understood that it likely involved the ancient secret arts passed down from the Greengrass family. To be honest, He wished to learn it, uncertain if Daphne would be willing to teach him. Daphne fell silent for a moment, shaking her head. She could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Under the cover of her disillusionment charm, she ascended into the air and launched a counterattack against the hooded figure. In the next instant, a thunderous crash erupted as a spell far more powerful than the previous attack struck the shield, shattering it to pieces and cleaving through the wall of dirt behind it. This is bad. She halted before a pool of blood. What kind of spell is this? Professor Flitwick had never taught this. Harry's eyes nearly brimmed with envy. Realizing this, he couldn't help but feel envious. Although Daphne was roughly his age, her knowledge far surpassed his, having mastered numerous advanced spells, placing her entirely beyond the capabilities of her peers. The wayward spell struck a nearby tree, shattering the trunk. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows of the opposite forest, moving in a peculiar manner that was neither a crawl nor a walk. However, all of its dark thorns fell short, as Daphne had already changed direction after launching an attack, lightly landing on the ground with her wand aimed at the hooded figure. Suddenly, Daphne yanked Harry aside, just in time to narrowly evade a flying curse. An attack spell descended from above, and the hooded figure swiftly cast an armor charm in front of itself, deflecting the spell. Simultaneously, the tip of its wand conjured a black rope, which fell to the ground, transforming into black beads that instantaneously morphed into sharp black spikes, launching towards the source of the attack spell in the sky. Prepare to fire the green spark, Daphne instructed Harry, while secretly tightening her grip on her wand. The area stained with blood was extensive, clearly indicating that the injured unicorn had lingered here for some time, suggesting it had reached its physical limit. Coupled with the freshness of the blood, Daphne believed they were close to finding it. Daphne's original plan involved using the attack magic from her necklace to divert the hooded figure's attention, allowing her to stealthily strike with the unicorn's blood. However, the power of the attack magic left to her by the Lestranges exceeded her expectations, turning her feigned attack into the main offensive. The blood projectiles struck the hooded figure, splattering blood in several places. Having endured multiple injuries, it was unwilling to linger any longer. With a loud explosion, a thick cloud of black mist erupted from the clearing, and, as the mist dissipated, the hooded figure vanished without a trace, even the severed arm on the ground gone. Chapter 87. Lestrange, utterly defamed. The hooded figure was driven away. After its disappearance, Daphne remained vigilant, first launching a series of red sparks in the sky, then swiftly changing her position multiple times, fearful that the hooded figure was merely feigning retreat, preparing instead for a surprise attack. While Daphne engaged in a battle of wits with the air, Harry gradually regained his composure, though the pain in his head was excruciating. During the fierce confrontation between Daphne and the hooded man, he could barely open his eyes, and only when the figure fled did the scar on his forehead begin to settle. At that moment, the sound of hooves striking the ground echoed nearby. Harry sprang to his feet, retrieving his wand from within his robes. Adrian Greengrass had once studied magic under Slytherin's tutelage. However, unlike his instructor, he was bold and straightforward, possessing a certain Gryffindor spirit. Upon witnessing the actions of the blonde centaur, the dark-haired centaur became incensed. Hearing the surname Potter, Bane snorted, still visibly unconvinced, but acknowledging Harry's presence atop Firenze. Indeed, he is one of my ancestors, Daphne nodded. This is Ronan, this is Bane, and this is Firenze. Hagrid introduced the three centaurs to the young wizards present, subsequently introducing the young wizards to the centaurs in turn. The two centaurs armed with bows and arrows charged into the clearing. Above the waist, they resembled humans, yet below, they possessed the bodies of horses, complete with tails. The attention of the centaurs swiftly shifted from Harry to Daphne, a descendant of Dragonheart Adrian. At the mention of the Greengrass surname, the three centaurs paused in astonishment. When Hogwarts was founded, the four founders had once cleared the Forbidden Forest, but as time passed, powerful magical creatures had migrated to this lush land, including a formidable black dragon that wreaked havoc among the forest inhabitants and the students of Hogwarts. Daphne contributed a few words to deepen their understanding of this ancestor of the Greengrass family, considering that the creature that had assaulted the unicorn had already fled upon their arrival. Firenze and Bane reached what seemed a ludicrous conclusion. The traces of battle in the clearing were left by this seemingly frail young girl. I am here. With the disillusionment charm lifted, Daphne emerged from her hiding place, gently stroking the head of the hound, Fong, who had approached her. Upon her appearance, both Bane and Firenze furrowed their brows, realizing they had not detected this small girl moments before. You are the boy from the Potter family, aren't you? Why are you here? This is not a place for you. Return to the castle. Can you ride? It will be faster. The The centaur lowered his front legs, allowing Harry to climb onto his back. They exchanged glances, and after a moment of silent communication, they confirmed that their companion had also overlooked her presence, which was quite unusual. Centaurs possessed keen eyesight, and the possibility of missing something was negligible, suggesting that the young girl had concealed herself with magic. A spell capable of rendering one invisible is no trivial incantation. This girl with silver hair was no ordinary child. Bane, he is the boy from the Potter family. He needs to leave here quickly. Despite knowing few spells, Harry felt a measure of comfort with his wand in hand. Firenze, how could you let a human ride on your back? Do you think you're a mule? The two centaurs, one with a mane as dark as night and a matching equine body, and the other with a platinum mane and a silver-coated body, appeared somewhat younger than the red-haired centaur. Daphne also tightened her grip on her wand, silently praying for Hagrid to arrive soon. Yet, amidst her anxious waiting, a question suddenly struck her. Why were the newcomers riding horses? This was highly unusual. It was the 20th century, not the 12th. Cavalry had become ceremonial, and even the traditionally conservative magical community had ceased riding horses. What, then, were these horse-riding individuals? Soon, Daphne's confusion found resolution. Hagrid appeared alongside another red-haired centaur. It was then that Daphne and Harry learned that the blonde centaur was named Firenze, after circling the clearing to ascertain that the source of danger had departed. The two centaurs ceased their galloping. The dark-haired centaur solemnly examined the unicorn-esque carcass and the signs of battle, while the platinum-haired centaur approached Harry, inquiring if he required assistance. Merlin above, Harry, are you all right? Where's that little girl? Hagrid, wielding a crossbow in one hand and several spear-sized arrows in the other, hurried to Harry's side. Once assured of Harry's safety, he remembered that Daphne was also missing. Hagrid, along with the others present, including the concealed Les, froze momentarily. Hagrid had not anticipated that Daphne would garner the centaur's additional attention, while Les was astonished to hear a familiar name after a millennium. Dragonheart? Harry was bewildered, having never encountered such an odd title before. It's nothing, thank you. The ancestor of the Greengrass family, once a student of Salazar Slytherin, had famously extracted a dragon's heart during a battle, thus earning the revered title of Dragonheart Adrian. Even after a millennium, his legend continued to circulate through the forest. Ronan elucidated Harry's confusion. Observing the centaurs galloping through the forbidden forest, Daphne's eyes widened as she meticulously scrutinized every detail of their forms. This was her first encounter with such wondrous creatures, known for their intelligence on par with that of humans, akin to house elves and fairies. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Daphne Greengrass, you certainly do not appear unscathed. The golden-haired centaur's gaze lingered on the prominent scar on Harry's forehead, which was accentuated by his pale complexion. It was not a matter of trial. Rather, it was the quarrel among the four founders, particularly Slytherin, that had diverted their attention from the happenings here, leading to the deployment of this out-of-place young lad to his doom. Yet, who would have imagined that he would succeed? Bane derisively exposed the school's underlying motives. Listening to Bane's words, Les felt his blood pressure rise. What did it mean to be preoccupied with infighting? What did it mean to be sent to die? The reputation of Slytherin has been tarnished by individuals like you. What vexes me most is the expression on Hagrid's face, as if he actually finds merit in what that centaur has said. That centaur is defaming me. Les was quite displeased. As for the truth of the matter, Adrian had secretly ventured forth to hunt the black dragon. By the time Les learned of this, Adrian had already returned to the castle bearing the dragon's heart. For this audacious act, he paid a steep price. Les confined him for a month, yet he publicly posted the reason for the confinement on the castle's notice board. It is no surprise that Adrian's descendants would engage in such actions. The centaurs reached a consensus and cast curious glances at Daphne. This young, which possesses the courage to battle that nefarious creature, as well as the prowess to do so unharmed. Her future is boundless. The centaurs exchanged further pleasantries with Hagrid, inevitably steering the conversation towards the momentous events of the night. Unlike Hagrid, who might naively believe that Ronan is truly negotiating with the stars, Les was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Two spells, one from each side, struck the two centaurs with precision. Their eyes rolled back, and without uttering a sound, they collapsed to the ground with dull thuds. However, the focus of the night was not the crafting of wands, but rather the dark arts that Les had once dabbled in. The Mars was particularly bright tonight. So, have you discovered what caused this? After a prolonged silence, it was Hagrid who broke the stillness. Leading the trio of centaurs was Ronan, his red hair gleaming. Rather than directly answering Hagrid's query, he pointed upwards to the sky above. Upon hearing this, Hagrid and everyone else present fell into silence. Les understood, well, the centaur's formidable prophetic abilities. which stem from their interpretation of celestial phenomena. In other words, their prophecies, drawn from the cosmos, are often remarkably accurate, making Ronan's words worthy of deep contemplation. Hagrid, perplexed, inquired further, yet Ronan simply reiterated that the Mars was notably bright. Ronan was reluctant to divulge his thoughts directly, and both Firenze and Bane remained taciturn. If Gryffindor were to witness this, they would likely accuse him of being a dark wizard. As he drew his wand, less couldn't he help but remark upon his own predicament. The unicorn, a powerful magical creature, is exceedingly rare. Even a millennium ago, they belonged to the realm of legend, and many wizards never glimpsed a unicorn in their lifetime. A slight discord arose among the centaurs. Firenze wished to escort Hagrid and his companions away from the Forbidden Forest, while Ronan and Bane insisted on first disposing of the unicorn's corpse. Muffs? Does this refer to war? Generally, mention of Mars inevitably conjures thoughts of conflict. The mere association of the centaur's prophecies with war piqued his interest, and upon further examination of Ronan's statement, Les arrived at a chilling conclusion. The bright Mars heralds impending war. He had previously conducted some research in this area, though it was likely that his findings had dissipated with the passage of time. While the results may have faded, the knowledge remained. With the right materials, Les could certainly replicate his necromantic arts. After deftly incapacitating the centaur lingering there, Les emerged from the shadows. The centaurs were quite familiar with Hagrid, thus they did not take his words to heart. Hearing Bane's candid remarks, Hagrid sighed heavily, recognizing that he would gain no useful insights from the centaurs that night. All magic, all spells, are tools to be utilized, though some incantations require particular caution before use. Much like certain ingredients in alchemy, one must take precautions before handling them. To suffer injury due to negligence and then complain about the malevolence of the materials is rather ludicrous, is it not? Gazing at the unicorn's lifeless form stretched across the ground, he narrowed his eyes. This is exquisite biological material. Does my use of necromancy imply that I am a dark wizard? Les did not share that sentiment. If we were to proclaim every known truth indiscriminately, we would have long since ceased to exist, Bane explained to Hagrid in a deep voice. Thus, the centaurs divided into two groups. Firenze, Hagrid, and Harry departed together, while Bane and Ronan remained behind, preparing to incinerate the unicorn's corpse. Due to the malign presence, the centaurs were unwilling to bury the unicorn, fearing it would find no peace in death. However, Les held an opposing view, asserting that the notion of dark magic is non-existent. Magic is merely a tool for wizards. What malevolence can a tool possess? The essence lies in the wielder. A Muggle can use a fruit knife to slice fruit or to commit murder. Should we classify fruit knives accordingly? Magic is no different. Les could not suppress a narrowing of his eyes. He feared not the specter of war, yet if possible, the magical community should strive to avert conflict. After all, the world is no longer as it was 1,000 years ago. However, this was merely his conjecture. The specific content of the prophecy was known only to Ronan, and there might be a minuscule chance he merely wished to show his half-giant friend the shimmering Mars. All right, we must return. The confinement is over for tonight. With the unicorn deceased, the rationale for remaining in confinement had dissipated, and as it was already well into the night, Hagrid resolved to take Harry and the others back. Les was convinced that Mr. Ollivander must have close ties to Hogwarts or to Hagrid. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to utilize unicorn tail hair extensively in wand cores, just as with phoenix feathers. Les had heard that Dumbledore kept a phoenix, likely the source of all Ollivander's phoenix feather wand cores. War indeed. That wounded unicorn has perished. Firenze spoke with a tone of sorrow. As Hagrid and his group departed, Bane and Ronan began gathering branches. Their divergences, apart from the student's lineage, revolved around their studies of magic. Gryffindor vehemently opposed his research in these matters, citing simple reasoning. They believed dark magic corrupts the soul, subtly altering one's nature. Thus it would be wise for Les to limit his exposure to such things. While Hagrid and Harry were left bewildered, Les, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration. With no moral qualms, Les set about preparing for the ritual to invoke magic upon the unicorn's corpse. Chapter 89, Nightmare. In Les's eyes, not every corpse is suitable for the practice of necromancy. It must be sufficiently fresh, robust, and aesthetically pleasing to him. The troll that Daphne had slain was indeed fresh, but utterly filthy and grotesque. Les found it entirely unworthy, and with professors en route to the school, time was of the essence, prompting him to forego that troll's remains. Today, as circumstances were different, before him lay the lifeless form of a unicorn, freshly deceased, perfectly aligning with Les's criteria. He drew forth his wand and positioned it over the heart of the unicorn. with a surge of magic. The wand penetrated the unicorn's body. In the next moment, he sliced open his palm, allowing droplets of crimson blood to cascade upon the earth, tracing a relatively simple equilateral triangle magic circle centered around the corpse of a unicorn. Regardless of its guilt or innocence, virtue or wickedness, it must return to the realm of the living. I offer its flesh as your recompense. Reyes gently patted the unicorn's skeletal head and addressed it. Upon your rebirth, you shall undoubtedly require a new name. What do you think of Nightmare? Observing the spectral figure of Nightmare gliding within the crystal orb, Rey's face broke into a satisfied smile. He waved his hand, and the soil tainted with the hooded figure's blood began to levitate, coalescing into a compact mass. Reyes placed this sanguine clump at one vertex of the triangle, while at the other two vertices, he laid soil stained with the unicorn's blood and his own, respectively. With this, Reyes had successfully cast the necromantic spell. The three flames each extended slender tendrils, entwining around the unicorn's head, heart, and flanks, gradually expanding. Welcome back to the world of the living. I hope you will acclimate to your new form. Reyes gestured towards the skeleton. He pressed the crystal orb against Nightmare, causing its form to gradually diminish until it became smaller than the orb itself, at which point it was swiftly absorbed, continuing to shrink until it was half the size of the decorative trees. From an outsider's perspective, Reyes' actions were the epitome of dark magic, yet in Reyes' eyes, was this not a sacred incantation bestowing new life upon the deceased? There could be no brighter magic than this. The magic circle was completed in a short span. Reyes' complexion pale from blood loss, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. In that moment, Reyes was illuminated with purpose. Hearing Ronan's words, Bane raised his head to the starry sky, remaining silent for long while before simply shaking his head. After reciting an extensive incantation, the previously drawn triangular magic circle suddenly ignited with azure flames. The flames roiled, consuming all the magical materials Reyes had prepared, with the intensity peaking at the locations of the three blood clumps. This time, he did not chant in English, but instead invoked the spell in Latin. With a swift motion, Reyes tended to his wound, staunching the bleeding before meticulously searching the clearing for traces left by the hooded figure. Fortunately, in its haste to flee, the figure had only taken a severed arm, leaving the blood on the ground undisturbed. Regardless of your identity or dominion, I, Salazar Slytherin, demand a soul from you. At this juncture, the three crucial elements, enemy's blood, self's blood, and the caster's blood, were in place, completing the essential preparatory work for the necromantic rite. After a while, the two centaurs Reyes had incapacitated began to regain consciousness, hastily approaching the clearing, only to discover that the unicorn's body, once lying there, had vanished. Ronan, filled with concern, gazed at the night sky and sighed. The clouds are nearly obscuring the stars. In the next instant, a whirlwind erupted in the clearing, sweeping away the ashes and revealing a pure white figure appearing amidst the trees. Damn it, that creature has returned. Why did I not foresee this? Bane stomped his hooves in frustration, lamenting his own carelessness. Bane believed that it was the demon responsible for the unicorn's slaying who had stolen its corpse, likely driven by filthy lucre and the desire to perpetuate a life fated to be cursed. The blood of my enemies, my own blood, and my blood are all in place. Its revival should be as inevitable as the sun's rise and set. Once all was prepared, Reyes stood beside the unicorn's remains, reciting the incantation over its corpse. He remained expressionless as the blue flames completely engulfed the unicorn's body. Bane and Ronan's faces turned ashen. After Nightmare acclimated to its new form, Reyes produced another crystal orb from his bag. This orb bore resemblance to those sold in Muggle gift shops, containing a small platform adorned with tiny decorations. Within Reyes' orb, the decoration depicted a miniature forest. As the phantom merged with the skeleton, two small orbs of white flame ignited within the hollow eye sockets of the unicorn's skull, flickering momentarily before the skeleton rose from the ground, its hooves wreathed in blue flames, stamping upon the earth. The resurrected unicorn required a moment to adjust to its new form. The shadow of the unicorn, no longer hesitant, lifted its four hooves and leaped onto the skeleton, completely merging with it. More accurately, Nightmare was its species name, yet judging by the unicorn's demeanor, it seemed unopposed to being called Nightmare. Cautiously, it approached Reyes, nuzzling his arm with its head before turning to gaze at the skeleton on the ground. The Grim Reaper, the Lord of the Underworld, the deity of darkness and death, the ruler of the realm of the dead. From Anubis, the ferryman of the underworld, to Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. From Thanatos, the Grim Reaper, to Arnu, the king of the underworld. Strangely, although the unicorn's corpse was enveloped in flames, it emitted no acrid scent, burning silently like a candle. After approximately 15 minutes, the flesh and blood of the unicorn had been completely consumed, leaving behind a blackened skeleton, with the flames gradually retreating to its forehoofs. The shadow gradually grew larger, becoming more distinct, until a spectral figure resembling a unicorn appeared at the edge of the clearing. Reyes tidied the surroundings before departing. Chapter 90. The questioner should not only be Dumbledore. What was the mastermind behind the slaying of the unicorn and the theft of its corpse doing now? Professor Quirrell was crawling in the dim corners of the Forbidden Forest. The spells cast by Daphne and Reyes had inflicted severe damage upon him. After staggering a distance, he was utterly spent, unable to even stand upright. Incompetent fool. A muffled roar emerged from beneath Quirrell's headscarf. You can't even handle this trivial matter. What use are you? Despite the barrier of the scarf. The fury and malice in that voice were unmistakable. The young wizards of Hogwarts could hardly imagine that the usually timid Professor Quirrell harbored such a monumental secret. If they were to discover that the voice belonged to none other than the infamous Voldemort, many would likely faint from terror. Quirrell shuddered, attempting to justify himself. Master, I. His voice trailed off, gradually diminishing. Yet before succumbing to slumber, Voldemort ensured that Quirrell's severed arm was reattached and other wounds healed. Final exam revision. Me. Miss Gringotts, do you wish to reconsider what you just said? 4 Reyes. Achieving full marks or receiving a score of 0 bore no distinction. Had it not been for the glaring absence of an exam, he would have preferred to forego the ordeal altogether, wishing someone could take the exam in his stead. Reyes narrowed his eyes. Lace entered his laboratory and carefully extracted the stone from the crucible, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized it intently. Under Voldemort's relentless efforts, several droplets of silvery blue blood oozed from the wound. Although Daphne's act of transforming unicorn blood into projectiles had injured Quirrell, it inadvertently provided him with some unicorn blood, thereby prolonging his life. By the way, are we heading to the library soon? With exams looming in just a few weeks. Perhaps it is time to devise a study plan? Engaged in casual banter with Daphne, he pondered his next course of action. It was indeed an intriguing experience. Once Daphne had recounted her harrowing encounter in the Forbidden Forest, Lace picked up a silver pot and inquired, "Would you care for some red tea?" "Allow me," Quirrell interjected. But his body was entirely under the control of Voldemort, who resided in the back of his mind. Lace regarded Daphne with the gaze of one observing an odd creature, holding her eyes until she looked away. Daphne pouted. She had anticipated that her tale would astonish Lace, yet he maintained an air of indifference, as if he had experienced the events himself the previous night. Since possessing Quirrell, Voldemort had been scheming to seize the Philosopher's Stone concealed within the castle by Dumbledore. He failed to perceive the abnormalities in this endeavor. Placing himself in Dumbledore's shoes, Voldemort assumed the elderly wizard was nearing his end. Hence his hurried demand for the stone from his companion, Nicholas Flamel, to extend his lifespan. The insatiable desire for the stone, compounded by the fragility of his own soul, eroded Voldemort's rationality, leading him to overlook all discrepancies. Every promise Voldemort made to Quirrell, every vision he painted, was a mere fabrication. Quirrell's fate would be indistinguishable from that of the serpents and rats he had once possessed. Once he had drained the nutrients from this body, Quirrell would perish. Any actions taken merely delayed the inevitable. After all, the final exams would not only involve Harry Potter, but also Daphne, and the examiners were not solely Dumbledore. Your charm within that necklace is remarkably effective. Without it, we would likely still be in an impasse, Daphne complimented, recalling how invaluable it had been the previous night. Should Quirrell inadvertently stumble upon this place, he would be utterly astonished, for Lace's workstation was adorned with 5 stones that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Philosopher's Stone. In another crucible, a cauldron of blood-red liquid bubbled vigorously, within which a stone identical to the genuine Philosopher's Stone bobbed up and down. Pain? Voldemort had long since grown accustomed to it. Every moment spent as a wraith was a torment akin to being sliced by 1,000 knives. The current discomfort was but a trifling matter. As for Quirrell's physical form, it mattered little to him. Since taking possession of Quirrell, he had become a living corpse. Observing the rapidly healing wounds and reattached limbs, Quirrell was filled with elation. My master possesses such profound magic. What could he not achieve? Once he consumed the Philosopher's Stone and was reborn, unimaginable rewards awaited him. Through a series of machinations, Quirrell had finally acquired the means to bypass the protective barriers. And once Voldemort regained sufficient strength, he could initiate his actions. Alone, Lace returned to the chamber and entered a secluded room within. This was his private potion laboratory, where he concocted potions he wished to keep hidden from Daphne. According to Voldemort's calculations, to restore enough power He would need to hunt down 2 unicorns and drain their blood. What was initially a smoothly planned operation was now delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, pushing the quest for the stone further back. Voldemort demonstrated no restraint in utilizing this body that was not his own. Quirrell, injured and cautious in his movements, feared exacerbating his wounds, whereas Voldemort acted with abandon, as though he were entirely unscathed. He remained oblivious to the fact that everything before him was achieved at the expense of Quirrell's vitality. At present, Quirrell appeared quite healthy, but beneath that facade, his body was nearly hollowed out by Voldemort. Regrettably, they had attracted too much attention to continue hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort lamented. All signs indicated that Quirrell, or rather, the entity within him, was on the verge of losing control. Lace believed he should take preemptive measures. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I shall take my leave. You may continue with your tasks, Lace said, pushing his plate aside and leaving the dining hall, effectively thwarting Daphne's attempt to follow him. This time, he intended to act independently. Master Quirrell, he stammered, seemingly wanting to voice something. Quirrell had begun hunting unicorns, indicating that the entity within him was accumulating power. The question remained, when would he attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Would Daphne's interruption of his hunting activities impact Quirrell's plans? Ignoring Quirrell's voice, Voldemort set about formulating a new plan. We cannot rely on unicorn blood any longer. Your task now is to brew potions daily using the recipes I provide, and take them punctually. Once I have regained some strength, we shall proceed. Lace smiled faintly. Of course it is effective. The craftsmanship of this necklace is quite intricate, and considerable effort was invested in its creation. To Lace, this stone must not exhibit a single flaw. Chapter 91, Different Levels, Different Papers. Lace retrieved a cloth and gently wiped the remnants of the red liquid from the stone's surface, revealing a blood-red gem beneath. Visually, it bore no distinction from the Philosopher's Stone he had obtained that day, yet mere appearance was far from sufficient. He intended to craft a replica capable of deceiving even Dumbledore's discerning gaze. As the most formidable wizard he had encountered since awakening, Lace held Dumbledore in high regard, willing to view him as an equal despite the vast temporal chasm separating their births. In other words, he needed to create a counterfeit so convincing that even he would struggle to discern its authenticity. The world of Muggle antiques was rife with forgery techniques. For instance, producing a plate in an ancient style and stamping it with a corresponding era's mark represented the most rudimentary imitation. A slightly more sophisticated method involved aging through physical or chemical means. The most advanced techniques combined and spliced antiques from different eras to fabricate a piece with a richer historical narrative and greater value, or even dismantled one antique into 2. Lace aimed to employ the highest level forgery techniques. His meticulous endeavor to replicate the Philosopher's Stone stemmed from his desire to obtain the genuine article for research while remaining undetected by Dumbledore. Having previously acquired some fragments of the Philosopher's Stone, although insufficient for extensive study, they provided enough material to craft a remarkably convincing imitation. Lace channeled his magical energy and, upon finding no anomalies in the replica, after several failed attempts, he finally produced a counterfeit that could deceive even his own eyes. With the chosen piece of the Philosopher's Stone in hand, Lace began further fabrication. He evaporated the liquid in the crucible until only a diminutive blob, no larger than a fingernail, remained. With a flick of his magical prowess, he deftly spread this viscous substance evenly across the surface of the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone, allowing it to air dry, thus completing his task. This replica, crafted by Lace, had reached a level of authenticity that even he could scarcely distinguish. The interior of the stone was uniformly infused with genuine Philosopher's Stone powder, making it nearly impossible to detect any discrepancies through magical probing. More ingeniously, Lace had coated this imitation with an exceedingly thin layer derived from a real Philosopher's Stone, enabling it to exhibit a faint semblance of the authentic stone's capabilities. If the genuine stone could extend life by a year, this counterfeit might manage only a few hours. Such a maneuver ensured that even if this replica were employed in the creation of an elixir of immortality, it could pass undetected. Tucking the counterfeit into his robes, Lace departed the hidden chamber, making his way toward the corridor on the 4th floor. Once again, he encountered a series of brain-teasing mini-games, but as he traversed the challenges, Lace subtly manipulated the trials, customizing them for Daphne. After all, how could one use the same examination for students of varying abilities? As for whether his alterations would be discovered, Lace had his own strategies in place. Upon reaching the final challenge, he noted a slight modification from before. The mirror of Ariste had been placed here. Using the same technique, he extracted the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror, then reshaped his own version to ensure both stones appeared identical before inserting the imitation. After a moment's contemplation, he added yet another element to the replica. With that complete, Lys exited the examination room prepared by Dumbledore for Harry. Days passed, and as the final exams loomed nearer, Harry, Quirrell, Daphne, Lys, and Dumbledore all busied themselves with their respective concerns. Quirrell, with Voldemort lurking behind him, had finally amassed enough power to compel him into the sealed corridor on the 4th floor, while Harry, the candidate, began to sense something amiss. It was a sunlit afternoon, and with the end of term approaching, the professors ceased their lectures, allowing students to review freely. Any questions could be directed to their offices. Frustrated, Harry tossed his notes aside and rubbed his forehead vigorously. Ron, seated beside him, sighed. He had noticed Harry's deteriorating state since his return from the Forbidden Forest, and the impending exams seemed to exacerbate his symptoms. Shouldn't you see Madame Pomfrey? Perhaps she could prepare a pain relief potion for you, or you might seek out Lys. That guy really understands potions. Harry waved his hand dismissively. His instincts told him a pain relief potion would be ineffective. Unbeknownst to Ron, Harry had been repeatedly awakened by a nightmare, in which a hooded figure with blood dripping from its mouth drew ever closer. Harry interpreted this as a forewarning of impending danger. Meanwhile, a nagging feeling in his mind suggested Ron's latter comment bore merit. Seeking out Lys might indeed be a prudent idea. I think I may have forgotten to do something very important, Harry confided in Ron. Most likely, it's the exams at play. I simply don't understand. The professors impart knowledge to us. We diligently absorb it. And yet we must endure an examination. It's a blatant display of distrust. Ron expressed considerable grievance regarding the final exams. Harry, at that moment, preferred silence. He stood and resolved to find Lys and Daphne for a thorough discussion. To his surprise, upon locating Daphne, he discovered that Lys, usually by her side, was conspicuously absent. "Where's Lys?" he inquired. "I don't know. He said he had something to attend to and left me here to study," Daphne replied, pouting slightly. She was well aware that Lys had retreated to tinker with his exceedingly complex potion, but she felt no obligation to inform Potter of this. It was hardly her responsibility to take him into the Slytherin territory left behind by its heir. The absence of Lys only heightened Harry's agitation. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He felt he had grasped the thread of the truth. He abruptly placed his palm on Daphne's notes, snatching them from her grasp. Facing Daphne's incredulous and furious gaze, Harry merely implored her to accompany him to visit Hagrid. Summoning the bored Ron, the trio made their way to Hagrid's hut. "You better give me an explanation," Daphne said darkly, trailing behind the two. She vowed that if Harry could not provide a satisfactory rationale, she would ensure he faced the consequences. "Don't you find some things too coincidental?" Harry began, counting off the points of suspicion he had discerned. Hagrid is the owner of the three-headed dog in the corridor, and then he encountered a wizard with a dragon egg while gambling. What kind of wizard brings a dragon egg to a game of cards? The crucial part is that this dragon egg ultimately ended up lost to Hagrid. Alongside the Halloween troll and the creatures of the Forbidden Forest, he concluded, I must seek out Hagrid to verify a few matters. Harry's complexion paled. If his suspicions were correct, the ramifications would be dire. Chapter 92, Daphne's Fury. Upon finding Hagrid, he was seated at the door of his hut. Tending the game he had hunted, he appeared to be in high spirits, skillfully eviscerating a rabbit while humming an unfamiliar tune. Upon seeing Harry and the others, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of surprise. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be studying for your finals? Harry bypassed pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. Hagrid, I need to ask you something. Do you recall the details of that night you won Norbert while playing cards? Specifically, who lost it to you? Hagrid furrowed his brow, rummaging through his memory earnestly. There was a peculiar fellow who wouldn't remove his cloak or hood. But honestly, most folks at the Leaky Cauldron look like that. I mean, I went out, huh? Hagrid chuckled heartily. Upon hearing the mention of a cloak and hood, Harry felt his scar throb once more. He hastily pressed on. So how did you, strike up a conversation? Surely he didn't parade the dragon egg around, seeking challengers for a bet? At the mention of the dragon egg, Hagrid's enthusiasm surged. He tossed the rabbit aside and began recounting the tale of that fateful evening. After a long day's work, indulging in a pint of hot butterbeer and playing a few hands of cards. That's the pinnacle of enjoyment for an adult wizard. I gotta know the dragon egg vendor through that. At the mention of the dragon egg vendor, Harry nearly fainted. Hagrid's tendency to be overly casual was sometimes overwhelming. The dragon egg vendor, what a preposterous thought. Perhaps a dragon fruit vendor would be more fitting, oblivious to the absurdity of his own words. Hagrid continued his narrative. We played several rounds, drank quite a bit, and even ordered some roast meat. And As you know, betting and card games go hand in hand. I had a stroke of luck and won several rounds, and in a fit of frustration, he wagered a dragon egg, Norbert, on the table. Hagrid, as if savoring the suspense, paused for a brief 2 seconds before revealing the widely known answer. He had lost again. Following his defeat, a newfound clarity washed over him, and he expressed considerable regret, pleading for a moment to gather some funds, as he was reluctant to part with the dragon egg. He harbored doubts about my ability to manage the dragon, fearing that it might escape and cause chaos, ultimately bringing him trouble. I could not allow this fortuitous opportunity to slip through my fingers. So I assured him that I was the keeper of the hunting grounds, capable of managing even the 3-headed dog, Fluffy. A mere dragon would pose no challenge at all. Harry felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over his head. And what then? Was he truly captivated by Fluffy? Indeed, who wouldn't be intrigued by a dog with 3 heads? I explained that every creature has its vulnerabilities, in Fluffy's case. A sudden stop and a display of terror on Hagrid's face would suffice. Blast it! I should be discussing this with you lot. Enough. You ought to return to your studies for the final exams. Hagrid urged, shooing the 3 young wizards out of his yard. Hagrid! Hagrid! Harry called in vain. But Hagrid retreated into his home, ignoring his pleas. Harry felt engulfed by despair. Observing the entire scene, Daphne finally comprehended what had transpired. After a moment's contemplation, she made a decision. We must seek out less. We must consult Dumbledore, she declared in unison with Harry. Daphne, Harry, Ron? The 3 fell silent for a moment, before Daphne awkwardly added, I suppose contacting Dumbledore could work. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed imperative to inform Dumbledore right away, given that he was the headmaster. Why had she instinctively thought of Les to solve the issue? Consulting Les was an option, but first, they needed to alert Dumbledore that Hagrid had divulged Fluffy's secret to a stranger. I was certain that the figure in the cloak was either Snape or Voldemort. Aside from this matter, we must also discuss the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day. I believe Firenze would vouch for me. I hope Dumbledore would trust us, as perhaps we could prevent Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone in time. But where was Dumbledore's office? Harry realized, only at the end of his thought, that he had no idea where it was. Wait, how did this become entangled with the Dark Lord and Professor Snape? Daphne shuddered at the mere mention of that name, perplexed as to why this situation was connected to the Dark Lord and why Snape was implicated. Harry and Ron then remembered that Daphne was a Slytherin. Here's my reasoning. Harry explained his hypothesis to Daphne, believing that once she heard his rationale, she would surely believe him and recognize Snape's true nature. Daphne, however, was left with a myriad of questions. But you have no evidence whatsoever. I can't tolerate your unfounded slander against Professor Snape, she retorted, incredulous that he would assume Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. And just so you know, the Dark Lord has been vanquished for over a decade. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance filled with resignation. But consider this. Snape has targeted Harry for an entire semester. Ron joined in the effort to persuade Daphne. So what? Where's the evidence? Daphne's elegantly arched brows shot up, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Previously, during the competition, I had recounted to Daphne the conversation I had overheard between Snape and Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. He was coercing Professor Quirrell. He wanted Quirrell to help him obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Daphne. Coercing Quirrell. Do you truly believe that Professor Quirrell is as oblivious to Dumbledore's office as you are? It was clear that reasoning with a Slytherin was futile. It was equally evident that reasoning with 2 Gryffindors was equally hopeless. The trio sighed in unison. So what now? Do you intend to report us to Snape? Harry shot Daphne a rather unfriendly glare. Daphne, roused by Harry's provocation, nearly leaped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. What do you take me for? I'm going with you to the 4th floor corridor. I have to show you who the intruder is. At that moment, fueled by indignation, Daphne resolved to intervene in the matter, and the 3 of them sprinted towards the castle. Chapter 93. Has Les collapsed from poisoning? After running for a while, upon entering the castle, the adrenaline began to dissipate, and they calmed down. Harry believed they should seek out Professor Dumbledore first, rather than recklessly charging into the 4th floor corridor. But here lay the dilemma. Where was Dumbledore's office? The group found themselves at a loss while standing at the corner of the 2nd floor corridor. Daphne also had no idea where the headmaster's office was, having never witnessed a student being taken there. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. You 3, step aside. Instead of dawdling here, you ought to return to studying for your final exams. How could Les possibly have collapsed due to a miscalculation of those 2 potions? Yet the reality stood before them, as solid as the marble floor beneath their feet. A smile broke across Daphne's face. Potter. Doesn't this clear Professor Snape's name? He didn't steal the Philosopher's Stone. The trio turned to see Snape standing right behind them. As Daphne stood there, utterly stunned, Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of sympathy for her, gently patting Daphne on the shoulder. It was no wonder she was so startled. Lying on a stretcher was none other than Les. This revelation was truly shocking for Daphne. As the stretcher rounded the corner of the staircase, a small crystal vial slipped from Les' robe pocket and fell to the floor. Each person present was lost in their own thoughts. And aside from Daphne instinctively picking it up, no one noticed it. Professor McGonagall was taken aback by her own thoughts. Pausing momentarily before informing Harry that Dumbledore had received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and was currently absent from Hogwarts. What if they encountered the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Although Daphne felt capable after the encounter in the Forbidden Forest, she knew that if faced with the same situation again, her chances of success would be significantly diminished. Moreover, Potter had yet to present any substantial evidence. He suspected someone was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but where was the proof? One couldn't rely solely on conjecture. You lot, have you finished your revision? Snape's voice echoed behind the trio, causing Harry and Ron to draw in a sharp breath. Upon hearing Daphne assert she could handle the three-headed dog, Harry felt as if she radiated a divine light. At that moment, Les lay with his eyes closed, his complexion ashen. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he might as well have been a corpse. In a subterranean classroom, he was discovered by someone, and based on the scattered remnants of potions around him, it was evident that Mr. Linty had attempted to concoct elixirs to enhance memory and luck, hoping to achieve commendable results in his final examinations. However, the complexity of crafting these two potions had surpassed his expectations. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Les, who lay on a stretcher, and sighed, "I fear Mr. Linty will miss his final exams." Daphne, overwhelmed by absurd emotions, found herself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Le?" A startled cry interrupted Professor McGonagall's words. He pushed past the trio, striding toward the hospital wing, but paused after a few steps to turn back and address Daphne, saying, "Miss Greengrass, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. A warm face cannot be pressed against a cold backside. Choose your friends wisely." He felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. Ron was somewhat irked by her demeanor, yet he felt powerless to confront Daphne. "There are ways to traverse the three-headed dog," Daphne interjected, cutting through Harry's complaints. "The Philosopher's Stone is to be stolen, and we don't even have a ticket to prevent his entrance," Harry lamented in a tone of despair. It was rare to see a Slytherin mingling daily with Gryffindor. "I understand," Snape remarked, a peculiar smile gracing his features. "He has indeed overestimated his potion-making abilities, nonetheless. I commend his courage and talent for daring to challenge such difficult concoctions in his first year." "Very well, I must attend to Mr. Linty. I have just developed a new antidote." Daphne shot him a glance, declining to respond to his remarks. As Professor McGonagall engaged in conversation with Harry, the stretcher slowly floated towards them, allowing Daphne to clearly see the face of the person lying upon it, prompting her to stifle a gasp. Harry looked up at Daphne, who was now scrutinizing a crystal vial in her hand. Professor McGonagall appeared with a serious expression, hurrying along with another floating stretcher. Upon spotting Harry and the others, she frowned, casting an additional disapproving glance at Daphne, as if reproaching her for associating with Harry and Ron once again. "Les was working with you, correct? You often study together, don't you? Please, help him alleviate some of his pressure. Now, step aside. I must take Mr. Linty to the hospital wing." With that, she disregarded Harry entirely, guiding the stretcher towards the infirmary. "We want to see Professor Dumbledore." Courage surged from Harry's depths as he met McGonagall's gaze, articulating his request. "How did you come by that potion?" Ron couldn't help but inquire. Dumbledore had departed, Les had fallen ill, and Professor McGonagall appeared disinterested in their explanations. The trio's anchor of support had been swept away, plunging the three young wizards into confusion. Harry, in a state of desperation, asked at this time, "Wonderful." He nearly leaped with excitement, his eyes sparkling. "We must go to the 4th floor at once. We have to stop Snape." The vial contained a powerful sleeping potion, potent enough to lull the three-headed dog into slumber. "As long as we have this, entering there should pose no problem." "Professor, Les," Daphne began. "Huh?" Her rational mind informed her that there were numerous points to critique regarding this operation. Although she had previously insisted on taking Harry and the others to prove Professor Snape's innocence, it had merely been a moment of anger. She felt that barging into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor was decidedly unwise. Why on earth would he concoct such a potion? Harry echoed, resembling a malfunctioning program, standing helplessly in place. He had never felt such despair. Snape was breaching the protective barriers of the Philosopher's Stone. Once he obtained it, Voldemort would return, and Hogwarts would cease to exist. What would he do then? Return to the Dursleys? After casting that thought aside, he flicked his sleeve and departed with an air of disdain. Daphne turned to Harry, asserting proudly, "I told you, Professor Snape is undoubtedly innocent." Chapter 94. Daphne. I feel targeted. Wonderful. Snape isn't prepared to steal the Philosopher's Stone yet. After Snape had walked away, Harry felt invigorated. Daphne's eyes widened in a mixture of rage and astonishment. She found it exceedingly difficult to communicate effectively with someone like Potter. If Snape was absent, it meant he was off to steal the stone. If he was present, it indicated he was not yet ready to commit the theft. Was Snape truly the villain in any scenario? Her irritation began to resurface. Can we refrain from being unreasonable? Daphne had no desire to indulge in childish antics with these two. She merely wished to check on Les's condition at the hospital wing. She found it utterly absurd that Les had been poisoned by the potion she had brewed. Dumbledore choking on a peppermint at St. Mungo's seemed a far more likely scenario. There must be some hidden truth, and she was determined to uncover it. As Daphne exhibited signs of wanting to leave, Harry rushed in front of her to block her path. If she departed, he and Ron wouldn't even get past Fluffy. "Wait, Daphne, I'm begging you, trust me," Harry implored earnestly. "I am absolutely certain that Voldemort has his sights set on the Philosopher's Stone. I must enter that corridor. I cannot stand idly by while he seizes it. Daphne, if the stone falls into Voldemort's hands, he will surely return. At that point, Hogwarts, and indeed the entire magical world, will crumble into nothingness. Voldemort and his minions will raze the school to the ground or transform it into a bastion of dark arts. In the course of this upheaval, countless lives will be lost. To survive, people will have to kneel before him, serving as his subordinates, his dogs. Should I fail, it would merely mean my death at his hands. If I do not intervene, I would simply be delaying my demise, for I refuse to ally with him. Voldemort murdered my parents. Can you comprehend this hatred? I must cross that trapdoor. I will bear the responsibility alone." Daphne found herself somewhat moved. Harry's words indeed struck a chord with her, causing a flicker of doubt in her rationality. The last remnants of her reason prompted her to inquire. "What if you obtain the stone, but are intercepted by him, resulting in its theft? It is currently safeguarded by Professor Dumbledore and is exceedingly secure. Then I shall guard the final challenge. If Voldemort desires the stone, he will have to step over my lifeless body," Harry declared with unwavering conviction. Harry's resolute gaze successfully swayed Daphne. She felt compelled to assist him. Since he had resolved to face this challenge, she should not waste his resolve. "Daphne, you need not involve yourself in this. I only ask 2 favors of you. First, lend me that vial of potion. If I cannot adequately explain the situation with Les, I am willing to pay a price. My parents left me a substantial inheritance, and I can offer 10-fold, 100-fold of the market value. Second, when Professor Dumbledore returns tomorrow, please inform him of my and Ron's venture into the corridor. Please, I beg of you, just these 2 matters. In the future, I promise to repay you with anything you desire." Daphne pursed her lips, contemplating for a few moments before delivering her response. "Harry, I'm afraid I cannot assist you with either of these tasks." Harry's eyes dimmed momentarily, but in the next instant, they sparkled anew as Daphne continued. "This potion requires the expertise of a professional, thus I cannot lend it to you. Allow me to handle it myself. As for alerting Dumbledore, I cannot do that either. For I must accompany you through the trapdoor. It wouldn't do for you Gryffindors to flaunt your bravado without showcasing any real skill. Otherwise, we would appear the villains." "Daphne, you." Harry felt as though something was lodged in his throat. He had not anticipated that Daphne would genuinely be willing to venture beneath the trapdoor to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. There are indeed good people in Slytherin, like Daphne, like Les, and, he couldn't think of any others, but there must be more. "Let's go," Daphne urged. "Move." The trio ascended, heading straight for the 4th-floor corridor. Upon reaching the door at the corridor's end, their faces shifted in unison as the previously closed door now stood ajar. Seeing the partially open door, they grasped the gravity of their impending challenge. Even Daphne was convinced that someone was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. "Well, did you see that?" Harry whispered to Daphne, glancing at her. "Snape, all right, the one coveting the stone has successfully passed through the Fluffy." After receiving a sharp glare from Daphne, Harry quickly amended his words. "Step aside, give me some space." Daphne pushed the 2 obstructive boys aside and then opened the crystal vial left by Les. Under the influence of magic, the sleeping potion concocted by Les wafted through the crack in the door, and soon Fluffy's breathing grew deep and steady. He promptly fell into slumber. After a few seconds, once the residual potion had fully permeated the room, Daphne opened the door. Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, lay soundly asleep. a harp resting beneath its paws. It appeared that Fluffy's weakness was music. Harry approached Fluffy's side and, with considerable effort, shifted the dog's paw aside, exposing the trapdoor he had been guarding for an entire school year. As the trapdoor was lifted, it revealed a dark void below. Harry peered down, unable to discern the bottom. He grasped the edges of the opening, and seeing his actions, Daphne felt an unsettling premonition arise. He wouldn't be contemplating jumping directly into it, would he? Hey, wait. Before Daphne could finish, Harry leaped into the abyss. A wave of anxiety washed over her. If the drop were deep, or if there were traps at the bottom, Harry would be doomed. Without hesitation, she cast a levitation charm upon herself and floated down the opening. As she descended slowly, Daphne heightened her vigilance. Her alertness proved fruitful within 4 to 5 seconds. A whistling sound filled the air as several gleaming crossbow bolts were shot towards her from various angles. With a flick of her wand, she repelled them all with a protective spell. Indeed, they were traps. Daphne narrowed her eyes, now concerned for Harry's fate. Had he already become a mere puddle of flesh or been riddled with bolts? However, upon landing, Daphne was taken aback. The ground was not only devoid of traps, but rather cushioned by a soft substance that mitigated the impact of those who jumped down. Harry stood atop the soft mass, bouncing around, apparently unscathed. Was it because the descent was too rapid for the wall-mounted crossbow traps to trigger? A realization dawned upon her. The traps seemed to target only the highly skilled. Chapter 95, Beneath the Trapdoor. For the first time, Daphne wavered in her conviction regarding the necessity of mastering such advanced magic. Before jumping down, she had worried for Harry's safety, but upon witnessing his complete lack of injury, and how he had inadvertently evaded the traps beneath the trapdoor, a subtle shift occurred within her. Who had set these traps? Did they possess even a modicum of basic defensive mechanism knowledge? Was laying down cushioning merely to prevent thieves from getting hurt? Harry, oblivious to such deliberations, called up to the opening, urging Ron to leap down as well. With a thud, Ron landed flat beside Harry. "What is this thing?" he inquired. "I don't know. It seems to be some sort of plant, perhaps laid here for cushioning." Hearing Harry's remark, Daphne found herself momentarily speechless. Did he not find it peculiar that there were cushioning plants here? Suddenly, she felt something grasp her ankle. Swiftly crawling up her heel and wrapping around her arch, realization struck her, and she struggled fiercely, finally managing to shake off her shoe and escape. Once she reached a safe spot, Daphne took a moment to observe what had ambushed her, recognizing it as Devil's Snare. Quick to react, she had evaded capture. Unfortunately for Harry and Ron, one had fallen early, while the other lay ensnared in the Devil's Snare. By the time Daphne sensed the anomaly, both were unable to free themselves. "Help, help! What is this thing?" Harry and Ron struggled desperately, yet the vines tightened their grip, and no matter how hard they fought, they could only temporarily stave off the encroaching tendrils, preventing them from coiling around their necks. Without external assistance, as their strength waned, the two young wizards would ultimately be suffocated. Wait, flames ablaze. Daphne brandished her wand, chanting incantations as a blue flame, thick as her wrist, burst forth from the tip, engulfing the Devil's Snare below. Within mere seconds, the vines gripping Harry and Ron recoiled, twisting and writhing as they retreated from the flames, granting the two unfortunate souls their freedom. Daphne did not extinguish the fire. Instead, she transformed it into a floating fireball above them for illumination. "Thank goodness you paid attention in herbology." Harry leaned against the wall, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Ron noticed that during the earlier scuffle, Daphne's shoe had been claimed by the Devil's Snare, leaving her in only thin black socks. "Why don't you wear mine for a bit?" he suggested after a moment's thought, removing his shoes and offering them to her. Daphne repeatedly reassured herself that Ron meant well. Yet upon seeing the grimy shoes he extended, her composure faltered. Her face twitched twice before she levitated about an inch off the ground, taking a deep breath before donning her professional smile once more. "No need for that. It's quite all right. Let us hurry. Protecting the Philosopher's Stone is of utmost importance." With Daphne's words spurring them on, Harry and Ron ceased their delay and ventured deeper along the soul passageway. At the corridor's end lay a brightly lit room, crowned with a lofty arched ceiling, where countless birds, dazzling like jewels, flitted about, flapping their wings in joyous abandon. A heavy wooden door stands at the opposite side of the room. As we traverse the space, will those little birds launch an assault on us? Ron's expression is grave. "I find it quite plausible, yet we have no alternative," Harry nodded. "Those aren't birds." Daphne interrupted their conversation, pointing at the ceiling, revealing to Harry and Ron that the creatures soaring above were not birds, but keys with wings. "I sense we must ascend and seize one of those keys to unlock the door." There must be hundreds of keys here. Harry gazed at the dense swarm of keys, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Before us, this place has already been breached, so the correct key has likely been captured before, Daphne concluded after a thoughtful analysis. You two search for any keys that show signs of having been caught. I will explore other methods. The trio set off on their separate tasks, with Harry and Ron mounting the flying broomsticks piled in the corner of the room to catch keys, while Daphne approached the door to see if she could open it by other means. She first attempted the simplest method, pushing, reasoning that since someone had already broken in, the door might have been opened. However, the door remained immovable. She then tried the unlocking charm, but it yielded no results. Gazing at the sturdy wooden door, Daphne formulated a bold idea. She stepped back a few paces and unleashed an attack spell at the door. The robust oak door exploded, creating a gap of about a foot. Although not as powerful as she had hoped, it was still quite effective. Daphne began to unleash a barrage of spells, wind blades, ice arrows, and fireballs, drawing from the various forms of attack magic she had learned from Lestrange. She believed the spells stored in her necklace could likely blast the door open in one go, but since that incantation was her trump card, it was not something she would use frivolously. Instead, she opted for a gradual approach, chipping away at the door bit by bit, hovering in midair. Harry and Ron watched in awe, nearly forgetting their mission. However, Daphne's efforts ultimately proved futile, as upon creating a large hole in the outer wooden door, she discovered a heavy iron door beneath it. Blasting through the iron door would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time, and more importantly, she could not guarantee there would not be yet another door behind it. Fortunately, Harry and Ron brought good news. They had identified a key and were in pursuit of it. Ron dove downward, with Harry closely trailing the key. Under the pressure of their coordinated attack, the key darted swiftly toward the ground, prompting Daphne to raise her wand and make a decisive gesture. A small wind blade sprang forth from the tip of her wand, striking the fleeing key with precision, severing one of its wings completely. The key, now hindered, plummeted to the ground with a whoosh, landing firmly in Daphne's grasp. Approaching the door, she inserted the key into the lock, twisted it, and with a satisfying click, the door swung open outward, observing the foot-thick iron door. Daphne felt relieved that her earlier spell had not damaged the mechanisms within, or else the three of them might have struggled to push the door open. Chapter 96. The outcome of chess lies beyond the board. Behind the grand door lay a pitch-black room, which illuminated in an instant upon their entrance, revealing a breathtaking sight before them. They stood beside a colossal chessboard, facing towering black stone chess pieces. On the opposite side of the room stood a group of white pieces, comparable in size to the black ones. All the pieces were devoid of facial features, standing resolutely in place, exuding an aura that warned trespassers to stay away. Ron attempted to take a step forward, and immediately, the soldiers among the white pieces sprang into action, drawing their weapons and forming a wall in front of him. It seems we must play chess against the opposing side. Only by winning can we advance. Presumably, we will take the place of 3 black pieces, Ron speculated. Oh, Harry, who had often been bested by Ron in Wizard's chess, appeared unfazed, while Daphne, who had never faced Ron, raised an eyebrow, somewhat unconvinced. She did not believe her chess skills to be inferior to Ron's. Ron's previous performances made it difficult for her to trust this freckled Weasley boy. Almost every wind blade could leave a massive 1-foot gash on the pieces, creating a web of cracks. Striking the vulnerable areas of the pieces, such as the neck and limbs, could sever them instantly, and even the thicker parts required only a single blow. Ron and Harry were taken aback. Let me take the lead. I'm not boasting. My wizard chess skills are undoubtedly among the best at Hogwarts. Before the game commenced, Ron sought to assume command from Harry and Daphne. Yet, before the Black King could retaliate, a wind blade severed its head. Ron relinquished his command, quietly observing as Daphne took charge. He was uncertain why Daphne chose this approach. Perhaps she desired to orchestrate the game independently. The white pieces charged across the board, rendering the black pieces entirely reactive. One by one, the black pieces were ruthlessly shattered, reduced to lifeless rubble and swept away to the walls. However, Ron and Daphne were no slouches either. They fought fiercely, eliminating a significant number of white pieces, yet ultimately failing to reverse the tide for the black side. Daphne's surprise attacks caught the pieces off guard by the time they began to retaliate against her. The majority of white pieces had already been vanquished. It's broken. Take a whiff of this. Daphne cracked open a bottle of sleeping potion, waving it in front of Ron's nose, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Just as I thought, Daphne exclaimed with delight as she continued to wave her wand. sending forth a relentless barrage of wind blades that decimated the remaining white pieces. Ron successfully removed 3 black pieces from the board, and, alongside Harry and Daphne, they took their places. Next came the tactics beyond the chessboard. Just as the white pieces began to return to their original positions, ready to restore the board, a spell accurately struck the neck of the White King, severing its head. The material of these pieces is rather brittle. They seem to be made of a type of marble that cracks even at the slightest touch. Daphne had noticed during the chaotic skirmish. Now airborne, she unleashed her full might, with wind blades cascading like rain, clearing the remaining pieces from the board in mere seconds. Yet, Daphne remained unfazed. Her maneuvers appeared almost as if she were deliberately sacrificing her pieces, at times even handing over the heads of the black pieces. However, this inadvertently committed a grave sin in the chess world. Multiple commanders. With Ron's intervention, Harry narrowly dodged an attack from the Black King, but Ron was not as fortunate. He received a heavy blow to his thigh, letting out a cry of pain. Harry, Ron. Daphne did not wait for their reactions and commanded the remaining black pieces to launch a suicide attack against the white pieces. She successfully shattered several white chess pieces, causing the black pieces situation, which could have endured for a while longer, to completely collapse. The defeat of the black pieces was merely a matter of time. The king's head fell to the ground, shattering into numerous fragments, while the crown rolled far away. Both of them were skilled wizards in chess. Yet their combination produced a remarkably adverse effect, hindering their performance. Just as Harry was deep in thought, Ron suddenly lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. It was at that moment that Harry grasped the meaning behind Daphne's words. Victory and defeat need not be determined solely on the chessboard. Ron and Daphne found themselves in such a predicament. Well then, let us command together. Upon witnessing the change in Daphne's demeanor, Ron's previously soaring confidence was abruptly doused, as if doused with cold water, leading him to decide to take a step back and share command. Daphne picked up the note left on the table. The riddle it contained was not difficult for her to decipher. The issue arose when she grasped the inconspicuous little bottle, only to discover that the potion inside had been completely consumed. It turned out that the black pieces began their assault when Daphne decided to breach the rules. The black pieces were no longer their allies, but had transformed into their adversaries. The remaining pieces were also taken aback, as if they had never anticipated such a maneuver. After the last piece fell resoundingly to the ground, Daphne landed beside Ron, pursing her lips to check on his injuries. She regretted not communicating with Harry and the others beforehand. Otherwise, they could have achieved a flawless victory. He inquired of a Black Knight, receiving an affirmative response. This made Ron sigh deeply. He was acutely aware that the risks of being a chess piece far outweighed those of being a player. The pieces could be sacrificed, while the players would not. If possible, he wished to simply be a player, but alas, he had no choice. The bishop moves 3 squares to the left. Within the chamber behind the troll lay a table adorned with 7 bottles of various shapes. No, a fierce glint flashed across Daphne's face. Who says victory must be determined on the chessboard? From here on, we shall eliminate as many white pieces as possible. Ultimately, the white bishop charged in front of the Black King, who removed his crown and tossed it at its feet. The black pieces had lost. Even though there were hardly any white pieces left on the board, they had still ensured the demise of the Black King, had they not? Daphne, no. This will lead to defeat. Daphne sighed, indicating that she could only leave Ron behind for the time being. With the obstructive pieces gone, the two of them successfully passed through the second door. Behind the third door stood a troll, which Daphne easily defeated. Drawing from her previous experience, she dispatched the troll in an instant. Daphne and Harry fell into silence. Chapter 97, Les Actions. Daphne clutched the empty bottle, biting her lower lip tightly. She never imagined she would be blocked by such a ridiculous reason. The first arrivals had consumed the antidote, rendering later arrivals unable to enter, even if they solved the riddle. This was utterly absurd, gazing at the flames sealing their path. A bold and reckless thought crossed her mind. Why not concoct a fire-resistant potion and take a gamble? She could brew potions, but she lacked the raw materials and tools. Her fingers tightened around the small bottle, and at that moment, she sensed something raised on its surface. She picked it up and discovered a line of text emerging on the bottle. Where heaven has no way, the earth has its door. Although the protective challenges set by Dumbledore were highly intellectual, the ultimate antagonist of the challenge posed some danger. Les believed that with Daphne's prowess, coupled with the tools he had left for her, overcoming Quirrell would be well within her capabilities, yet dealing with the individual behind Quirrell would prove somewhat more challenging. Antidotes were not universal potions. The reasons for poisoning among the young wizards at the school were myriad. This statement resonated with Madame Pomfrey. I believe we merely need to wait. Lint may awaken at any moment, perhaps this afternoon, or it could take a few days, no longer than a week at most. However, we should be prepared for his absence from the final exams. She felt compelled to keep watch, lest something truly went awry. Then we shall consider how many points to deduct from him at that time. A faint smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's face. She pressed down on a corner of the floor tile and, with a forceful tug, lifted it, revealing its contents, an entire set of cauldrons, along with a packet of potion ingredients. After rummaging through her small bag for a while, Les found a small leather pouch containing several strands of hair, each tied with a ribbon marked with Roman numerals. He was confident that Dumbledore would be keeping an eye on Potter from shadows, so he needed to make some extra preparations. After casting a disillusionment charm on himself, Les strode out of the infirmary and headed directly to the 4th floor of the castle. To be honest, concocting a potion that would allow him to display symptoms of poisoning without actually endangering his life was far more challenging than brewing a legitimate potion. The latter merely required following the recipe, while the former necessitated ample knowledge for originality. To avoid revealing his identity, Les would not only don a hood for physical disguise, but would also employ Polyjuice Potion to ensure absolute security. A hint of unnoticeable embarrassment flickered in Snape's eyes. According to his design, Les should have already awakened by now, yet he remained in a comatose state. It seemed his potion still had room for improvement. Snape departed, and Professor McGonagall offered a few words of caution to Madame Pomfrey, instructing her to notify her immediately upon Les's awakening, before she too left. Madame Pomfrey lingered in the infirmary for a few minutes before attending to a new wave of students, this time 5th years suffering from hysteria due to the pressures of exam preparation. Once the infirmary was entirely vacated, Les, lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. He turned to sit up, stretching out his muscles, which had grown stiff from lying flat for too long. The amount of potion ingredients included in the package was not substantial, enough at most for a single misstep. Worse still, this time he had no potion recipe or guidelines. All he could rely on were his brain and hands. Yet this did not diminish Daphne's confidence. She even felt there were excess ingredients. However, having an alibi did not equate to truly being absent. So when would he awaken? Madame Pomfrey observed Les's complexion and noted that he indeed appeared to be improving, which finally eased her lingering concerns. Now, she was only concerned about how long this little fellow would remain in her infirmary. Daphne extracted the ingredients, opened them, and immediately understood. All of them were for brewing a fire-resistant potion. She promptly began concocting the potion. Les had 2 reasons for doing this. First, to ensure that the 3 candidates had no external assistance. Dumbledore had cleverly chosen to use a letter as a disguise, while he lacked such a good excuse and could only resort to potion concealment. Secondly, he was the one who had swapped the Philosopher's Stone, needing a solid alibi. Being hospitalized served as a very good alibi, with 2 professors and Madame Pomfrey able to vouch for him. Transforming into his 25-year-old self made many things considerably easier. Daphne squinted, placing the bottle back on the table, and began to carefully examine the floor, noticing that one of the tiles beneath the table seemed somewhat uneven. As Daphne concocted her potion in the castle's infirmary, a healing process was well underway. Les first opened the cabinet beside the sickroom wall, retrieving a set of clean linens, which he rolled up and placed upon his own bed. Then, with a flick of his wand directed at the neatly rolled bedding, the linens transformed into his likeness. This was not a mere transformation. The replica created from the bedding was capable of breathing and ingesting medicine, sufficiently convincing enough to deceive Madame Pomfrey and the professors of the school. Fortunately, the pallor of distress faded from Les's face, and the rigidity of his muscles relaxed, indicating a positive turn in his condition. At present, Les appeared no different from one who was merely asleep. He refrained from stirring him awake, cautious in his contemplation. Smiles are conserved. While Professor McGonagall smiled, Snape found no reason to do so. Having completed his tasks, Les produced a small vial from within his robes, containing a viscous substance akin to mud. He had previously prepared a potion of polyjuice, and it was now timely for use. With a flourish of his cloak, he strode purposefully out of the sickroom, intent on apprehending a few wayward Gryffindor students who had violated school rules, seizing the initiative to deduct points from them. Quite commendable, he mused. His decision years ago to retain some of his hair had proven astute. Finding a mirror, he admired his own reflection, wearing a satisfied expression as he utilized the hair he had saved from the age of 25. Selecting a strand marked with XXV, he carefully extracted it and placed it into the potion. Upon the addition of the hair, the potion transformed into a swirling blend of silver and green, and as he drank it, Les morphed into a youthful figure adorned with a mane of black hair. Chapter 98. Dumbledore, I have arrived. Where are you? Les opened the door to the fourth-floor corridor, discovering the three-headed dog, Fluffy, soundly asleep. Excellent. Les nodded in approval. Although it was due to the sleeping potion he had left behind, it at least demonstrated Daphne's ability to discern the type of potion and use it correctly. As he ventured deeper, Les noted the peculiarities within the devil's snare and couldn't suppress a chuckle. That girl, Daphne, had indeed faced some difficulties here. Upon encountering the dilapidated door guarded by the flying keys, Les's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He felt compelled to assess Daphne's mental state. For some inexplicable reason, her behavior bore a Gryffindorish quality that concerned him. It was unacceptable for a weed named Godric to sprout in the carefully tended fields he had nurtured. He believed that Professor Dumbledore must be quietly observing the little wizards as they embarked on their adventures. Could it be that spending too much time with Potter and Weasley had influenced her? Les's thoughts began to meander. Throughout his journey, aside from observing the traces left by the three young wizards and deducing their means of progression, Les diligently searched for signs of Dumbledore. It had been a while since he employed elemental water magic, and now, utilizing it once more brought a wave of nostalgia. His seemingly redundant actions inadvertently disrupted Dumbledore's painstaking arrangements. He had spilled the fireproof potion and concealed a set of potion-making tools alongside 2 supplies of the fireproof potion in a small room, thus allowing even Daphne to access the final challenge. Youngsters indeed possess an enviable quality of sound sleep, as demonstrated by Ron, who lay sprawled across the chessboard. Les chuckled as he moved Ron out of the way and drew forth his wand. Wait, I just made an erroneous move. Conceal the pieces? What do you take me for? While momentarily distracted, he conjured a rope to ensnare a key missing half a wing, nearly incapable of flight. He could forcibly open the door, but such behavior was too Gryffindorish. Les opted for a more prudent approach to solve the challenge. Banishing the image of Harry's face morphing into Godric from his mind, a sudden realization dawned upon Les. According to Dumbledore's design, there would be no one but Harry permitted to enter the final challenge. The fireproof potion required to pass through the flame door was but a single sip, sufficient for only one person. This was undoubtedly Dumbledore's intent, to restrict the other young wizards and allow only Harry to enter the final challenge. Given Harry's character and eloquence, this solitary portion of the potion would inevitably find its way into his hands. When arranging challenges for young wizards like Harry and Daphne, 2 critical points must be adhered to. First, the participating young wizards must be made to believe they are truly undertaking the challenge alone. Second, they must never be allowed to face the challenge entirely by themselves. If time permitted, I wouldn't mind playing around with you, but alas, I'm pressed for time. Les smiled at the chess pieces. Moreover, I cannot guarantee a victory against you. You do not resemble that child Daphne, who would willingly allow me a few pieces. Harry's choice of companions was of no consequence. You are mistaken. This night was originally black. At last, Les understood why Dumbledore dared to send Harry, a mere first-year wizard, to confront the nefarious foes coveting the Philosopher's Stone. There existed a protective spell upon Harry. Through Dumbledore's design, Les arrived at a new conclusion. Dumbledore was confident that even against Quirrell, Harry would emerge unscathed. Was it due to the ancient magic residing within Harry? Now it became clear. Wait. Gazing at the chess pieces, memories of his earlier games with Daphne began to resurface. A slender stream of water emanated from the tip of Les's wand. As for Quirrell, Les believed he would not exert effort to solve that logical conundrum. The fire door could easily be traversed with a simple fire protection charm, and he had no intention of wasting time on such trivialities. This revelation broadened Les's perspective, simultaneously piquing his curiosity about the spell. What kind of incantation could yield such an effect? He could not help but quicken his pace. If he were to truly abandon the matter, maintaining the Weasley family's birth rate would be of no use. Upon arriving in the room where the chessboard was set, he beheld the chess pieces, now restored to their original positions, and Ron, soundly asleep in the center of the board. Les jeunes admirent de Dumbledore's audacité. He may have already been aware that Daphne had repelled Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. It was not difficult to deduce, with neither Harry nor Hagrid present, and the centaurs arriving late, one could logically infer. But how did he know that Harry would inevitably bring Daphne along? What if Daphne had declined? Moreover, he was perhaps overly confident in Daphne's combat prowess. Now, it seemed few knew that my greatest proficiency lay in water element spells. Les muttered to himself before flicking his wand. A subtle line of water gracefully traversing the entire chessboard. This was most peculiar. With his keen insight, almost no one could evade his gaze, not even his 3 companions. Had someone invented a profound invisibility spell over the millennia, rendering him incapable of detecting them? Allow 3 pieces? Daphne, You are taking advantage of me. A knight and a bishop suffice. Let us add a pawn this time. Certainly, there exists another possibility, that Dumbledore was aware of his impending arrival and thus opted not to come at all. However, the likelihood of this scenario is even lower than that of Harry Potter tearing off a mask to reveal the face of a Gryffindor. Previously, he had sought opportunities to observe Harry closely, and it was then that Les discovered something peculiar about Harry, a hint of an unusual aura emanating from him. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence and the fact that he was not sufficiently acquainted with Harry to conduct an in-depth investigation, Les was unable to draw a definitive conclusion. He could only broadly conclude that Harry was under the influence of a rare and long-lost curse, which was peculiar in nature, possessing defensive magical qualities, yet bearing the essence of a curse, leaving Les thoroughly perplexed. Yet, the more he searched, the more confused he became. There was no trace of Dumbledore's magic to be found. The few mechanisms left behind upon his entry showed no signs of being triggered, indicating that no one had entered since his arrival. Unable to contain his amusement, Les reflected on his chess skills with a newfound clarity, opting to secure victory through unconventional means to avoid wasting time. In the next moment, regardless of whether they were black pieces or white, kings or bishops, every piece upon the board was cleaved into fragments by a torrent of water. Apologies, I am pressed for time. My mastery of water-based magic shall serve as compensation for you. With a flick of his wand, scattering droplets, Les strode purposefully towards the adjacent room. Chapter 99, Les. That is a crystal ball crafted by Ravenclaw herself. Did the flames behind the door just flicker? Harry squinted, uncertain, and asked. Embarrassingly, Daphne completely ignored him. The preparation of the fire-resistant potion had reached its most critical moment. If there were any lingering thoughts in Daphne's mind about concocting potions, it was why she had not silenced Harry's mouth before commencing. Perhaps I was mistaken, she sighed. I wonder what the next challenge will entail. Do you truly believe the fire-resistant potion can penetrate that wall of flames? If not for Voldemort taking direct control of Quirrell's body, Daphne would have already succeeded. Quirrell chuckled, his face no longer twitching, his speech no longer stammering. A thought struck Daphne. Was there truly a mirror here? She had completely overlooked it. A figure that would send a shock through Harry's very core stood in that room. Voldemort finally ceased to conceal himself. After today, Quirrell's body would be discarded like disposable cutlery from a restaurant. The scarf upon Quirrell's head unraveled, and during this interval, Daphne seized her chance to attack, while Quirrell's vision was obscured. But each of her attempts was effortlessly deflected by translucent shields that appeared perfectly in the path of her spells, repelling them all. At last, Daphne succeeded in concocting the fire-resistant potion. He casually cast a few spells toward her, relishing in her frantic attempts to evade his attacks. Much like a cat toying with a captured mouse. Ignoring him, Daphne produced the crystal ball, glancing down to discover a skeletal horse meandering through a forest. Quirrell's generosity bore no relation to Daphne's father. It was purely because Daphne had left such a profound impression on Quirrell that he now resolved to outweed her. Excellent child. Lay down your wand, and I shall absolve your transgressions, a voice whispered from that face. Harry, oh? Voldemort was now even more astonished. He had not anticipated that this young lady from the Greengrass family had mastered the art of flight. Quirrell, with his vision obscured by the scarf, seemed to have enhanced sight. Voldemort felt both humiliated and amused. How could he possibly lose to such a being? He could not fathom it. He believed he had deceived everyone, including the great Dumbledore. Daphne narrowed her eyes, presenting a sweet smile. This is hardly anything. However, Mr. Potter, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Quirrell had already devised a plan. As soon as she turned her back, he would cast the killing curse upon her. The potion felt like ice water. Upon drinking, it evoked the sensation of stepping outside in winter clad only in sleepwear. As they traversed the fiery threshold, the black flames provided a touch of warmth. Crossing the dark fire, they successfully entered the final chamber. Impressive. Absolutely marvelous. Harry lavished praise without reservation. He was too disinterested to engage in further conversation with Harry. Very well, drink the potion. Daphne divided the potion into 2 small vials, handing one to Harry. Professor Quirrell. You. Harry gasped in astonishment. You say, faced with Daphne, who had prepared the fire-resistant potion. Harry wished to replace the image of the Virgin Mary in the Church of Devonshire with one of Daphne. He would grant her every request. Unfortunately, Voldemort shook his head, no longer concealing the coldness in his gaze. Daphne was left with a singular thought. She yearned to cast a spell upon that repulsive face, even if just once. In her evasions, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, hair disheveled, face pale, resembling a lost dog. A wave of nausea surged within her at the sight of those eyes glaring back. The young woman appeared utterly terrified, numbly nodding her head. Seeing her fall into his trap, Quirrell was elated. Yet before this delight could fully occupy his mind, a formidable curse hurtled toward him. I must thank Snape. He served as a massive target, drawing everyone's attention, allowing me to execute this grand plan with ease. Quirrell appeared immensely pleased. Upon witnessing Daphne in peril, Harry felt a surge of urgency. He yearned to intervene, but Voldemort merely conjured a rope, binding him. How much longer must we wait for the potion to be ready? She responded with wind blades, fireballs, and ice spikes. However, these assaults failed to make the creature retreat even an inch. Daphne felt a despair she had never experienced since her enrollment, almost as if she were about to be devoured by a giant. A purple spell grazed her body, nearly striking her, as Voldemort on the ground let out a chilling laugh. Focus. Do not lose your concentration. At that moment, she saw her reflection in the mirror reaching into her pocket, extracting a crystal ball, winking at herself, and then returning it to her pocket. Suddenly, Daphne felt a heavy object truly drop into the inner pocket of her robe. Miss Greengrass, I have received much kindness from your father during my time at school. For his sake, you may leave. This matter does not concern you. I swear upon the Black Lake, you shall return to the castle unharmed. After mocking Harry a few times, Quirrell turned his attention to Daphne, indicating he could let her go. The unfastened scarf slithered like a serpent toward Daphne. A child of the Greengrass family? Such a rarity, a pure bloodline. Wizarding blood should not be wasted in servitude to me. I shall bestow upon you honors beyond your wildest dreams. Daphne clapped her hands sharply. Now you can finally believe in Professor Snape's innocence, can't you? He is the very embodiment of evil. The two of them gulped down the fireproof potion, both shivering in unison. Daphne soared into the air, attempting to evade Voldemort's assault. Foolishness. Quirrell, nearly severed in two, seethed with rage, instinctively preparing to retaliate, only to realize he had completely lost control over his own body. When the final layer of the scarf was pulled away, both Daphne and Harry were taken aback. A grotesquely terrifying face had grown on the back of Quirrell's head. Its complexion was as pale as chalk, with blood-red eyes beneath two elongated nostrils resembling those of a serpent. She reached inside her pocket, and indeed, the crystal ball was nestled there. A flicker of realization ignited within her. The next moment, she smashed the crystal ball against the ground, shattering it into pieces. From the shadows, Lestrange was momentarily blinded. That was a unique creation, crafted by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Chapter 100, The Vanished Killing Curse. How wondrous is spatial magic, is it not? The four of them suddenly appeared in a desolate wilderness, the red-haired Gryffindor marveling at the convenience of spatial magic. What would take ordinary folk days to traverse, they accomplished in just a morning. In the eyes of those commoners, we are no different than the so-called deities. Hufflepuff remarked with a smile. Deities aren't so impressive. They can die from a single sword strike. Gryffindor had always scoffed at the notion of gods. Unlike the leisurely discussions of Godric and Helga, Slytherin and Ravenclaw were entrenched in academic discourse. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort's face contorted into a sinister grin as he unleashed a killing curse at her. Are you a nightmare? Daphne tentatively called its name. What an extraordinary creation. Gazing at the lush vegetation within the crystal ball, Slytherin couldn't help but admire Ravenclaw's exceptional magical prowess. At that moment, she noticed the skeletal horse had arrived beneath the tree she was perched in, seemingly beckoning to her. She floated down gracefully, landing beside it, and realized it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary nightmare. At that instant, time slowed in Daphne's perception. She watched the sickly green curse hurtling toward her. Her mind fixated on a singular thought. Should she be struck by that curse, death would likely ensue. Lestrange had mentioned that wizards journey to a realm between life and death after passing. She wondered what that place might be like. Observing the seemingly mundane crystal ball, Gryffindor furrowed his brow. Can this truly contain a person? For a moment, both sides exchanged blows, the nightmare absorbing a significant portion of the damage, and more crucially, the magical flames it bore inflicted considerable harm on Voldemort, hindering his movements in battle. Without it, Daphne would have stood no chance against Voldemort. The nightmare swiftly circled the open ground, occasionally seizing the opportunity to charge at Voldemort, using its horn to strike him, while Daphne remained at the edge of the forest, persistently launching ranged attacks to distract Voldemort, preventing him from focusing solely on the nightmare. Containers imbued with undetectable expansion charms are quite common, ranging from small handbags to large tents, all capable of conjuring spaces far larger than they appear. Yet the space within this crystal ball seemed almost exaggeratedly vast. Such a feat required exceptional mastery of spatial magic. Come fort. His deep voice resonated within the room, It was time to conclude this tedious game. What if we created a magical artifact capable of accommodating several individuals, and then had another person wield this artifact to employ spatial magic? Would those inside experience a sense of compression? Daphne closed her eyes, yet death did not come. When the killing curse was less than an inch from her nose, it abruptly vanished, dissipating like dew beneath the sun. Would you join me in vanquishing that monster? Yet the experiment must continue. Soon, Voldemort's words were answered as a nightmare charged forth from the woods alongside Daphne, launching an assault against him. This is exhilarating. Daphne felt elated. With a nightmare by her side, she no longer had to face the monster alone. As for Harry, Daphne had determined that as long as he survived after the battle, it would be deemed a victory. Observing the two individuals diligently documenting experimental data, devoid of any personal emotion, Gryffindor felt as though he was struggling to breathe. Good news. The crystal ball can indeed contain a person. Shall we test this improved version? Daphne thought to herself. Thankfully, the crystal ball was unclaimed. Otherwise, she mused, selling it would leave her at a loss. Surrounding them was a forest, encircling an open area, a terrain that triggered some unpleasant memories for her. Yet a cold smile soon crept across her lips. She was certainly not the inept Quirrell, unable to handle even a young girl. After numerous modifications, Ravenclaw finally transformed the internal space of the crystal ball to accommodate living beings, even cultivating a small forest within. Once the interior was arranged, Ravenclaw validated Slytherin's hypothesis. Indeed, those inside would experience no sense of compression. Why not give it a try? The nightmare eagerly scratched at the ground. Opposing Voldemort was its fervent desire, requiring no persuasion. The nightmare raised its head in agreement. How much? Slytherin inquired without hesitation, fully aware of the crystal ball's immense value, one that transcended mere monetary worth. I charge no fee. Rowena gazed at Salazar, and upon seeing the confusion in his eyes, a smile graced her lips. Let us barter with knowledge. Knowledge is priceless, just like this crystal ball, and thus should be exchanged for something equally invaluable. Slytherin beamed. It is precisely because you possess such strength that we dare to allow you to attempt this. Now that the crystal ball lay shattered, reduced to worthless fragments, the room occupied by Daphne and the others was instantly filled with a lush jungle. Daphne perched upon a tree branch, an ominous premonition stirring within her. That crystal ball seemed to possess great significance. To her knowledge, the Gringotts' vault held no alchemical artifacts of such caliber, merely some crude galleons. She found Salazar's sentiments to be quite plausible. With a resounding crash, his curse struck the nightmare, sending it flying. Observing the unfolding chaos, Daphne prepared to retreat into the forest for cover, only to find a hanging branch suddenly morphing into a constricting serpent, ensnaring her body and rendering her immobile. An intriguing concept, Ravenclaw mused, lost in thought. However, the process of casting this curse is exceedingly uncomfortable. I nearly suffocated midway. While Slytherin had a fondness for snakes among the four, he was not inclined to navigate through tight spaces like one. If you are interested, I could sell it to you. Both sides were embroiled in fierce combat, oblivious to the soil beneath their feet growing increasingly loose. At least 50% of Godric's physical strength is required to survive within for a brief period. Boom! Voldemort felled several nearby trees, deliberately clearing a space. The grim news: those who enter, whether dead or alive, will swiftly become corpses. At this thought, Voldemort's fury surged, intensifying his assault. He grew increasingly agitated. He had not anticipated being ensnared by a first-year witch and a nightmare, even if it was due to his diminished soul state. Forced to cling to Quirrell's body, a profound humiliation. This was an objectively existent predicament. Chapter 101. I was once called a god. Daphne waited for what felt like an eternity, yet death did not arrive. Her long eyelashes fluttered before she opened her eyes to behold a tall wizard clad in a green robe, topped with a pointed hat, standing before her. She noted the silver embroidery adorning the cuffs of his robe. As for the spell, it had vanished without a trace. In the center of the clearing, Voldemort's features contorted in horror as he struggled to comprehend the inexplicable event before him. How could someone erase his killing curse? Was it spatial magic? Or some other form of illusion? Or had he inadvertently disrupted his own perception with his incantation? Lino dead. He sighed, as Voldemort resisted. The scene within the chamber continued to transform. The earth first morphed into a swamp, followed by the grass and bushes, until even the trees were gradually enveloped in mud, becoming part of the mire. The wizard in the green robe was, of course, less. He had caught up with them, while Daphne was concocting fire-resistant potions and had trailed behind them. It was only when Daphne faced a lethal threat that he revealed himself. Clearly, You lack knowledge in this domain. Fear not, I shall demonstrate. No sooner had he spoken than the entire floor of the room began to roil, transforming into a quagmire. All he wished for was to escape, to return to the dense forests of Albania, to survive by any means necessary. Perhaps due to his overwhelming agitation, beads of sweat erupted on Voldemort's forehead, rapidly expanding from the size of fine hairs to grains of rice, and ultimately to droplets the size of soybeans that splattered onto the ground. In other words, he had been reduced to a living target for that person. Yet even such a humble desire seemed unattainable. The nightmare was unrestrained, swiftly darting to Daphne's side, hoisting her onto its back, and fleeing into the distance. Now, the center of the battleground belonged to those two, a domain far beyond the reach of it and Daphne, mere insignificant beings. Your generation seems never to contemplate the relationship between spells and magical power. Your proficiency in incantations is commendable, yet your understanding of magic is merely superficial. In this chamber, wizards such as yourself are no different from muggles in my presence. He instinctively raised his wand, unleashing a barrage of spells towards Les. Voldemort resolved to take an offensive stance, striving to overturn his unfavorable situation. He had become a veritable desiccated corpse, even drier than an Egyptian mummy. I have long held a minor disagreement with several of my friends. They insist I am studying dark magic. While I maintain that magic is devoid of moral distinction, it is merely the user that differs. His voice was melodious, mature, and composed, yet imbued with a tender youthfulness that struck a chord of inexplicable familiarity within Daphne. To his astonishment, his spells dissipated as they neared Les. Les was unperturbed by these incantations. With a casual wave of his hand, some spells extinguished mid-flight, while others were ensnared by the suddenly airborne clumps of mud, falling to the ground and dissolving into the swamp. Why is it impossible? After all, long ago, those ignorant muggles once referred to me as a god. Les tilted his head and effortlessly extracted the last drop of water from Quirrell's body. L'Idistend Kitli à Voldemort, now in a frenzy, screamed without restraint, no longer attempting to attack him with magic. He felt this trial ought to come to a close. Oh! Voldemort pointed the tip of his wand to the ground, squinting. Although the man's words still carried a whiff of moral decay, they were intriguing enough. After all, the very first half of his statement could solidify Voldemort's identity as a dark wizard, indeed, a rather formidable one. Just moments prior, as Voldemort laughed heartily, he launched an attack at Les, intending to summon serpents from the ground to ensnare his opponent's ankles, thereby hindering his movements, followed by a mud-formed effigy to unleash a fatal curse. Yet, how could mere physical attacks pose a threat? Voldemort cackled maniacally. Although he did not comprehend how this individual had thwarted his killing curse, it did not prevent him from mocking the other for never having encountered it. Do you sense it? Your magical power is waning. Are you not perplexed as to why the seemingly inexhaustible magical energy you possess since becoming a wizard could ever run dry? Worry not, if it eludes your understanding. You have ample time to ponder. Les smiled, snapping his fingers. As sweat turned to blood, Voldemort was rendered speechless, reduced to incoherent, anguished shrieks. Initially, he remained unperturbed by the changes beneath his feet. The grand spectacle before him, though formidable in appearance, was merely an illusion, if only he could take flight. However, Les shifted his tone, self-reflectively declaring, I now believe they were correct. Magic does indeed exist, revealing an inherent evil capable of corroding the soul. His mind raced, the bare expanse of his scalp nearly igniting from the effort. At that moment, the enigmatic wizard spoke. The body of Quirrell, occupied by Voldemort, resembled a punctured water bottle, rapidly leaking its essence. He soon sensed the anomaly and attempted to employ magic to halt the moisture's escape, but to no avail. Arrogant! Voldemort seethed with fury upon hearing the audacity of being compared to a muggle. Yet after a few curses, his expression abruptly shifted. Les suddenly gestured, and Voldemort's countenance altered. His pupils constricted in shock as he realized the swamp beneath him clung to his feet like powerful adhesive, firmly anchoring him to the ground. How could this be? How could this be? Voldemort screamed in a frenzy, unable to fathom the unfolding events, whether it was the vanishing killing curse, the peculiar swamp beneath him, or the sudden depletion of his magical power. All of it shattered his previous understanding of magic, nearly obliterating his worldview. With a decisive realization that this individual was beyond human confrontation, Voldemort promptly detonated all the magic within Quirrell, triggering a cataclysmic explosion, while he himself reverted to a diminished soul state, desperately attempting to flee into the outside world. Chapter 102. Thank you for your contribution to the Cure of Ravenclaw. Rice waved his left hand, causing the mud on the ground to rise dramatically, forming a large sphere around Chilo that completely encapsulated the explosive shockwave within. With his right hand, he beckoned towards the fleeing specter of Voldemort, who suddenly felt the air around him grow thick and viscous, propelling him uncontrollably towards Rice. A wave of terror washed over him, devoid of a tangible body. How could this creature still restrain him? Had Rice been privy to Voldemort's thoughts, he would have chuckled and remarked, "Without a body, do you not still possess magic?" "Indeed, I cannot deftly manipulate the magic within your soul, but I can employ the interplay of magical forces to tether you to me. In this realm, unless one is entirely devoid of both corporeal form and magical essence, they will invariably fall within his sphere of control and influence." Thus, Voldemort was inexorably drawn closer to Rice. At present, Voldemort existed as a swirling mass of earthy yellow, his grotesque visage occasionally emerging from the haze, emitting indistinct and incomprehensible howls. Rice disregarded Voldemort's cries, focusing intently on discerning the nature of this entity before him. Compared to his understanding of Harry and Daphne, Rice's grasp of Voldemort was quite superficial. He did not even recognize him as the infamous Dark Wizard, merely aware that the true mastermind was Chilo and the shadowy figure behind him. Nevertheless, the identity of this wraith held little significance for him, and he was not particularly concerned. After a moment of contemplation, Rice pierced through the essence of Voldemort, muttering a sharp critique, "Foolish creature." The yellow specter in his grasp emitted a louder cacophony. Lacking a physical form, reduced to mere shadow and vapor, it paled in comparison to ghosts and spirits. What worth is there in such a hollow immortality? You creators of Horcruxes dare to call yourselves immortal? Rice's expression betrayed a hint of disdain. In his view, these wizards who attained eternal life through Horcruxes utterly diminished the gravitas of the term immortality. With the battle concluded, Daphne reigned in her nightmare, gradually approaching Rice. As she drew within 10 feet of him, she dismounted and stood respectfully behind him. She could not afford to be careless. The recently erupted conflict had left her utterly astounded. The spells he wielded transcended her comprehension. Having previously faced Chilo, who had been possessed by Voldemort, she was acutely aware of her adversary's formidable strength. Without the assistance of the nightmare from the crystal ball, she would have lacked even the capacity to retaliate. Alone, she could not even breach his defenses. Yet, this powerful monster was being toyed with like a mere plaything in the hands of the man before her. Faced with the deferential Daphne, Rice felt a surge of irritation. He had no desire to engage with her and merely waved his hand, signaling her to stand aside and not interfere with his work. Perceiving his impatience, Daphne could only stand there feeling somewhat aggrieved, grateful that the nightmare was with her to alleviate her embarrassment. While Rice scrutinized Voldemort, Daphne observed him in turn. To be frank, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this enigmatic wizard. His attire bore a striking resemblance to the Slytherin figure she had seen in the Chamber of Secrets, and his voice resonated with an oddly recognizable timbre. After much contemplation, Daphne furrowed her brow. She finally traced the source of her familiarity. The voice of this green-robed wizard bore a striking resemblance to Rice's. But Rice had been incapacitated by potion poisoning and taken to the hospital wing. Wait a moment. The two thoughts collided in her mind, each affirming the other, leading to a bold hypothesis. In pursuit of validation for her conjecture, she prodded the nightmare beside her and moved closer to the green-robed wizard. Observing the struggling specter of Voldemort in her palm, Rice experienced a sensation akin to a tasteless morsel. He could easily crush this wraith or seal it away in some lightless abyss. Yet he could not bring himself to annihilate it. This was dictated by the very nature of Horcruxes. Wizards possessing Horcruxes cannot be killed until their last Horcrux is destroyed. Even if their physical forms are obliterated, they can persist in the form of a wraith. With the aid of magical rituals, or rather, if the fragments of their souls within the Horcruxes are nurtured, they can be resurrected. This characteristic makes it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Horcrux-wielding wizards, a rare advantage of Horcruxes. Those who utilize Horcruxes are akin to potatoes, severing portions of their souls, ready to sprout anew at any moment. The entity in Rice's grasp was merely a fragment of that potato. Even if destroyed, the potato could regenerate from its remaining parts. However, even if Rice found Voldemort's remnant unworthy of his regard, it was still a fragment of a soul, potentially useful. A daring idea dawned upon Rice. He surmised that this fragment of a soul might aid in addressing Ravenclaw's ailment. The issue plaguing Ravenclaw stemmed from prolonged confinement within a seal, resulting in the corruption of her soul. Rice's initial treatment plan involved concocting various potions to cleanse the impurities affixed to her soul. He had prepared several types of potions, some designed to loosen the bond between the corruption and the soul, others to merge with the taint and thereby strip it away, and still others capable of directly purifying the filth. The core challenge of this treatment plan lay in the likelihood that the deranged Ravenclaw would resist his efforts. The cleansing of her soul would be a painful ordeal, and even in the absence of a strong desire to fight, her instinct might lead her to attack her healer. Rice's actions would be akin to extracting a rotten tooth from a lion without administering anesthesia. With this soul fragment, the operational difficulty would be significantly alleviated, as he could directly meld the fragment with Ravenclaw's soul, allowing it to absorb the corruption within her essence. As for the possibility of the fragment in turn corrupting Ravenclaw's soul, Rice deemed such concerns to be overly pessimistic, indeed placing far too much credit in the fragment's capabilities. Rice formulated a new treatment plan, glancing at the specter of Voldemort in his hand. A slight smile crept upon his lips. He truly owed this gentleman a debt of gratitude for the significant contribution he would make to the healing of Lady Ravenclaw. As for the specifics of that contribution, who says that serving as an ingredient does not count as a contribution? Chapter 103, Containment. After a slow and painstaking approach, Daphne finally reached the side of the green-robed wizard. Her motivation for this was a bold supposition. She believed that the mysterious green-robed wizard before her was likely Rice. Wasn't he a peculiar? The notion of potion poisoning occurring to Rice seemed implausible to her. Indeed, she harbored doubts, suspecting that Rice had orchestrated this himself, perhaps to create an alibi for himself. Daphne was aware that Rice harbored secrets, reluctant to expose them to the scrutiny of the professors at school. While he certainly appeared to fit the mold of villain, having spent a year in his company, the young woman felt convinced that he was not malevolent at heart. The moment it was affixed, the remnants of the soul sprouted countless tendril-like appendages connecting to Les's arm. Before long, a grotesque human visage emerged upon his left arm. He reflected on his own carelessness. Even little Daphne could recognize him at a glance. If Dumbledore were truly present, he would undoubtedly arouse his suspicion. If only he were willing to consume the polyjuice potion made from the hair of other young wizards, perhaps Daphne would not have discerned his identity. Should he choose to, he could even harness the earth to awaken his senses, olfactory, visual, auditory, tactile, and gustatory, but he deemed it unnecessary. As Les bent down to lift Harry from a mire, Daphne noticed that, despite being in the swamp, Harry's robes bore not a speck of mud. Les, unwilling to engage with her, left Daphne with little to occupy her mind, leading her to lower her gaze and fixate on her toes. She tiptoed, gently tapping her toes on the ground twice, only to discover that the mud seemed to possess a will of its own, sliding off her socks as if water cascading off oilcloth. "No, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, utterly astonished. That was presumably the remnant of Voldemort, even conceding that it might not be Voldemort's essence. It certainly was not something benign. How could one affix it to their own arm? "Fear not, I am fully aware. I merely confine it here for the moment. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to find a suitable vessel to contain it," Les remarked, prodding the hideous face with his right hand. He was reluctant to admit it, perhaps due to some personal struggle. Regardless, he was undeniably formidable. In response to Daphne's inquiries, Les chose silence, casting her a fleeting glance before returning to his tasks. Daphne felt a twinge of curiosity, perplexed by the situation. The sealed Voldemort, now ensconced in slumber, had it easy. In this state, he was spared the depths of his torment. It required some time to set up, and he could only exploit the naivety of the inexperienced. After offering a brief explanation, Les fell silent once more. Yet, there were aspects that perplexed Daphne. She had yet to seek out Les, so how could he have anticipated her need for an alibi? The suspicion loomed large. She tentatively inquired. Then why not conjure a gust of wind to dislodge his hood? A daring thought struck her. Upon recognizing that face, Daphne was convinced that the figure before her was indeed Les, or at the very least, someone of his bloodline, for there was no other explanation for such a countenance. Yet he declined. Just as the newly hosted Voldemort was about to open his eyes, a finger jabbed forcefully into his face. In the next moment, a surge of magical energy enveloped him like cling film, firmly sealing him away. Then, she noticed a remarkable detail. She had returned to the ground. Yet the viscous mud had not sullied her socks. She lifted her foot and looked down. It was pristine, untouched by a single speck of muck. This was truly astonishing. There were still numerous points worthy of debate, such as the green-robed wizard's physique not matching Les's. This discrepancy could be attributed to Les having consumed the polyjuice potion. Daphne herself had mastered such concoctions. It was inconceivable that Les could not, and he might even possess the ability to guide her in its preparation. Daphne felt emboldened, for the green-robed wizard had consistently displayed friendliness toward her. He could have simply allowed Voldemort to eliminate her, yet he chose to intervene and rescue her, indicating he would not truly endanger her. Regrettably, the length of his hood completely obscured his face. If he was indeed Les, merely dislodging a hood would pose no significant issue between them. If he was not Les, then he was a highly skilled wizard, akin to Dumbledore, and such a figure would hardly torment a mischievous young girl. Daphne swallowed hard, feeling rather uneasy. This area is entirely under my magical dominion. Thus the soil will not adhere to your clothing without my consent, Les stated, his back turned to Daphne, yet he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of her confusion. Fortunately, her body remained unscathed. Without hesitation, Daphne summoned a surge of magic and removed the hood from the green-robed wizard's head. Les was deeply engrossed in contemplating the infusion of the soul fragment in his potion and had paid no heed to Daphne's actions, resulting in her unexpected success. A wave of embarrassment washed over Daphne, and her earlier assumptions wavered. Could this truly not be Les, but rather an elder brother? It was possible, but the likelihood was slim, for Les had never mentioned such a sibling. Having completed her actions, Les prepared to depart. He first retrieved the unfortunate Harry from the corner of the swamp, who had been rendered unconscious by a tree that emerged after Daphne shattered the crystal ball. Just a bit further, she cautiously maneuvered, hoping to glimpse the visage beneath the green wizard's hood. Wait, complete mastery? Although Daphne did not fully grasp its significance, she instinctively felt it was something extraordinary. In essence, she realized she was in a state of unrestrained freedom. If he truly was not Les, she would sincerely apologize. How remarkable! Daphne gasped, covering her mouth. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing her left arm, and affixed the remnant of Voldemort's soul to it. After placing Harry onto the nightmare, the swamp before Les stirred, revealing several shards of the crystal ball. Chapter 104, Dumbledore's Great Dilemma. Upon seeing the fragments of the crystal ball, Daphne felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She murmured, "I had no idea how to release the nightmare within. Voldemort was pressing me hard, and in a moment of desperation, I shattered it. Was it very costly? Very costly?" Les felt the heat rising to his forehead. The crystal ball was far beyond mere expense. Ultimately, he could only let out a sigh, pondering what else could be done. It was not appropriate to direct anger at her. After all, it was his failure to inform her beforehand of how to handle such an object. He felt the weight of at least 80% of the responsibility, yet various reasons prevented him from divulging this to Daphne. If he continued to suppress his feelings, he feared he might combust. Thus, he resolved to enlighten Daphne regarding the origins of the crystal ball, while he did not intend for the child to bear the cost. She ought to be aware of what she had broken. This is a treasure left behind by one of the founders of the school, Rowena Ravenclaw. Daphne, relieved it was an unclaimed artifact, felt fortunate. Otherwise, this crystal ball, given its unique background and the extraordinary magic contained within, could rival the sorting hat left by Gryffindor. She lowered her head in shame and began to study the patterns on her socks. After applying some pressure on Daphne, Lys shifted his attention to the remnants of the crystal ball. Perhaps, once Ravenclaw regained her senses, she could assist him in repairing it? This thought crossed his mind, followed by an absurd notion. Surely this crystal ball must still be under warranty? He recalled that Rowena had once promised that if it broke, she would be the one to mend it. Wasn't that tantamount to a lifetime guarantee? However, it was unwise to rely solely on Rowena. He could attempt to fix it himself first. Who knew he might succeed? With this idea in mind, Liz pointed at the shards of the crystal ball and cast a simple repair charm. The fragments coalesced, reassembling into a whole. It was fixed. Daphne lifted her head in surprise. Yet Liz shook his head. He had merely restored the shell. The internal enchantments had been irrevocably disrupted. The crystal ball might still be capable of containing objects, but what would transpire within it remained uncertain. Suddenly, Liz felt one of his markers being activated. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Daphne, saying, "Someone is coming. You should leave now." Huh? Daphne did not grasp Liz's meaning. "I mean, you should take him and that red-haired boy and leave this place swiftly." Liz gestured toward Harry, who was atop the nightmare. He suspected that the individual who triggered his marker was most likely Dumbledore. He had no desire to encounter the current headmaster of Hogwarts at this moment, so he resolved to hasten the process of erasing any traces left behind. "All right," Daphne nodded, still somewhat dazed. As she mounted the nightmare, Liz gave the creature a sharp slap on its rear. At the sudden jolt, the nightmare surged forward with astonishing speed, nearly tossing Daphne off its back. Just as she was about to exit the room, she caught a faint, indistinct phrase carried by the wind. "Let me show you true water magic." After the nightmare dashed out of the room with Daphne, Lys drew his wand and thrust it forcefully into the ground. The next moment, the floor began to tremble. Lys knew that this underground structure was merely a wall away from the Black Lake. A gentle coaxing of the lake's waters would suffice to summon a deluge, submerging the classroom and its series of challenges beneath the waves. With water inundating the space, no trace would remain. Forbidden charm, call the tide. As the spell was cast, tremors radiated from the floor throughout the room. Cracks began to appear in the walls, and the mire's sludge rapidly seeped outward. Within seconds, an inch-thick layer of water accumulated on the ground, and foul liquid cascaded down the walls. Ultimately, the walls and floor could no longer withstand the pressure. Large sections of stone collapsed, and the ground erupted like a volcano, spewing forth torrents of water. Boom! The lake surged into the underground classroom like a colossal dragon, sweeping everything away into oblivion. Bubbles broke the surface of the tranquil Black Lake. Suddenly, with a splash, Lys emerged, gasping for fresh air. After casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, he rose from the lake's surface and soared toward the castle. The summer sun and warm breeze dried the water from his clothes, and by the time he returned to the hospital wing, he was completely dry. Dumbledore found himself in a predicament. The Ministry of Magic had indeed sent him a letter, but contrary to his expectations, the tone of the correspondence was urgent, almost tearful, reflecting Cornelius Fudge's distress. As Dumbledore hurried out of the school gates, he was astonished to find Fudge waiting for him just outside. Upon their meeting, Fudge delivered shocking news. The curse breakers from Gringotts had gotten into a grave mess in northern Scotland. The curse breakers, who were employed by Gringotts, were tasked with locating and excavating the remnants of ancient wizards, often leading to disastrous outcomes. The incident began when several senior curse breakers from Gringotts made a significant discovery in northern Scotland. They unearthed what was likely a relic left behind by the founders of Hogwarts, and, after years of tireless deciphering, they finally opened the entrance to the site. Unfortunately, instead of treasures left by the founders, they encountered a monstrous creature that had lost its sanity. Evidently, this site was a sealed containment left by the founders. By the time the ministry personnel arrived at the scene, all the curse breakers were dead, and over 100 Muggle villagers had witnessed the ensuing battle. This news was a devastating blow to the ministry. After mobilizing all available resources, Fudge rushed to Hogwarts, seeking reinforcements. He hoped that Dumbledore could assist them in dealing with the creature that was now roaming free. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Dumbledore immediately set off for the site of the incident. This was the reason for his absence during Harry's trial, not due to a lack of concern or confidence in Harry, but rather an unavoidable commitment. The situation only worsened. Dumbledore ultimately located the creature that had escaped its seal. Upon confronting it, he was astonished to discover that its power exceeded his expectations, and it possessed a peculiar form of domain-like magic, allowing it to evade him entirely. Thus, Dumbledore's plans were completely derailed. In a moment of urgency, while pursuing the creature, he could only send a message to Professor McGonagall via his Patronus, hoping she could assume his responsibilities. When Professor McGonagall received the message, she felt as if she might shatter. Chapter 105, The Busy Dumbledore. Minerva, I require your assistance. Mr. Harry Potter is currently in a room down the 4th floor corridor. Please attend to him. The first word from Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus overloaded Professor McGonagall's mind. After hearing the full context, she felt her blood pressure rising. Albus! She slammed her hand on her desk, knocking over the ink bottles. Even Albus Dumbledore could not be exempt from this situation. Professor, run! With that roar, everything beneath the trapdoor came to an end. Our three-headed dog, Fluffy, slept soundly throughout, blissfully unaware of the calamity unfolding outside. At this point, Fudge understood that the incident was largely settled, and it was time to consider how to manage the aftermath and address any potential risks that might arise. Just then, a feline Patronus appeared at Dumbledore's feet, silently observing him. It got away. How could this be? Fudge felt a surge of frustration, compounded by the long hours he had spent laboring over the situation. Yet, as the words escaped him, he realized that he ought not to speak to Dumbledore in such a tone. After all, he still needed Dumbledore's assistance in dealing with the creature, which the Ministry's Aurors were no match for. Erasing the memories of over 100 individuals was not a trivial task. What was more, the current circumstances were unlike anything before, with Muggles possessing various means of communication. They needed to investigate whether these Muggles had disclosed what they had witnessed through different channels. Professor McGonagall swiftly comprehended the urgency behind Daphne's demeanor. A torrential current, akin to a colossal dragon, was surging towards them with overwhelming force. Dumbledore did not respond immediately to Cornelius Fudge's words. The creature he had just encountered imparted a profound sensation, igniting a flicker of new understanding regarding magic within him. As he endeavored to seize this elusive inspiration, Professor McGonagall felt compelled to have a serious discussion with Dumbledore upon his return. Fudge believed that his immediate priority was to suppress the matter, applying pressure on the Daily Prophet to refrain from reporting it for the time being. Should the situation escalate in the future, the goblins of Gringotts would serve as a convenient scapegoat for public ire. With a flick of his wand, Fudge tidied up the toppled ink pot on the table. While Professor McGonagall prepared to comply with Dumbledore's wishes, she needed to observe whether Potter could vanquish Quirrell, who was possessed by the Dark Wizard, and ensure his safety. Had it not been for the fact that the nightmare could not fly, she would not have paused at all. After a flurry of activity, and once she was certain no Muggles were aware of the situation, Fudge felt utterly drained. Dumbledore had just mentioned that his Patronus had instructed Professor McGonagall to bring his Phoenix, Fawkes, and the Sorting Hat along. Now that both had come to her, it spared her the need to make another trip to the headmaster's office. At that moment, Daphne had already grasped the nightmare's reins and was ascending towards the trapdoor above. With no time to ponder the unfolding events, Professor McGonagall swiftly bent down, securing the two unconscious young wizards under her arms before seizing Fawkes' tail. In a flash of golden red light, a magnificent bird, the size of a swan, materialized in her office, clutching a tattered old hat in its beak. It fled. Upon hearing Daphne's voice, McGonagall almost let her spell slip, but her keen hearing allowed her to quickly retract her wand. "Oh, Albus, how are things on your end? What that wretched creature?" Fudge hurriedly approached Dumbledore, wearing a sycophantic smile. Barely had they escaped when a thunderous crash erupted from below the trapdoor, causing the entire Hogwarts castle to tremble. Even from several meters away, droplets of water splashed onto their faces. McGonagall understood that the tumultuous waters below had collided with the end of the corridor. The ferocious flood ultimately halted by the resilient mountain rock. Fudge now held a very poor impression of the curse breakers. She was certain that even the most skilled wizard caught in such a current would meet their demise. "We must hurry, Professor," Daphne exclaimed, racing to McGonagall's side on the nightmare. The creature came to an abrupt halt, throwing the unconscious Harry and Ron to the ground. "Ah, that is splendid." Fudge forced a smile, though her thoughts remained ambiguous. She tucked the Sorting Hat under her arm and grasped Fawkes' outstretched claw. In the next moment, they soared to the fourth floor's forbidden corridor. As for the curse breakers who perished there, Fudge could hardly be bothered. They had caused her so much trouble, and if not for the potential repercussions, she would have relished the thought of turning them to dust. After all, they were merely foreigners, not British wizards, and Fudge genuinely did not concern herself with their deaths. There seemed to be a child from the Weasley family working as a curse breaker. She resolved to advise old Arthur the next time they met, suggesting even a position within the department would suffice. After a while, he ceased his exploration of magic, finding the request utterly absurd and unreasonable. His mind raced. The creature donned a robe of Nordic design. Could the blame be placed upon the Finnish or Norwegian Ministry of Magic? Yet this beast had been discovered on Scottish soil, complicating matters. Shouldn't T. Gringotts bear some responsibility? Or was there a possibility of suppressing the issue? It was evident he had been quite busy, as his elegant silk top hat was dusted with grime, and beads of sweat adorned his plump face. "Miss Granger," he began, but Professor McGonagall, eager to inquire about the events, was interrupted by Daphne. With a flash of gold, Fawkes returned with Professor McGonagall and the others to the trapdoor. Shortly thereafter, Daphne emerged alongside the nightmare. "Cornelius, it has sustained grave injuries. It shall not stir trouble for some time. We have ample opportunity to seek its whereabouts. More importantly, although its intellect may be lacking, it has regained its human form during our encounter. Thus, any sighting by Muggles would not yield significant repercussions." Dumbledore refrained from voicing his concern that the creature was exceedingly lethal. Even if encountered by Muggles, it would leave no survivors. His expression grew tense, and, after a sigh, he addressed Fudge. "I have matters to attend to. Allow me a moment to resolve them." Chapter 106. Dumbledore, you shall regret this. Dumbledore was acutely aware that Minerva McGonagall was displeased. The arrival of a silent Patronus was merely a courtesy to preserve his dignity. Should he remain oblivious or fail to provide an adequate explanation, the next visitor might well be a howler. Thus, he hastily bid farewell to Fudge and returned to the school, where he found Professor McGonagall with an unyielding expression. Daphne stood beside her, her head bowed in silence. Yet her gaze frequently darted to a bed in the corner of the infirmary. Behind them, a peculiar creature, composed of bones and with fiery hooves, seemed to be languidly daydreaming. Upon noticing the nightmare behind Daphne, Dumbledore felt a flicker of surprise, but he quickly refocused his attention on Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, I am back." He greeted her with a gentle smile, only to be met with her icy demeanor. She regarded him with a blank expression before gesturing to the bed where Harry and Ron lay. "Mr. Weasley has a fractured thigh bone. Madame Pomfrey has already administered medication. Potter has sustained a blow to the head, resulting in a mild concussion. Nothing serious, thankfully." Dumbledore maintained his warm demeanor. To him, the current outcome was not so dire. However, given Minerva's expression, he recognized the necessity of a thorough discussion with her. He hastened to Daphne's side, gently ruffling her hair. Such a brave young lady. Had it not been for Potter and Weasley's constant disparagement of Professor Snape, I would not have ventured down with them. Daphne's declaration resonated with authority, rendering both Dumbledore and McGonagall momentarily awkward. Now that the truth is revealed, Professor Snape is innocent, and I hope you will correct Potter's misconceptions. Not every Slytherin is as malevolent as he believes. Dumbledore offered an awkward yet polite smile. He was acutely aware that the rift among the four houses had deepened over the years, especially between Gryffindor and Slytherin, whose animosity had escalated significantly following the emergence of Tom Riddle from Slytherin. He felt utterly powerless regarding the current state of the school. It was not his forte. Minerva had performed admirably, consistently addressing the conflicts between the two houses with fairness, yet her efforts could only ensure equity, failing to mend the rift between them. The future trajectory of the school remained uncertain to Dumbledore, who could only place his hopes in the wisdom of future generations. Presently, however, there was a sense of optimism, particularly as Harry from Gryffindor and Daphne from Slytherin had embarked on an adventure together, a promising beginning indeed. "You are quite right," Dumbledore replied with a smile, nodding at Daphne, and added earnestly, "You truly embody the admirable qualities of Slytherin." In a clever play on words, Dumbledore emphasized Daphne's commendable traits while deftly glossing over Slytherin's adherence to pure-blood supremacy. Daphne, taken aback by the unexpected praise, felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she lowered her gaze in contemplation. Had she genuinely inherited the spirit of Slytherin? Perhaps she should inquire with Lestrange, who would certainly have a deeper understanding of Slytherin. "Could you share what transpired?" Dumbledore inquired, his crescent-shaped glasses glinting with curiosity, eager to learn about the events beneath the trapdoor. Daphne naturally did not decline. As she recounted the tale, Professor McGonagall listened attentively, her eyes cast down, awaiting the moment to address the situation, which would only be possible once Daphne had departed. However, Daphne withheld certain truths. While narrating her confrontation with Voldemort, she attributed the majority of the credit to Nightmare, downplaying her own contributions. In her account, she portrayed herself as merely floating above, occasionally tossing stones at Quirrell below to distract him. "Oh, you acquired a crystal ball from the Mirror of Erised?" Upon hearing of Daphne's possession of a crystal ball, Dumbledore expressed a keen desire for her to elaborate on its significance. Daphne became somewhat flustered. Well, the crystal ball is quite beautiful. It contains a forest within it, and Nightmare was wandering around inside." She stammered, her words faltering. "May I have a glimpse of that crystal ball?" Dumbledore's interest in the object heightened, as it bore a striking resemblance to a rare alchemical artifact he had encountered in his readings. Beads of sweat formed on Daphne's forehead, and after a moment of hesitation, she confessed, in a moment of exasperation, that she had shattered the crystal ball. "I had no idea how to use it." At that moment, Quirrell and the creature possessing him were closing in on me. What could I possibly do? Dumbledore sighed, a flicker of regret crossing his features. He comforted Daphne, assuring her that her well-being was what mattered most. "Does that crystal ball possess any special significance?" Professor McGonagall, who had been silently listening, found her curiosity piqued. "I once perused the notes of a medieval wizard, which contained a remarkable tale," Daphne began. "You too acquire information through the correspondence and manuscripts of medieval wizards?" Dumbledore, oblivious to the shift in Daphne's demeanor, proceeded to inform Professor McGonagall that the notes revealed how Slytherin had once procured a crystal ball from Ravenclaw in exchange for an entire room filled with books. She, Rowena, discarded what she had read, retaining only those she had yet to peruse. For this, Salazar wrote to me and sought to acquire hundreds of books to meet the exchange requirements. From Daphne's description, it appeared that she had indeed come into possession of the very crystal ball that Slytherin had painstakingly traded for. McGonagall raised an eyebrow, intrigued. After hearing Daphne's account, Dumbledore grasped the events that had transpired beneath the trapdoor. The subsequent matters no longer required Daphne's involvement. Thus, He stood and instructed her to seek Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination. Should she be found in good health, she could return to the common room to rest. As for the nightmare Daphne had obtained from the crystal ball, Dumbledore advised her to entrust it to Hagrid for safekeeping. Once Daphne exited the infirmary with the nightmare in tow, McGonagall could no longer contain herself. She swiftly approached Dumbledore, her voice sharp as she declared, "Dumbledore, you shall come to regret this." Dumbledore, unable to suppress a sigh, removed his glasses and rubbed his temples, weary from the tension. "Minerva, allow me to elucidate." In the corner of the infirmary, Lestrange perked up his ears, attentively listening to their exchange. Chapter 107. You can never awaken one who pretends to sleep. What is it you wish to explain? McGonagall crossed her arms, her voice laced with concern. Potter nearly perished down there, but he did not come to harm. Did he? Dumbledore countered. McGonagall appeared momentarily at a loss for words. While Dumbledore's reasoning held merit, she sensed an underlying discord. Harry was safeguarded by the protective magic of his mother's love, which would shield him from Quirrell until he reached adulthood. There was indeed an unforeseen incident, Dumbledore recounted, revealing the details of how he had broken the seal, allowing the creature to emerge and wreak havoc. Though he had not witnessed the magic firsthand, he understood its principles. It became clear to him that the curse breakers had mistaken their containment spells, meant for the bodies of Norse demigods, as a treasure trove. While it was true that such corpses could be transformed into powerful magical artifacts, they lacked the capacity to handle them. Even amid her emotional turmoil, McGonagall had to concede Dumbledore's point. Voldemort needed only to bide his time for a few decades, and he could easily outlast Dumbledore, who would likely be aged and frail by then. If the younger generation could not rise to the occasion, who would confront the Dark Lord? Snape? Lestrange lay in the hospital bed, resembling Harry, who was truly unconscious beside him. Wake up, Les," she urged, nudging him in an attempt to rouse him, convinced that he was merely pretending to sleep. Startled, Lestrange could hardly fathom how the young witches and wizards of the future could create such chaos. The containment spells they had set, even after enduring a millennium of the elements, should not have been so easily breached. What was more troubling was his failure to accompany them throughout the ordeal. Well, Albus, you have your reasoning, but why could you not discreetly follow these children? Their endeavors are fraught with peril. Even during trials, one ought to have safeguards. McGonagall's breathing grew heavier, clearly shaken by the revelations. I miscalculated. There were far too many unforeseen complications. He openly acknowledged his errors, particularly regarding Daphne's preparedness with fireproof potion, a contingency he had never anticipated. However, the spell itself was not as formidable as it appeared. Its current efficacy was solely due to the Dark Lord's hubris and lack of clarity, which had led to his downfall. Had he chosen to show mercy and spare Harry, he would not have faced such a grim fate. No way. But that spell was specifically aimed at the Dark Lord. Clearly, she had never heard the adage, "You can never awaken someone who is feigning sleep." Professor McGonagall's breaths came forth like the wheezing of a bellows. "Leave. Do not disturb the patient's rest. Les pres missis pauvres virtu." Was that all? The very individual who had just battled with himself, or rather, was unilaterally beaten by himself, was none other than the Dark Lord, whose name even the magical community dared not utter. Was this not a touch of dark humor? Yet, observing the reactions of other wizards, their fear of him seemed to stem from the depths of their souls, which was somewhat perplexing. Could it be that he had lost all his power, reduced to possessing others, thus failing to unleash his full strength in the struggle against himself? Please wait a moment. Dumbledore seized the moment and continued. The children require experience. Those nurtured in a greenhouse cannot contend with Voldemort. Minerva, I am nearly 110 years old. Licencié dans anomalie. He was uncertain whether the current magical world possessed the capability to break the seals left from their era. After all, they could hardly even feel the flow of magic. This matter, he deemed, warranted investigation. He truly did not know how to evaluate these curse breakers. To call them inept would be unjust, for they had managed to dispel the seals he and his friends had laid. Yet to describe them as astute and capable would also be misleading, given that they mistook such seals for ruins. Just as she was preparing to take action, Mrs. Pomfrey appeared in a timely manner, pulling her away. She held unconditional trust in Dumbledore, but in the present situation, she needed him to explain himself. Perhaps Dumbledore could ask his friend Nicholas Flamel to concoct the elixir of life to prolong his existence, but since he had not taken the potion himself, it suggested he had his own burdens and considerations. She could not use the mysterious individual as an excuse to compel him to ingest it. Dumbledore had already made sufficient sacrifices. After listening to the conversation between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, Les immediately grasped the source of Dumbledore's confidence. Harry possessed the magic of love bestowed upon him by his mother, and Quirrell, who was inhabited by Voldemort, could not harm him. His condition was dire. He spent most of his time in slumber. Dumbledore stated calmly, "It was only later that I confirmed the entity within Quirrell was Voldemort. He is returning." Empathizing, Les believed that if he were in that situation, he would certainly not trouble young Harry, at least not physically. However, the Dark Lord was another matter entirely. He cruelly denied a mother's final request in her life, unwilling even to spare a swaddled infant, ultimately receiving the backlash he so desired. Quirrell has been possessed by Voldemort. I apologize for not informing you of this sooner. No sooner had they left than Daphne slipped in behind them. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore remained silent for a considerable time, before she quietly said, "Albus, you are quite mad. You, Merlin, you actually allowed a person possessed by the Dark Lord into Hogwarts and taught the children defense against the dark arts for an entire year. You let the Dark Lord teach defense against the dark arts." He simultaneously gleaned a piece of intelligence. The exceedingly malevolent entity inhabiting Quirrell was none other than the infamous Voldemort. This name resonated in Les's ears like thunder. In the books he had perused on contemporary magical history since Awakening, all mentioned this individual, not even by the name Voldemort, but rather referred to as the Dark Lord. The mysterious one, the name that could not be spoken. The magic of love was truly astonishing in its effects. It was beyond belief. After hearing Dumbledore's exposition on the magic of love, even Les could not help but marvel at the spell cast by Harry's mother. Following Dumbledore's explanation, Professor McGonagall reluctantly accepted his reasoning, and the two departed the infirmary. But what that Greengrass child? She bore no such magic of love. Ultimately, it was she who grappled with Quirrell and that individual. Had it not been for her ample luck, she would have perished in the depths. This time, it was Dumbledore who fell into silence. However, she suddenly recalled another matter. After a brief contemplation, Daphne resolved to employ some bolder measures. This piqued Les's curiosity. He was eager to learn what manner of person could achieve such notoriety that others dared not even utter his name. He had never encountered such a figure. A related tidbit of knowledge. Rowling wrote the Harry Potter series in the Elephant House Cafe in Edinburgh, in the graveyard of Greyfriars Kirkyard. Just across the street from the cafe, she saw two graves belonging to a father and son, both named Tom Riddle. Chapter 108. Do you not possess the Polyjuice Potion? The events that transpired with Harry and his companions in the dungeon, for reasons unknown, spread like wildfire throughout the school, inciting a tremendous uproar. Everyone was aware that this year, two remarkable new students had entered the school, successfully thwarting Professor Quirrell's plot to steal Dumbledore's treasures. For a time, the school buzzed with discussions. However, many were puzzled as to why a Slytherin would venture into danger alongside two Gryffindors. Subsequently, further revelations emerged prior to the operation. The young wizards were unaware of who coveted the treasure. Daphne had voluntarily entered the dungeon to prove Professor Snape's innocence. Ultimately, she had gained mastery over the ancient wizard's relic through a mirror, using this very object to vanquish the nefarious Quirrell. As a result, Daphne's reputation within Slytherin House soared dramatically. Of noble lineage, adept in mysterious magic, daring to face peril to safeguard the honor of her house, and ultimately earning the rare bond with a magical creature. This was exceedingly in line with the aesthetic values of Slytherin students. In no time, Daphne's acclaim rivaled that of the newly arrived, still unenchanted Harry Potter. Truth be told, even if Slytherin's own students were to choose between Quirrell and Snape as a villain, they would undoubtedly select Professor Snape. Quirrell lacked the requisite aura of a true antagonist. He was far too ordinary. The adventure of Daphne and her companions in the dungeon dulled the looming shadow of final exams that hung over the school. Yet they could not prevent the arrival of the exams. Following the excitement, students were compelled to return to their monotonous notes in preparation for their assessments. However, this time, amidst their reviews, they finally had a topic of conversation to distract and console themselves, while the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts busied themselves with their studies. Les was also hard at work. Ostensibly, he remained in a comatose state on the hospital bed. Harry and Ron, who had been admitted after him, had already recovered and discharged, yet he lay there with no signs of awakening. In reality, he immersed himself daily in his secret chamber, studying the Philosopher's Stone he had acquired and concocting various potions for the treatment of Ravenclaw, having brewed over 100 different elixirs, in addition to gathering a principal ingredient for her. It was only on the morning following the conclusion of the final exams that Les finally awoke from his slumber on the hospital bed. Due to the timing, Professor McGonagall briefly suspected that Les had orchestrated this entire charade to evade the final exams. but when less voluntarily requested to take the makeup exams as soon as possible. All her doubts vanished, leaving only remorse for having wrongfully suspected a good student. Do not fret too much. The professors will arrange a makeup exam for you. Just be careful not to take any potions indiscriminately. Professor McGonagall, with rare tenderness, offered a few gentle words of advice to Lays before departing the hospital room. Shortly after her exit, Daphne entered, carrying a box of delectable treats. I brought you your favorite pastries. You've finally awakened, and the final exams are over. Daphne's suspicions regarding Lays had never waned. However, due to Lays' remarkable performance in feigning unconsciousness, she genuinely believed he had been in a state of coma. First to create an alibi, and later, due to the exhaustion from that fierce battle. Clearly, Lays was reluctant to admit that he was indeed the green-robed wizard from that day, and Daphne tacitly chose to refrain from broaching the subject. Thank you, Lays exclaimed, eagerly accepting the dessert basket from Daphne, rummaging through it to find his preferred sweet. Upon awakening, he felt that desserts would become his eternal passion. After indulging in a slice of cheesecake, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Professor McGonagall has organized a makeup exam. You should attend, she suggested. The exam content isn't too difficult. Wait, who did you just say should attend? Lays swallowed the bite of Bass cake in his mouth and pointed at Daphne. You. Me. But there should still be some of that potion left from last time, right? You could just take the exam for me. Lays plucked a few strands of hair from his pillow and placed them into Daphne's bewildered hands. Wait, what? You wanted to take your final exam? I have so much on my plate. I need to focus on potion brewing. Lays gazed at Daphne, hoping she would assist him in navigating this exceedingly tedious exam. While he could indeed take the exam unprepared, it would be a considerable waste of time, potentially consuming an entire day that could be better spent elsewhere. Daphne pouted, her instincts warning her that Lays was concocting some grand scheme without her involvement, which left her feeling quite disgruntled. Thus, she decisively declared, absolutely not. Students cannot take exams for one another. I am a good student who values honor and adheres to school rules. Lays simply observed her in silence. Do you really think I don't know what kind of person you are? After a brief pause, during which Daphne felt a tinge of embarrassment at her own performance, she conceded that while it wasn't impossible to help Lays with the exam, any ensuing adventures must include her participation. Now, it was Lays' turn to feel a headache coming on. He genuinely preferred not to involve Daphne in the treatment of Ravenclaw, as it was far too perilous. Administering treatment to the current Ravenclaw was akin to extracting teeth from a mother tiger without anesthesia. However, with some advanced preparation, it could be feasible. Witnessing this treatment would undoubtedly be a precious experience for Daphne. After a thorough analysis of the pros and cons, Lays ultimately decided to acquiesce to her request. Really? Daphne exclaimed joyfully, nearly toppling Lays' dessert basket in her excitement. She recognized that Lays had devoted most of his energy to that endeavor this semester, and now she would finally be able to partake. Thus, when the makeup exam commenced, Lays walked into the classroom prepared for him by the professors at the appointed time. The examinations at the magical school were typically divided into two parts, a written exam and a practical assessment. As Lays entered the examination hall, the professors cheerfully informed him that he could arrange the order and content of his exams as he wished. Consequently, Lays swiftly completed the practical assessments for the subjects of charms, transfiguration, and potions in one go. Following these practicals, he received the exam papers from the professors and sat for the entirety of the afternoon, doing nothing but sipping water occasionally, not even leaving his seat to use the restroom. Unlike the practical assessments that mirrored the final exam, the written exam questions had been altered by the professors to include last year's questions, which posed a significant challenge for Lays. Nevertheless, it did not hinder him from achieving exceptionally high scores. As he completed each paper, the professors would collect them for immediate grading, so by the time he finished, his results were already available. Although Lays was the last to take the exam, his scores were the first to be announced. Chapter 109. Lays' inferiority compared to Dumbledore. After the final exams concluded, the young wizards finally welcomed the most joyous time of the semester. The period from the end of final exams to the announcement of results is the most delightful and liberating time of the year. During this interval, students need not concern themselves with academics, nor do they have assignments, allowing them to freely frolic with their friends throughout the castle. Even more splendidly, the professors adopted a lenient attitude towards the children, turning a blind eye to their exuberant release of stress. Even Severus Snape, typically stern, would temper his demeanor during this time, refraining from picking on students, perhaps due to Slytherin's disqualification from the House Cup and the multitude of papers he needed to grade. As students enjoyed their leisure, professors were inundated with work. They had to grade papers, calculate scores, and compile overall results, tasks that, even with magical assistance, remained exceedingly tedious. If one were unfortunate enough to be the head of a house, they would also need to issue report cards and manage students' grades, epitomizing the burdens of public duty. Professor McGonagall bore the brunt of this, as she had to assess students in defense against the dark arts on behalf of Professor Quirrell, effectively doing two jobs in one. She also held the dual roles of deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor. When it came to cultivating an assistant and then exhausting them, Dumbledore outpaced Lays by at least 3 Diagon Alley lengths and 1 Hogsmeade Avenue. During their time, they certainly would not assign such an abundance of homework during the holidays. In the summer homework, do you really expect us to complete that? Observing Lays's indignant reaction, Daphne, who had just been angered by her second-place finish in the final results, began to chuckle. However, her laughter soon faded as she realized that all this homework would likely fall upon her shoulders. Then, a remarkable event occurred. Upon encountering the creature, it merely glanced at him before fleeing in terror, a stark contrast to its previous frenzied behavior. Ultimately, Dumbledore, utilizing the speed of his phoenix, Fawkes, caught up to the creature and vanquished it entirely, bringing its remains back to Hogwarts. First-year summer homework list. 3rd place, Daphne Greengrass, total score, 693. She now seemed to have forgotten the sting of losing to Hermione Granger in the final exams, promptly opting to hire someone to assist her with her assignments. Why are we still assigning homework during the holidays? Lays exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table. The girl momentarily felt her defenses crumble. The other defense against the dark arts professor left after a year due to a curse, while he departed after a year because of overwhelming work pressure. As for why he didn't leave midway, it was because he was a responsible individual committed to teaching for the full year. Pulling the flustered Daphne out of the crowd, Lays returned with her to the window side table. There, he noticed 2 envelopes on the table, inscribed with, however, to her surprise. Lays did not toss the list back towards her, but instead kept it for himself, leaving Daphne in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that he no longer needed her assistance with homework since she had outperformed Granger? A sudden question arose in Les's mind. If 2 individuals achieved perfect scores, by what criteria would their rankings be determined? Perhaps by the first letter of their names? In that case, Daphne would undoubtedly overshadow Hermione. Daphne's face flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in frustration, asserting that had she not missed so many classes in history of magic and defense against the dark arts, she too would have secured a perfect score. The color in Daphne's cheeks grew increasingly vivid. After gaining a slight understanding of the professor's current workload, Les felt a profound sense of relief that he was merely a student at present. Had he entered the school as a professor without fully grasping the circumstances, he would likely have resigned by now. 2nd place, Les Lynn T. Total score, 692-2. The fleeting moments of freedom soon came to an end. After a few days of carefree leisure, the students received their report cards from the professors. However, it was only a minor inconvenience for her, as she could outsource the most tedious and annoying history of magic assignments. Hogwarts still had numerous financially struggling students. Unlike Les, she placed significant importance on the school's examinations. While in other houses this might have sparked some controversy, Slytherin students genuinely valued this system, and even Daphne hurried off to witness the first-year students' report cards. The professors were exceedingly busy, and the headmaster was no exception. After clarifying matters with Professor McGonagall that day, he set off with Fawkes the Phoenix and Gryffindor's sword. The Phoenix was intended for swifter travel and search, while the sword was a spontaneous decision, as he recalled that this seal was left by the 4 founders. Perhaps carrying relics from the founders would yield exceptional results. What should one do when yearning for new cosmetics, beautiful clothes, and intriguing toys, yet lacking sufficient funds? Daphne, the affluent junior, was eager to alleviate her senior's woes, requiring only assistance with a few trivial history of magic essays. For the first time, Daphne felt a sense of impending crisis. Moreover, as a Ravenclaw achieving a perfect score in potions, it indicated that her performance was indeed impeccable. Although Daphne and Les both received perfect scores, the value of such scores was questionable given their Slytherin origins. She made her way through the throng of upperclassmen to the notice board, anxiously searching for her and Les's names. Les felt his own blood pressure rising. What is happening? How could I possibly have come in 3rd? She glared at the name at the top of the list, her eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. The first-year report card was displayed on the far left of the board, and upon seeing the name, her face froze. 1st place, Hermione Granger total score, 701, potions, 51. Les placing 2nd was one thing, given that his score equated to her own. But what on earth was up with Granger? Upon seeing the report, Les was equally astonished. Was that girl truly so formidable? Achieving perfect scores across all subjects? Many Slytherin students also took note of the situation, their eyes widening in disbelief. Perfect score? Is she even human? It is known that attaining a perfect score in a single subject is not particularly difficult, but achieving perfection across the board is absurd. This indicated not only her mastery of practical subjects like charms, potions, and transfiguration, but also her understanding of the more tedious theoretical courses such as astronomy and history of magic. Chapter 110. Dumbledore's Precise Score Control. Les certainly did not intend, as Daphne presumed, to seek Hermione's assistance with his history of magic assignments. To him, some assignments merely served as formalities sufficient to appease the professors. He refrained from asking Daphne for help because he had previously devised an automatic quill that only required a substantial amount of assignments fed into it to produce written work autonomously. With the semester's end approaching, he could acquire a plethora of assignments and papers from upperclassmen at a minimal cost, utilizing them to hone his quill's writing capabilities. "Shall I order a paper for you, as I usually do?" Daphne, anxious about her own prospects, subtly inquired about Les's plans. "Not necessary. This time, you need not write the paper." Les replied confidently regarding his automatic writing quill, planning to test it with the history of magic paper assigned for summer break. Thus he would not outsource this task. Daphne's face drained of color. Her greatest fear had indeed materialized. "There is no need to have that Granger write it for you. She seems like a stickler for the rules, a bookworm who would undoubtedly refuse. You don't know how those Ravenclaw students are." "What?" Les was momentarily taken aback, unable to understand the relevance of Granger to the situation. Daphne soon realized she might have misunderstood something. After Les provided her with a brief explanation, Daphne was instantly awestruck. Such a wondrous invention existed. She could scarcely believe her ears. "Now, I simply need to find some 5th and 7th year students to purchase their papers, and then feed them to my quill. Task completed." Les elucidated the principle of his automatic writing quill to Daphne, explaining that it would record a vast amount of assignments and papers, and when he assigned a task, it would generate a paper based on previous records. A single paper could be a composite of dozens of others, requiring only minor refinement after completion. Upon hearing Les's explanation, Daphne furrowed her brow. While it was true that graduating students and those who had completed their 5th year exams often sold their materials, notes, and assignments at a low price, low price did not equate to free. There would still be expenses involved. According to Les's plan, he would likely need to purchase the assignments of the entire graduating class, which was not a trivial expenditure. "You might as well hire someone to write the paper for you." Daphne's statement left Les in contemplative silence. Although he had never heard of the Industrial Revolution and was unaware of the phenomenon where some Muggle factory owners preferred hiring workers over investing in machines for automatic production, he felt a similar absurdity at that moment. Fortunately, however, he was determined to proceed with this project regardless of cost. Upon reconnaissant les résolve, Daphne promptly set off to help him acquire the necessary materials. Although the misunderstanding had been cleared, a sense of urgency lingered within her, prompting her to seek an opportunity to prove herself. Daphne still valued her reputation. Graduating students and 5th year students were all too willing to sell her their assignments and papers. Some kind-hearted upperclasswoman cautioned her that professors had methods to check for plagiarism, and directly copying past students' papers would surely lead to discovery. To this, Daphne merely responded with a smile. Before long, she managed to acquire several large boxes of materials. "Let's place the quill inside and close the box lid. Is that it?" Daphne could not help but ask, finding the operation of the quill absurdly simple, reminiscent of a jest. "What should I do? Should I manually write each line with the quill? What was the point of developing it then?" Le retorted. Soon, as the quill finished reviewing the contents of the boxes, it was time to test its capabilities. Les first unfurled a scroll of parchment on the table, then placed the quill atop the parchment. In the next instant, the quill stood upright, its tip hovering an inch above the parchment. "A treatise on the futility of witch burning in the 14th century, burning witches?" whispered Les, his brow furrowing at the very utterance of those words, which evoked a visceral discomfort within him. However, he was acutely aware that the majority of those subjected to such barbarity were, in fact, their own kin. Very few true witches ever fell into the clutches of the Muggles to be executed in such a manner. Even if a hapless soul were to face such a dire fate, the magical community would undoubtedly devise means to intervene and retaliate with utmost ferocity. Engaging directly in combat might be a challenge, yet escape was always a feasible option. The quill, upon receiving its directive, began to dance swiftly across the parchment, inscribing a stream of eloquent prose, occasionally dipping into the inkwell for a refreshment of ink. Mere minutes later, a lengthy dissertation, measuring a foot in length, emerged. Upon glancing at it, Les felt a sense of satisfaction, it appeared devoid of flaws. "Daphne," she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with eagerness. "May I borrow it to complete my summer assignment?" Lays promptly rebuffed her request, for apart from the more trivial subjects, a diligent approach to assignments in other disciplines was indeed essential. "Oh," Daphne sighed in disappointment. The commencement ceremony soon approached, with the hall adorned in the blue and bronze colors emblematic of Ravenclaw, celebrating their triumph in securing the House Cup. Behind the guest of honor's seat hung a colossal banner emblazoned with the Ravenclaw eagle. Excited chatter among students about their holiday plans filled the air until the arrival of Dumbledore commanded attention. As the din subsided, he began, "Another year has elapsed. Before indulging in these delectable dishes, I must first conduct the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The scores are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 376 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 382 points, Slytherin, 426 points, and Ravenclaw, 472 points. Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Ravenclaw table, while the Gryffindor and Slytherin students, despite their anticipation, could not help but feel a wave of despondency. However, Dumbledore continued, "There are a few additional matters to be accounted for, as I still have some final points to distribute." As the cheers began to wane, he elaborated, "First, in recognition of the valor displayed by Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, and Miss Daphne Greengrass in the dungeons, Gryffindor receives an additional 100 points, and Slytherin receives an additional 50. The two houses erupted in jubilation. While Lays furrowed his brow, contemplating that, given Daphne's contributions, she was the one deserving of the 100-point reward. "Curse Gryffindor," he muttered under his breath. After the raucous celebration, the students from both houses seemed to realize they were tied. Was it possible for two houses to win the House Cup this year? Dumbledore's voice once again broke through the silence. "Miss Hermione Granger, the first year in a century to achieve full marks across all subjects, will be rewarded with 10 points for Ravenclaw in recognition of her diligence and intellect." In that instant, Ravenclaw surged ahead, reclaiming their championship title. Lays could not help but be astonished. Dumbledore was a maestro of point allocation, perfectly balancing rewards for those who dare to take risks while maintaining equilibrium in his own estimations. A masterful calculation indeed. Chapter 111. Beneath the dungeon and the elixir of manifestation, Lays' intuition suggested that had it not been for Daphne's remarkable performance, Dumbledore might have shamelessly awarded the House Cup to Gryffindor. This fellow was certainly different from the Gryffindor he had come to know. He intended to share a few light-hearted jests about Dumbledore with Daphne when he was drawn back to the present by the headmaster's next words. Miss Granger's achievements, while undoubtedly connected to her innate talent, are also attributed to her unwavering diligence. Mrs. Pants informed me that Miss Granger has spent over 1,000 hours in the library this year, and I hope everyone will take inspiration from her example and spend more time in the library." Daphne's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never realized that her actions could have such an impact on the House Cup's outcome. Meanwhile, the other students erupted at the mention of full marks and 1,000 hours, for the academic year spanned less than 300 days, including a 3-week Christmas break. Hermione had effectively spent nearly 4 hours a day in the library. "That sounds like quite a bargain," Daphne murmured, pondering whether Lays might teach her how to concoct such a potion. Following his guidance, she deftly extracted a fine silver thread from above her temple with the tip of her wand. Lays uncorked the potion bottle, for which a purple mist billowed forth. As the silver thread fell, drawn into the swirling vapor. Now, it was Lays' turn to smile. "Before we embark on today's endeavor, I feel it necessary to enlighten you about our mission," he spoke softly. "Today, I enter this realm to rescue a fallen soul. This undertaking is exceedingly perilous, and you may withdraw at any time. It is neither a test nor a jest. The manifestations created by the mist are ephemeral, dissipating when distanced from us. The food produced will not satiate your hunger. It merely deceives your mind into believing you are full." "What is this?" Daphne exclaimed, captivated by the mesmerizing potion before her, having never encountered such a splendid concoction. Unlike previous attempts, Lays had prepared thoroughly this time. Daphne hesitated, and Lays anticipated her thoughts, informing her that utilizing this potion to create sustenance would be futile. "Don't keep me in suspense." Lays had grown accustomed to Daphne's extravagant desires. The Greengrass family had a long-standing tradition of opulence since the days of her ancestor, Dragonheart. The rabbit before them appeared rather dim-witted, glancing between Lays and Daphne before settling down to groom its fur with its front paws. The potion, crafted primarily from desire-infused ingredients, was designed to manifest one's wishes. Lays patiently explained to Daphne, "It grants the power of manifestation." Daphne's eyes widened in wonder. Even in the magical realm, such a wish-granting vial seemed extraordinarily fantastical. I believe this small vial could fetch at least 50 galleons. Lays cautioned Daphne to be more pragmatic. If she sought a weight loss potion, he could easily concoct something that accelerated metabolism and energy expenditure, a far more economical option, costing only a few sickles. Soon, the mist outside materialized into a tangible form, revealing a plump rabbit with gray fur and ruby-red eyes, indistinguishable from those often seen nibbling on the pumpkin leaves in Hagrid's garden. Lays raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the astonishing feat of Hermione's 1,000 hours. Even the book-loving Rowena would struggle to match such dedication, as she too was often ensnared by worldly distractions, seldom finding time to immerse herself in literature. In pursuit of her goal, she exerted considerable effort to carve out more time for herself. Yet ultimately her endeavors culminated in failure, inadvertently causing a considerable amount of trouble for her dear friends. Come, think of something at random, and then extract that memory using the method I previously taught you. Less instructed, gesturing for Daphne to give it a try. Thus, the graduation ceremony concluded amidst a series of twists and turns. The students seized their final moments on campus, while Les, once again, led Daphne into the dungeon. This time, the purple mist did not transform into any tangible entity. Rather, it morphed into a mass of cerulean clouds, appearing more substantial than the earlier violet smoke. How marvelous! Daphne exclaimed, attempting to embrace the charming rabbit, only to frighten it away. The rabbit darted off, but after merely a few steps, it erupted into a cloud of silver mist, dissipating swiftly. Daphne. Les had intended to inform Daphne that their mission was to rescue one of the founders, Ravenclaw, but he refrained at the last moment. He suddenly realized that perhaps Rowena, like himself, preferred to keep her identity concealed from others. Besides, she was not in a dignified state, appearing as a tattered corpse and a raving ghost, a stark contrast to her former elegance and intellect. It was best to allow her to decide for herself. Isn't this a miraculous weight loss potion? Daphne exclaimed with delight. To conjure a grand feast with just a thought, satiating my hunger without the risk of gaining weight. This is nothing short of a dream potion. Laughing heartily, Daphne disregarded Les' warnings and shifted the topic. This sounds familiar. Hagrid said something similar when we went to rescue the unicorn. He extracted a strand of memory from his temple with his wand and added it to the remaining mist. This data is utterly preposterous. I still have 7 classes to attend. After another futile attempt to dissuade Daphne, Les produced a crystal vial filled with dazzling purple smoke. Inside, it spontaneously formed a small vortex, sparkling like a galaxy contained within the bottle. Despite its slender silver threads, which were no thicker than a hair, they acted as a potent dye, tinting the entire mist a silvery hue. Upon observing this, Les corked the vial, noting that a quarter of the potion had been consumed. There's no need. When facing that individual, merely possessing a few magical creatures is insufficient, Les stated, deliberately elongating his tone regarding the identity of that person. I cannot divulge that to you. Her identity must be revealed by her own choice once she regains consciousness. In the literal sense of manifesting one's desires, Les elaborated, explaining that the desire potion exploits the traits of a desire demon, allowing one's imaginations to materialize. The larger, more intricate, and sophisticated the manifestation, the greater the potion's consumption. For instance, conjuring a 3-tiered wedding cake would require exponentially more potion than a simple cupcake. Chapter 112. The Rescue of the Wizard Ravenclaw. What did you just envision? A mass of blue clouds? Upon seeing the entity conjured by Les, Daphne's curiosity piqued, and she reached out to poke the cloud. Les observed coolly, refraining from intervening. Oh no! Daphne cried out as a drop of crimson blood welled from her fingertip. The moment her finger grazed the mist, a sharp pain akin to a needle pierced her, causing her to retract her hand, discovering several tiny cuts where she had touched the cloud. The mist appeared to be composed of countless minuscule blades, inflicting wounds upon mere contact. Why wasn't your sorting hat placed in Gryffindor? Have I not mentioned the importance of maintaining vigilance towards the unknown? Le point de l'égalité, Daphne is mistake. Is this naturally occurring? After explaining the nature of the mist, he relaxed his control over it, allowing it to drift freely. Odor-eliminating potion, which eradicates personal scent. Temperature-masking elixir, which conceals body heat when consumed. Magical energy-concealing potion, which aids in stifling magical presence, effectively preventing others from detecting your existence. Les presented 5 or 6 potions, urging Daphne to consume each one. Listening to Les while observing the myriad of cut marks on the stone walls deepened Daphne's understanding of magic. A thought flashed through her mind. The spell Les had used to drain all the moisture from Chilo that day could not possibly be the same one he employed to dry his hair on the first day of school. Could it? The simplest incantations, when wielded with sufficient skill, can yield transformative results. However, upon reaching the second battlefield remnant, Les dismissed this notion. The task seemed endless. Over a millennium, Ravenclaw's presence had permeated the dungeon, having engaged in countless battles with the monsters sealed within. It was conceivable that he might not find Ravenclaw even by the start of the second academic year. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she posed the question aloud. Yet, upon reaching this point, Les would not allow Daphne to accompany him further. Suddenly, thousands of bats erupted into the underground chamber. With a wave of his wand, they flew out through several exits. As he cleared the area, Les explained his rationale to Daphne. This is the spell, he said, casually flicking his wand. The air before him distorted, leaving a shallow scratch on the ground. Unsurprisingly, she found herself once again exterminating monsters. Les' small bat inadvertently became embroiled in the chaos. Reduced to mere dust. What spell was that? I couldn't say. I was not present. Les deftly evaded the question, abruptly ending the topic. Since this space was saturated with Ravenclaw's magic, why not simply erase the remnants she left behind? Moreover, it was not as daunting a task as one might presume. Les retrieved several small vials from his satchel, uncorking them in succession, manipulating his magic to scatter the potions, salves, and mist throughout the cavern. Simultaneously, he summoned his own magic to gradually erase the echoes of Ravenclaw lingering in the cave. He hastened towards the location of a last signal from the bats, but halted just before reaching his destination, rummaging through his pockets for an assortment of potions. To ensure proper disguise, Les cast a disillusionment